Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Trained by Goku the God of Destruction movie. Before we start, please go support Jampy 2003 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. After proving their worth in the Tournament of Power, Goku and Vegeta will become gods of destruction in different universes where Goku will become the master of our favorite green-haired boy. From a warrior to a god, we are on some planet in universe, more specifically on the planet of the god of destruction of said universe, where two of the most powerful warriors in the universe were in a battle that for many would be an amazing battle. For them it was just training. Vegeta, what's happening, Kakarot? Winning the Tournament of Power has made you confident. Goku, I would never trust myself in a fight, especially if it's with you. Vegeta, well, we'll find out. He flies at high speed towards Goku. Goku, that was what I was expecting. He flies off towards Vegeta. Just as they are face to face, they collide their fists, creating an enormous wave that would blow any normal person away. But these two are anything but normal. All of this happened under the watchful eyes of two beings. Whis, what do you think, Mr. Bills, about those two? Bills, certainly. They have become stronger since last time. I would dare to say that they are at the level of a god. Whis, if you say so it must be true, but this cannot cause you problems. As you said, they are at the level of a god. Bills, they might bring trouble, especially because they caught the impression of Zeno-sama. Whis, you're right in what you say. I think it's time to tell them that Zeno-sama wants to see them. Bills, not for now. Let them release some energy. When they get tired we will tell them. Meanwhile, in a heavenly temple. Daishinkan, are you sure of this, gentlemen? Zeno-sama? Zeno-sama, yes, sure. Zeno-sama, yes, very sure. Daishinkan, as you wish. In a few moments they will be here to give you the news in person. Zeno-sama, I'm excited, yes. Zeno-sama, very excited, yes. Returning to the planet of the god of destruction, we can see two Saiyans lying on the ground catching their breath. Goku, agitated, I defeated you. I defeated Vegeta. Sighs, agitated. Vegeta, agitated, you hit your head on the insect. It's obvious that I defeated you. I'm too proud to seem agitated. Whis, well, I say it was another draw, but there is a noticeable improvement. Goku, what? Another tie can't be Vegeta. Quickly the tiebreaker jumps up. Vegeta, of course, insect, I won't let you overcome me. He jumps up. Whis, in fact, they will have to leave their tiebreaker for another day, he says, smiling. Goku, what? YMR. Isa says, screaming and amazed. Whis, well, it turns out that. Bills, it turns out that Zeno-sama wants to see them, he says, interrupting Whis. Vegeta, Sonora-sama wants to see us, and what would that be exactly for? Goku, why do you want to see us, little son? Whis, all questions will be resolved by Zeno-sama himself. So without further questions he hits the ground with his staff, creating a cube, thus bringing the warriors before Zeno-sama. The trip was long, and if you have to endure Goku and Vegeta's arguments or Goku's absurd ideas, they called them Goku. They think the little Sens want to hold another tournament of power. Bills, don't even think about opening your mouth about that subject. I remind you that we were lucky to win. He said it shouting and annoyed. Goku, it's okay not to mention anything about the tournament, he said with a nervous and slightly scared smile. Vegeta, TSSS imbecile, I whispered it. Whis, very well, gentlemen, we have reached our destination, he mentioned, the tension disappearing. Bills, very well, idiots, behave, especially you, aiming at Goku. Goku, thinking, I haven't done anything yet and they're already scolding me. So the whole group walked for a few minutes until they were in front of the Zeno-samas and the Daishinkan. Daishinkan, welcome Whis, Mr. Bills, Mr. Goku, and Mr. Vegeta. Goku, hello little son, Sama breasts, and hello Goku, flying each one to each hand. Daishinka, please, ladies and gentlemen, we are in an important meeting, she said quietly. Zeno-sama, and our right, returning to their seats. Daishinkan, well, we will tell you the reason why we call them, which is by giving the floor to the little ones, Zeno-sama, and we want them to be gods of destruction. Goku, eh? Vegeta, eh? Bills, qui? Whis, oh, this is getting interesting. Goku, sorry, I think I heard wrong. He wants us to be gods of destruction. He says this with a nervous, trembling smile. Daishinkan, allow me to explain the reason for this offer. It turns out that in the Tournament of Power, where Universe was the winner, the android known as Number asked to save all the universes. That included the old universes that were already destroyed. Zeno-sama decided not to destroy them again. Bills, yes, but that doesn't explain why these should be gods of destruction. Daishinka, the reason is that in these new universes new gods are needed, and Zeno-sama decided that those gods would be Lord Goku and Lord Vegeta because they equaled the power of a god. Bills, thinking, I knew those powers were going to bring problems, but I didn't believe that I would trust them so soon. Daishikin, so what do you say, gentlemen? Goku, the truth is I never cared about being the god of destruction, he said, laughing and scratching the back of his neck. Vegeta, the truth is, I don't care either. I only train to get stronger, not to be a god. Goku, yes, the truth is I do the same. Daishinkin, being the god of destruction also brings benefits. One of them is facing quite a few formidable enemies, traveling to different universes, and deciding whether a planet lives or not in its respective universe. Goku, I don't know, I'm interested in strong enemies, but the rest seems like a lot of responsibility. Vegeta, Kakaroto is right, apart from the enemies, what other benefit is there? I look seriously. Daishinkin, how about this? Being a god of destruction, their age will be frozen, they will not age, and they will be able to train infinitely plus 3 wishes from the Super Dragon Balls, and of course if they do not accept that universe to which they would be assigned, it would be destroyed along with all the lives that it entails. So what do they say? Vegeta, basically they are threatening us. Daishinkin, more than a threat, it is what will happen if they do not accept. Goku, what will happen to our family and friends? He said it seriously. Daishinkin, you will remain in universe where you belong. You will be the only ones to travel. Vegeta, it seems we have no choice. Goku, if we really don't have it, that's fine. Goku and Vegeta, we agreed to be gods of destruction. Daishinkin, excellent decision, Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta. The farewell. Goku and Vegeta, we agreed to be gods of destruction. Daishinkin, excellent decision, we will send them immediately to their new uni. Goku, wait, he says, interrupting. Goku, we'll leave immediately. Daishinkin, of course there is no time to waste. Goku, we'll just leave like this without saying goodbye to our friends or family. Vegeta, even though I don't like to admit it, the bug is right. Daishinkin, what does Zeno-sama think about giving the floor to the little ones? Zeno-sama, let them say goodbye if he said it with a smile. Zeno-sama, if you let them say goodbye with a smile too. Daishinkin, very well, by the benevolence of the Zeno-samas, you will have day to say goodbye to family and friends. With that this meeting concludes. Goku, really thanks little son. Zeno-sama, you're welcome. Goku said it while raising his arm. Zeno-sama, if you're welcome. Goku also raises the arm opposite to the first one. Bills, well I guess it's time to go. He just wanted to get out of that place quickly. Whis, I think it's fine to retire with Bills. Goku, very well, see you soon. Bye little ones, son, waving goodbye. Little son, goodbye Goku. Vegeta just turns around and follows the others. When they left, Daishinkin and Zeno-sama exchanged a few last words. Daishinkin, they believe that it has been good to serve them, that they are gods. Zeno-sama, of course. Zeno-sama, they will do it well otherwise. Zeno-sama, and we will have to destroy them. They said it with the purest smile in the universe. Daishinkin, I guess you're right. Zeno-sama, of course we have it. Zeno-sama, yes we have it. Returning to the future gods, Bills has a small fit of rage, nerves and a little fear for the meeting with the Zeno-samas. Bills, how is it possible that Zeno-sama considers them suitable to be a slightly angry god of destruction? Whis, I don't know, but it's an interesting development to see, he said laughing. Goku, well, what does it matter? It's already done with both arms behind your head. At that comment, Bill's patience was at its limit, and he showed it by hitting him on the head. Goku, OECH. That's because he was rubbing himself with the blow. Bills, what? Your stupidity has no limit. You just became a god, don't take it so lightly, he said, shouting and annoyed. Vegeta, Kakaroto is right, even if we refuse now we already said yes. Whis, well, refusing now would be refusing an order from Sonora-sama. Bills, you're right. Even so, what did he see this idiot pointing at Goku? Bills, I can understand it about Vegeta, but I think it's absurd about him. He said it in a panic attack. Goku, thinking what kind of image do you have of me scratching my cheek and a nervous smile? Vegeta just smiled proudly at what the god said. Whis, gentlemen, prepare, we have arrived on Earth. I recommend that you take advantage of this day. Bills, while you guys do whatever you need, we'll be eating delicious food. Vegeta, I guess I'll tell Bulma, and Trunks flies away. Goku, I think I'll do the same. See you, Mr. Bills and Mr. Whis. He flies away. Whis, I believe they will do well as gods. Bills, I have no idea what could happen. Now we find ourselves on a mountain, more specifically Goku's house. Milk, what? You'll be a god of destruction. Goten, you will have the power of a god. That's great, Dad said with notable emotion. Goku, well, that's how things are. It was that or let a universe be destroyed. And even if it wasn't my fault, I would still feel guilty, he said with notable seriousness. Milk calmed down at such an expression. It was strange to see Goku speak so seriously. Milk, well, if you put it that way, it seems understandable to me. But tell me what will happen now, he said with his head bowed. Goku, I have to go, he said simply. Goten, you have to go, Dad said in shock, and tears were about to come out. Milk, you're going to leave again, he said without raising his head. Goten, no Dad, please don't go. Crying and clinging to Goku's leg. Milk, you're going to leave and you'll leave us alone again. It's the same thing that happened in the Battle of Cell. I raise my head and cry. Small memories cross Goku's head, memories of that battle. Beginning of remembrance. Goku, tell your mother that I won't be able to return and tell her to forgive me. I always did things my way. He said this looking at Gohan and touching a cell that was about to explode. Gohan, no, Dad, I tried to run to stop him, but I can't catch him. No, 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 Dad. He screams, crying. Kaio-sama's planet. Kaio-sama, what are you doing? Goku said with fear. Goku, I'm sorry, Kaio-sama. It was the first place that came to mind, he said laughing, and just before Cell exploded, the entire planet and everyone who was there. End of memory. Milk, don't you care about your family? He said, crying nonstop. Goku, I just kept silent. Milk, answer me. Goku tried to hit him, and he caught him. At that moment neither Milk nor Goten expected Goku's reaction, which was to attract Milk and Goten and catch them in a hug. Goku, of course I care about them, they are my family and I love them, but it is something I have to do. I'm sorry, he said serenely and calmly, but without breaking the hug. Milk and Goten couldn't speak anymore, they just cried inconsolably inside the hug, which lasted for a long period of time until they both calmed down. Milk, I'm not going to make you change your mind, or if you're calmer. Goku, unfortunately not. Milk, it's okay, I know I can't stop you, but I can do this. Wish you luck on your journey. Goku, I knew I wouldn't regret marrying you, he said smiling. Milk, of course I am a great wife, she said smiling. A new world. We find ourselves in universe on Earth, all gathered in the Capsule Corporation, saying a final goodbye to the two Saiyans who will soon be gods. Whiz, very well Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta. It's time to go, the Daishinkan is waiting for us. Bills, hurry up, it's rude to make a god wait. Goku, yes, let's go, very well, it's time to go, walk towards Whis. Vegeta, just walk in silence. Being about to enter the cube to begin their journey, something stops them from entering. More than something, someone stops them. Milk, wait. Goku getting his attention. Bulma, you too. Vegeta says the same way. Vegeta, what is this scandal about? He says seriously. Goku, yes, what's up, he says calmly. The two women, without saying a word, throw themselves at the Saiyans, giving them one last kiss in front of the entire audience. Although surprised, the Saiyans did not refuse, nor did they take the women away. Even Vegeta accepted it. Milk. Bulma, take care of yourselves. Goku, of course we will, he says with a huge smile. Vegeta turns around to hide a small blush. Of course I'll be fine, I'm a prince, remember? With that last gesture the Saiyans began their journey to the temple, being bid farewell by all their acquaintances. The trip was peaceful and uninterrupted. Whis, well, gentlemen, as far as I can accompany you, now you have to continue alone. I suppose you already know the way, said the angel with his hand. Goku, thanks for bringing us, Mr. Whis. Whis, no need to thank, have a good trip, he says before leaving. Goku, are you ready? Vegeta looking at the aforementioned. Vegeta, of course, Insect said with his arms crossed. So without saying anything they continued advancing until they were in front of the Daishinkan and the Zeno-sama. Daishinkan, welcome back, I greet politely. Zeno-sama and, hello Goku waving happily. Goku, hello little ones, Sen says happily. Daishinkan, well let's start. As you know, each god has an angel as guardian and assistant. Goku, it's true, I noticed it in the tournament, he says with a hand on his chin. Vegeta, that means we'll have one too. Daishinkan, you are correct. Let me introduce you to Tristan and Engel. Tristan and Engel, it's a pleasure to meet you, they said in unison. Daishinkan, Tristan will be Lord Vegeta's angel, pointing out those mentioned. Tristan, it will be a pleasure to work with you, Mr. Vegeta, he said politely and with a bow. Vegeta, anyway, I hope you're useful. Daishinkan, and Engel will be Lord Goku's angel. Engel, I hope we get along, Mr. Goku, he said politely and bowed. Goku, of course I'm in your care, he said with his typical joy. Daishinkan, well, now that you know each other, your respective angels will take you to your universes. Tristan, okay Mr. Vegeta, touch my shoulder so we can look at the aforementioned. Vegeta, he only paid attention to what the angel mentioned. Tristan, okay, we're off. Goodbye father and goodbye mamas. Goku, goodbye Vegeta waving goodbye. Vegeta, Kakaroto, I hope you get stronger because I will for our next fight, he said with a defiant smile. Goku, of course I'll be waiting for that battle, he said, raising his fist and watching Vegeta leave. Engel, okay Mr. Goku, I think it's time for us to go too. Goku, I think you're right, touching his shoulder. Goodbye little ones and saying goodbye to the little ones. Breast-sama and goodbye Goku, they said in unison. Engel, okay, we're leaving. Goodbye father and goodbye gentlemen. Sonora Samus, he said just before leaving. The trip was shorter than expected, and before they knew it they had arrived. Engel, well Mr. Goku, we have arrived, pointing out the place. Goku, arrived, but exactly where? I ask. Engel, right then let me explain where we are. Goku, I would really appreciate it. Engel, well to start we are in universe. This universe had been destroyed by Zeno-sama a long time ago, but in the tournament, and thanks to the desire to save all the universes, this one was recreated, he said in a detailed explanation. Goku, universe, what universe is Vegeta in? He said in doubt. Engel, Mr. Vegeta is in universe. Any other questions, Mr. Goku? He said politely. Goku, about that, could you stop calling me sir? He said with an awkward smile. Engel, I'm afraid not. As the current god of this universe I should treat it with respect. I explain what this reminds me of. I point my finger at Goku. The aforementioned began to float and shine from the body and his classic orange GI began to change. Ignore those behind. Engel, that is the suit of a god, she says proudly of her creation. Goku, it looks like the suit that Mr. Bills wears, he says, looking at himself. Engel, it is the characteristic suit of the gods, only they can use it. Goku, it's comfortable, but I like my other suit, he said a little dissatisfied, but I think it's fine. Engel, I'm glad you like it. Well, now I'll show you the castle of the former god of destruction who ruled here before its destruction. He pointed to the east where there was a huge castle. Goku, I'm surprised I didn't notice him when I arrived, he said with a drop of anime-style sweat. Engel, okay, let me guide you through your castle. New god of destruction of universe, Mr. Goku, saying his new title. While Goku was rising to the new position of god, something was happening on Earth in that same universe. Doctor, come on, ma'am, a little further, it's almost out. Nurse, there's not much left, ma'am, I'll make one last effort, she said encouragingly. Lady, good one last effort, and GHGHH said for the pain and discomfort. With that last effort put in by the lady, the child was finally born with a loud cry and made an act of presence. Doctor, congratulations, Mrs. Inko, it's a boy, she said, holding the child in her arms. The now known as Inko could only watch with incomparable joy with her new son. Doctor, Mrs. Inko, what do you plan to call the child? She said, still holding the child in her arms. Inko raises her arms to carry her son Izuku. He will be called Izuku now that she is calmer from giving birth. Inko, I know you'll be an important person when you grow up, my little Izuku, she said it with a love that only a mother can give. First meeting. It's been years since Goku's birth and Izuku's birth. Both have gone through various situations, but now we will focus on Izuku, Earth of Universe. We can see a year-old boy about to cry in a fight with his supposed best friend. Izuku, duh. Leave. Leave it already, catch-on, said the scared little one. Bakugo, I should leave it because that's what it should be, Dex said with a superior smile. Izuku, why is he sighing to give himself courage, because if you don't let him I'll have to stop you. Bakugo, you stop me, ha ha ha, don't make me laugh, you're just a pathetic Deku without quirks, said with a mocking smile. Izuku, a hero always helps others, he said, standing up to him. But unfortunately his efforts were in vain, he only ended up with a huge beating and lying on the ground. all seen by two beings that were flying above. Angle, what do you think, Mr. Goku? Looking at the aforementioned Goku. He is small with green hair. He is a little interesting looking at the little one. But since we find ourselves in this situation, let's go back a few hours on the planet of the current god of destruction. Goku, hey Angel, apart from maintaining balance, what else does a god of destruction do? He asked, lying on a rock on his planet. Angle, well, the truth is, that's all because I'm asking with doubt. Goku, why have I been a god for years and nothing interesting has happened yet? He said, bored. Angle, usually the gods sleep until something happens. I'm surprised you don't, she said incredulously. Goku, you say I'm different from the other gods. Angle, more than different. I would say that he is more active than other gods in pointing out the difference. Goku, I guess you're right. I haven't stopped training since I became a god, he said before getting up. Angle, I have an idea to have fun, he said excitedly. Goku, seriously, what is it? He said with the same emotion. Angle, let's visit other planets. Goku, oh, it's true, I've been curious about the Earth of this universe for a long time, he said with a hand on his chin. Angle, let him check by transmitting a screen from his staff. Goku, check that looking at the female. Angle, review the Earth. Well, on this Earth the technological advances are inferior. There are no dinosaurs like in your land. But people have unique abilities from birth, he says, describing everything. Goku, sounds interesting. What do you think? Let's see, he said in question. Angle, if possible, we'll leave immediately. Goku, of course, holding his shoulder and heading towards Earth. That brings us to the current situation of an Izuku fainted from the beating he received and a Saiyan carrying him. Goku, hey Angel, can you cure him by looking at the aforementioned? Angle, of course I can. I just left it on the bench over there pointing at the bench. Goku just obeyed and waited for Angle to heal the boy. Little by little Izuku woke up and the first thing he saw was the people who healed him. Angle, ready? Hey kid, how are you feeling? He said with a little concern. Izuku, yes, but who are they? I asked, looking at the two. Angle, allow me to introduce you to the god of this universe, and I am an angel who assists him, he said, introducing himself. Izuku, wait, said God, an angel means I died. He screamed, scared. Goku, calm down kid, you're not dead, he said, trying to calm him down. Izuku, bu she said she wasn't an angel. There are only an angels in the sky, he said, very scared and pointing at Angle. Goku, first calm him down, and I'll explain, trying to calm him down. Izuku, just sighs calmly to try to calm down. Goku, you're calm now. Izuku, yes, I'm calm now, but can you explain to me what's going on? Goku, Angle is fine if I tell him, looking at the mentioned. Angle, I don't see any problems. Mr. Bills arrived on Earth, immediately mentioning that he was a god, he said, remembering what they told him. Goku, oh that's right. He turns to look at the boy. Goku, what's your name, little one? Crouching down to his height. Izuku, my name is Izuku and I'm years old, he said, introducing himself. Goku, so Izuku, I'm Goku and she's Angle, nice to meet you, he said happily. Izuku, yes, it's also a pleasure. Goku, well Izuku, I can't explain to you about God and Angel, so would you mind forgetting it, please? He said with both hands together in a sign of supplication. Izuku, okay, but can you explain to me why I got here? He said, pointing to the bench where he was. Goku, that's what I can explain. We were flying through the city. Izuku, they can fly, that's their quirk. How do they fly? They have wings. They can glide in the air or just float. How can they fly through the city without a license? He said excitedly, showing his fanaticism for quirks and interrupting Goku. Goku, okay, calm down, kid, he said with a drop of sweat, anime style. Izuku, sorry, it's a habit I have, sorry, he said sadly. Angle, this child is very cute, he said to hug Izuku. Izuku, yeecha, he said in amazement, and with a blush for Angle's sequania. Goku, Angle, leave the boy alone, he said with a smile. Angle, how boring you are, Mr. Goku said, separating from Izuku. Goku, well, continuing with what I was telling you, we were flying and we saw you in a fight with other little ones. We stayed watching and we saw how injured you were, so we brought you here to heal you. That's the short explanation. Izuku, that explains how I got here, he said, analyzing the situation. Goku, can I ask why you were fighting? He said more seriously this time. Izuku, That group of boys was bothering another, and I stepped in to defend them because that's what a hero does, he said enthusiastically. Goku, hero? You want to be a hero? Izuku, yes, it has always been my dream to be a hero, but I changed to a sadder expression, and I can't be a hero without a quirk. Goku, tell me, did that child you protected get hurt? He said, looking at the child. Izuku, no, when I got in the way, he ran away, he said, remembering what had happened. Goku, so for that boy you are his hero, not because of your quirk, but because you protected him, he said with a hand on the boy's shoulder. Izuku, I just listened in amazement. Goku, you can be a hero with or without a quirk. The boy could only cry upon hearing those words that he so longed to hear. Izuku, thank you very much, he said, crying loudly. Teacher and disciple. Izuku, thank you so much, crying like crazy. Goku, you don't have to give them to me, I only told you the truth. Even the smallest gesture you make to help turns you into a hero, he said, giving him more encouragement. Izuku, all the people around me told me that I couldn't be a hero without a quirk, he said. Calm down, or were you the only one who told me that I could, Mr. Goku? He said, raising his head to look at the aforementioned. Izuku, that's why I wanted to ask you a favor, he said, a little nervous about what you were going to say. Goku, yes, which one would it be? He asked carelessly. Izuku. He stood up from the bench and bowed to me to become his disciple. Goku, thinking, how did we get to this point? Angel. Disciple of a god, it wouldn't be bad analyzing the situation. Angel. Thinking so I could be closer to this tender little one, imagining Izuku running through the planet of the god. Goku, first of all, raise your head, he said to Izuku. Second, what makes you think I'm strong? He said, trying to get away. Izuku, well, that lady calls him God, pointing at Angel, and besides, he's not wearing a shirt, I can see all his muscles, he said, pointing at Goku. Goku, hey, looking at his outfit for a second. Oh, that's true. I've been using this for so long that I forgot it wasn't my original outfit, he said, analyzing the situation. Angel, what's it costing you, Mr. Goku? Anyway, he said he was bored. This could be a good opportunity to make things different, suggested the angel. Goku, resigned. It's okay, I'll accept you as a disciple, he said, bowing his head. The angel and Izuku clapped their hands because they had achieved their goal. Goku, but on one condition, he said, raising a finger. Izuku, yeah, whatever, he said excitedly because he accepted. Goku, you'll have to wait to grow a little more, he said, pointing at him. Izuku, oh, I think you're right, sir, he said, a little discouraged. Goku, okay, let's do this. I'll come back when I'm. If you still want to be a hero, I'll train you, okay? He said, recounting his plan. Izuku, because years old, said in doubt. Goku, because this way your body will be a little more developed to withstand the training, he explained to the little one. Izuku, well, if there is no other option, he said, accepting the plan. Goku, you'll see that years will fly by if you put your mind to it. Izuku, yes, I will try hard, he said, inspired. Goku, and remember, any action, big or small, that helps someone makes you a hero, he said, raising his thumb. Izuku, of course, master, he said excitedly. Goku, well, I'll be waiting for the moment. Well, I'd like to continue talking, but we have to go, he said, looking at Angel. Izuku, do you really have to go? He asked, discouraged. Goku, yes, we have to go, but don't worry, we will always be watching you, he said as he flew out of the place followed by Angel. Izuku, goodbye, master and Miss Angel, he said, waving his hands in farewell. Izuku, well, all that remains is to wait for the master to return. Until then I will continue being a hero, he said enthusiastically. Thus began the year wait until Goku's return. During that time, Izuku was helping in every way he could to be a hero, as his teacher said. One of those actions was to clean a beach full of garbage just for the benefit of the community, but that didn't stop the mockery of his classmates, or the abuse of his supposed friend, who was becoming more and more arrogant, but he endured it because of what his teacher said. The years passed, and now Izuku is. He anxiously awaited the arrival of his teacher, but he never arrived, either that year nor the next. He never arrived. Now Izuku is years old, and is in his last year of high school, but this year would be different from the others. Classroom teacher, well, students, you all chose your future career, he said with a stack of papers in his hand, but what do you have to do with reading them? Everyone wants to be a hero, he said, throwing the papers away. The whole class celebrated that by showing their different quirks except Bakugo and Izuku, which we already know why. Bakugo, sensei, don't compare me with these extras. I'll be the best of all, he said arrogantly, bothering his class. Class, don't be boastful, Bakugo, just because you have a good who. Bakugo, shut up, you damn extras, I shouted with arrogance. Professor, okay, calm down everyone, he said to restore order in the room. Let's see, Katsuki Bakugo, you want to enter the UA, right? Extra. That the UA, the prestigious Hero Academy, said in amazement. Extra. Their entry rate is only %, also amazed. Extra. You're crazy, Bakugo, just like everyone else. Bakugo. That's to show that I'm better than everyone, I shout to show superiority. Professor, a certain Midoriya also wants to enter the UA, he said, looking at the papers. Awkward silence in the room. Izuku, someone say something while trying to hide their gaze. Class, ha 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 ha, they laughed in mockery. Extra, you can't get into a Hero Academy just by studying, ha ha ha, keep making fun of it. Izuku, they removed that rule of having a quirk to enter, he said, defending himself. But he had to dodge an explosion that destroyed his table. Bakugo, do you want to get in my way? Deku said threateningly. Izuku, of course not, it's just always been my dream, he said, nervous about what might happen. Bakugo was about to explode Izuku's face until, Teacher, enough with calling attention, Bakugo, return to your seat, class is about to start. After school. Bakugo, what do you want to achieve by applying for UA? Deku said with arrogance. Izuku, I just want to be a hero like the others, he said, intimidated. Bakugo, do us a favor and don't show up. Damn Deku, he said threateningly. Extra. This is how Bakugo is spoken. Extra. Put that quirkle in its place. Bakugo, I actually have an idea for you to have a quirk, he says maliciously. Lancate gets off a building and begs to have a quirk in your other life, he said with venom in his words. Izuku, but what are you saying? He said, scared. Bakugo, what did you hear? Damn Deku says just before leaving a scared Izuku. Izuku, Master, where are you? I need you, he said, starting to cry. A new Saiyan. Izuku, Master, where are you? He said, starting to cry. Later. Izuku, that was horrible. How could he say that? He said, walking to his house. Izuku, right? Mom said to bring her some things, he said before changing direction. He was thinking about what his father asked him and entered a tunnel as a shortcut when something attacked him. Slime monster, how lucky I am. A medium-sized suit. Thanks, kid, you saved me, said the villain, catching Izuku. Izuku, thinking, what is this? I can't hold it. It's slipping, he thought in panic. Slime monster, calm down. It will only hurt for seconds, he said threateningly. Izuku, thinking, I can't breathe. I'm fainting. I'm going to die, he said without resistance. Slime monster, well, this way you'll suffer less. Could you let go of Izuku? The stranger said calmly. Slime monster, hey bastard, who are you? He said, looking at the stranger. Well, I would say that I am the boy's teacher, he said. Then he clapped, launching a huge gust of wind that dispelled the monster. When the monster gave up, Izuku fell to the ground, free from the monster. Goku, I'm sorry I was late, Izuku says, carrying the boy. Izuku, Mama Master said before fainting. Goku, Engel, I think it's time to tell him everything and give him that special gift, he said smiling. Engel, it was about time. I'm very excited, she said, also happy. We find ourselves on the planet of the god of destruction where there was a newly awakened Izuku. Izuku, Don, where is this? And looking around him. Goku, hello, Izuku said, appearing out of nowhere. Izuku, Ma Master, where are we? Goku, we are on my planet. Let's say it's my house, he said, scratching his neck. Izuku, Master said with his head bowed. Goku, seeing this action, he knew he had to get serious. Tell me, Izuku, crying, why didn't you come back when you said? He raised his head, showing his face with tears. Goku, I'm sorry, Izuku. I tried to come back but some problems arose, he said, shielding himself. But I'm already here and I won't leave anymore, he said, wiping Izuku's tears. Izuku, you promise? Looking at the aforementioned. Goku, of course, and hugs Izuku. Izuku, just reciprocate the hug. Engel, this is the most emotional scene I've ever seen, he said with a handkerchief, wiping away supposed tears. Engel, well, Mr. Goku, returning to his normal state, don't you think it's time to tell you everything? Goku, you're right. Listen, Izuku, everything I'm going to tell you is true, and the long explanation of the gods and the universes and also the angels begins. Do you have any doubts or questions? Izuku, Summarizing, there are universes. This is him. You pointing to Goku is a Saiyan who transformed into god of this universe, and she pointing to Angel is a guardian angel and assistant of the god that is you. Goku, thinking, how can he talk so fast with a drop of anime-style sweat? Goku, well, that's the short version, but yes. Izuku, it's a lot to process, and I think my head hurts, he said, holding it. Goku, see why I didn't tell you anything when you would have been worse off. Izuku, I think you're right, calming down. Goku, well, for those of us who are concerned, Izuku is calling the attention of the aforementioned. Or do you remember what I told you when you were? Izuku, yes, I remember, he said seriously. Goku, well, what is your answer? He said seriously. Izuku, my answer is yes, I still want to be a hero, he answered immediately. Goku, he just smiled proudly. Okay, now another question, do you want to be a Saiyan? This question left Izuku in shock. Izuku, sorry, what did he say? Saying so he repeats it. Goku, what if you want to be a Saiyan by repeating? Izuku, but why and how did he enter into an internal conflict? Goku, first calm down and give me an answer. Izuku, well, after everything he told me about the Saiyans, that they are a warrior race, realizing what he said. Izuku, wait, if I accepted I would stop being human? I asked with doubt. Goku, that's right, you would stop being human, but you would obtain the power you need to be a hero. As you want, let me explain. Izuku took a moment to think about the pros and cons, but in the end he accepted. Izuku, fine, I accept being a Saiyan, but how would I do it? Looking at Goku. Goku, I'll take care of that. Angel could fulfill my wishes for the Super Dragon Balls by looking at the aforementioned. Angel, of course, sir. In fact, we can go now. What do you think? Goku, I think it's fine. Izuku, calling his attention, touches Angel's shoulder. Izuku just listened. Angel, okay, let's go, he said before disappearing. A moment passed and our protagonists were in front of planets. Izuku, Master, where are we and what are those planets? Pointing to the planets. Goku, they are not planets, they are Super Dragon Balls that grant any wish, I explain. Angel, well, I think it's time to call the dragon, speaking in the language of the gods, come out of there, divine dragon. Out of nowhere the supposed planets began to shine and from them came a huge golden dragon. Divine dragon, speaking in the language of the gods what his wishes are. Izuku, Master, I think I've gone crazy because I'm seeing a giant dragon, he said, shocked by the presence of the dragon. Goku, no, you're not crazy, you're looking at the god of dragons, the amazing divine dragon said, pointing at the dragon. Izuku, yes, amazing. Goku, okay, Angel, tell the dragon to transform Izuku into a Saiyan, he said, looking at the aforementioned. Angel, as you speak in the language of the gods, you transform this child into a Saiyan. Divine dragon, only his eyes shone. Out of nowhere Izuku's green hair turns black and he starts growing a tail. Izuku, ahaha, Master, why do I have black hair, and why do I have a tail? He said, panicking. Goku, calm down. Izuku tried to calm him down without success, but he remembered something about the Saiyans. At high speed I caught Izuku and grabbed his tail to stop him. Izuku, ma Master, I feel very weak, he said, unable to move. Goku, if you calm down later I'll explain by letting go of Izuku's tail. Izuku, he gets up with difficulty. Okay, Master, I'll calm down. Giving his tail one last look, everything will be fine. Goku, sure, but let me officially congratulate you, you're a Saiyan, he said with his thumb up. Izuku, thank you, Master, he said happily. Training. Izuku, thank you, Master, he said happily. Goku, true, seeing your tail reminded me of another wish. Looking at Angel, asked him to stop Izuku from transforming into Ozoro. Angel, since he speaks the language of the gods, I also wish that the boy does not transform into the beast Ozoro. Divine dragon, only his eyes shone. Goku, this is his last wish. Tell him we want a bush called the hermit's seed. English, speaking the language of the gods, we also want a bush that produces hermit crab seeds. Divine dragon, only his eyes shone and he speaks the language of the gods. I have fulfilled the wishes, now I leave. When he fulfilled his last wish, the dragon disappeared and Izuku had a small bush that had small seeds. Goku, well, that would be all. Angel, can you return us to planet Earth? Looking at the aforementioned. Angel, of course, Mr. Goku, he said after hitting his staff against the ground. Mysteriously, they were not in any city but were on a small island in the middle of the sea. Goku, Angel, could you reply? Kamehameha looked at the aforementioned. Angel, of course it won't be a problem, he said, hitting the ground with his staff. and out of nowhere a strong light appeared blinding those present, and from it appeared a small pink house with the Kamehameha logo. Goku, this house brings back memories, he said, lost in his thoughts. Izuku, Master, what is the house for and what are we doing in the middle of the sea? I asked in doubt. Goku, well Izuku, you are now a Saiyan, so your strength is superior. If we entered near the city we could do a lot of damage. He explained his reasons. Goku, and the house takes it as a refuge or just a vacation home. Izuku, so Master, when we started training, he said excitedly. Goku, it's late now, tomorrow we will start. I understand that you want to enter a supposed academy, he said, trying to remember the name. Izuku, if I want to enter the UA Hero Academy, I nominate with enthusiasm. Goku, and how long until he enters? Izuku, months left to see, he said it, counting the months with his fingers. Goku, it's enough time to teach you some things, but now go home and rest, okay? Engel will take you looking at the aforementioned. Engel, as you say, Mr. Gok, he said, approaching Izuku. Come on, little one, touch my shoulder. Izuku, it's okay, Miss Eng, holding on to her shoulder. Bye, Master. I'll see you tomorrow. Goku, of course we'll see each other, waving goodbye. Engel left Izuku on the same beach he had cleaned. Engel, come back here early tomorrow so I can take you to the island, okay? He said, giving him instructions on what to do. Izuku, of course, Miss Eng, turning around but is stopped by Engel. Engel, by the way, Izuku, what do you think you'll do with the hair and tail? He said, pointing to what was mentioned. At that moment Izuku remembered what had happened to his body. In a normal situation, human Izuku would have lost his mind, but he remained calm and thought. Izuku, thinking, it seems that the transformation into a Saiyan not only affected my body but also my mind. I feel much more sure of myself than before. But returning to the main topic, it has already been thought, finishing his self-analysis. Izuku, I told my mother that it was a late awakening of my quirk and for the moment I will not tell my companions, he said, explaining his plan. Engel, I think that explanation would be fine, then see you, he said before disappearing. Izuku, tomorrow everything will start, he said with a huge smile. The next day on the island. Goku, okay Izuku, I want you to punch in the air looking at the sea, he said, pointing at the sea. Izuku, yes, Master, he said before hitting and creating a blast of wire that moved the waters. Goku, you see, as a Saiyan you have much more strength, but what good is enormous strength moving at great speed, appearing behind Izuku if you can't hit your opponent? Izuku, thinking, he moved so fast that I didn't even notice him, so this is the level of a god. A smile formed and for some reason he started to get excited. Goku, it is also necessary to have a defined battle form. It is not enough to just flinch, he said, getting into a combat position. Izuku, yes, Master, adopting the same pose. The months passed like this. Izuku had to do weight exercises and run with them to improve his endurance, strength, and speed. He also carried a weight on his tail so that it would not be his weakness. This lasted for months. Izuku's muscles had grown but not excessively. Being a Saiyan, his body formed more easily. Goku, as I told you, being strong is useless if you don't hit your opponent, much less strike left and right. That's why I'll teach you a martial style, he said, putting himself in his typical pose. Izuku, really, how many styles does he know? I wanted to know, excited. Goku said with laughter and scratching his head. Izuku really only said, a bit disappointed. Goku, but I'm an expert in that style, he said to excuse himself and encourage Izuku. Izuku, well, it doesn't matter, I'm ready, he said, imitating Goku's pose. Goku, that's how you talk. Once again the training began, but this time it was of a defined fighting style. The training was difficult for Izuku because Goku had no mercy when training him. It was difficult for Izuku to adapt to the style, but in the end he managed to master it, but it took another months. Goku, well, in hand-to-hand combat you can defend yourself, but those are not the only techniques I can teach you, he said, looking at Izuku lying on the ground. Izuku, what other technique could you teach me, agitated by training? Goku, what do you think about sensing your opponent wherever he is, even without seeing him? Izuku, I did something like a search, who said, thinking. Goku, more or less, look at this, he said after forming a ball of ki in his hands. Izuku, what is that? He said in surprise. Goku, this is called ki. It is an energy that remains inside any living being. I mentioned to explain it to you. Izuku, Does that really mean I can too? He asked excitedly. Goku, yes, but it's harder than physical training, I explain. Izuku, why do I ask in doubt? Goku, controlling ki will be a mental training and it will take all the time you have left, he said seriously. Izuku, so if it's so difficult to control, it's time to start, he said invigorated. Goku just smiled when he saw Izuku. Once again the training resumed, but this time it was mental. Izuku had to first manifest his ki like Goku did, but he needed concentration, a lot of concentration. His training consisted of meditation and practice. All this just in time to take the entrance exam. Izuku's powers, fly, levitate in the air and be able to move freely over the air will not move so fast. Kamikameha, the only ki power I managed to master will not be that powerful. Sense ki, this is the ability to sense the power of people within a limited range. Super strength, as its name indicates, it will have more strength than the others, which increases if the ki is increased. Reflexes, this ability allows you to have better reflexes to dodge blows. If you exceed your speed it will be difficult for you to dodge. Resistance, the Saiyan's body armor that cannot be penetrated even with bullets. Entrance exam. After all the abuse he suffered, all the effort he made, he finally stands before the best hero academy to fulfill his lifelong dream. Izuku, it's bigger in person, admiring the huge building. Izuku, thinking, I'm finally here, this will be my first step to fulfill my dream. When he took that step, he stumbled and fell. Izuku, thinking, there goes my first step, he said, falling and without moving. When Izuku was about to use his flying ability to avoid crashing into the ground, he felt like he was floating without using his ability. Izuku, I'm floating, mentioning what happened. I'm sorry for using my Hu without permission with you, he said with a smile and putting his hands together to deactivate his Hu. Izuku, look at the aforementioned, don't worry and thanks for helping me, he said smiling. You're welcome, it would be bad luck if you fell on your first day, he said smiling. Izuku, yes, you're right, by the way, I still don't know your name. I ask in a friendly way. Note, transforming into a Saiyan made him less afraid of everything, including talking to women. Ochako, oh sorry for showing up late. I'm Ochako Uraraka, she said with her hand on her chest to introduce herself. And you? Izuku, I am. Before finishing his presentation he abruptly moved away from where he was, reason being that he was dodging an elbow from Bakugo. Bakugo, so if you came, Deku said threateningly. Izuku, what do you want? Bakugo said seriously. Note, when his attitude changed I stopped calling him Cat-chan. Bakugo, I just wanted to remind you what will happen if you get in my way. Damn Deku, he mentioned, moving away, creating small explosions. Ochako, you know him by looking at the blonde. Izuku, he's just an acquaintance, he said seriously, looking at the blonde. Izuku, never mind, continuing with what I was telling you, I am. He is interrupted again, but this time by the academy bell. Ochako, the bell, we are late, she said, starting to run to arrive on time. See you later, she said, moving her hand without stopping running. Izuku, in the end I couldn't introduce myself, he said, then resumed his walk to the entrance of the academy. All the students were taken to different rooms to take a written test. When they finished, they were escorted to a huge auditorium where, unfortunately, they sat next to Bakugo. Surprisingly, he didn't say anything. Izuku, thinking, Bakugo hasn't said anything good, it favors me, in the written exam I solved everything, I think I did well. He was taken out of his thoughts when he heard a scream. Present mic, are you ready, guys? I shouted excitedly. Students, awkward silence. Present mic, how boring are you, murmur or welcome to the entrance test. Everyone has already taken the written tests, but now comes the real challenge. You will see, you will be taken to a battlefield where you will fight against artificial villains. These will give you the points to be able to enter. The points of the robots are detailed in the posters that they have. Izuku, I see, it will be by a points process, meaning there will be a minimum amount to pass, but there may be a record to break. It's exciting, he said in his typical murmurs. Present mic, well, that would be the test. Excuse me, sensei, you said there would be robots, but on the poster there are 4 guys. If this is a mistake, the prestigious hero school shouldn't feel ashamed, and you, pointing at Izuku, you have been muttering, the whole explanation is a lack of education for the teacher, and for the others. If you don't take this seriously, then don't bother the others, he said seriously. Izuku, he stood up slowly. Don't you think it's worse to force another to follow your principles or interrupt the teacher in the middle of an explanation? he said seriously and intimidating the stranger a little. Well, I said, looking for an answer. Present Mike, calm down now, student, and student said, nervous about the tense situation. And answering your question, the fourth robot is an obstacle worth 0 points. I recommend avoiding it. I'm sorry for interrupting and thank you for the explanation. Sitting back down, Izuku just sat in silence. Present Mike, having clarified the doubt, I will tell you a dialogue from the hero Napoleon Bonaparte. See Beyond. Plus Ultra, excited cry. After that explanation about the exam, the students were taken to the entrance of the Gamma field where they waited for it to begin. Izuku, there are quite a few of us, he said, looking around until he saw Ochako. Izuku, oh, there's Ochako, maybe now I can introduce myself, he said, walking in her direction but is stopped again. Are you planning to distract that girl? It's obvious she's concentrating on the exam, he said, looking at the female. Izuku, he takes his hand away a little roughly. Look, for your information. I was going to continue when the doors of the field opened. Izuku instinctively rushed and leaving everyone confused. Present Mike, they are waiting for a signal. In real life there is no start signal. Run before that boy takes the points, he said laughing. Upon hearing that, everyone ran to enter, but their surprise was great when they saw some large robots smashed to pieces. They rushed to earn points. Izuku, well, with this one it's points. If I continue like this I won't have any problems getting in, he mentioned while hitting and kicking different robots. Izuku, it seems that I will only need my fists. I see no need to use ki, he said, analyzing the situation. After a while Izuku suspected he had enough points and decided to leave points to the others and observe them, but what he didn't know was that someone was watching him. Chamber room. This year's candidates look promising, judging by the various screens. You're right, you see someone with potential that catches your attention, he said, looking at his partner. I have some in my sights, but that guy pointing at a screen hasn't moved in a while. I'm sure you have enough points and are resting, said the only female. Well, I think the time has come for the real test, he said, pressing a red button. Gamma field. Izuku, it seems that some have good quirks, he mentioned before feeling how everything began to shake. Izuku, what is this? He looked everywhere until he saw a robot meters or more long. Extra. It's 0 point, he said scared. Extra 2. Run just as scared. When everyone saw the 0 point, they ran away in terror, all except Izuku, who stayed watching the students run. Izuku, the truth is I'm really excited to face that robot, he said, watching as the robot slowly approached. Izuku, but it's worth 0 points, so it's not worth it. He was going to walk away when he felt something. Izuku, there is a key that has not been moved since the robots appeared. If it does not move, it will be crushed, he said worriedly. Izuku, I have to help him, he said, running in the opposite direction to the others, being seen by everyone. When Izuku was close to the key, he could see the person to whom it belonged. It was Ochako. Ochako, please help me, she said in pain, scared of what might happen to her. When Ochako saw that the robot was going to step on her, she closed her eyes in fear and waited for her fate, which never came. Ochako. She slowly opened her eyes, and what she saw amazed her. But what are you doing here? She said, seeing Izuku carrying the weight of the robot. Izuku, it's a hero's job to help those who need it, he said, putting a lot of force into making the robot fall on its back. Izuku, come on, I'll get you out of there, he said to lift the rubble. You can walk. Ochako, I don't think I can, she said, limping when she realized that the robot was getting up. Now what do we do? Watching the robot get up. Izuku, we'll do this, he said before carrying Ochako bridal style and flying to a building. Ochako, blushing at how they carried her, she said, why, you can fly. Izuku, leaving Ochako at the top. I can do more than that, said to place his hands together at waist level. Came said, forming a blue sphere. Haim said, so that the sphere would have more energy while the robot was already completely standing. Haya screamed as loud as he could, putting his hands in front of him, and from these came out a gigantic blue ray that impacted the robot, destroying the entire top. Ochako, unincredible, she mentioned in amazement. Izuku, now Uraraka, I need you to trust me, he said, taking a bag out of his pocket. I need you to eat this, showing a seed. Ochako, what is that? I asked doubtfully. Izuku, this is a hermit seed. It's like medicine for wounds, he said simply with a smile and a hand on the back of his neck. That explanation and the fact that he saved her, but above all, the smile, that was enough for Ochako to trust him by eating the seed. Ochako, my fatigue is incredible, the pain in my leg, even the wounds I had, everything disappeared, she said, amazed by what happened. Izuku, I'm glad you're okay now, smiling. Do you want me to help you get down? Ochako, going down, remembering how he lifted her up a building, blushing, and no, I see can go down alone. Izuku, okay then let's go, he said before jumping off the building. Ochako, I'm also jumping. Izuku flew before reaching the ground, landing well, and Ochako activated her quirk to land without problems. Upon arrival, the students looked at Izuku in amazement for what he did, but he did not pay attention to them. Ochako, by the way, you still haven't told me your name, addressing Izuku. Izuku, it's true I am. He was again interrupted by the bell that marked the end of the test. Izuku, thinking the universe wants me not to show up, crying internally. Izuku, well, it will be for the next one, leaving a little depressed. Goodbye, Uraraka. Ochako, if we see each other, waving goodbye. With this farewell, the entrance exam ends. First day. After finishing the entrance exam, Izuku flew to the island that was his training ground for months. Izuku, master, you're here! He shouted, waiting for an answer. Goku, here I am, he said from inside the house. Izuku walked in with complete familiarity and found Goku waiting to eat. Goku, glad you're here, we were about to have lunch. Do you want to join us? By pointing at an empty chair? Izuku, of course, I'm very hungry, sitting and waiting anxiously. Out of nowhere, Angel appears next to the table. Angel, okay, the food is ready, hitting the ground with his cane and filling the table with lots of food. Izuku and Goku didn't wait for anything and started to owe each other everything they saw. Angel, you Saiyans really eat a lot, but you eat more slowly. Goku, you're right, and I still don't know why, he said, stopping a bit to talk. Izuku, that information would have been useful to me when I transformed into a Saiyan, he said, stopping eating to talk. Angel, what do you mean by paying attention to what he said? Izuku, you see, that day you left me on the beach on the way home, I got hungry, so before arriving I went to a restaurant, he said, counting. Flashback begins. Izuku, I'm hungry, looking at a food place. I think a snack won't go to me, entering the place and sitting at an empty table. Waiter, good afternoon, how can I help you? He said kindly. Izuku, looking at the menu, he gives me a plate of katsudon, asking for his order. Waiter, I'll bring it to you right away, leaving with the order. The waiter didn't take long to return with the food. Waiter, here you have to enjoy your meal, by leaving your plate and leaving. Izuku, thank you very much, he said, starting to eat. It didn't take long for him to finish his plate, but something strange happened to Izuku. Izuku, I just ate but I'm still hungry, he said, touching his stomach. Izuku, what can I do? I don't have any more money. He gets up to pay. When he was about to pay, he noticed something that caught his attention. Izuku, what is that? I asked the waiter. Waiter. He turned around to see what it was. Oh, it's a challenge the store has. If you can eat a gram hamburger in less than an hour, the food is free. Izuku, he just growled at his stomach, which is needed to participate, he said interestedly. Waiter, just sign this. It's a certificate that the store is not responsible if you faint, he said kindly. Izuku didn't hesitate to sign, and after minutes his order arrived. Waiter, okay, are you ready? He said with a stopwatch in his hand. Izuku, very clever, he said with service in hand. Waiter, then, activating the stopwatch. End of flashback. Izuku, then I finished in minutes and they put my picture on the wall. Then I went to 5 other stores that had the same promotion, he said naturally. Goku, and the next day he asked me why I ate so much, he said, finishing eating. Izuku, since then I come to eat here so as not to leave my mother bankrupt by finishing eating too. Goku and Izuku, thanks for the food, they said, satisfied. Goku, by the way, Izuku, how did you do on the test? Izuku, I think I passed the written exam. I solved everything and in practice I got several points remembering the exam, and I also saved a girl from being crushed. Goku, thinking what kind of test did they do with a drop of sweat? Izuku, the letter that says whether it passes or not will arrive in 2 days, remembering what they told him. Goku, okay, I want you to spend those 2 days resting at home. Izuku, of course, master, nodding at the order. Well, I think it's time for me to go. Goku, yes, we see each other, saying goodbye. The 2 days passed quickly for Izuku because of the excitement. When the letter arrived, he ran to see it in his room. Izuku, well, the moment arrived, opening the letter and a metallic device falling out. Izuku, what is this? But he saw that a hologram came out of the device. Present Mike. Congratulations, young aspirant. I am glad that you were able to enter the Hero Academy with a written exam of points, and in it you practiced in incredible points. Izuku, I don't remember doing so many. A little amazed. Present Mike, not only were combat points counted, there was also a secret test that also gave points, which is the rescue points. Izuku, it was when I saved Uraraka. Remembering the moment. Present Mike, and not only that, your actions made the young woman you saved act by changing to the video where Ochako wanted to give her points to Ochako. Izuku, seriously tried to give myself points, quite happy for what he saw. Present Mike, come young man to your Hero Academy. Did you see that phrase? That phrase almost gave me an Oscar when I saw those who were recording finishing the recording. When the hologram ended, Izuku could only leave his room where his mother was outside listening, and she could only cry for the pride she felt for her son who was closer to fulfilling his dream. The week of waiting before the start of classes had ended, and as the first day everyone was excited to start, especially our black-haired boy. Izuku, Class A. Class A. Class A. Looking around all the hallways because this place is so big. After a while of being lost, he finally arrived at his class. Izuku, the door is huge, and admiring the door must be for the different quirks. Izuku, I hope it's not Bakugo and that guy from the auditorium entering the class, seeing the two people he didn't want to see arguing. Putting your feet off the table is disrespectful to all the heroes who studied on it. Moving your hands up and down. Bakugo, and who are you? He said with arrogance. Lida, I'm Lida Tenya and I'm from Somei School, she said, adjusting her glasses. Bakugo, Somei, so you're a damn elite. I'll have fun crushing you, he said with arrogance and threat. Lida, crush me? Really want to be a hero by backing away a little. Izuku, I've been asking myself the same question for years, he said, entering the conversation. Bakugo and Ida, they looked at the one who spoke and the reactions were different. Bakugo, I just looked at him with annoyance and turned around to ignore him. Lida, she approached at high speed to introduce herself. Nice to meet you. I'm Izuku. Tenya. Lida, yes, I heard him interrupt the presentation. Lida, I apologize for my behavior in the auditorium. Bowing. Izuku, no problem, thinking, wow, it's not as bad as I thought, he said to himself. Lida, I don't like to admit it, but you're better than me. You found the hidden evidence. If I had known, I would have helped too. I mentioned something that made Izuku's countenance change. Izuku, oh, you just said something interesting. Getting serious. If you had known the secret test. Lida, yes, that's what I said, not understanding what was happening. Izuku, do you want to hear something interesting? I didn't know there was a secret test, he said seriously. Lida, then why did you save her? He said nervously because of the look. Izuku, because that's what a hero does, saving people without receiving anything in return, he mentioned, leaving Ida thoughtful. And also, I know that hairstyle, he said, pointing at Izuku. Izuku, he turned around to see the person. Oh, Uraraka, it seems we will be in the same class. The serious face of Izuku was replaced by a smile. Ochako, it seems that, by the way, I didn't thank you for saving me from that robot, she said, approaching Izuku. Izuku, and no, he stutters from the proximity, so he clears his throat, coughing. No problem, there is what anyone would do, looking surreptitiously at Lida. Ochako, by the way, you still haven't told me your name, she says, remembering when they met. Izuku, it's true I am. If you came to make friends, you better leave, said a kind of yellow caterpillar, interrupting Izuku. Izucha, there's something alive there watching the caterpillar while it drinks some juice. Izuku, thinking, so begins my first day being with the person I don't like, arguing with a classmate, and being interrupted again. What a good first day, thought sarcastically. Issues. Aizawa, okay, sit down everyone, I will be your teacher for the next years. I am Aizawa Shota, he said simply and tiredly. Class, thinking he has no emotion, they said with a drop of sweat. Aizawa, okay, put this on and we'll see each other at the Gamma field, he said, taking a uniform out of his jacket. In the field. Aizawa, we'll do quirk tests, he said simply. Class, what? So suddenly they screamed in astonishment. Ochako, what's up with the entrance meeting? I ask. Aizawa, villain attacks, natural disasters, national crises, all of this happens without warning. You must be prepared and you must not waste time on that. I explained without further ado. Izuku, that's why the sudden test, understanding what he said. Aizawa, that's right, you aiming for Izuku was the first place. What? Incredible that you are the first place, that is a man, said an excited redhead. Ochako, I knew you were amazing, she said, approaching Izuku. They discovered that they were going to congratulate him, except for two, one who looked at him with indifference and another who was confused. Thinking so that's the first place, it's not a big deal looking away. Bakugo, thinking how can he be first place if he's a damn Quirkless, he said, looking at him furiously. Aizawa, okay, if you're done, I'll continue explaining, Tom said tiredly, throwing a ball to Izuku. Izuku, what do I do with this? I ask, looking at the ball. Aizawa, throw it as hard as you can using your quirk. You can do anything as long as you don't leave the circle aiming at a circle on the ground. Izuku, he's well walked to the circle. Izuku, thinking I won't use all my strength, just enough. Although he didn't use all his strength, it was enough for the ball to go quite far. Aizawa, they have done these tests since high school with the difference that they did not use their quirk by showing a device that marks the distance. Meters amazed, incredibly perplexed. That was so manly, all excited. Then we can use our quirk, said a pink-skinned woman excitedly. This will be fun, said a tall boy. Lida, as expected from the prestigious academy. Aizawa, oh so funny, putting on a disturbing smile. Let's make it more fun. They will be scored in each test and whoever comes last will be classified as having no potential and will be expelled. What do you think? Without stopping smiling. The excitement that was there vanished completely. Ochako, but C can't expel us on the first day, she said nervously. Aizawa, the school gives total authority to the teachers of their class, so if I can explain. True, there was a news story about a teacher expelling an entire class, said a black-haired woman, remembering. This made the applicants even more nervous as they ran the risk of being expelled. Aizawa, but there is a way to avoid expulsion by giving a little hope. Class, which is interested. Aizawa, don't be last when you smile again, so don't hold back when you look at Izuku. Izuku, thinking how nervous he realized that he would be discovered. The tests were no different from high school with the difference that now the quirks were used. Izuku was among the first places but stood out more in the strength test where he destroyed the meter. Finally the last test, which was the ball throwing. Ochako, while activating her quirk on the ball and throwing it there. Izuku, what was your result? Aizawa-sensei said, intrigued. Aizawa, I just flipped the meter. Class, infinite amazed. Aizawa, okay, it's your turn. Bakugo, looking at the aforementioned. Bakugo, I'll finally show these extras how it's done by catching the ball and standing in the circle. Aizawa, remember anything but don't go outside the circle by repeating the rules. Bakugo, okay, then taking shine launch position, creating a huge explosion to throw the ball. Aizawa, you had to raise so much dust, he said without flinching. Bakugo, that doesn't matter, tell me how much it was, he said calmly after the explosion. Aizawa, he only showed him the scoreboard. Bakugo, that meters I can't stay below that. Deku screaming angrily. Bakugo, let me repeat it to humiliate you by looking at Aizawa. Aizawa, in the life of a hero there are no second chances. Bakugo, he came back angry with the rest of the class. Aizawa, okay Midoriya, it's your turn. Looking at the aforementioned. Izuku, what again? But I already did it trying to get away. Aizawa, I'll put it another way, trapping him with his bandages. Use all your power or I'll expel you by threatening. Izuku, it's okay with nerves and fear. Izuku positions himself in the circle ready to throw. Aizawa, thinking I'll erase his quirk to put him in trouble by turning his eyes red and raising his hair. Izuku, well, without holding back, he just closed his eyes and began to raise his ki, causing a white aura to begin to surround him and some stones to begin to rise. When he positioned himself to throw the ball, a blue energy began to surround it, and it grew larger. Everyone looked on in amazement. Ochako, she's going to do the same thing she deduced from looking at him on the entrance exam. Aizawa, thinking, I'm supposed to be erasing his quirk, he thought nervously at what he saw. Bakugo, thinking, that damn nerd, where did he get this power from? He thought angrily because they lied to him. Aizawa-sensei, this is not D-danger. D-danger, or what if a dwarf said? Aizawa, upon hearing that, remembered the entrance test and could only say, Aizawa, take cover, he said, alerting the students. Izuku, okay, everything's ready, and there he goes, throwing the blue sphere that contained the ball, creating a powerful gust of wind that everyone had to cover, even Aizawa. Some almost flew away. When the blast passed, Izuku was seen as if nothing had happened. He circled around with the sleeve of his uniform destroyed by the energy. It's a monster, said the scared dwarf. It almost took me, said the pink-skinned girl. That was incredibly manly excited. Ochako, I didn't remember he was so powerful, she said nervously. Izuku, Sensei, what was my mark? He said, looking at Aizawa. Aizawa then rearranged himself and looked at the measuring device. Aizawa, you are the second best score after infinity with kilometers, he said, looking at Izuku. Hearing that, the whole class was amazed but one. Bakugo. Deku screamed, flying to Izuku with his explosions. How did you have a quirk? You were making fun of me the whole time. Izuku was prepared to counterattack when Bakugo was caught by Aizawa's bandages. Aizawa, that's enough, don't make me use my quirk, my eyes are dry, he said with red eyes and raised hair. Izuku, those bandages. Erase quirk on. Now I remember, you are the hero. Erased head said, remembering it. Erased head, I don't know him, said a yellow-haired boy. Izuku, he is a hero who works at night, and does not like to stand out in the press. He is the opposite of Almight, he said excitedly. Aizawa, if the introductions are over, it's time to see who will be expelled by releasing an angry Bakugo. Aizawa, how to say it is a nuisance. I will just put the list by pressing a button. A holographic list will appear that shows the last place. Minor, and oh, at last, I couldn't even touch one of her breasts, he said, kneeling and crying. When he said the last thing, the pity they had for him disappeared. Aizawa, by the way, the expulsion was a joke, he said simply. It was just so they would make an effort. Class, what they said in amazement and relief. It was obvious that it wasn't serious. It was easy to realize, said the black-haired girl. Class, thinking, no, it wasn't. Mineta could only sigh in relief at not being expelled. Aizawa, well, having finished everyone, go back to the classroom and you will find a poster and a map of the school. It says to end the class. Izuku, thinking the map would have helped me remember when he got lost. Everyone returned to the classroom in an orderly manner until Aizawa, Midoriya, I'm sorry, but you're not looking at the aforementioned, the others continue. The students were creating hypotheses about why they called him while the teacher and the student were with him. Aizawa, Midoriya, come with me to the principal's office. We need to talk, he said seriously. Izuku, yes, Sensei said nervously. Explanation. Aizawa, accompany me to Director Midoriya's office. Looking at the aforementioned. Izuku, everything's okay. Aizawa, that will be known when we arrive. Knocking on the door. Can it happen? Aizawa, wait here outside. Entering the office. Inside the office. What are you doing, Aizawa? Writing some papers. You shouldn't be teaching. Looking up. Aizawa, Principal Nizu, I would like you to call all the teachers. I think I came across something strange explaining your visit. Nizu, strange as if asking for an explanation. Aizawa, a student of the new Class A has several types of powers, and it was also impossible for me to erase his quirk, giving his reasons. Nizu, several quirks impossible to erase. But how interesting, he said with a smile. Nizu, okay, call all the teachers, especially Almight, give the order and tell the boy to come in. Aizawa, I trust his judgment, but he doesn't find it dangerous. What if it's a villain trying to convince him? Nizu, you said you trusted my judgment. Let's just say I have a hunch. Smiling. Aizawa, sigh defeated. Okay, I'll be here in minutes. Leaving the office. Out of the office. Aizawa, you have to go in. The director is waiting for you. Looking at Izuku. Izuku, how did I do something bad? Nervous. Aizawa, come in and find out. I'll be here shortly. Going to get the teachers. Izuku enters the office. Inside the office. When he entered, he didn't see anyone. He looked around until he heard a greeting. Nizu, like this young Midoriya appearing next to Izuku. Izuku, dire directly. He gave me a scare, catching his breath. Nizu, I apologize for that. I was looking for this, showing Izuku's file. Izuku, what is that? Nizu, it's your file. Returning to his seat. Do you want tea? Offering a cup. Izuku, no thanks. Nizu, well, taking a sip. You know why Aizawa brought you? Looking at Izuku. Izuku, no, I really don't know why. To clarify. Nizu, we will discuss that topic when the others arrive. In the meantime, I want to ask you some questions. Smiling. Izuku, yes, of course, it's not a problem. It's calm down. Nizu, first, why did you want to enter this academy? Izuku, I entered this academy to become a hero with determination. In his words. Nizu, well, that was all I wanted to know. Satisfied with the answer he gave me. Izuku, seriously, that was all confusing. Nizu, yes, that was all with me. Now it's his turn. Pointing to the door where the teachers were entering. The teachers lined up, leaving Izuku in the middle. Midnight, why did you call us here, Aizawa? Aizawa, I need everyone's judgment to address this problem by going with the director. The director has it. Nizu, yes, the file is being processed here. Aizawa, You will surely remember the spectacle this young man gave in the entrance exam reading his file. Midnight, of course, his strength was incredible, remembering, present Mike, that his quirk was not speed. He saw him move very fast in the test, adding to the conversation. Vlad King, I'm sure I saw him fly, he says with his arms crossed. Par Lord. But what about the blue ray of light that he used to destroy 0. He said with a hand on his chin. Almight, thinking, several unrelated quirks. It won't be him clenching his fists in fury at the memory of it. Aizawa, everyone is right, but that's not the strangest thing. In the physical tests I couldn't erase any of those quirks, he said, looking at Izuku. Midnight. But that's impossible. You can erase any quirk, amazed by what was said. At this, Izuku was starting to get nervous. Almight, thinking, impossible to erase by clenching your fists tighter and holding back your anger. Aizawa. And now this is showing the file where it said he doesn't have a quirk. Everyone was amazed when they saw that. Midnight. How is it possible that she doesn't have a quirk? Amazed. Sniper. But he showed a lot of power in the test. Amazed. Cements. It makes no sense. Surprised. Almight, young man, can you explain to me why he has so many quirks, and why he appears to be a quirkle standing threateningly in front of Izuku? Nizu, whispering, oh, this will be interesting, let's see how it develops, getting down from his desk for the imminent prediction. Izuku, my teacher H helped me, nervous because of All Might's presence. Almight, master. Those words alone were enough for All Might to grab Izuku by the uniform and throw him out the window, where he followed him by jumping out, leaving everyone in shock. Nizu, good thing I got out of there, he said next to the broken window. My prediction was right. Vlad King. But what is that idiot doing, referring to All Might? Midnight, we must stop him before he hurts her, worried about Izuku. Aizawa, I agree, jumping out the window followed by the other teachers. Nizu, well, I'm left alone, with a hole in my office, I guess I'll go interfere to reduce the damage, he said calmly as he left his office. While in the courtyard, we found an Izuku on the ground just getting up from the fall. Izuku. I thought it would hurt more looking at the hole, but his gaze changed in a second when he saw how the Might was approaching. All Might. All right, young man. We can do this the easy way or the hard way by approaching in an intimidating manner. Izuku. Thinking, he's stronger than me, so fighting isn't an option, maybe I can escape. While he was thinking, he didn't realize when the Might was in front of him, hitting him. All Might. You'll tell me everything you know about your teacher preparing another coup. Aizawa. All Might, stop, I shout for him to stop. Aizawa's scream didn't arrive in time to prevent the blow, which when hitting raised a lot of dust. The teachers who saw this were worried about Izuku, but they saw something unusual, which was seeing All Might shoot out of the cloud of dust. Sorry for being late, Izuku said without turning around. Izuku. That voice, master said, looking at the man in front of him. All Might. Rising from where he fell. Who are you? Asked the newcomer. Goku, didn't you hear me? I'm his master. Now you'll pay for hitting my disciple. Seriously, All Might, if you are his teacher, then you are also involved, going out at great speed to hit Goku. What All Might didn't expect was that his blow was easily stopped. All Might, you're strong, but let's see if you can handle this by throwing several punches at high speed. Each and every one of them was blocked effortlessly until the blows ended. Goku, you're done, then it's my turn. He placed his hand on All Might's chest and delivered a centimeter punch. Imagine it is in its base form. The blow was so strong that All Might flew out again, and this time it would be difficult for him to get up. All Might, what CC power, he said while trying to stop. All Might, he hurt me a lot with a single blow, kneeling and spitting blood. Aizawa, I defeat him with a single blow. Amazed. Midnight, so much power. Amazed and a little scared, Goku, without saying anything, began to approach All Might. Aizawa, seeing that it started to move, he said, stop it so it doesn't reach All Might. Vlad King, you saw what he did, how do you want us to stop him? Upset. Aizawa, stop him however you can by throwing your bandages at Goku. Stop. But Goku just kept moving forward, dragging Aizawa along. Aizawa, it's like he's not wearing anything, trying to resist being dragged. Goku, my battle is not with you, so don't interfere, he said, flexing his muscles and breaking the bandages. Midnight, the force doesn't work on him, but if he breathes he ends up breaking a part of his suit, releasing his quirk. Goku realized this, and upon hearing what he shouldn't do, he just clapped, releasing a huge gust of wind that dispersed his entire quirk and took Midnight with it. Goku, I said not to interfere, keep walking to get to All Might. Vlad King, help me enclose him by throwing his blood and petri dishing it, enclosing Goku. Cements, of course touching the ground and creating a cement box enclosing it. Vlad King, that will give us time with a little relief that disappeared immediately when noticing that Goku left his prison just by hitting. Vlad King, Sniper shoots him in the legs. No one is immune to bullets, already desperate. Sniper, of course, starting to shoot, watching in amazement how the bullets bounced off Goku. No, this is impossible. Maybe your body is bulletproof, but surely your head isn't. Shooting at the head, seeing the same result. Goku, my turn, flexing his finger and launching an air bullet that hit the target, leaving the sniper unconscious. Aizawa, poor Lord, bury him, screaming desperately for not being able to stop him. Poor Lord, of course, I'm already digging a giant hole under Goku. The surprise was that Goku did not move from the spot. He was flying over the hole. The teachers, already desperate, only tried to stop him by pushing him. Aizawa, who is this man pushing Goku to stop him? Vlad King, he's a damn monster also pushing. Cements, not even all of us together can hold it back. Pushing with all our might. Goku, already tired of them being close, flexed his muscles again, freeing himself from the teacher's grip. Finally arriving where All Might was, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him up. Goku, now you're going to explain to me why you wanted to hit Izuku by tightening his grip a little. All Might, and no, I'll say nothing to a sixth villain trying to get out of the grip. Goku, so be it, preparing the blow, but then, Izuku, High Master shouted, stopping the blow centimeters from All Might's face, releasing a blast of air to the back. Note, just like Saitama when he trained with Genos. Izuku, surely we can solve it another way by persuading Goku. Nizu, I agree with him, young man. How about he releases All Might and we discuss it in my office while still smiling? Goku, sigh, okay, carelessly releasing All Might and following the bear dog mouse creature. Nizu, you too, young Midoriya, he says without turning around or stopping his walk. Izuku, of course I'm going. He turns to look at the teachers who were on the ground. I'm so sorry, leaving sadly. In Nizu's office. Nizu, taking a sip of tea, you're not from here, right? Goku, what makes him believe that? Also taking a sip of tea. Nizu, the incredible power, the clothes they wear, the variety of quirk, and also the young Izuku's tail pointing at her since it was no longer hidden. Izuku, when I didn't realize hiding his tail again. Nizu, and then you'll answer me. Izuku, for some reason he is the most intelligent being on the planet. Resigned Master, I think we should tell him. Goku, it's okay, I trust your judgment, and so he proceeded to tell you about the gods, the universes, and the Saiyans, and their abilities. Nizu, I see that makes sense considering everything. Izuku, seriously, that explanation is vast, and he believed it so easily, I almost had a stroke when they gave it to me. Amazed by Nizu. Nizu, you said it, young man. I am him. I am smarter. Drinking tea. I also know when someone is lying and when they are not. That's why I believe them. Goku, it's a relief, but I want to ask you to keep it a secret. Not everyone can handle it the same way. Explaining. Nizu, I understand well, but now what do we do with this? Showing Izuku's file. Izuku, I hadn't thought about it, thinking what to do. Nizu, well, I'm going to modify your file to say that your quirk is called Saiyan and that you woke up late excited. Izuku, thinking to be him being smarter was not very creative. Izuku, and the teachers already saw it. Nizu, I'll take care of them by providing a solution. Izuku, thank you, director, bowing. Nizu, no, helping a student is what every principal should do. Goku, then I think that would be it. Not looking at Nizu. Nizu, of course you can leave. By the way, young man, classes aren't over yet, so go back to your classroom, Nizu clarified. Izuku, with all this, I had forgotten, heading to his classroom. Back in the office, some of the teachers arrived with lots of bandages and others not so much. Aizawa, so what happened? Looking at the director. Nizu, please clarify that neither of them are villains. All Might. But he knew why he has so many quirks by looking at the director. Nizu, of course, but I promised not to say it. Drinking tea. Midnight. So what can you tell us by looking at the director? Nizu, simple, he is a student of the academy, and nothing more. Forget about the rest. Getting a little serious. Teachers, it's okay, principal, resigned. Nizu, having clarified everything, returned to your classes, watching as everyone left except one. Nizu, you had a bad time, didn't you? Looking at the one who stayed behind. All Might, I've never faced someone so powerful. Deflating. Nizu, Don't you think that boy is a good successor? Besides, he's trained, he would dominate him immediately, referring to Izuku. All Might. I don't trust him much, and I already chose who it would be, remembering a blonde girl. Nizu, I lock the key and when it arrives I ask. All Might. Tomorrow will be in my first class that I'm going to give as an excited teacher. Nizu, it seems you have affection for him. How about a game? Let's see which of the two goes further, your successor or my protege. Proposing a game. All Might. I don't like to play that way, but I accept confidently. Nizu, this will be interesting with his psychopathic laugh. In the hallway. Izuku, by the way, Master, how did you know you were in trouble by looking at your teacher? Goku, I didn't know Angel wanted to eat earth food, so I came to congratulate you on your first day. It was just a coincidence, he says with his arms behind his head. Izuku, it was a lucky coincidence. He might have been in an interrogation room nervous about what could have happened. Goku, well, I have to go find Angel and continue with your classes. See you later. We all fly out a window in the hallway. Izuku soon arrived at his classroom where Ochako asked him why he had been called, and he made up a simple excuse. After class, Izuku, ah wow, first day, sighing tired. Lida, hey, let me run with you to the station to catch it. Izuku, oh Lida, of course, why not reduce your pace? Lida, I wanted to tell you that I was thinking about what you said and you're right, thank you, bowing. Izuku, they are not necessary as long as you do not act for selfish purposes, giving a smile that reassures anyone. Ochako, hey, you're going to the station, can I accompany you? She said cheerfully. Lida, oh, it's the Infinity Girl. Ochako, I'm Ochako Uraraka, she says a little indignantly, and you? Lida, I'm Lida, I'd like to meet you and introduce myself. Ochako, and you are Deku-kun, she said looking at the green-haired boy. Izuku, Deku a little indignant. Ochako, if that explosive boy told you Deku, saying his reason. Izuku, ah, he calls me that as an insult, that's not my name, he says, scratching the back of his neck. Lida, what an insult? Ochako, I'm sorry, but it's because you haven't told me your name while pouting. Izuku, thinking, how cute she is. Yh, what am I thinking, we barely know each other. Izuku, you're right, my name is looking everywhere to see that no one interrupts him, something that seemed strange to his companions. Izuku, I'm Izuku Midoriya, celebrating internally for achieving it. Ochako, so Izuku Midoriya, you know, even though Deku is an insult to me, it sounds like a Japanese phrase like, you can do it. And I like it, giving a smile that spreads to Izuku. Izuku, if you say it with that meaning, I would be happy if you told me Deku, feeling Ochako. Ochako, of course, yes, Deku-kun. Izuku, thinking maybe this day wasn't all bad, walking with his new friends. Hero vs Villains PRT. Narrates Izuku. Yesterday wasn't a very pleasant start with my teacher confronting the teachers, but I'm glad that everything is fixed. Today is a new day of school. And even though it's a hero academy, we have normal classes of English, math, and language. It's a little ironic, but what interests the students is the last one now. Classroom. I'm coming in like a normal person, coming in fast and making poses. It's All Might, says a red-haired boy. She's wearing her Silver Age Karo outfit, says a frog-like girl. It was true that I would be a teacher, says a black-haired girl. We will learn from the best, says a boy with a lightning bolt in his hair. Izuku, thinking they are very excited, maybe I would be too if I hadn't met the teacher, he says, laughing slightly. All Might, I know it's sudden, but they'll have a new partner, breaking the news. Mineta, she's a cute girl, drooling a little. But he said that and received a smack from the Ranceria girl. All Might, thank you, Miss Aji. If you didn't do it, maybe I would have done it, intimidating Mineta a little. See you. No, there's no need to worry, All Might. All Might, continuing with what this new partner that they will have was saying, she will join today, and she also joined by recommendation. That last thing caught the attention of the two who also came in on recommendation. All Might, without further ado, you can go through, pointing at the door. Upon hearing that, a tall blonde girl with glasses introduces herself to the class. Melissa, nice to meet you. I'm Melissa Shield, and I'll be your new partner. I hope we get along well, speaking in a kind and polite way. Izuku, thinking, Shield, where have I heard that before? All Might, I know that everyone was in this, and I'm talking about heroism class. Hearing that, most of the class got excited. All Might, and today we will do it by taking out a table that said combat training. Izuku Bakugo, this will be exciting. Note, after Izuku transformed into a Saiyan, he began to like fighting against different opponents. All Might, and for that they will use this by pressing a button taking out boxes from the wall. All Might, your hero suits, take them and we'll see each other in the Gamma field. Watching as everyone left the room. Izuku, excuse me, All Might, I waited for everyone to leave to talk. All Might, what does young man need when looking at Izuku? Izuku, I wanted to apologize for yesterday, and the fight against my teacher bowing. All Might, I also apologize young man for acting impulsively by bowing slightly. All Might, the director trusts you and that's enough for me to do it by getting up so he's calm. All Might, now I'll hurry you up by patting you on the back. In the Gamma field. All Might, if they look amazing in their outfits looking at everyone. All Might, where is Melissa and young Midoriya? Tsuyu. Melissa took a while to change. Melissa, I'm here. Sorry for taking so long. I'm tired of running a bit. All Might. Oh Melissa, you look amazing. Melissa, you think with some sadness it's a suit that my dad made. All Might. David really showed off this time looking at her. All Might. But young Midoriya is still missing, seeing that he was missing. Mineta. He arrived at the locker room when we were leaving, he explained. Izuku. I'm sorry I'm late. I didn't think it would take so long to get to your class. Ochako. Deku-kun, you look amazing. Excited, seeing him everywhere. Izuku. It really is a suit that my teacher gave me, explaining. Imagine it's Izuku and Bakugo without him but with the seeds. Ochako. I should have specified what I wanted, because it turned out to be tighter than I thought, embarrassed by her outfit. Izuku. I wouldn't say you look bad. In fact you look prettier than usual, he said without thinking. Izuku. Sorry, I didn't mean to sound bold, nervous and blushing and trying to look away. Ochako, don't apologize. In fact, it was very nice of you. Embarrassed by what she said. All this was seen by the class. Most of them didn't care. Another wanted to interfere in the romance but held back because he didn't know them yet. And others were jealous of the black-haired man. All Might cough loudly to get attention. Well, we'll start the training by taking out a book from God knows where. Class, thinking, doesn't know the rules. All Might. Well, here is this training will be that 2 teams of 2 members will face each other as heroes and villains. The villains must defend a bomb until time runs out or neutralize the heroes, and the heroes must recover the bomb before the time limit or capture the villains. Simple. No. Class. How long with a drop of sweat? All Might. Well, since there are, a group will be of, well, let's make the groups. The groups were left behind. A. Ochako Izuku. B. Shoji Todoroki. C. Mineta Momo. D. Melissa Bakugo Lida. E. Mina Oyama. F. Kota Sato. G. Kaminari Kyoka. H. Tokoyami Tsuyu. I. Haguro Jiro. J. Kirishima Siro. Ochako, great, it must be destiny. I'm counting on you getting closer to Izuku. Izuku. And I'm with you, smiling for whoever got it. All Might. And the first teams to fight are taking out 2 balls with the letters A and D. Izuku and Bakugo formed a smile but for different reasons. Bakugo to show who is stronger and Izuku to face the 3 people. All Might. Well, villains will have minutes to hide the bomb. So Team D are the villains enter the building. Heroes wait outside and the rest of us go to the surveillance room. So everyone listened and prepared themselves. Outside the building. Izuku. You're nervous looking at Ochako. Ochako. And you're not. We'll face 3 people. We're at a disadvantage, she says nervously. Izuku. I know that makes it exciting. Excited for the battle. Ochako. I think I can't share your excitement looking at Izuku with a drop of sweat. Ochako. There's something I wanted to ask you, being serious. Izuku. Seeing what happened, he decided to respond equally seriously and seriously. Ochako. Times some story with Bakugo would also be serious. Izuku. Poof, ajajajajajaja, laughing non-stop. This left Ochako puzzled. Izuku. I'm sorry, I'm not making fun of you. It's just that so much seriousness for that made me laugh. Stopping laughing. Ochako. And then asking without seriousness. Izuku. Well, it's not a nice story, but you still want to listen to it while watching it. Ochako. Yes, I do want to. For some reason I feel very interested, she said confidently. Izuku. Interest in Bakugo or me, he says jokingly. Ochako. Of course she's interested in you, she says without thinking about what she said. Ochako. Izuku. Hey. Hey, Ochako PP. Touching his face he started to float. Izuku, who is floating, activating his quirk. The test is about to begin, watching Ochako float. While in the surveillance room. Mina. I think they forgot they were in a test, looking excitedly at the couple. Kaminari. That Midoriya is on his 2nd day, and he's already flirting and jealous. All Might. Well, the preparation time is over, the test starts, screaming he started with the couple. Ochako, it's true that we are in a test. I had forgotten to deactivate her quirk without noticing that it was still in the air. Ochako, no, falling. Ochako prepared for the fall that never came. Reason, Izuku, are you okay carrying Ochako bridal style flying? Ochako, why yes thanks, embarrassed by the situation. Izuku, good, because we have a test to win, by smiling at her to calm her down and leaving her on solid ground. Ochako, if you're right, we have to win this test decisively. Thus the two entered the building, beginning their first battle. Villains vs. Heroes PRT2. Ochako, if you're right, we must win this decisive test. While with the villains, Melissa, what should we do, defend or attack? Looking at your team. Bakugo, stay here. I'll go destroy them by leaving through the test. Lita, I don't think you can win against Midoriya by stopping Bakugo's behavior. Bakugo, why do you say that? Defective Sonic, angry. Lita, in the entrance test I saw him destroy 0 points, and in the physical tests he was in a better position than you, making his point clear. Bakugo, that idiot can't be better than me, screaming and creating small explosions. Bakugo, and I'll prove it by finishing it off by just walking away without waiting for an answer. Melissa, can you explain to me what's going on? I asked Lita. Lita, oh sorry, you see, I don't know much either, but it seems like he's having trouble with Midoriya moving his arms. Melissa, sorry, but who is Midoriya? Lita, true, you transferred today so you don't know anyone. Well, Midoriya is the black-haired boy we faced, explaining and describing his friend. Melissa, and Midoriya is strong, she said in doubt. Lita, I'm sure she's strong, but I also think she hasn't shown all her power by giving her opinion. Melissa, I also focus on strength, so I will accompany Bakugo. Do you think we can propose a plan? Lita, resign, or is it okay? I would feel calmer if you go. I'll take care of the pump. Melissa, looks like we have a plan, okay? I'm heading out the door. With the heroes. Ochako, infiltration complete. Where do you think they're looking at Izuku? Izuku, the bomb is on the 5th floor. There is someone guarding it, and the other two approach from different sides, giving the position of their enemies with their eyes closed. Ochako, how do you know where they're looking at Izuku? Izuku, it's an ability that I have. I can feel its power, but I need practice to distinguish them well. For now, they look like a blurry spot, explaining its ability. Ochako, incredible, you are becoming more and more incredible as you approach Izuku. Izuku, well, with this ability they can't trap us by analyzing the situation. Ochako, and well, what is PL? She couldn't finish because she was hugged by Izuku, who pushed her out of the way of an explosion. Bakugo, hey Deku, don't avoid them by looking at them. Izuku, Uraraka, are you okay? Still hugging her but still looking at Bakugo. Ochako, yes, I'm fine, just a little scared by the sudden stand-up by herself next to Izuku. Izuku, you asked me about the plan, and the plan is that I will make way for you and you retrieve the bomb by getting into a fighting stance. Ochako, I think there is no other option. Ready to run. Bakugo, he heard the plan, he made it easier for them by letting the round face pass, giving him way. Izuku, come in, he wants me. But when you get to the hallway, hide and let the person advance. Looking at Ochako. Ochako, it's okay. Passing by Bakugo and hiding like they told her. Bakugo, today I will destroy you Deku by creating explosions. Izuku, come and try it by getting into a fighting stance. As if it were programmed, both of them run towards their opponent. Bakugo started with a huge explosion with his right hand that Izuku had anticipated, and with agility he dodged the explosion. He grabbed him by the wrist and arm to make him spin and slam him into the ground. Observation room. Kirishima, that was amazing, excited for the fight. Kamirari, he's really showing off, looking at the screen. Back to training. Izuku, you never thought I could defend myself. I'm no longer the child you abused while watching him get up. Bakugo, don't believe yourself so much, damn, Deku screamed, throwing himself at Izuku. Izuku, of course not. If I did, it would be the same as you dodging the attack. Bakugo, to see what he dodged, began to senselessly attack Izuku, making it predictable and easier to dodge, making Bakugo angrier. Bakugo, stop dodging, you damn D. He didn't even finish his insult when he received a strong blow to the stomach, making him step back in pain. Izuku, you know my Deku no longer means useless. Now my Deku means you can do it, he said, then hit Bakugo and knocked him out. Bakugo, kneeling in pain, could only watch as the blow approached and closed his eyes to try to resist it. A blow that never came, so he opened his eyes, seeing Melissa. "It seems I arrived on time," she says with her arms in an X to stop the blow. "Izuku, you're the new girl Melissa you called yourself," remembering the girl and stepping back. "Melissa, yes, that's my name. Are you okay?" I asked Bakugo. "Bakugo, I don't need why you're he help," getting up with difficulty. "Melissa, well, it seems so. Even with my quirk activated, that hit was very strong," she says while rays came out of her body. Note: Melissa controls percent of one for all and he controls full cows. Izuku, thinking, it seems that Uraraka managed to pass, now I must gain time by putting on that fighting pose. Melissa, he really intends to fight with both of them. I thought he would run away, looking at Izuku. Bakugo, it's the only thing I can't blame the bastard for. He was never a coward, resigned to fighting alongside Melissa. Melissa, then we start running and being followed by Bakugo. Izuku, thinking, I don't know the new girl's moves, so I'll have to improvise, prepared for anything. Melissa, smash, throwing a punch at Izuku, but Izuku dodges it. Izuku, she's fast and strong but nothing she can't handle, he said to launch a counterattack to Melissa's face. A blow that didn't arrive because Bakugo pushed her out of the way while he gave Izuku an explosion. Bakugo, are you okay? 4 eyes without taking your eyes off the dust that came out after the explosion. Izuku, yes, I'm fine, but I dodged as if it were nothing, and if you hadn't helped me, that blow would have hurt me a lot. Getting up from the ground. Izuku, it's unusual that you, looking at Bakugo, are helping another person. Bakugo, I prefer this than losing to you, damn. Deku going back to Izuku's place quickly. Izuku, well, it's an advance, prepared to fight. When Bakugo arrived where Izuku raised a hand to make an explosion, Izuku was going to spin it again, but Bakugo with his other hand changed directions, staying behind Izuku. Bakugo, that won't work twice, launching a huge explosion on his back. Izuku, ah, that's hot. He turned around to kick Bakugo while he was in the air, which never connected because Melissa had hit him from behind, slamming him into a wall. Melissa, maybe by working together we can defeat him, by looking at Bakugo. Bakugo, anyway, looking away, while with Izuku. Izuku, how are you talking into the microphone? Uraraka. Uraraka, microphone, I found the bomb but Lita discovered me and I can't get close. How are you? Izuku, they are stronger than I thought. Rest a little and I'll think of something. Uraraka, microphone, good luck. Izuku, of course, getting up. Well, I think it's time to get serious, clenching his fists and creating an aura around him. Melissa, what are you doing? A little nervous. Bakugo, he's raising his annoying power. Izuku, well, this is all I have, but it doesn't compare to the master launching an attack. Bakugo, he is faster at covering himself to receive the blow, but Melissa, Melissa complained from a blow to the stomach that made her kneel. Izuku, sorry, Kika knew, but you were the most dangerous of the two, looking at Melissa. Melissa, I don't even saw you, holding her stomach. Izuku, that doesn't matter. I'll tie you up so you can be taken to the infirmary, by taking a tape out of his pocket, but Izuku receives an explosion from behind. Bakugo, don't forget my dam. Ready to fight. Izuku, of course I know you are. Only she was stronger than you. Look, pointing at Melissa who was standing up. She gets up after that hit. You could. Bakugo, so you don't see me as a rival? Says with a sinister smile. Surely you know how my quirk works. Taking a trigger out of his gloves. If they did this as I asked? Surveillance room. Almight, young Bakugo, if he does that he will hurt young Midoriya and young Melissa. Back in the fight. Melissa, don't worry. I also have a play by pressing a button on the sleeve of her suit, causing a red glove to cover her hand. Melissa, you see, I don't control my quirk very well. I have to control it, otherwise I'll break my bones. But this device showing the glove allows me to use it releasing rays more intensely. Bakugo, I like it like that. 4 eyes preparing the explosion. Izuku, who was in the middle of the two, was in trouble. Izuku, thinking, what do I do? If I dodge it, the building could collapse and Uraraka could get hurt. But if not, I will get very hurt, scared, and in dilemma. I think the answer is clear. Putting his arms in X, I will resist it. That's how determined he was when Melissa and Bakugo unleashed all their power on Izuku. Melissa and Bakugo, take this, by launching his attack at Izuku. When the attacks collapsed, the entire building shook, including the surveillance room. Surveillance room. Kaminari, they're crazy to launch such an attack, scared and nervous. Mineta, maybe they killed Midoriya out of fear. Everyone shuddered at the thought, except for a two-eyed boy who took his eyes off the screen. Mina, look at the screen. I'm pointing at a camera. Momo, it's amazing looking at the screen. Kirishima, that's masculine shedding a manly tear. Almight, sigh of relief. Melissa, Bakugo, if they do that again I'll disqualify them by talking into the microphone. Back in the fight. Melissa, how is it possible that you are still standing? Nervous. Because Izuku was still standing with his arms in the air, his entire upper body destroyed and scratches on his lower body showing his entire torso. And not only that, but the explosion left his tail exposed, which he couldn't keep attached to his waist. Izuku, that was a very strong attack, he said, looking at both of them. Ochako, microphone Dekukeyun, are you okay? I heard a huge explosion. Izuku, thinking, I'm surprised it still works, amazed by the microphone. Izuku, I'm fine, just a few scratches, he says to calm her down. And you? Ochako, microphone Lita is very fast, I can't get close. Izuku, well, this explosion gave me a plan. When I tell you to, hold on to a pillar. Ochako, microphone okay. Izuku, okay guys, sorry for keeping you waiting. Let's continue with this. Watching Melissa and Bakugo. Bakugo, it's the only thing I'll agree with you on. Shooting off towards Izuku. Melissa, I'm going too, he says with the full cow activated. Izuku dodges Bakugo's first blast by getting behind him and pushing him to make him lose his balance, just in time to block a blow from Melissa. Izuku, no offense but throwing random punches won't work to lightly hit her. His objective was to take them under the bomb, which he knew where it was because of Ochako and Lita's key. When they were in position, all that remained was to carry out his plan. Melissa, so just age you played co with us exhausted. Bakugo, I have an idea. I don't like working as a team but I hate losing against him more. This is his plan. You'll do that again. He hit powerfully while I raise a smoke screen so he doesn't see him coming, explaining his plan. Melissa, okay, I'll be ready and determined. Bakugo, well, launching himself against Izuku but this time he didn't attack but raised smoke. Izuku, a smoke screen. That means feeling Melissa's ki increasing. Good move, too bad I don't need to see. When Melissa was about to attack a supposedly blinded Izuku, he agilely deflected her blow to the ceiling, and then said, Izuku, Uraraka, now shouting into the microphone. With Uraraka, she listened and saw how the ground was shattered. Raising the rocks and taking out the pillar, she made an improvised attack. Ochako, improvised homo run attack by hitting the small stones with the pillar. Lita, what is this covering the stones? Ochako took advantage of this distraction to float to the bomb. Ochako, recovered bomb says falling on top. Lita, the weapon amazed. Almight, megaphone the heroes when shout announcing the winner. Back with Izuku. Izuku, it seems like it worked, he says after fainting from his injuries and tiredness. Bakugo, it can't be in shock. I lost by falling on my knees because of him. Shock. And with that concludes the first battle of heroes versus villains with the heroes winning. Chat. Lita, don't you think they went too far in helping Izuku walk? Melissa, I'm sorry but it was necessary and we couldn't even beat him. I'm disappointed. Izuku, I'm fine, don't worry, standing up in case you see him. But he immediately loses his balance. But this time it was Ochako who helped him walk. Ochako, you're not okay, because you received the worried attack. Izuku, if I didn't receive it, the building would collapse and you would have been hurt, he says honestly. Ochako, even so, look how you are. This time her concern was stronger than her shame. Ochako, I know why you don't take this medicine. Before finishing, Izuku covered her mouth. Izuku, I'm sorry but I don't want to give explanations, so here, give him the bag of seeds. When they take me to the infirmary you can come give me one and not get suspicious by taking his hand away from his mouth. This action of Izuku left those who were with them confused. Ochako, she is very resigned. After that they finally arrived at the surveillance room. Kaminari, that was incredibly excited. Mina, he seemed lost but the heroes won excitedly. Kirishima, withstanding that attack was like a friendly man hitting Izuku's back. Izuku, ahaya, he complained about the pain. Kirishima, oh sorry bro, I didn't remember, sorry. Izuku, no problem, calming him down. Tsuyu, Midoriya-kun, what is that, pointing at his tail that he had loose. Izuku, what a thing, looking in the direction I'm pointing. Momo, it looks like a primate's tail, analyzing the resemblance. Mineta, from primate, so you are a monkey, drawing his conclusion. Izuku, I'm not an angry monkey. Jairu, just out of curiosity, Why did you hide it while watching Izuku? Izuku, since they saw it, I have no choice. I hide it because. He didn't manage to finish because he had to kneel down. He felt weak. The reason Ochako, who was closer, won over her curiosity and grabbed Izuku's tail. Ochako, what happened to you, Deku-kun? She said worriedly but without letting go of the tail. Mina, it seems like she's suffering looking at Izuku. Izuku, you're Uraraka trying to talk. Ochako, yes it does. She squeezes her tail more out of worry. Tsuyu, oh, it seems like I'm getting worse looking at Izuku. Izuku, Susu let go trying to talk. Momo, she lets go in surprise, then she looks at Ochako and saw what this Uraraka-san had. I think he wants you to let go of his tail, she says nervously. Ochako, her tail seeing her hands. I'm sorry Deku, and quickly releasing the tail. So Izuku was able to regain some strength. Izuku, thank you F for SSS letting it out. Tired of what happened. Jiru, that tail is your weakness, I sense. Izuku, not a weakness as such, it just leaves me with a little bit of power. Only now it affected me because I have almost nothing left, and that's why I hide it by explaining what happened. Momo, it makes sense that you hide your weakness, but why don't you let it loose so it would become more resistant, giving a training opinion? Izuku, I hadn't thought about it like that. Maybe I'll do it prepared for everything. All this seen by Almight from afar. Almight, thinking, fly, power increase, super strength, feel power, throw energy, and speed. Now a tale that you are young Midoriya watching Izuku talking with his companions. After a summary of what they did right and wrong in training, where Lita was the best player, the most injured went to the infirmary where only Izuku was. All Might, I'm sure you can go just by looking at Izuku. Izuku, yes, I'm fine walking to the exit. All Might, even if you are strong, you should not overexert yourself. I look around for a student who will take it. Bakugo was isolated by the defeat. Melissa and Lita analyzed the fight that had begun. The only one available was Uraraka, who showed concern for Izuku. All Might, I know you can, but I would feel more at ease if someone came with you. Miss Uraraka, could you take your partner to the infirmary? Calling the attention of the aforementioned. Ochako, no problem, Sensei approaching Izuku. Izuku, I think there is no option. Thanks for helping me. Uraraka leaving the surveillance room with her. Outside the room. Izuku, well, you have the bag looking at it. Ochako, here she is having a great time. Izuku, okay, taking the bag and taking out a seed to eat it. I feel better looking at the bag, there are only seeds left. Ochako, are you going to tell me why you didn't want to take it in there? Izuku, if I took it inside in front of everyone, don't you think they would fill me with questions walking next to Ochako? Ochako, well you're right, analyzing the situation. Izuku, I'm actually surprised you didn't ask questions about it when you saw her. Ochako, well I have them, but it seems like you don't want to say them. Looking at Izuku. Izuku, instead of not saying them, it's that I don't know them. My teacher gave me this medicine while looking at the bag. Izuku, they are given by a small bush that gives a few each month, but for the moment I only have these. Putting them in his hand, they cure any wound but not an illness. Ochako, it's incredibly surprised, but remember something now. You will tell me why you laughed when I asked you in training. Izuku, when did you say you were interested in getting close to Ochako? Note, this Izuku is more determined to do things and is not easily embarrassed. Ochako, why yes, at that moment I looked away out of embarrassment. Izuku, okay, walking away and seeing a bench in the yard. Look, let's go there and I'll explain everything to you. Outside the academy in the courtyard. Izuku, well, what I'm going to tell you is not a pretty story, but for some reason I trust you. Looking at it. Ochako, if you can trust me, determined. Izuku, well, do you know what a Quirkle is? He asked Ochako. Ochako, if they are the people who do not have a quirk, why doubt? Izuku, until last year I was a Quirkle, he said, surprising Ochako. Izuku, when I was a child at the age of 4 I was diagnosed with a quirk. The news destroyed me and destroyed my dream of being a hero. But I did not give up. I continued helping young children who had problems. Despite everything, it was fine, until they found out at school. My best friend with whom we did everything together began to hit me and insult me for not having a quirk. He was interrupted by Ochako. Ochako, that friend was Bakugo. Looking at Bakugo. Izuku, yes, that's right, we were inseparable, but when his power manifested he became arrogant and abusive, especially with me who was weak, he says, clenching his fists in frustration. But one day everything changed and the person who would give me hope appeared. That was my teacher who said that I had to stay perseverant and not give up on my dream, that every small action I do and help someone is what makes me a hero. But it seems that miracles exist. Last year my quirk manifested, giving me some changes. For example, before my hair was green and I didn't have a tail showing it, but there was a moment when I wanted to give up. Ochako, what do you mean by renouncing the answer? Izuku, the truth is that in high school, Bakugo bothered me and hit me for everything. But that time he went too far. After threatening me not to take the entrance exam, he suggested to me, making quotes, that if I wanted a power I could commit suicide and beg with one in my other life, squinting at me. Ochako, that's horrible, starting to cry a little. Izuku, I even thought about listening to him. At this statement, Ochako only thought of hugging him tightly. Ochako, I'm sorry for making you remember a painful memory by tightening your grip, but think if you had done it we wouldn't have met, and I wouldn't have my hero who saved me from a giant robot by lifting Izuku's head so he could see her smile. Izuku, spreading a smile. If you have a race was worth the effort until this excited moment. Finishing saying that he realizes something. Izuku Uraraka-san looking at her a little nervously. Ochako, tell me, totally relaxed. Izuku, it's not that it bothers me, but this situation can be misinterpreted if someone doesn't see it, he says nervously. Ochako, what a situation. Looking at how they were and seeing that I didn't stop hugging him at any moment. I am so sorry, Deku-kun, separating suddenly and with a big blush. Ochako, thinking I'm a fool because I was hugging him as soon as we met. But looking surreptitiously at Izuku, I felt safe hugging him as if nothing else mattered. Mental slap. What are you thinking, Ochako? Izuku seems to be having a fight with herself, watching her as she moved her head everywhere. What do you think if we go back to the classroom? Maybe they're already finished. Ochako, yes, maybe getting out of her mental fight, then we'll start walking with Izuku. Izuku, hey, Uraraka calling for your attention. Ochako, what's wrong? Deku-kun is already calm. Izuku, if you can call me Deku, I can call you with a nickname, looking at her with a smile. Ochako, nickname? I don't think I have one. But Bakugo, I heard him calling me round face, a little angry. Izuku, he will never change, resigned, but I meant a nicer nickname. Standing in front of her. Ochako, I guess it's okay, but you can just call me Ochako, he says. Izuku, I think I would be prepared for that, a little blushing, but if you let me I will find a cute nickname for you, excited by the idea. Ochako, thinking I think I can't refuse, sighing. Ochako, okay, but make it cute by pointing at him. Izuku, yes, leave it to me, smiling, showing his perfect teeth. Notice, I need nicknames for Uraraka that are cute and not offensive. After a while walking and chatting, they finally arrived at the classroom where their entire class was except the teacher, Kirishima. They finally arrived, where they were. The class ended a long time ago. Izuku, we got lost on the way here, making up an excuse. The most interested in the love of the class noticed that Ochako had a small blush and decided to discover it at all costs. Mina, approaching Ochako, hello, we haven't even introduced ourselves yet. I'm Mina Ashido. Happily introducing myself. Ochako, nice to meet you. I'm Ochako Uraraka, also introducing myself. Mina, I know this is inappropriate, but approaching Ochako Midoriya is your boyfriend with stars in his eyes. Ochako, turning red that as she thinks we barely know each other, how could he be my boyfriend, making excuses. Mina, then why did it take so long? Why do you get nervous? Why do you blush? Tell me, Uraraka. I promise not to tell anyone by moving her from one place to another. Ochako, embarrassed, that's something I can't tell you. It's something that Deku-kun confided in me. Mina, Deku-kun, even if you call each other by nickname, you'll keep denying it by continuing to shake her. That went on for a while until Mina gave up on the subject. In this story, the one who went after Bakugo after school was Melissa. We meet Izuku walking with his companions. Izuku, and what was that pink-skinned girl asking you so much while looking at Ochako? Akako, you're talking about her. Remembering what I asked her were girl things. Blushing and looking away. Izuku, well, he's quite surprised by the answer. Thus ends another day at the Hero Academy. The calm before the storm. Aizawa, well, I was watching the recordings of your training, looking at your class. Aizawa, most of it was okay for a rookie, just a few complaints, you guys pointing at Bakugo and Melissa. Aizawa, next time keep the damage to the limit. They understood, raising his hair with his quirk activated. Melissa, yes, Aizawa-sensei is a little embarrassed. Bakugo, whatever, it was to win the fight by looking away. Aizawa, And you aiming at Midoriya, don't be so reckless. That attack could have left you more injured. Izuku, I'll take that into consideration, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa, well, the others were good, now putting suspense and pressure on the class. Class? Another unexpected event scared Aizawa. They elected class president without importance. Class. It's a completely normal event, they said with relief. Kirishima, elect me as president, he said enthusiastically. Mina, not me, and I will make the classes more fun and enthusiastic. Mineta, if they choose me, I'll make the girls' skirts shorter, drooling over their proposal. And so most of the class ran for class president until Lita, wait, I think that to elect the class president we should have a vote with a show of hands. Class, thinking he is the most enthusiastic. Kirishima, a vote if we barely know each other, said the redhead. Kaminari, right, so everyone would vote for themselves. Lita, that's why whoever has the most points will be elected president. Is it okay or not? Aizawa-sensei looking at the aforementioned. Aizawa, do whatever. Just finish before the bell rings by putting on your sleeping bag. After a vote later, Aizawa, well, after seeing their vote, Midoriya is chosen as president and Yaosu as president, pointing to those mentioned. Izuku, thinking how do I win if I don't even apply? Izuku, I guess I should thank those who voted for me, and I'll do my best as a nervous class president to talk to you directly. The class just clapped for Izuku's words, and at that moment the lunch bell rang. Cafe. We met at a table where the group of 3 members were, 2 of whom were amazed. Ochako, Deku-kun has always eaten so much, looking amazed at the amount of empty plates. Lita, yes, you're right, that's like your 20th plate, amazed. Izuku, finishing his plate like this since I woke up my quirk, I always eat in large quantities without gaining weight. Ochako, many girls would kill to have that ability, even I mention Ochako. Lita, and why are you Uraraka looking at the aforementioned? Ochako, it's just that in high school they told me that I was a little fat, she said embarrassed and a little sad. Izuku, seriously, then some people are more idiotic than I thought. Changing another plate. Ochako, why do you say that, Deku-kun? Doubtful. Izuku, finishing another plate and adding it to the pile because you are a very pretty girl, that's why, he said without hesitation. Ochako just blushed upon hearing the compliment. Ochako, thank you. Deku-kun smiled with a blush. Izuku, by the way, does anyone know why I became president by changing the subject? Lita, I really think everyone was impressed by your power in the test, explaining the reason. Ochako, I think it was because of your resistance to that clash of energies coming out of her blush. Izuku, yes, but who would have voted for me with a hand on their chin? Ochako, Lita, I did it, they declared. Izuku, EHY looking at his teammates. Ochako, for me you were a good leader in our battle, proving your reason. Izuku, but Lita, you wanted to be president, looking at the aforementioned. Lita, wanting to be and being prepared are 2 different things. I just did what I thought was right by adjusting her glasses. Izuku, well, I hope I meet your expectations, giving a nervous smile. Ochako, I'm sure that if I encourage Izuku. Lita, well, I guess that. He was interrupted by an alarm. Alarm. Level security breach, all students evacuate. Lita, what is a level violation? I asked a person at the same table. Extra, it means that someone entered the school grounds. In my years this had not even happened, so I panicked. From 1 minute to the next, the hallway was filled with students trying to evacuate, so much so that they were pushing each other just to escape. Izuku, don't push into the crowd. Ochako, Deku-kun being pulled away by the crowd. Lita, calm down, calm down. Everyone tried to say but no one listened. Izuku, what's happening? He receives a strong push, leaving him at the window. Izuku, thinking it's just the press looking out the window, that's why all the fuss. That little detail bothered Izuku. Students of a prestigious hero school are scared by the press. Izuku, this bothers me a little. Angry. Ochako, Deku-kun stretches his arm to reach him but receives an elbow to the head. Izuku, who saw this, could not resist any longer. Izuku, enough, screamed, being surrounded by his aura making people around him fly. Izuku, he grabs Ochako and starts flying to get attention. It's just the press that got inside, pointing at the window. It's pathetic that future heroes panic just because of an alarm with noticeable annoyance. Hearing Izuku's words and looking out the window, the students calmed down and thought about what they were told about being heroes. Izuku, it seems that everything calmed down, stopping flying but without letting go of Ochako. Lita, incredible, you were able to handle the crowd very quickly. I was amazed. I knew I wasn't wrong in choosing you as president. Izuku, I said I wanted to meet her expectations by calming her aura to be normal. By the way, how are you? Asking Lita. Lita, some stomping and pushing. I also think someone bit me, but I'm fine, checking her condition. Izuku, and you Uraraka watching as Uraraka clung to him, and he hugged her protectively. I'm sorry, suddenly letting go of her. With that scream, Ochako comes out of the cloud she was on with a rather noticeable blush. Ochako. Don't worry, in fact thank you for taking me out of that crowd. Struggling to speak despite her blush. Ochako mind. We hugged again. First it was me, now it was him. And on both occasions I liked it. I felt protected. Mental slap. What do you think? Ochako is just your friend and classmate. A friend who makes you blush and makes your heart race. Out of Ochako's mind. Izuku. It was nothing, but are you okay? That elbow seemed strong, taking her cheek to check the blow. Ochako, thinking it's too close and it feels like my heart is going to explode if it keeps beating so fast. While her face blushed. Izuku, it seems like you're fine. Letting go and walking away. Lita, but if you feel anything, you should be with Recovery Girl, moving your hands like a robot. Ochako, why yes, I'll keep it in a account, turning around to hide her face. Izuku, well, we should go back to the classroom and start our walk. In the living room. Aizawa, first, excuse the commotion a while ago with your tired tone, and thank you Midoriya for keeping order. Kirishima, what you did by flattering him was manly. Kaminari, there's a reason you're the excited president. Mineta, teach me your secrets. Midoriya, kneeling. Jiro, you handled it well neutrally. Oyama, it was so brilliant. Like why? Being interrupted. Mina, it was amazing, excited. Bakugo, I would have done it better if I was angry. Aizawa, silence activating his quirk. In the blink of an eye everyone sat down and calmed down. Aizawa, well, I have another news. They will have a special class outside of school. Momo, raising hand, where we will go. Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa, they will go to the USJ facilities to practice, showing a board that said rescue. Class, rescue training? Kirishima, it is essential to be an enthusiastic hero. Tsuyu, it will be exciting. I am really excited. Aizawa, this exercise will be supervised by teachers, Almight, me, and a surprise one. Izuku, I wonder who is analyzing it. Ochako, maybe a rescue hero giving his opinion. Aizawa, that class will determine whether or not to use their hero costumes. Melissa, thinking, broke my glove in training, I had to do it without it. Aizawa said, well, that the class is over, you can leave by getting into your bag and rolling out of the room. Everyone retreated until Bakugo, hey Deku, this time you won't beat me by retreating while being followed by Melissa. Izuku, that was weird. In shock. Ochako, it was weird looking at Izuku. Izuku, Bakugo challenged me and didn't insult me or yell at me while doing it. Ochako, you're right, it would normally be. Insert Bakugo's voice. Bakugo, I will destroy you, damn Deku. Ochako, something like imitating him. Izuku, I'm more surprised by your imitation of a nervous smile. Izuku, but I gain nothing by thinking about it. We must prepare for the special test. Ochako, if you are right, that's it. Villain attack. We found ourselves outside the prestigious Heroes School, where Class A was waiting for a bus that would take them to their special rescue class. Mina, I'm excited about the test. Momo, when the bus arrives, everyone gets on in an orderly manner. Izuku, and when you arrive, don't separate, giving directions. Momo, it seems you take your role as class president seriously. Looking at Izuku. Izuku, of course. They chose me for a reason by not answering. Momo, I guess you're right, smiling. All this seen by a brown-haired girl, who without knowing it, began to frown on her face. Mina, you're jealous. You're suddenly touching Ochako's shoulder. Ochako, hhhh. Mina, you scared me by jumping in fear. Mina, I'm sorry, but you looked upset, making fun of it. Ochako, I'm upset. No, I'm not upset because I wouldn't be nervous. Mina, maybe that's why. She pointed at Izuku and Momo, who were laughing. Ochako, no, I'm not upset, looking away. Mina, then jealous, continuing to mock. Ochako, I'm not jealous, excited, desperate. Mina, you better calm down because he's coming here, pointing backwards. Ochako, turning back and facing Izuku. Izuku, hello, how are you, Uraraka? Greeting kindly. Izuku's sudden proximity caused a small shock in Ochako. Ochako, they take a quick step back to Deku, who passes nervously. Izuku, well, the truth is I noticed that you were watching me, and I thought you wanted to ask me something by raising your shoulders. Ochako, I looking for an excuse until I notice your hero costume. Izuku, my suit looking like it has. Ochako, your suit was destroyed during training. I wanted to ask you how it's complete by pointing it out. Izuku, that's it. I have several identical suits. My teacher says that in a fight the least important thing is the suit, remembering the words. Izuku, that was all, because it seemed like you were arguing with Mina remembering the previous. Ochako, look, the bus has arrived, escaping the situation. Inside the bus. Izuku, wow, I didn't know he would be this guy looking inside. Tsuyu, Midoriya calling her attention. Izuku, yes, Ajiri-san. Tsuyu, tell me Tsuyukero pointing at yourself. Izuku, yes, I don't think I can, but what do you need? Getting back to the topic. Tsuyu, I am a direct person, so how many quirks do you have, I ask. That question caught the attention of the entire bus, even Aizawa, who didn't show it. Izuku, how many quirks do I have? I only have one. He answered without further ado. Kaminari, it can't be, you must have more people getting into the conversation. Kirishima, if you can fly, throw energy from your hands and have super strength and speed, listing his abilities. Izuku, thinking, and he's still missing. Izuku, although they seem like many, there is only one. You see, my quirk consists of manipulating my energy, he said to clarify. But that explanation only left them more confused. Momo, how do you manipulate energy? I asked doubtfully. Izuku, I guess I'll explain it. You see, every living being has an internal energy making a sphere in its hand. This energy can manifest itself in this way by showing it to the class. Mina, amazing seeing the sphere. Izuku, my quirk allows me to manipulate this energy. I can distribute it throughout my body, and this gives me super strength, speed, launch the energy as such, and fly. It also allows me to feel the energy of what surrounds me. Like yours explaining that would be summarized. Momo, you said ours, so we also have that energy. I asked in doubt. Izuku, if they have it, affirming. Kaminari, amazing, so I can fly and throw energy, excited. Izuku, well, yes, they could, but they need to learn to use their internal energy, seeing Kaminari trying to release energy. Mina, I have to learn by closing my eyes and trying to create the energy sphere. Izuku, but to achieve this they need a lot of training with a drop of sweat for their teammates. Kirishima, your quirk is incredible. It's strong and stands out. You'll surely be popular. Mine is strong but doesn't stand out by hardening his arm. Izuku, your quirk is so great that it deserves a professional animating it. Kirishima, thanks. Midoriya smiling, but if we talk about incredible quirks they would be yours, Todoroki's and Bakugo's, listing them. Tsuyu, I don't think Bakugo is popular because of his finger on his chin attitude. Bakugo, what did you say? Damn frog, screaming and creating small explosions. Tsuyu, I see it. Kero. Kaminari, we've only been here a few weeks and they already know your mocking attitude. Bakugo just sat there annoyed. Aizawa, okay, calm down, we've arrived. So the class gets off the bus and is amazed by the size of the building, going inside where they could see. Welcome to the USJ. I will be your teacher in this training, bowing. Izuku, she is the space heroine specialized in excited rescue. Ochako, great. I've always admired 13, just as excited. Oh, it seems I have some admirers. Well, before we start, let me tell you one thing, or two, three, for starting to increase. Class, it's increasing by the drop of sweat. Here 13 gives the speech of the quirk can easily kill. Aizawa, okay, first I'll do. He was interrupted by a failure in the lights. Suddenly in the center of the establishment a purple portal opened, from which different people appeared. Kirishima, great, they even have fake villains, excited. Aizawa, putting on his glasses are not fake. 13 protects the students. With the villains. Shigaraki, where is Almight, looking at Kurogi. Kurogi, the record said he would be here. Shigaraki, I guess we'll have to make him come, maybe by killing some of his students by putting on an evil laugh. Kurogi, well, disappearing into a shadow. Shigaraki, okay heroes, let me introduce myself. I'm Shigaraki Tamura, leader of the League of Villains. Introducing myself. Aizawa, he has the nerve to show up. How confident is he launching an attack against the group of villains? Izuku, sensei, wait, you specialize in ambushes, you can't handle so many. Worried. Aizawa, you can't be a pro with just one trick, facing villains with great agility. Izuku, amazing watching the fight. 13, president leads your class by getting their attention. Izuku, right. Well, class, if we stay we would be a hindrance. Let's get out of here and look for help, he said to his class with determination. The class obeyed the order without hesitation and began to run to the exit until a purple shadow appeared in front of them. Kurogi, I'm afraid I can't even let them escape. They are an important part of Shigaraki Tamura's plan, extending to cover the exit. Bakugo, out of the way, launching himself at Kurogi with an explosion. Kirishima, wait, Bakubro doing the same. But his blast and blow were dodged. Kurogi, that was close. They are excellent golden eggs, but my job is to plunge them into despair by reaching out further to absorb them. Izuku, idiots. Lita, follow the plan. I'll give you a serious opportunity. Lita, she could only nod at Izuku's seriousness. Izuku, okay. Take cover, he shouted to his class, then clapped loudly to create a strong gust of wind. The wind was quite strong. The students managed to take cover due to the warning, and Kurogi had to retreat his attack. Izuku, now Lita gave the signal. Lita started running towards the exit to follow the plan. Kurogi, curse, is rushing at everything where it lies. He was about to reach it when he was sucked into a gust of wind. 13. I won't let you activate your quirk. Kurogi, this is problematic. Opening a portal behind 13's backs, disintegrating half of the suit. 13. MMI as she fainted. Izuku, 13-sensei, ran to her rescue. This action was taken advantage of by Kurogi to teleport to the class. Kurogi, in a fight, never lose focus by looking at Izuku. Izuku, damn, where are they? I ask angrily. Kurogi, don't worry, they are alive for now, but they won't disappear from the place for long. Izuku, curse. Looking around and seeing some of his kind. Izuku, okay guys watching the group. Tsuyu, we're fine. Midoriya. But the others, Karo asked. Izuku, let me see, closing my eyes to concentrate. It seems that everyone is in the building and there are villains near them. Worried. Shoji, then what do we do? He said to Izuku. Izuku thought for a while until. Izuku, well, the main thing is to regroup until Mina reinforcements arrive. Tsuyu could treat 13's wounds by giving orders. Mina, Tsuyu, if it's okay going with 13. Izuku, Siro, your tapes can serve as bandages. You can help him by looking at Siro. Siro, leave it to me, determined. Izuku, Shoji, can you find our companions? I asked. Shoji, if I create several copies I can without problems, answered. Izuku, well, you and Sato will form a search team. Shoji will search and Sato will defend. But try to avoid combat, I explain. Sato, how do you know all our names and dubious quirk? Izuku, when I became class president, it was the first thing I did. I must meet the people I must lead, with a smile. Sato, it seems we didn't get the wrong president, smiling. Shoji, and what will you do, looking at Izuku? Izuku, I'll do the same, but in the opposite direction to cover more ground, explaining. Shoji, I think it's a good plan, then we'll meet here as a meeting point, analyzing. Izuku, good luck guys, starting the search. The awakening of anger. We find ourselves in the USJ facilities where the students of 1A are suffering an attack by villains, but we will focus on our protagonist. With Izuku. Izuku, I must hurry. 3 of my companions are fighting and they outnumber them, running faster. With the students. Momo, how is it possible that they are attacking us by hitting some villains with a metal bar? Jiro, you're right, this should be the safest school. Hitting with a metal bar too. Extra villain, catch them. They're just a kid with a bar giving orders to others. Jiro, Kaminari, would you mind helping by blocking a blow with the bar? Kaminari, my quirk is an area quirk. If I activate it, it would also damage you by running and dodging hits. Jiro, if it's like that, then I'll use you as a teaser, kicking Kaminari's back in the direction of a villain. Kaminari, are you crazy? It won't work if you fall on the villain and electrocute him. Or does it work? Leave it to me by raising my thumb? Momo, Jiro resists a little longer. Maybe he's ready to hit a villain. Jiro is ready to be hit and thrown. Momo, Jiro, are you okay running to your friend? Jiro, yes, but there are many watching them approaching. Extra villain, we will not entertain you, with a maniacal smile. Extra villain, please scream. I love screams, smiling maniacally. Jiro was nervous about what might happen until. Momo, it's ready. Kaminari, don't hold back. Covering yourself with an insulating blanket. Kaminari, oh that's perfect. Then million flips, touching the ground and sending a wave of electricity that affected all the villains. Momo, it seems that it worked, getting out of the blanket without noticing that his suit was destroyed. Jiro, Momo, your suit, nervous and a little blushed. Momo, looking at himself, don't worry, I can fix it by repairing his suit, leaving it as good as new. Jiro, and Kaminari looking everywhere. Momo, there he is pointing. Kaminari, with a stupid face, yay with his thumbs up. Jiro, ha 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 ha, seriously, he looks like that after using his quirk, laughing nonstop. Wow, it seems they managed to get rid of those obstacles, the stranger mentioned. Momo, who are you and where are you? Putting yourself on guard. Out of nowhere a guy grabs Kaminari by the neck to take him hostage. Momo, he hid among the bodies of his companions so that we wouldn't see him nervous. Jiro, we let our guard down, worried. Villain, I wouldn't want to kill an electric guy like me by threatening him. Momo, an electric type, he must be the one interfering with communications. Villain, we'll do it the easy way or say. He didn't manage to finish his sentence when he received a kick in the face. Izuku, it seems that I arrived on time, tired from running, they are fine, looking at their companions. Momo, oh yeah, we're fine, but what are you doing here all confused? Izuku, I'm looking for those who separated, you are the closest explaining. Momo, no, how did you know we were here? Confused. Izuku, remember I said I could feel people's power, so I found them smiling? That smile made them feel immense relief. They believed they were safe. Izuku, well, it's not time to relax. Go to the entrance. The other Momo are there. You can create medical supplies by looking at Momo. Momo, I can create the basics but if confused. Izuku, well, help the wounded, and as vice president you are in charge in my absence. The shyness that was once there disappeared. Now he was a leader who could be trusted. That confidence was transmitted to the two who listened to her. Momo, okay, I'll take care of it. Come on, Jiro, help me with Kaminari getting up. Jiro, okay, when he saw Midoriya, be careful, warning Izuku of a villain who would attack him from behind. Izuku, without moving from his position, stops the blow effortlessly, surprising the two women. Izuku, what a pathetic hit. They are tickles compared to my teacher jumping and hitting the villain in the face, knocking him out. Momo, Midoriya has always been a little nervous because of his attitude. Jiro, it's the first time I've seen him like this. He seems annoyed seeing him with his chest puckered. Izuku, I'm sorry girls, but there isn't time to waste. Of all the villains there is one monster. Since I felt him I haven't stopped shaking seeing his hands that were shaking. Jiro, if it's okay, take Kaminari by the shoulder and help me. Momo, so I'm already helping her, what are you going to do now? Midoriya is looking at him. Izuku, go for the... Turning around abruptly and starting to shake. This action scared those present. Momo, what happened? Midori is nervous about the answer. Izuku, the monstrous power moves and just at that moment a power decreased very quickly, drawing his conclusion that someone is about to die. I must go fast without holding back. He begins to fly, putting all his energy into speed. Jiro, hey Momo, I think I heard wrong, but she said she was going to die nervous and scared. Momo, we must leave quickly and make our way to the entrance. Minutes before, we can see a chestnut falling and seeing that it was going to fall into a ship, so it effectively activated its quirk to slowly fall into the ship. Ochako, where I'm looking around, seems to be still in the facility, suddenly hears an object falling into the water. Ochako, what was that? Looking over the side and seeing Melissa? Wait, I'll help you by throwing a life preserver with a rope and pulling Melissa up. Melissa, cough, thanks Uraraka. Ochako, no, there's no reason. But I think we have problems seeing a lot of villains in the water. Ochako, how are we going to get out of here? Looking at Melissa. Melissa, that's a difficult situation. First tell me your quirk, Uraraka. Ochako, well, my quirk is that anything I touch with the pads of my fingers will lose its gravity. I must touch it with all 5 fingers, and if I spend too much time I get dizzy. Explaining. Melissa, loss of gravity, water, a ship, villains. I know what to do, running inside the ship. Ochako, that was quick. Seeing that Melissa was coming back, what did you think of? Melissa, you see, some ships have their battery in the captain's cabin. If I modified it to create an electric pump, I could knock out the villains in the water by building the bomb. Ochako, that would work, but the water would be electrified and we would be trapped analyzing the situation. Melissa, this bomb won't have a large radius. We can float around with your quirk, I explain. Ochako, yes, it's going to work excitedly. Melissa, This is how you talk by throwing the modified battery into the water and electrocuting the villains. Ochako, they'll be fine watching them floating. Melissa, yes, they're just unconscious. I think, she whispered the last thing. Ochako, then let's get out of here, hugging Melissa and activate her quirk. Melissa, and to move 1 for all %, throwing a punch in the air that propelled them to the shore. When they reached the shore, they saw something that would freeze their blood. They saw their teacher being crushed by a black creature that broke his arms and a person with several hands on his body. Shigaraki, you're amazing, Aizawa. Seeing Aizawa hurt even though they were weak villains, they outnumbered you and you knew how to handle it. Kurojairi, appearing out of nowhere, sorry Shigaraki Tamura, but one of the students escaped. Shigaraki, Kurojairi scratching his neck, if you weren't our door I would have killed you already. Kurojairi, I'm so sorry, bowing my head. Shigaraki, we can't take on all the pros, we were prepared to kill All Might. Calming his hands. Melissa, thinking kill Uncle Might, nervous and scared. Shigaraki, it's game over, we'll have to retreat, ducking our eyes. Ochako, whispering, did you hear they're going to retire a little happy? Melissa, whispering, I heard it but it's weird at this point. Shigaraki, but before we go, let's damage his pride as a symbol of peace by moving at high speed. By making this movement that was centimeters from Ochako's face, for her everything was happening in slow motion, until it touches her face. But, Shigaraki, you really are amazing, Erast head turning to see how Aizawa erased his quirk. Shigaraki, Noma put him to sleep, tidying up. The Noma just roared and stamped Aizawa's head on the concrete. This carelessness of Shigaraki was taken advantage of by Melissa. Melissa releases it by throwing a smash at Shigaraki, but how is it possible, seeing how instead of Shigaraki there was the Noma? Shigaraki, that was dangerous. Maybe I should kill them both by moving slowly towards each one. The girls couldn't move because of the fear they had. They were witnessing their death in slow motion. They could only close their eyes and wait for the inevitable. Get away from them by kicking Shigaraki in the face. Izuku, I must improve my speed. I almost always arrive late, standing in front of the girls. Melissa, Ochako, Midoriya, Deku-kun looking in amazement at who was in front of him. Izuku, there's no time for this. Get up and pick up Aizawa-sensei. I'll give you time to get into a fighting stance. Melissa, wait, you'll stay and fight alone, worried. Ochako, no, Deku-kun is dangerous, worried. Izuku, for the same reason I can't let you stay here. Let me protect you determinedly. Izuku, and if I don't convince them like this, it's an order from their president, more serious than usual. The women, seeing this attitude, simply obeyed and walked away from the fight. Shigaraki, I thought heroes didn't attack by stealth, and that blow really hurt me. Izuku, well, I hope you're prepared for more threats. Shigaraki, too bad I'm not your opponent, Noma calling his beast. Izuku saw it and started to tremble, but he shook his head and mentally prepared himself. Izuku, thinking, don't be afraid. You're the only thing standing between this creature and your companions gaining courage. Izuku, it will be my first fight where I can die. How exciting, nervous but anxious. Super Saiyan. Izuku, it will be my first death battle. How exciting, putting on a nervous smile. Shigaraki, you're crazy. Well, it doesn't matter. Noma fights him, but don't kill him. He hit me, so I'll hurt him, putting on a psychopathic smile. At such an order, the Nomu stands in front of Izuku and without waiting, launches into the attack. Izuku, he's fast, barely dodging the first hit. The Nomu did not stop at this and continued attacking without stopping. Shigaraki, hey, if you just dodge, you won't win the fight. Watching the combat, keep in mind that I told him to hold back, otherwise he'll be dead, putting on a smile. Izuku, thinking even if I don't like it, he's right. I have to counterattack by dodging blows. After a while of dodging blows, Izuku noticed that one of the Nomu's blows would get caught in the concrete, and he would take advantage of it to hit it with all his strength. Izuku, now hitting the Nomu's face with everything he had. Izuku, it can't be, it was all my strength, seeing him scared that he didn't do anything to him. Shigaraki, Ajajajaj are laughing at what happened. Of course you wouldn't do anything to him. Nomu was created to defeat All Might. A little boy would be no rival. Nomu snapped his fingers. With that order, he Numo held Izuku's arm with which he had hit him. Izuku, let me go, you damn monster, resisting uselessly. Shigaraki, Nomu immobilize him, orders Shigaraki. He obeyed and held Izuku's other arm, forcibly pulling them away, causing him great pain. Izuku, scream of pain. Shigaraki, your screams of pain are music to me, coming closer. Izuku, seeing Shigaraki approaching, got scared but realized that he would sacrifice himself to save his entire class, which made him smile. Shigaraki, why are you smiling? He lost with a hand near his face. Izuku, you see someone else besides me trapped but smiling. Shigaraki, not everyone escaped by abandoning you to your fate, brat, playing along with his game. Izuku, exactly, I mean I win, proud of saving his class. Shigaraki, I see, so that's what it's about then. Kurojairi moving his hand away and calling the aforementioned. Kurojairi, if Tamura's Shigaraki, what do you need? Shigaraki, you can capture some escaped brats by giving the order. Kurojairi, yes I could, but Tamura, wouldn't you be taking it too far, worried about the time they'd been there? Shigaraki, this kid looks too much like him, he looks like All Might. That's why I want to destroy him from the inside out by looking directly at Izuku. Kurojairi, okay. Shigaraki, Tamura disappearing into a portal. Shigaraki, this will be fun, taking his hand off his face and feeling Izuku up. Upon hearing the villain's plans, Izuku became worried not about himself but about the fact that they would attack his companions again, off premises. Ochako, why did we escape and leave Izuku alone worried? Momo, I know we shouldn't have done it, but seeing that look, remembering his seriousness, it was hard for me not to obey his sad order. Melissa, I understand you. It was the same one she put when she rescued us and told us to go out remembering the moment. Mina, when he ordered us to help 13 remembering. Shoji, when he ordered us to search for everyone remembering. Bakugo, why did you bring me by force? Forcing with a redhead. Kirishima, it was dangerous and they told us to escape by holding Bakugo. Bakugo, I'm not going to follow the angry nerd's orders. Bakugo, and less than extras who let themselves be intimidated by the nerd. Looking at the group, it's obvious you don't see anything appearing out of nowhere. Bakugo, what do you mean half and half? Todoroki, none of them are intimidated, none of them are afraid, rather they feel upset by what happened. Analyzing the situation. Bakugo, what is? Interrupted. Everything is fine now, why dramatic pause? I'm here, class. All Might relieved to see him. Ochako, All Might sensei must hurry. Deku-kun is still inside with the villains, very upset. All Might, don't worry young man, I'll go rescue him by starting to run. When All Might started his walk, a portal opened in front of him, and due to the speed he was going, he couldn't move away, entering inside and appearing somewhere else. All Might, where I'm looking everywhere. Kurojairi, I'm sorry All Might, but it would be a problem if you interrupt Tamura now by disappearing into a portal. Back with the students. Mineta, where did All Might go? Scared seeing that he disappeared. Melissa, this is bad, the villains are back, putting themselves on guard. Since Kurojairi was short on time, he just absorbed random students to kidnap him as Tamura said. Back with the villains. Shigaraki, oh you're finally back. Seeing that Kurojairi appeared, how many did you bring? Kurojairi, 4 are enough without making 4 silhouettes appear. Shigaraki, more than enough. Smiling psychopathic mind. Kurojairi, I also got All Might away from here by telling what happened. Shigaraki, although he was the target, this is more fun. Little by little the silhouettes were forming, revealing who they were. Izuku couldn't contain his concern when he saw his companions captured, especially one. Shigaraki, having guests is rude not to introduce yourself by approaching those present. Those present could not speak because of their fear. Shigaraki, I guess you still don't know my quirk, taking a piece of concrete from the ground and disintegrating it. Shigaraki, now they will talk or approach their hand to one. Mimi mine Mineta Mimi Minera is scared. Shigaraki, okay, and you looking at the next one. And Momomo Yayu so scared. Bisiro Hanta nervous. Shigaraki, and the last one looking at her. Oko Chako you are Uraraka. Shigaraki, since we all know each other it's time to start. Looking at Izuku. Shigaraki, brat, there's more than one way to torture. Well you choose. Looking at Izuku, will it be him pointing at Mineta, her seeing every reaction of Izuku, him pointing at Zero, or maybe she's here seeing what Izuku's reaction is, more than with him, the rest with Ochako. Shigaraki, she then. Kurojairi disaster of the others giving the order. The fog left Ochako alone and returned the others. Izuku, struggling to free himself, he lets go. You started this fight with me, not her. Shigaraki, you see, brat, I want to destroy you, and I will do it in all ways by touching Ochako's arm and activating her quirk. Ochako, you hear Ochako scream as she feels her arm crumble, but without cutting it, just exposing her muscles. Shigaraki, calm down, I'm not going to kill you, I'll just hurt you. I'll hurt you a lot, putting on a disturbing smile. The physical torture for Ochako and the mental torture for Izuku only lasted a few minutes until Ochako fainted from the pain. Shigaraki, it seems my toy broke, Kurojairi said after seeing her fainted. Kurojairi, if Tamura drops Ochako as a corpse. Shigaraki, my hero to the person you couldn't save, mocking Izuku who had his gaze lowered. Shigaraki, what's up hero, you can't talk anymore, he kept mocking. Izuku could only see Ochako unconscious on the ground, wounded, feeling guilt and sadness for seeing her like that, but also a lot of anger. He was responsible. Out of nowhere small fragments began to levitate, and it began to shake a little. Izuku, Shigaraki Tamura said it with a hoarse voice that showed his fury. Shigaraki, it seems you can still talk. Well, if you scream it would be better to try to get closer. Izuku, you attacked the school, increasing the tremor and the debris. You scared my classmates, while their hair flashed yellow. Shigaraki, what's going on looking at Izuku? Izuku, and worst of all you hurt someone important to me, that's why I destroyed you, he shouted as loud as he could, unleashing a yellow aura around him where his hair changed color to an intense gold. Shigaraki, what's all this? Nomu, kill him. Nervous about what he saw, the Nomu tried to tear off his arms, but Izuku with all his strength closed his arms to free himself by tearing off the Nomu's arms. Shigaraki, impossible, that was interrupted by a strong blow to his abdomen courtesy of Izuku, making him kneel. Izuku, I told you I would destroy you, with a cold and serious look. Note, Izuku didn't hit his head like Goku, that's why he's more brutal when fighting. Shigaraki, seeing those eyes, felt very afraid of what could happen to him. Izuku, this won't end well for you, kicking him on his knees and scared Tamura, making him crash into a wall. Kurojairi, this got dangerous by attacking Izuku. Izuku just clapped to dissipate the fog and noticed a piece of metal which he didn't hesitate to hit and make it move away. Izuku, Tamura approached a wounded Tamura seriously, grabbing him by the neck. Shigaraki, dead eyes trying to touch it. When doing so his hand was held tightly. Izuku, calm down, I won't kill you by breaking Tamura's wrist yet. Shigaraki, ah damn it. From one second to the next, the door of the facility is destroyed, showing the arrival of the symbol of peace. Almight, everything is fine because he is amazed by what he saw, as are the students. A rather disturbing scene, a dismembered monster, a student with several parts without skin, two wounded villains and a student about to kill him. Izuku was distracted by the explosion and everyone's arrival, which Tamura took advantage of. Shigaraki, Nomu was what he shouted in despair. The supposedly dead beast rises and begins to regenerate its arms. Shigaraki, don't contain and kill him, referring to Izuku. The Nomu obeyed the order and at incredible speed separated Izuku from Tamura, falling near a wounded Kurojairi. Shigaraki, Kurojairi crawling like that, we've lost Vamonos from here, crawling with his one hand. Kurojairi, CLA sure opening a portal to escape the area. This escape bothered Izuku a lot because he couldn't finish what he started. Unfortunately the battle was not over yet. Nomu, arg, explanations. Nomu, arg, growled the Nomu before launching an attack against Izuku. Izuku did the same thing, punching fist to fist, creating a gust of wind. Izuku, now he is stronger, dodging the Nomu's blows and counterattacking the ones he could. Izuku was not on par with the Nomu, but he could defend himself well. While this was happening, the spectators were amazed. Kirishima, unincredible, I can barely see his movements, amazed. Kaminari, Midoriya is also blonde, I didn't know that, surprised for another reason. Melissa, they are fighting a beast that is on par with All Might, watching closely. This comment surprised several. Mina, Meli-chan, what did you say? Nervous about the answer. Melissa, the villain said that beast was to kill All Might %, explaining what I heard. Momo, if that monster can fight with an All Might at %, how strong is Midoriya? I'm amazed. Mineta, I don't know which of the two is the monster watching the fight. They were in that dilemma until Izuku, All Might, stopped losing 1 MPO and helped me, receiving a blow from the Nomu that slammed him against the ship, destroying it. All Might, alright, it's time for the young Midoriya relay, jumping in front of the Nomu. Izuku, it was about time, now to worry about something more important. Getting up and moving forward at great speed. Izuku, sorry for keeping you waiting while I picked up an unconscious Ochako. After picking her up, he flew over the fight and got to his class, who were surprised by Izuku's appearance and Ochako's state. Momo, Don't worry, I'm going to make a first aid kit by polishing his arm. Tsuyu. I don't think bandages can cure that. Looking at Ochako's wounds. Mina. This is not the time to be honest. You have to help her by approaching Ochako. At all times Izuku didn't say anything, he just kept her charged. Izuku. There's no need for the first aid kit. Looking at the girls. Momo. How could it not be necessary? Don't you see the state that is pointing out the wounds? Izuku. I know, that's why taking a seed out of his bag. I guess in this state he won't be able to eat it. There's no other way. Putting the seed in his mouth and chewing it, then lifting Ochako's head to kiss her. This action left everyone who saw them in awe. Jiro, idiot, why are you kissing her in a place like this, about to separate you? Mina, I'm very happy, but Jiro is right, also approaching. Momo, stop, look, pointing at Ochako. The women watched as Ochako's open wounds mysteriously began to heal, just as Izuku separated from her. Izuku, now he just needs to rest. Not a single word of what he did understood, showing a serious attitude. Girls, if we don't say anything nervously. Izuku, fine, I'll return to the fight, turning around but is stopped. Bakugo. Who do you think you are? Damn, Deku screaming. Izuku, what do you want? Bakugo turning around. Bakugo. I don't know what the hell you did with your hair, but that doesn't make you stronger, so don't get so confident when you go to fight. I'll show you who's stronger by throwing myself at Izuku. Izuku in a quick movement hits Bakugo's stomach, taking his breath away. Izuku, I don't think I'm better than you. I am better than you. Now don't get in the way by leaving Bakugo kneeling. Kaminari, don't you think Izuku is scary and nervous? Mineta, you say it because of his strength, or his trembling attitude. Momo, I don't know what's going on, but it would be better if we didn't bother anyone. Watching Izuku walk away. Kirishima, are you okay, Baku bro? Let's help him. Bakugo. Ma bad damn Deku, you will pay for it by enduring the pain. Back in the fight, we can see an Almight facing a Nomu. It seems to be even, but the Nomu was gaining ground. Almight, he's really strong, he said while dodging and hitting. At one point in the exchange of blows, Almight made a mistake while dodging and receiving a blow. Almight, curse of being hit repeatedly. The rain of blows would have continued if it weren't for Izuku's interference, who arrived by kicking the Nomu. Izuku, looks like you need help getting into a fighting stance. Almight, I'm afraid so, young man. I thank you by wiping the blood from your mouth. Izuku, let's end this by increasing his yellow aura. Almight, of course, putting on a fighting stance. Both of them launched themselves at their rival, determined to win, each one covering the other's weakness. Nomu wanted to directly attack Almight's face, but at the last second the blow was deflected by Izuku. That slip was taken advantage of by Almight, who gave an upward blow. Izuku, you can't dodge in the air by hitting the Nomu with your hammer, causing it to crash into the ground, to then be hit by Almight. The two heroes complemented each other so much that they didn't even let the Nomu breathe. Almight, it's time to finish preparing to hit as hard as he could young Midoriya whenever he wants. Izuku understood what he meant, and just like Almight, he hit the Nomu with all the strength he had left in Almight's direction. Izuku, this ends now by hitting the Nomu boosted with a little ki. I'll leave the rest to you, Almight. Almight, of course, preparing. Hey monster, have you heard these words? Go further, hitting the Nomu with his fist wrapped in smoke plus ultra, taking the Nomu out of the facilities, going through the roof. Izuku, I can't take it anymore, falling and losing his transformation. Izuku, how are you? Almight turning to see him, but he saw that Almight was standing still, steam coming out of his body. Izuku, Almight, what's wrong with you? Getting closer, you're losing power very quickly. Almight, thinking damn, I ran out of time. Where the students? Kirishima, that was amazing. The two of them made an excellent duo, excited by what he saw. Tsuyu, Midoriya is at the level of a professional Kero analyzing. Kaminari, he is the strongest in the class, excited. These words affected two students. Bakugo, thinking I won't let you surpass me, damn Deku. Todoroki, thinking he is the strongest. I will show you who is the strongest. Midoriya. Lita, guys are fine. I brought the teachers, coming in excitedly with the teachers behind me. When they saw it, they all thought the same thing. Class, thinking you're late. Momo, Almight and Midoriya already took care of it. I'll explain. Nizu, anyway, arrest the unconscious villains, give medical attention to the wounded, and accordion in the area began to direct. Teachers, okay. Back with Izuku. Izuku, Almight, you're getting weak. Slowly approaching. Almight sighs and becomes thin. If young I am becoming weak. Izuku, Why, what happened? Interested in the answer. Almight, I'll tell you, because you seem like a trustworthy person, but don't come back here with your colleagues. They must have questions, giving him a smile. Izuku, okay, I'll look for him when we get back to school leaving. Almight, I'm horrible at keeping secrets. With the students. Izuku, they are fine descending, but he noticed that most of them were moving away or were nervous around him. Lita, what's wrong with you guys? He's the class president. Why are you walking away seeing your class's reaction? Izuku, I guess it's natural after how I behaved after the transformation. Looking at his class, I won't apologize because thanks to that transformation I was able to fight and save and protect those present here crouching in front of Ochako. Izuku, well, almost everyone is carrying it. Mina, where are you taking her? Watching Izuku walk away. Izuku, to a place where I can rest better. I went through a lot following his path. Alright. Momo turning around. Momo, why yes what do you need to be nervous about being called? Izuku, give it to Aizawa-sensei when he wakes up by throwing a seed at him. Momo, it's the same thing you gave to Uraraka-san when you saw the seed. Tsuyu, that means we should give it to her mouth to mouth like you did with Ochako-chan with a finger on her chin. Izuku blushed upon hearing this as he remembered how he gave him the seed. Izuku, I did that because it was an emergency. There's no need to give it mouth to mouth. Turning around to avoid being seen. Mina was in a dilemma between her shipping side and her nervous side, but in the end she didn't say anything. When Izuku left the facilities he could see an ambulance and many patrol cars arresting the villains. Izuku headed to the ambulance. To the doctor, that she knows about this wound and sees Ochako. Izuku, not just unconscious. To the doctor, okay, there's a free stretcher over here for you to rest. Just after placing Ochako on the stretcher, they catch Izuku's attention. You are the student Izuku Midoriya. Looking at Izuku. Izuku, yes, it's me. Detective, okay, I'm Detective Naomasa. I can ask you a few questions about the attack by taking out a notebook. Izuku, of course, no problem. Meeting the teacher. Ochako, where am I? Looking around. Oh, you woke up. How do you feel getting closer? Ochako, you are recovery girl. Seeing the person where I am. Recovery, you are in the UA infirmary fixing some equipment. That black-haired boy brought you. Ochako, black hair, talks about Deku and analyzing the description. Recovery, he didn't tell me his name, but he seemed worried as he reviewed some papers. Recovery, you don't seem to have any physical problems, so if you want, you can go and give your diagnosis. Ochako, okay. Leaving the infirmary. Outside the infirmary, an empty hallway with no students could be seen. Ochako, it seems I'm the only one left. I should get my things and go to her classroom. After looking for his things he went towards the entrance of the UA where he was waiting for him. Ochako, Deku-kun, what are you doing here? Watching the black-haired boy waiting. Izuku, I was waiting for you, to go together. Young, smile. Ochako, you didn't have to be upset, but deep down he was happy. Izuku, I was actually worried as I started walking. Ochako, worried because she is confused. Izuku, worried about you. About what happened at USJ. What Izuku said made Ochako remember what happened. Ochako, it's true that villain made many wounds on me by checking his limbs and lifting his shirt to check his abdomen. Ochako, I remember the wounds but I have nothing, checking everywhere. Izuku, good thing you didn't have any scars touching his arms and abdomen. At Izuku's sudden touch, Ochako felt chills, especially in her abdomen. Izuku, you don't know how worried I was if you had a mark from that moment without stopping touching it, and without realizing what was happening. Ochako, did Deku-kun that tickles, resisting as best she could. Izuku, tickled seeing Ochako's red face and then her hand sorry Uraraka-san turning red. Ochako, don't worry, what you did was just unexpected, covering yourself again with your uniform. Izuku, I'm sorry, I was just nervous that you would have after effects, because of me, lowering my head. Ochako, it seems like you're blaming yourself for something that's not your fault by raising your head. Izuku, if I had been stronger, maybe you wouldn't have gone through that pain and shed a tear. Ochako, look, I don't know what happened after I fainted, but if I'm here alive and unhurt, it must have been because you wiped away the tear. Izuku, thanks Uraraka, you don't know how guilty I felt. Smiling. Ochako, now cheer up and tell me how you defeated the villains. Smiling. Izuku, well, I don't actually know, scratching his neck. Ochako, since you don't know, you also fainted. Confused. Izuku, the truth is that after you fainted, I felt like I was filled with power and my hair changed color. but I don't know what happened or why I kept remembering what happened. That's called Super Saiyan. The young man turned quickly in the direction of the voice. Izuku, Master, what are you doing here? Surprised to see him. Goku, well, I felt the power of the Super Saiyan, and I assumed you would have questions looking at Izuku. Ochako, he is your teacher looking at Goku. Izuku, that's right, he taught me the techniques he uses and how to fight by pointing at him. Goku, hello, I'm Goku, and you are? Ochako, oh right, I'm Ochako Uraraka, your disciple's partner. It's a pleasure to meet you, bowing. Goku, there's no need for so much formality, and then Izuku asked some questions looking at Izuku. Izuku, yes, he is a Super Saiyan, and how can I use him excitedly? Goku, that's why we're going to the island, so we won't bother anyone. Do you want to come, young lady looking at Ochako? Ochako, I wouldn't be a bother signing up. Izuku, we're not holding her hand at all. Ochako, Deku-kun waits a moment being carried bridal style. So the Saiyans began to fly. Ochako, seeing this, was scared of the height and clung to Izuku. Goku, well, Izuku, do you still remember how to fly fast? Izuku, of course, excited. Ochako, hey, quickly, what do you mean? I'm more scared. Goku, let's see if you can follow me, he smiled. Izuku, suggest yourself while preparing. From one moment to the next they were surrounded by a white aura that made them fly faster. Ochako couldn't open her eyes because of the speed and the fear she had. At that speed it didn't take long for them to arrive. Goku, it seems I'm still the fastest descender. Izuku, it seems so, you're fine, looking at Ochako, who kept holding on. Izuku, calm down, we're already on land, nervous because of Ochako's grip. Ochako slowly opened her eyes, seeing that she was on solid ground, slowly separating from Izuku. Ochako, don't ever do that again, falling to her knees in the sand when she feels relieved. Izuku, sorry, I got a little excited about him being a Super Saiyan, and that's why I wanted to get there quickly, because I scared Ochako. Ochako, that Super Saiyan better be worth it, for fear that she will pass by looking angrily at Izuku. Goku, believe me, it's totally worth it. Goku, well, Super Saiyan is one of many more transformations that we have. Izuku, starting to relate. Izuku, we have more excited. Goku, yes, and each one stronger than the last. Izuku, incredible, I can become stronger, but why did I transform? It's confusing. Goku, our race is different from humans, as are our emotions. Ochako, wait, Mr. Goku, said the confused race. Goku, you haven't told him anything. Izuku, no, I haven't told him anything because I thought it would cause problems seeing Goku upset. Ochako, hey Deku-kun, what do you mean by questioning race? Izuku, I'll tell you later, calming her down. Goku, well, it doesn't matter, the Super Saiyan is an explosion of anger. Izuku, upon hearing the word anger, immediately knew why he transformed, and at the same time the villain's face appeared in his mind. Goku, it seems you realized why you transformed, seeing him seriously. Izuku, yes, Master, I already noticed by lowering my head. Goku, now answer me this, and I want you to be honest, seriously, he's dead. Ochako, upon hearing those words, couldn't help but be scared to death. Who was dead? And decided to ask. Ochako, Deku-kun, what do you mean by dead? Who is dead? Distressed. Izuku, no, he isn't, he escaped very hurt with his head down. Ochako, someone explain to me what's going on nervously. Goku, you see, there are two ways to transform, voluntarily and involuntarily. When it is voluntary, we have total control, but when it is involuntary, what controls us is anger. It makes us do or say things that we normally would not do. Ochako, what did you do? Deku-kun worried about the answer. Izuku, I was about to kill two people. I hit Bakugo and scared the rest of the class with threats. In the end they were scared of me with their heads down. Goku, in my case it was different, mate. Who made me angry? I yelled at my son and I was responsible for destroying a planet, clenching his fist when I remembered it. My trigger was seeing my enemy kill my best friend. In your case it was her, pointing at Ochako. Izuku just nodded. Ochako, I was nervous though. Izuku, you didn't do anything wrong, but seeing how Tamura tortured you until you fell unconscious filled me with enormous rage, causing me to transform. I only had one thing on my mind at that moment with my head down. Goku. Izuku, kill the person responsible for harming someone important, they said at the same time. Goku, don't be discouraged by that. Better take this as a challenge. He challenged you to control the Super Saiyan transforming in front of the young people. Ochako, incredible. Watching Deku in amazement. You have the same transformation. Izuku, yes, but not as powerful as this shadow due to the amount of power. Goku, returning to his base form, that's normal. The stronger you become in your base form, the stronger your transformations will be. Izuku, I must try harder then to master this transformation and prevent the same thing from happening again, clenching his fists with determination. Goku, that's how you talk. Well, I think it's time for you to go. It's late. Looking at the sky. Izuku, but he said he would show me the rest of the transformations. Goku, don't despair, there will be time for that. For now, this girl is already at her house, pointing at Ochako. Izuku, I guess you're right. Come on, Uraraka. I promise to go slow, giving him a confident smile and extending his hand. Ochako, you promise doubtfully. Izuku, of course, I promise, with an outstretched hand. Ochako, she's fine, accepting Izuku's hand and being carried. Izuku, okay, we'll see you soon, master. You have to teach me how to control the Super Saiyan by starting to fly with Ochako in his arms. Goku, of course, I'll be waiting for the moment, waving goodbye. After a while, flying in silence. Izuku, tell me, Uraraka, are you afraid of me? Nervous about the answer. Ochako, it would be ridiculous to be afraid of the person who saved my life. Don't you think? Giving him a smile to reassure him. Izuku, you don't know how happy it is to hear that, smiling. By the way, where do you live? Ochako, of course you don't know. It's over there in those departments, pointing to a part of the city. Outside Ochako's apartment. Izuku, I guess we say goodbye here, looking at the apartment. You live alone. Ochako, if I live alone, taking a break. This Deku calling your attention. Izuku, yes, what happens? Ochako, I wanted to thank you, sorry. Izuku, thanks because it's confusing. Ochako, you know, for saving me, healing my wounds, and trusting me with your problems. For all that, thank you so much. Izuku, I'm the one who should be thankful. You're one of the first people who doesn't abandon me at the first opportunity. Smiling. Ochako, what do you mean confused? Izuku, it's nothing, we'll see each other at school. See you starting to fly. Ochako, if we see each other at school, waving goodbye. With Izuku. Izuku, I must have said too much. With Ochako. Ochako, what could he have meant? News and class issues. We found ourselves in the classroom of Class A, where the students were waiting for their teacher, but he wasn't the only one missing. Momo. It seems that everyone came to me, Uraraka and Midoriya, arranging some papers. Mina, maybe Uraraka will continue to recover from her injuries by giving her opinion. Tsuyu, I sent him a message yesterday, and he said he would come. Karo, showing his phone. Lita, and what about Midoriya? I ask. When asked, most people lowered their heads, remembering what had happened. Jiro, we have been very cruel to him, with our heads bowed. Lita, what do they refer to? Momo, yesterday when you left, Midoriya took charge of the matter, keeping us all safe, except for him, telling what happened. Mina, he told us to escape and that's what we did. But when All Might arrived, we went back and adding. Kirishima, and what we saw wasn't very nice, seriously. Lita, what did they see? Nervous. Todoroki, Midoriya mutilated one of the villains and was about to kill the other two, he said without flinching. Momo, Uraraka was also very injured and lying on the ground. Jiro, honestly, that Midoriya was scarier than the villains, remembering Izuku's look. Kaminari, I also hit Bakugo, looking at the aforementioned. He returned a death glare that scared Kaminari. Melissa, don't think we're exaggerating things. Maybe it's something of his quirk. Remember that he did it when his hair was yellow. Analyzing. Momo, it is a possibility. Some quirks change their personality by remembering what they knew. Sato, mine is like that. If I eat a lot of sugar, I become irrational. Supporting. Most of those who doubted Izuku began to believe in that possibility. But out of nowhere a sound alerted everyone. Tsuyu, it's a message from Ochako-chan, looking at her phone. Open the window. Mina, what did you mean by confused? Tokoemi, it seems like something is approaching at great speed when looking out the window. At this point, everyone looked out the window. Kaminari, he looks like a rocket in a panic. Mineta, the villains want to kill us at all costs by panicking us. Jiro, calm down, it's not a rocket holding both of you. Momo, open the window. Remembering the message. Guys, open the window and let's wait. They followed the order of the vice president, and after a while the supposed rocket enters the room at high speed, revealing Izuku. It seems that we made it in time. Or looking around, seeing that the teacher was not there. Ochako, Come on, get me down, I'm dizzy and about to throw up. Izuku obeyed and slowly lowered her, where Ochako held onto the wall to avoid falling from dizziness. Ochako, I can't believe you convinced me to do that again, looking for her seat. Momo, I'm sorry to interrupt your strange conversation, but what happened? Looking at both of them. Izuku, what happened was he is interrupted by Ochako. Ochako, don't say anything, it's embarrassing, blushing a little. Izuku, well, I can't even say anything, smiling mockingly. These actions only left the class with more doubts, who wanted to ask what happened. But, Aizawa, okay, everyone to your seats. The class is going to start with your tired attitude. Tsuyu, how does Aizawa-sensei feel about asking? Aizawa, thanks to Midoriya's medicine I don't even have scars. I won't ask what it was because I'm sure you won't tell me. Looking at Izuku. Izuku, I'll just say it was a gift from the master. Aizawa, I would like to talk to your teacher on good terms, not like last time remembering the fight. Lida, sensei, you already knew Midoriya's teacher, raising his hand. Aizawa, yes, he beat up all the teachers including me. Kirishima, also to All Might, raising his hand. Aizawa, I defeat him with 2 hits, remembering. Kaminari, 2 hits, he defeated the top with 2 hits in amazement. The whole class was amazed except Izuku, who had seen the fight. Todoroki, thinking, there's another stronger than All Might. Then All Might is not the top, upset because his goal changed. Mineta, that explains why Midoriya is so strong. Looking at the aforementioned. Kirishima, what kind of training makes you intrigued? Mina, she has more disciples, amazed. Kaminari, how strong is curious. Aizawa, silence, activating his quirk. And like magic everyone was silent and seated. Aizawa, well, the main thing I have to tell you is that the battle is not over yet. Getting serious. Kaminari, Mineta, what more villains attack us? Scared. Aizawa, the sports festival is coming, he says simply. Melissa, that's all confusing. Izuku, the sports festival is not that simple. Students must compete to perform well and for some professional hero to take us to internships. It is an event celebrated at a national level, explaining its importance. Aizawa, Midoriya is right. That's why we'll give them a week off so they can train with instructions. Momo, sensei, it wouldn't be too risky to hold the festival, after what happened with the villains raising their hands. Aizawa, that's exactly why with this festival we are saying that we are prepared for anything. With his typical tired tone. Lida, the Yui is ready for anything, waving its arms. Aizawa, okay, let's start with the real class. Take out your books. After a normal class. Aizawa, before they go to lunch, Midoriya has to tell them something by putting on his jacket and rolling away from the podium. Izuku, thanks. Aizawa-sensei, watching as Aizawa rolled out of the room. Izuku, I wanted to apologize by bowing for my behavior in the villain attack. I also wanted to give you an explanation of that transformation you saw. Most of the room, if not all, was interested in the Golden Warrior. Even Bakugo and Todoroki listened in silence. After the talk of the involuntary Super Saiyan. Izuku, and that's what happened. That's why I'm sorry for having threatened you. Bowing again. But I don't regret having hit Bakugo. Melissa, you don't have to apologize, you saved us all. It would be hypocritical of us if we got upset about your Quirks attitude. Right, guys? Looking at the class. Kirishima, no problem, bro, raising the thumb. Mina, you were scary but you saved us by smiling. Jiro, Mina, that doesn't help. Looking at her friend. Lida, bravo Midoriya, bravo for your words, crying comically. Tsuyu, thanks for saving us. Karo thanked. Izuku, thanks guys, giving a smile of relief. By the way, the involuntary transformation can still happen, so I advise not to make me angry, he said jokingly. But the class decided on their own that they shouldn't make him angry, if they didn't want to face the consequences. Izuku, well, I think that's all. Sorry for taking up your lunch time, heading for the door. Lida, don't worry, it's the class's duty to listen to their president, opening the exit door and seeing. Lida, what are so many people doing at the door? Do they have some business with Class A? Seeing the students crowded at the door. Izuku, no, that's not it. They came to see the trend getting serious. So this is Class A heroes. It doesn't seem like a big deal making fun of them. Izuku, appearances are deceiving, aren't they, my friend? Looking at the stranger. Shinso, sorry for my late introduction. I'm Hitoshi Shinso from Class C, General Studies, politely introducing myself. Izuku, I'm Izuku Midoriya. A pleasure to offer you my hand. Shinso, I guess you haven't heard, but if a General Studies student gets a good position in the festival, he can be transferred to heroism, ignoring Izuku's gesture. Izuku, and I suppose you aspire to that position, or am I wrong in questioning? Shinso, you're not wrong. From what I see, it may be easier than I thought seeing the class. Izuku, Shinso, you're talking to me, not to the others, getting more serious. Shinso, how scary you are when you make fun of yourself. I'll see you at the festival, withdrawing from the crowd. I guess it's my turn, pushing my way through the crowd. Izuku, and you are looking at the stranger. Monoma, you can call me Monoma, if you prefer, introducing yourself. I'm from Class B. Izuku, I guess you've heard my name. What do you need seriously? Monoma, you don't have to make that face. We just wanted to see what the students who survived an attack by villains were like, mocking us. Monoma's attitude was starting to bother Izuku. Monoma, but I must say I'm disappointed. I expected more from class number 1 making fun of it. Izuku, what do you mean, upset? Monoma, you see, I see people who are not worth it. That purple dwarf, the invisible one, or that little chestnut over there making fun of you. The comment discouraged the people mentioned, something that Izuku noticed. Izuku, if that were the case, why are they here? But you don't bother them. Monoma, the entrance test favored some quirks, not all, explaining. Izuku, complained to some teacher, not to us, holding back. The class saw how Izuku was getting more and more upset and began to worry about what might happen, so they decided to intervene. Kirishima, come on bro, there's no need to fight by getting between the two of them. Monoma, finally another one comes out from the class. I was getting bored of talking to just one making fun of me. Kirishima, whispering friend, do you want some advice? Get out of here before this gets out of control by talking to Monoma? Monoma, so Class A is so pathetic that it can't even defend itself by laughing. That comment bothered Izuku and some of the class even more. Mina, hey Kiri, it's rude to interrupt a conversation by putting on a smile that covered your annoyance. Jiro, if you let the president finish this with the same smile. Momo, he asked for it with the same smile but tilting his head. Kirishima stood still as he saw his teammates' smiles until. Lita, come on, Kirishima. Let's let Izuku take care of carrying Kirishima. Kirishima, lucky Monoma walking away with Lita. Monoma, it seems that you are the only brave one to speak, looking at Izuku. Izuku, they just don't want to get caught in the crossfire. Now, if you don't have anything better to say, you can leave and throw it out nicely. Monoma, I guess I'll leave, but remember, Class B won't need the luck of being attacked by villains to stand out by trying to leave. The word luck was what finished Izuku off. Izuku, stop there, grabbing his shoulder. Monoma, so you want to keep talking? Well, for I was the scream he gave when he felt his shoulder being squeezed. Izuku, so being attacked by villains is a luck tightening their grip. Monoma, odd, let me go, kneeling for the pain, trying to get rid of it. Izuku, you think it's lucky to see how your class is frightened, how 2 of your teachers were on the verge of death, fear for your life in a fight to the death, or worse, see how one of your classmates is tortured in front of your eyes. That's what you call luck, tightening your grip even more. Monoma, I apologize from my W word words bu, but please pleasure let me go. Trying to remove my hand, Tetsu, help me. A companion of Monoma who was accompanying him began to interfere. Tetsu, let go, trying to release his arm without success. Let go, turning it into metal, but still nothing happened. Monoma, let me copy your quirk, looking at Tetsu. Tetsu, of course, shaking hands. From one moment to the next, Monoma's skin turned into metal, hoping to resist the pain. Izuku, do you think that will help you by pressing with all your strength, breaking the metal without problems? Monoma, Tetsu hit him, desperate he will break a bone. Tetsu tried to save his friend by hitting Izuku's face, but Tetsu, what are you seeing that his metal blow didn't do anything to Izuku? Seeing this action, I tried to hit several times but ended with the same result. Inside the room, Mina, I think that was enough. Oka, you can calm him down by feeling him. Ochako, because I'm nervous. Momo, we believe that he will hear you remembering a certain event in the attack. Jiro, she wouldn't listen to any of us, so go ahead and push her. Ochako resignedly went to Izuku and touched his shoulder. Ochako, don't you think it was enough speaking in a low voice? Izuku, hearing his voice, managed to relax a little. Izuku, I guess you're right, letting go of Monoma and catching Tetsu's fist to push him. Everyone leave, looking at the group that just looked scared. The group, seeing Izuku's look, just left Ahi, and Tetsu carried a very sad Monoma to get him out of Ahi. Izuku, Seems like I lost my cool, a little disappointed. Ochako, don't worry, you did all that to defend us. Look, no one is upset about pointing at their class. Kaminari, you defended our honor and pride. Mineta, tell me how I can be like you by admiring him. Jiro, a president must give his all for his class, smiling. Mina, he asked for it. Ochako, see now no one leaves you whispering so that only Izuku can hear it. Ochako, let's go to the dining room now that it's clear. I'm a little hungry, rubbing my stomach. Izuku, yes, we go, smiling. Secrets and girl talk. After a friendly chat with Class B, Izuku and his friends headed to the school cafeteria for lunch until Melissa, Miridia calling the mentioned one. Izuku, turning around, oh Melissa, what do you need? Melissa, would you mind joining me for a moment? Nervous? Izuku, I was going to have lunch with them, aiming for their group. Melissa, please, it is important to put your hands together in a sign of supplication. Izuku, what do you say, guys, looking at their friends? Lita, if it's so important as to beg, you should go. I don't mind giving a smile. Ochako, why if there is no tea problem? Nervous. Melissa, thank you, taking Izuku's arm to pull him out of the hallway. Ochako, seeing Melissa take Izuku's arm and go out with him, felt a displeasure that she couldn't explain. Ochako, thinking what is happening to me as I resume my walk to the dining room, with Izuku. Izuku, where are you taking me? Melissa being pulled. Melissa, wait, and you'll see him stopping at a door. It's here, knocking on the door and receiving a forward from the other side. Izuku, why so much mystery looking at the door? Melissa, they explained everything to you inside when you opened the door. Upon entering they see a thin and decrepit Almight waiting for them. Almight, oh young Midoriya, how nice that you could come and serve a cup of tea. Izuku, they really didn't leave me many options, scratching his neck. Melissa, I'm sorry about that, but they told me to bring you urgently, taking a break, and I see why. Almight, Melissa, don't be like that. It was my mistake after all. Please take a seat, pointing to a sofa in the office. Izuku, Melissa, no thanks, rejecting the proposal. Almight, as you like, taking a sip. Izuku, can I ask why they called me with a drop of sweat? Almight, I promise you an explanation on this matter, pointing out. Izuku, why, it's not a side effect of his dubious quirk. Almight, the truth is that it isn't. You see, here he proceeds to tell about his wound and how he got it. Almight, that reduced my hero time, and the fight with the Noma reduced it even more by showing his wound. Izuku, I see, so the problem is the wound, looking at it. Melissa, that's right, Midoriya, that's why. Taking a pause, could you give him the medicine you gave to Uraraka and him? Professor Aizawa lowering his head. Almight, what medicine is dubious? Izuku, she talks about this, taking out her bag. It seems that there are only 2 left. I will have to reduce its use to emergencies, until I have more. Melissa, then you'll do it even with your head down. Almight, wait young Melissa, there's no need to calm Melissa down. Melissa, it is necessary. People need the symbol of peace, still crouching. Izuku, I'll give it to you, but you can answer me a question seriously. Melissa, if anything, I'm enthusiastic about helping everyone. Izuku, you see, I have an ability that allows me to feel the power of this tense Almight, and when Melissa uses her percent and breaks her bones, it's the same feeling I had when Almight fought in the USJ. Upon his discovery, Melissa and Almight became nervous when their secret was discovered. Izuku, I discovered that these circumstances only occur when 2 people have the same quirk. An example would be parents and children who inherit quirks, setting an example. Izuku, but you, Melissa, are the daughter of the scientist David Shield. Seriously. Melissa, what do we do? Almight be scared and nervous. Almight, he gave a long sigh of resignation. Okay, I'll tell you, because I trust you. Here he proceeds to tell the story of One for All. Izuku, one for all and all for one, 2 forces of good and evil. It seems you carry a great burden, looking at Melissa. Melissa, that's right. Izuku, fine, I'll make it smaller. I'll help you in your final fight, or I'll finish it first, he says as if nothing. Almight, what is young Midoriya talking about? Amazed by what he said. Melissa, what do you mean by finishing it sooner? Confused? Izuku, when I heard that this guy is the strongest, I felt a huge desire to fight him, excited and clenching my fist. Melissa, Almight, thinking she's crazy. Izuku, so having said that, take Almight by giving him a seed. Almight, thanks young Midoriya, eating it and puffing up. Almight, ha 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 ha, I'm back to my glory, posing and laughing. Melissa, How good, Almight threatening to cry from emotion. Izuku, if that's all, I'm leaving. I'm very hungry, leaving the office listening to Almight's laughter. In the dining room, Ochako, Deku-kun sure takes a long time sitting at a table. Lita, whether he's doing his job as president or something much bigger, eating without worrying. Ochako, I know, but I feel distressed, putting her hand on her chest. Lita, distressed, you feel bad, something hurts, you have to go to the infirmary, shaking it desperately. Ochako, wait, stop the agitation, I'm fine, don't worry. Lita, oh, okay then, let's continue with your meal. Ochako, it's just that when he left with Melissa, this anguish began, coming back with his hand on his chest. That's what you call jealousy, my friend, whispering in Ochako's ear. Ochako, HHHH, turning around, don't do that, you scared me, breathing heavily. Lita, oh, Ashido-san, who offers himself to you without leaving his plate. Mina, I saw a friend with a bad face and came to help, looking at Ochako, can I sit down? Lita, sure, no problem, holding on to one side so she could sit down. Mina, thank you, sitting in the middle of both of them. And what's wrong with you? Asking Ochako. Ochako, I think you're doing great trying to hide it. Lita, she says she feels distressed to see Melissa take Midoriya away. I really don't understand, she says without importance. Upon hearing that, Mina couldn't put on a bigger smile, while Ochako suffered from nerves. Ochako, that's called betrayal, Lita-kun, a little angry. Lita, I thought she would help you better than me, so I'll leave her in your care. Ashido-san stands up with her tray to leave. Mina, leave it to me, without stopping smiling. Ochako, thinking, don't leave me alone with her, this can't be worse, crying internally. Momo, so you were here, come here girls, calling the others to sit together. Ochako, thinking I was wrong, it could be worse if you cover your face. Jiro, why does Ochako look so nervous seeing how the brunette covered her face? Toru, she's also very red, looking at her face. Tsuyu, Ochako-chan, you're sick watching her. Mina, she's boiling, but excited by her girl talk that she was expecting. Jiro, jealous of who said it in a mocking way. Mina, she's jealous of. Interrupted. Ochako, enough, girl, I'm not jealous of anyone, she says, blushing. Momo, with that face it's hard to believe you, pointing at his face. Toru, what happened? Mina-chan, excited. Mina, you see, according to Lita, Oka was distressed when she saw Melissa take Midoriya by the arm, leaving her like this, pointing at Ochako. Ochako, I'm not jealous, I just felt distressed seeing them making sad faces. Girls, thinking it's definitely jealousy with a drop of sweat. Momo, leaving aside Uraraka's jealousy, it is true that they get along well. Jiro, not to mention the incident this morning. Ochako, that's looking away, a secret. Mina, now I want to know what happened even more. You'll tell me when you get close to Ochako. Ochako, don't think it's time to go back to the classroom. Lunchtime is almost over, lifting her tray and moving away from the table. Jiro, she's running away seeing Ochako. Mina, run away, all you want, one day you'll tell me, determined. Momo, she was right, we should go back, getting up with the rest to catch up with Ochako. The girls managed to catch up with Ochako to go to the living room, where Mina continued asking Ochako embarrassing questions until they ran into Izuku. Oh girls, head to the cheerful classroom. Momo, if lunchtime is almost over, answer. Izuku, hey, it's almost over. I still haven't been able to eat anything, I'm nervous about the schedule. Tsuyu, I don't think you'll reach it now. Karo, being honest. Izuku, you're right, depressed. Jiro, by the way, what were you doing to avoid attending the dining room? He asked the question maliciously, looking at Ochako. Ochako was waiting for the nervous answer for what he might say. Izuku, Almight asked Melissa to find me to thank me for what I did at USJ that was unimportant. Everyone except Izuku noticed the relief on Ochako's face and the smile that formed on her face. Girls, thinking it's easy to know what you're thinking by looking at Ochako. Izuku, this vice president, can I ask you a favor by looking at Momo? Momo, yes, what do you need? Izuku, can we go somewhere more private? Nervous. Hearing those words was as if they were pierced by a lightning bolt of astonishment, but one was worse. Ochako kept her smile but was surrounded by a creepy aura. Momo, it's unnecessary to be nervous in private about Ochako's aura. Izuku, it is. It would be embarrassing to do it in front of so many people. Looking away and completely ignoring Ochako's growing aura. Mina, thinking, stop adding fuel to the fire, you nervous little Midoriya, for Ochako. Izuku, come on, it will take a while to take Momo's hand and take it to her. If we don't hurry, we will be late for class. Momo, wait, turning for a moment to see Ochako, thinking, I feel like she's going to kill me nervously but being dragged by Izuku. The girls could only watch as the two left their sight, but most were nervous about Ochako's aura. Mina, Oka, are you okay? Turn around slowly to look at her. Ochako, of course I'm fine. Why wouldn't I be smiling but even with his aura? Ochako, okay girls, we should go back, don't you think? Starting to walk slowly. Thoru, why yes, why you're right, nervous. Jiro, I feel sorry for Momo, following the others. Mina, I didn't know Oka could get like that. After a while of walking in silence, because no one dared to speak, they arrived at the classroom where the two presidents were missing. Mina, they think it's okay to talk to girls. Jiro, I don't know, since we entered he hasn't moved from his seat watching Ochako. Tsuyu, I think it will be worse the longer those two take, seeing that the representatives were missing. As if they were called, the representatives entered the classroom, and as they didn't notice anything different, the girls decided to call Momo. Momo, they needed, even though they had an idea of what they wanted. Mina, what happened? Why did I need you? She confessed to you excitedly. Jiro, in fact, Midoriya's face seems relieved seeing Izuku. Mina, did you do it by whispering in the ear of the wicked? Momo, upon hearing this, turned red as a tomato. Momo, of course not. I screamed, blushing. Mina, really, your face says something else with a mischievous look. Momo, calming down, he didn't confess to me or do what you're thinking. Looking at Mina, he just asked me for help with his uniform. Tsuyu, her uniform, and that she had her Karo uniform. Momo, look closely, don't you notice anything different, pointing at Izuku? The girls looked closely to see the difference until Thoru, his uniform has a hole where his tail comes out, looking at Midoriya. Momo, yes, he asked me for help to create a new uniform for him, but with that detail saying what he did. Jiro, but in the past I never needed it, remembering that he wrapped it around his waist. Momo, according to what she told me, when she transformed, her tail grew a little, making it uncomfortable to wear it tied to her waist. Remembering Izuku's words. Mina, it was just that, how boring, a little disappointed. Momo, well, I'm sorry for not feeding your hopes. A little annoyed by changing the subject, because Ochako is like this, seeing her in her seat, staring into space. Tsuyu, she's been like this since we got back Karo. It worries me seeing her. Mina, I have an excited idea. Jiro, and which one is doubtful? Mina, the person responsible for putting her in that state will be himself, who happily takes it away. Momo, you're talking about? Interrupted. Mina, yes, we will tell Midoriya to get her out of that state. Jiro, it's not a bad idea to support Mina. Mina, with that said, she went to look for Midoriya, who was talking to the boys. Mina, Izuku-kun, you have a moment, calling him. Izuku, yes, what's up Mina, without giving it much importance. Mina, I have to ask you a favor. Izuku, what is it about? Mina, you see Ochako over there, pointing at her. Izuku, she looks down, worrying. Mina, that's why you would mind going to talk to her, joining her hands? Izuku, because I doubt. Mina, thinking because you are responsible for him being so out of his mind, because you are one of his best friends. He doesn't want to tell us anything by lying. Izuku, okay, I'll start walking, but he is stopped. Mina, one more thing, when you talk to him, I'll come up behind him and whisper the rest in his ear. Izuku, that's necessary, a little embarrassed. Mina, we girls like him, with a mischievous look. Izuku, fine, I'll do it, resigned. He goes to Ochako's. While in Ochako's mind, Ochako, I look like an idiot getting angry over something like that. First it was with Melissa and now Momo. Maybe the girls are right and it's jealousy. But that would mean that I like Deku-kun. Just thinking about it makes him blush. No, it can't be. Deku-kun is my friend. I can't think that way. Out of Ochako's mind. Izuku, what are you thinking so much about? Whispering softly in his ear. That action sent an electric current through Ochako's body, bringing her out of her mental discussion. Ochako, hey, Deku-kun, why did you do that? Blushing, with one hand on her ear. Izuku, Mina told me to do it, that the girls liked him, blushing and nervous about what he did. Ochako, thinking. Mina turning to look at Mina with clear annoyance. Mina, for her part, sees everything that is happening from afar, raising her thumbs to Ochako. Izuku, what's wrong with you? You look distracted and worried. Ochako, me, with Without knowing what to answer before that, you can tell me what you did with Momo seriously. Izuku, that's it. So I asked him for help with this. Turning around, it seems I can't hide it anymore. Wagging his tail like a cat. Ochako, what happened? Doesn't it look different seeing the tail? Izuku, it became longer and it was uncomfortable to carry it rolled up. So I asked Momo for a new uniform with a hole for the tail, recounting what happened. Ochako, can I ask you a question with a smile? Izuku, of course. Ochako, Momo had to take your measurements, didn't she? Still smiling. Izuku, yes, he said that the more information he had, he could create a better uniform by remembering the process. Ochako, then he saw you without a shirt and said simply. Izuku, he said that the measurement would be more exact. Why are you asking confused? Ochako, for nothing important, diverting the question. While with the girls, Jiro listened to the entire conversation and told it to the others. Jiro, Momo, did you see him shirtless? He said mockingly. They all turned to look at Momo, who blushed. Momo, it was necessary to take his measurements by shielding himself. Mina, tell me what her body was like when she was excited. Thoru, she recounts every detail excitedly. Momo, well, when I saw his body, he had a lot of muscles, and when I touched him to get the measurements he was hard but soft at the same time. Momo couldn't say anything else when she blushed so much that she started to smoke from her head. See you. If Midoriya-chan's tail grew, what other parts of her body grew? Karo said simply. All the girls blushed at the thought of another part of their body growing. Tsuyu, they are perverts. I wasn't talking about that, with a finger on her chin. While the girls were drowning in their shame, let's go back to our partner. Izuku, leaving aside what I did, you're the one who still hasn't answered me. Getting a little serious. Ochako's seriousness was lost when she was reminded of the question. Ochako, I was nervous about the sports festival. Lying. Izuku, and why are you nervous about that? Doubtful. Ochako, it's just that I'm one of the weakest participants. Lowering my head. Izuku, I take Ochako's chin to lift it and look him in the eyes. You are very wrong, Ochako. Ochako jumped slightly when her name was called. Izuku, you are one of the strongest people I know. Not only that, you are brave, determined, kind, and above all, you never give up. Approaching Ochako's face. Ochako was red from the proximity and Izuku's words. Izuku, that's why don't say again that you're weak by bringing her closer to his to hug her. Being seen by everyone. Kaminari, why are they hugging each other? Confused. Mineta, damn frustrated Midoriya. Siro, it looks like a couple scene watching them. Kirishima, it must be because of what happened in the attack. Midoriya told me that he felt guilty about what happened to Uraraka. He must be apologizing or something like that. Analyzing. Upon hearing this, everyone was understanding and decided not to intervene and leave them alone. On the other hand, Ochako returned to her internal conflict. Ochako mind. I now remember this feeling. It was the same when he saved me from the robot, when we chatted, or when he hugged me for the first time. It was this quality that made me fall in love with you. It would be a mistake to continue denying it by reciprocating the hug. Out of Ochako's mind. Izuku, separating seems to make you feel better, then let's try hard in the sports festival by giving it a punch. Ochako, of course. Deku-kun accepting Izuku's gesture with a renewed smile. Training and festival. Aizawa, well, for this part it should. Interrupted by a applause. Aizawa ignored him and wanted to continue. Aizawa, as I said. Applause. Aizawa must. Applause. Aizawa, annoyed, turns around to see the class and find out who is clapping and manages to see something that puzzled him. Aizawa, seriously, that's why you don't pay attention. Rubbing your head. You could see Mina, half hypnotized, trying to catch Izuku's tail. Izuku, Mina, what are you doing moving your tail, dodging the applause? Mina was in a trance. She didn't respond. She just wanted to catch her tail like a cat, being watched by everyone. Aizawa, already annoyed, decided to act. Aizawa, Mina, wake up, screamed, scaring those present but more so the one mentioned. Mina, standing up from her chair. What happened? What were you doing? Most laughed silently so that the teacher wouldn't get angry again. Aizawa, you were trying to catch Midoriya's tail for minutes, tired of the ridiculous explanation she gave. Mina, I'm sorry. Aizawa-sensei, bowing. I won't do it again. Aizawa, fine, just stop playing with your partner's tail to get his attention. Kaminari, hey, you can't play with Ojiro's tail. Ojiro, I told you nervously because they touch his tail. Aizawa, sighing they don't pay me enough. After the strange scene, classes finally ended and we met at the exit where Izuku and his friends are. Izuku, we have a week off to train commenting. Lita, we have to do our best to give the UA more fame by moving our hands. Izuku, of course, I'm anxious for it to start. Being able to face other classes excites me by punching the air. Lita, you're the only one who would get excited about that. Honestly, I prefer. Interrupted by his phone. Sorry friends, my mom wants me to buy some things. So I'll go ahead. We see each other speeding up while saying goodbye. Izuku, and then why haven't you said anything? Asking her friend next to you. Ever since Ochako admitted that she liked Izuku, plus the embarrassment of the public hug, she can't look at his face without blushing. Ochako. It seemed like a boys' chat. She didn't want to interfere by looking away so as not to get nervous. Izuku didn't like that gesture, so he jumped in front of Ochako so she would look at him head on. But again he was avoided. Ochako, what are you doing avoiding him? Izuku, what are you doing? Why are you avoiding me? Confused? Ochako, it's probably your imagination avoiding eye contact. Izuku, did I do something that bothered you and now you're avoiding me because you're upset and worried? Ochako, and no, it's nothing like that, so don't worry about calming him down. Izuku, then why do you avoid me? Ochako, it's not for anything in particular, nervous for not having an excuse. While this was happening, the group of women approached the couple. Thoru, I can't believe you did that in class. Laughing. Mina, I didn't know what was happening, it was like I was hypnotized remembering what I did. Jiro, and that's why you became a mocking cat. Mina, I swear I had no control over what I was doing, hiding behind. The conversation continued normally for a moment until they spotted something interesting. Momo, hey, isn't that Uraraka and Midoriya watching the couple from a distance? Mina, that's right, they must be on an excited date. Jiro, it seems that Uraraka is in trouble seeing that she was avoiding Izuku's face. Mina, I'm sure they're fine seeing the couple until Izuku, already tired of being avoided, decides to take Ochako by the shoulders to turn her in his direction, an action that embarrassed Ochako and alerted the girls. Momo, that's our cue to intervene. Seeing Ochako about to faint. Mina, well, we're getting closer to the couple. While with Izuku and Ochako, Izuku had Ochako immobilized by the shoulders while he looked into her eyes. Izuku, if I did something that bothered you so you avoided me, I want you to tell me up front so I can apologize. I meant it, Ochako. I couldn't even speak because I was so nervous about having Izuku so close. Izuku, it's so bad that you can't tell me. Worrying. Ochako, and no, it's that TT. It's just that Ochako's blush became so big that she started to smoke from her head. Determined to know what was happening, Izuku wouldn't let go of her, and Ochako, not knowing how to act, could only blush, although she was about to faint until, Mina, there you are. Oka, we were looking for you everywhere. Touching Ochako's shoulder, Izuku let go of Ochako so she could talk better. Ochako, hey Mina-chan, what's going on? Still blushing and nervous. Momo, you forgot that today we were all going shopping. Lying. Tsuyu, come on Ochako-chan, we'll be late. Holding Ochako's hand. Ochako understood what they were trying to do so she went along with it. Ochako, true, I had forgotten. Sorry, Deku-kun, but I'll have to go. Nervously. Izuku, well, no problem. A little disappointed. Then see you later. Ochako, yes, of course, trying to get as far away as possible. Thoru, come on, we'll be late. Making the group go less. Mina, calm down, it's not like you're not going to see her mocking again. Izuku, it's not that, it seems that she's upset with me and not knowing what I did worries me. Mina hesitated whether to say something to him or not, so she decided to leave it halfway. Mina, I'll tell you she's not upset. Smiling, but the reason she's like this is because of you. Pointing at her. Izuku, for that reason I want to know what I did to him. Could you tell me? Nervously. Mina, not making an X with your arms is something you should realize yourself. Good luck going to catch up with the others. Izuku, sighs defeated, it's easy to say it, turning to head home. While the girls. Ochako, thanks for getting me out of there. Girls a little embarrassed. Jiro, don't even mention it, you looked like a boiling kettle. Mocking. Momo, now the question is why did you get like that? Before you could have normally confused him. Ochako, what happens is hesitating whether to say it. Mina, that was the face of a girl in love approaching from behind. Thohu, Mina-chan, why did you take so long? Mina, she's talking to Izuku. Smiling. Momo, knowing you, you probably talk too much. What did you say? Mina, Nothing interesting, I just told her that Oka was like that because of her. Jiro, don't you think that can be misinterpreted as nervous? Ochako. Of course, he thought I was upset. If he thought it was his fault, he would think I hated him, when it was the opposite. In his desperation, he talked too much. Tsuyu, Ochako-chan, I think you talked too much with a finger on her chin. Minathoro, I knew it, excited. Ochako. Blushing more than before, please forget what I said, covering your face. Jiro. I really don't think he takes it so seriously, thinking. Ochako. What do you mean by taking your hand away from his face? Jiro. I'm talking about Izuku. I don't think the thought that you hate him will affect him much. Analyzing. Momo. I think you're right. He's not the kind of person who takes things seriously by supporting. Jiro. Plus there's the sports festival. He'll probably train until the last day. So I think he'll think about it after the festival. Finishing his analysis. Ochako. I think you're right. Giving a sigh of relief that makes me calmer. Momo. That said, we must also make an effort to encourage the group. Mina, of course, happy. Thoru, clear happy. Ochako, thinking, you'll see Deku-kun. I can also be strong and I'll show it to you. Excited and determined. And with this the love talk ends. After that they all went home to strengthen their different skills. The next day, according to the girls, Izuku wouldn't worry about Mina's words. But how wrong they were. Izuku. I can't think of anything that bothered her worried. Izuku. But if Mina said it was my fault, that's how nervous he must be. Izuku. I don't even have her number to call her, remembering. Izuku. I could go to his house. No, that would be annoying. Not knowing what's happening bothers me desperately. Izuku. Maybe because he is interrupted by a blow to the face that buries him in the ground. Goku. Don't get distracted in a fight by descending to Izuku's. Izuku. Sticking his head out of the ground. A simple call to attention was serious enough. Goku. You asked me to train you for that tournament, but you're not focused on watching it. Izuku. It's not a tournament, it's a sports festival sitting on the ground. Goku. And it's good that it has you so distracted. Izuku hesitated to tell him until he decided to speak. Izuku, there's a classmate of S. Interrupted. Goku, stop, I have to be honest, if it's about relationships, I don't know anything, so it would be useless for you to tell me while scratching your neck. Izuku sighs disappointed, he thought so. Izuku. Thinking about that is useless. When I see her again I will ask her directly. Izuku, then tell me, why after transforming into a Saiyan my tail grew while moving it? Goku, I don't really know either. All the information I had about the Saiyans was told to me by a friend laughing. Engel, better let me answer you by approaching the pair. Engel, if it's about your tail, I'll tell you. For Saiyans, tails are more important than just transforming into an Ozaru. Note, I made all this up, I don't know if it's real. Engel, you see, when you transformed into a Saiyan, your powers grew and that was reflected in your tail. The reason why Mr. Goku didn't know is because he no longer had a tail when he transformed, explaining. Izuku, I guess that explains it, but you said it was more important, doubtful. Engel, the Saiyans' tails are used to determine who has more power and strength, and for the courtship of women, explaining what he knew. Izuku, courtship, what do you mean interested in his new race? Engel, you see, the Saiyan women will notice which of the men is stronger, to form a relationship, and the tail proves it. Engel, another thing would be the body of a Saiyan that is different from that of other races. Izuku, different from what you mean, doubtful. Engel, you see, the body and mind work in harmony? Asking. Izuku, yes, of course, answering. Engel, wrong, the answer is, the mind controls the body. Izuku, what do you mean by doubtful? Engel, you've heard the phrase, think before you act. First your mind thinks what to do and orders it to your body. But the Saiyans are different. Engel, the mind and body are more separated than normal, and that gives them an advantage in a fight. Izuku, that's why I sometimes dodge blows that I don't see in surprise. Engel, some examples would be when you transformed, you wanted more power to fight but your body was not ready to handle it, or in a dangerous situation your body reacted first than your mind. Also, if your body receives extreme damage and then heals, your body will learn from those wounds, making you stronger. Goku, like when he fought Frieza on Namek, commenting. Engel, exactly, and if you manage to control the mind and the body you can achieve it by aiming at Goku. Goku, I understand, getting serious and transforming. Goku, this Izuku is him, Ultra Instinct, looking at Izuku. Engel, it is the perfection between attack and defense, and it is only achieved when the mind and body are in complete harmony. Explaining. Izuku, amazing, so this is the top amazed watching Goku. Goku, that's right, detransforming isn't something you can achieve in a week by watching him. Izuku, I wish I had more time being disappointed. Goku, hey Angel, you can't replicate the time chamber. Angel, unfortunately I can't do that. But if it's about more time, the planet where he currently lives, time passes differently explaining. Goku, why are you asking so much? Angel, a week is a day here if you have a week. I recommend that you train days and rest. It would be a month and 2 weeks analyzing. Goku, what do you think, Izuku? Are you willing to travel to another planet looking at Izuku? Izuku, I will do it. If necessary, I will do it, decided. Goku, that's how you talk, so we're going now, approaching Angel. Izuku, immediately amazed. Goku, this way we waste less time, come closer and touch Angel's shoulder, ready to leave. Izuku, not to miss the opportunity, decided to approach. Izuku, thinking mother, I hope you are not so severe when I come back nervous. After an hour of travel they arrived at the planet of the god Goku. Izuku, so this is the planet of a god letting go of the angel's shoulder. When Izuku let go of his shoulder he felt a force pulling Asia down. Izuku, what is this? I feel like I'm being crushed trying to stay standing. Goku, so the gravity of this planet is greater than on Earth, which reminds me of Pon's last Angel looking at the aforementioned with a smile. Angel, clear or hitting his cane on the ground, making Izuku fancy some wristbands on his arms and legs along with a new t-shirt which left him lying motionless on the ground. Izuku, what this is this I can't move with difficulty speaking because of the weight. Goku, calm down, they're just training weights, he said simply. Izuku, how much wh weigh? Goku, about kilos each, but with increased gravity I would say about kilos each, he says simply. Izuku, that's why I can't move, upset. Goku, you better do it, look over there, pointing to a big tree with a castle. If you don't get there by dinner time you won't have dinner, you understand, so do your best. Izuku, it's to torture trying to stand up. Goku, it's not, I trained with ton weights, even heavier, leaving Izuku alone. Angel, good luck little Izuku leaving too. Izuku, I guess I have no choice, raising his ki as much as he could just so he could kneel. Izuku, this will be harder than I thought seeing how far he still has to go. With Goku, Angel, he who left her is a good, calm training. Goku, it is, in order to get up he will need to use his ki. That will allow him to use more ki without getting tired, and the weights will make him stronger and faster when he takes them off. The speed with which his powers grow is incredible. He is already stronger than me when I was his age. Pride of his student. Angel, since he trained him, his attitude changed. It's less serious than before seeing Goku. Goku, training him reminds me of when I trained Gohan and brings back nostalgic memories. Angel, I'm happy for you, smiling. Goku, well, let's see how he is looking out a window. He has only advanced a few meters, but if he doesn't give up, he will succeed, smiling. Later that day, a very tired Izuku could be seen entering the god's castle. Izuku, just a little more crawling, tired to fall into the entrance. Izuku, Goku, congratulations on arriving. Appearing above him as I promised, you will have your dinner, carrying Izuku like a corpse to carry him. These words reassured Izuku because I thought he would take off the weights. Goku, I don't think I mentioned it, but you won't take off those weights even to sleep, smiling. Izuku's calmness vanished in an instant, but he was too tired to protest. Izuku agreed, resigned to obey. The routine was repeated every day. Izuku trained with weights until he couldn't anymore. He ate and went to sleep. The first week was difficult as his body never hurt, but he noticed something. It became easier for him to move. Izuku, at least now I can walk happily with his progress. Goku, okay, now you can walk, so let's add sit-ups and push-ups to your routine, telling him what to do. Izuku, of course, excited. The weeks of training pass quickly. During the day, Izuku does several training routines, but at night he continues to worry about what Mina told him. When he finishes his physical training, Goku gives him advice and teaches him how to drive and transform at will into a Super Saiyan. But he can't transform no matter how hard he tries. With Ochako, she would just run and levitate things to get over her nausea. Ochako, at least it lasted longer without getting dizzy. Happy. Ochako, I wonder what you're doing. I hope I have the courage to talk to you normally. Ochako trained physically and mentally so as not to embarrass herself in front of Izuku. Time skip. Izuku's training time was over and he was now traveling with Goku and Angel to Kamehameha Island. Izuku, I'm excited to see how much progress he makes. Goku, yes, I also want to see your progress. Angel, well, the wait is over. We have arrived, landing in the sand. Izuku quickly wanted to notice the weight difference. Izuku, even with the weight still on my body, feels very light hitting, jumping and doing flips. Goku, then let's make it harder. Angel looking at the aforementioned. Angel, clearly hitting his cane. Izuku's weights increased again, being just as heavy as on Goku's planet. Izuku, feeling the weight suddenly rise, loses his balance and falls on the sand. Izuku, shaking off the sand. They could at least wait, getting up with relative ease. Goku, it seems like you no longer have trouble moving when you see Izuku. Izuku, it's the same weight he carried on his planet. It's not that difficult, although it does make me a little slow hitting the air. Goku, just remember to take them off when it's your last resort to win, and you have my permission to take them off at your festival when you turn around to go to Angel. Goku, unfortunately I can't stay, but I wish you luck, waving goodbye. Angel, goodbye. Izuku, disappearance in a ray of light. Izuku, okay, I'll go home to rest and start flying. After a few minutes Izuku arrives at his apartment where he lives with his mother. Izuku, about to open the door. I have a bad feeling. Opening slowly. Time and CA is interrupted by the blow of a shoe to the face. Inko, where were you with a pallet in your hands? Izuku, I was between training with fear for his mother. Inko, a week without knowing anything. Could you call or even answer the calls? Annoying. Izuku, thinking, how do I tell him that in space there is no nervous signal? After a sermon of almost 2 hours, Izuku is released and can finally rest. Time skip. Izuku was outside the UA where there were game and food stands with reporters and many heroes and civilians willing to see the festival. Izuku, I will prove that my training was worth it. The festival begins. We are currently in the UA locker room where Class A is waiting to be called. Mina, too bad they didn't let us use our hero costumes, disappointed. Zero, it's to prevent us from having any advantage by commenting. Kirishima, but it would be great if we used them. Excitedly. While they were discussing the topic, Izuku wanted to clear up some misunderstandings with his friend. Izuku, we can talk by touching Ochako's back. The aforementioned jumped in fright and even more when she realized who it was. Ochako, oh hello Deku-kun. How is it are you nervous without seeing him? Ochako, thinking you're a coward. You said you would speak to him directly in an internal war. Izuku, quite worried. I spent the whole week thinking about what I could have done or said to you and nothing came to mind. That's why I want you to tell me you're distressed. Ochako, thinking I knew Deku-kun would worry and complain. Ochako, Deku-kun, it's not your fault, so don't feel bad. Raising your eyebrows, blushing, smiling, and closing your eyes. Izuku, if that's the case, why did Mina say it was my fault, or why aren't you still looking at me, distressed? Note, this happens in a corner of the locker room to be further away from the others or almost everyone. Mina, this is better than watching a soap opera from a distance. Back with the couple. Ochako, Mina said it to annoy you, and about the other thing I can't say it by looking down, but it doesn't mean you did anything wrong. Izuku, try it. Ochako, hey, what do you mean by raising your head? Izuku, if I didn't do anything then look me in the eyes and tell me. If you can't do it I won't be able to be calm, he says worriedly. Ochako, thinking come on, just look at him and tell him everything is okay. Before you didn't have a hard time fighting internally. Izuku, I guess you can't get discouraged. With mine. Mina, but what are you doing? You're going to lose it if you watch so closely. Momo, what are you doing? Mina, appearing behind. Jiro, we've been seeing you uneasy for a while now, appearing just like Momo. Mina, shhhhhhhh, be quiet, look at them over there, pointing at the couple. Momo, what's wrong with them? Confused. Mina, Midori asks Oka for an explanation for her attitude, but Oka is too embarrassed to answer, so Midori is discouraged and excited. Jiro, it looks like a TV drama with a drop of sweat. Mina, I know, that's why I don't want to miss any moment. Momo, it might be interesting to see how it develops by watching along with Mina. Jiro, he tells me how he ends up leaving the place. Mina, Momo, of course. Back with the couple. Izuku, if you can't answer that's fine, I'll leave you alone trying to leave. Ochako, stop grabbing his sleeve and turning to Izuku, don't go yet, taking a breath to give himself courage. Izuku Midoriya, you didn't do anything to make him worried, raising his head to look him in the eyes. Izuku, smiled in a genuine way once it wasn't that difficult without stopping looking at each other. They both stared at each other while smiling. Ochako, thinking this is why I didn't want to look at you. I feel like your eyes are a trap from which I don't want to come out smiling. Izuku, thinking it seems like all the exhaustion he had vanished, just by looking at her smiling. Minamomo, kiss her, kiss her, kiss her, they said silently watching the scene. The distance was shortening, they had forgotten where they were. It seemed that both were going to fall until Todoroki, Midoriya, I can talk to you neutrally. The whole romantic atmosphere was lost. Our couple was so embarrassed. They turned away to hide their blushes. Ochako, I think that I'll SSS skin for Tsuyu over their blushing. Izuku, why yes, I will talk tea with Todoroki blushing. Izuku Ochako, see you later as Ochako walked away. Todoroki, I interrupted something calm. Izuku, not everything is okay, a little disappointed. While with the girls. Mina, no, Todoroki I'm going to try to attack Todoroki being stopped by Momo. Momo, calm down Mina, hold her back. Mina, but he interrupted at the best annoying part. Momo, I know, but you shouldn't attack him, calming Mina down. There will be another chance. The scandal was so big that it caught the attention of others, but instead of focusing on Mina, they paid attention to Todoroki's words. Moments before. Izuku, what do you need? Todoroki, calm down. Todoroki, I wanted to tell you that in terms of strength you win, but in power I am superior, more serious than usual. Izuku, what are you seriously trying to get at? Todoroki, what I mean is, I will defeat you and prove who is stronger by challenging Izuku. Kaminari, a proposal for war between the strongest of the astonished class. Kirishima, come on, no need to fight, we're all friends, interfering between Izuku and Todoroki. Todoroki, I didn't come here to make friends by leaving. Todoroki, this also goes for you Shield, for some reason your power is very similar to Almight. I don't know what relationship they have, but I will also face you seriously. Todoroki was about to leave the locker room until Izuku, Todoroki getting his attention. Todoroki, what's happening? Turning around to see him. Izuku, I don't know what reasons you have to start throwing challenges everywhere. The truth is I'm not even seriously interested. Izuku, but everyone here showing their class is going to give their percent in this festival. Do you really think I'll be your only opponent coming close? Izuku, I'll give you some advice. Get closer to face you. Stop looking at people as if they were less. It can cause you problems if you look askance at a little redhead. Todoroki didn't say anything, because the description reminded him of a person who did the same thing. Izuku, so I return your challenge, but you'll have to give percent, because we'll all do the same. Smiling. The class, upon hearing the words of support, began to get motivated. Kirishima, he's right, we'll prove that we'll also be heroes by hitting his hardened arms and smiling. Siro, our training will not be in vain. Excited. Kaminari, we'll show what we're made of by smiling and making sparks come out of our hands. Todoroki got upset and left the locker room, and moments later the classes were called over the loudspeakers. Izuku, very well class, let's give the best we have, starting to walk, followed by his class. Class A except Bakugo, of course, excited. They walked down a corridor to the end of the tunnel where they were greeted by hundreds of people who greeted them euphoric with emotion. Kaminari, there are more people than I expected. Nervous. Kirishima, there are also many professional heroes watching the stands. Momo, this is a little nerve-wracking. Present mic, attention everyone, welcome to a new sports festival, speaking through the loudspeakers, exciting the crowd. Present mic, today I will be your commentator, and next to me is the charismatic Erast head, introducing Aizawa. Aizawa, you forced me to come reluctantly. Present mic, anyway, it's time to introduce the classes. With you the class that bravely faced villains and emerged triumphant, the 1A class presenting as the class enters. Izuku, I think that presentation was exaggerated by a drop of sweat. Ochako, Mike-sensei gets very excited walking next to her. Izuku, you're right. But that doesn't help the class calm down. Asia turning back to see her nervous class. Present Mike, and now the class that has not had much prominence. But it was not important, the 1B class, seeing how Class B entered. Tetsu, we are just here to give Class A more fame. Upset. Monoma, calm down, here's our time to crush Class A, he says half crazy. Kendo, let's be calm and stick to the plan by calming your class down. Present Mike, and behind them the general studies classes C, E, H. The aforementioned classes were entering with little enthusiasm due to the presentation. Present Mike, Last but not least, support and business classes, classes J, K, L, please come forward. There are great businessmen to show my babies. Deja excitedly looking at the stands. After the presentation of all the classes, they gathered in front of a stage to wait for instructions. Present Mike, this year, we have Midnight as the event host speaking to everyone. Midnight, that's right, and here I am, imitating Almight. The public didn't notice the joke but rather the heroine's provocative clothing. Lita, it's okay for a heroine to wear those clothes in a school watching Midnight. Mineta Kaminari, of course, staring at the heroine, then being nailed to pieces by Jiro's jacks. Jiro, pair of annoying perverts. Mina, it seems that Midnight Sensei is desperate, watching in disbelief. Midnight, silence, waving her whip. What I'm using is fine, and I'm not desperate, looking at Mina annoyed. Mina, yes, she is whispering it. Midnight, clearing his throat. Welcome to a new sports festival. As is tradition, the first place of the entrance test will go up to give a few words of support to the others. Izuku Midoriya will go up, pointing at him. He mentioned that he didn't know how to react. He wasn't prepared for that. Midnight, come on, cheer him up. Izuku could only obey in silence. Izuku, a warning would have been helpful, nervously speaking to Midnight. Midnight, where's the surprise in that laughing? Izuku stood in front of the microphone, and could see the faces of the audience, and the other classes plus his class that encouraged him except one who hoped he would fail to laugh. Izuku, well, first of all, thank you to the entire public for attending, nervously looking everywhere until they saw. He saw Ochako telling him and making signs to breathe to calm down, which gave him courage. Izuku, take a deep breath. I know that many of you consider yourselves discarded, looking at the classes, but that can change today. In this festival, we all have the same opportunities. It doesn't matter if you're from heroism or general courses. Each one of you has to do your best if you want to achieve what you want. Some students who had their heads down because he was a filler began to listen to him. Izuku, in this festival it doesn't matter what class you're from, only who you are as a person and how you stand out with each one's qualities. If we enter this school, it's because we are special in some way. That's why, following the motto of this school, go beyond plus ultra, raising his arm. Silence. Izuku, did I say something wrong? Nervously watching Midnight cry. Izuku, hey, what's wrong with you? He's nervous, but is interrupted by a cry of euphoria from the students and the audience. Extra, you're right, we have to highlight this time. Excited. Extra, I'll show you what I'm really excited about. Extra, finally someone with heroism who doesn't boast about being happy. Present Mike, it was the best speech anyone has given in years of whining. Aizawa, control yourself. You're a lazy professional. Back on stage. Izuku, I can get off right, scratching the back of his neck. Midnight, if you can, still crying for the speech and wiping away your tears. Izuku, thanks, starting to go down uneasily. Midnight, that's the youthful spirit I was hoping to see, wiping away the last tears. Ochako, you were amazing. Deku in getting closer. Kirishima, that was men activating their quirk. Lita, as expected of the class president, adjusting his glasses. Mineta, you made the other classes hate us less by giving their opinion. Izuku, I'd rather face villains than do that again. Still a little nervous. Present Mike, after that incredible speech, comes the first event of the day, which is taking a break. Midnight. Present Mike, an obstacle course aiming at a screen. Midnight, participants will have to run once around the school, facing different obstacles. The first will go to the next round, so I recommend that you try hard. Very well, go to the starting point, pointing towards an alley. The students obeyed the order and headed to the starting point. Present Mike, well then, this festival, creating a dramatic pause, has begun, playing a bell. The students began to run euphorically to enter the tunnel first, but they did not realize that the tunnel became smaller as they advanced, causing some students to be squeezed together. Present Mike, this is the first obstacle, a narrow tunnel. The students will have to use their ingenuity or strength to overcome it. Commenting on what they saw, most of the students were fighting for a space to cross except one. Izuku, it looks complicated. Izuku stayed behind on purpose. Izuku, well, I think it's time to start doing maximum effort stretching and starting to float above the others. Izuku flew over the others without problems, making those who were tight envious, until he saw another person floating. Ochako, it was difficult to get out of there, mentally exhausted. Now what do I do? I'm not trapped, but I'm not making any progress trying to think of a solution. Izuku, do you want me to take you by appearing behind Ochako? Ochako, Hey Izuku, I thought you would go first, amazed. Izuku, well no, come up and point at his back. Ochako, with shame and embarrassment, accepted the offer and climbed onto his back to be carried. Izuku, well underway, moving forward again at a normal speed. Izuku, I'm actually surprised at how long this tunnel is. I don't believe it. Ochako talking to her companion. Ochako couldn't answer out of embarrassment at being seen being carried by Izuku. She could only hide her face in Izuku's back, while listening. Extra, hey, it's unfair that you can fly upset. Extra 2, suffer like us annoying. Extra 3, I feel more envious of the girl who is jealous on top of it. Extra 4, look, it's the exit pointing into the distance. Izuku, oh, we're about to leave, seeing a point of light, which immediately darkened. Extra 1, what happened surprised. Extra 2, the exit was blocked by looking at the greeting. Extra 3, this is eyes touching the wall. Izuku, so that was your plan coming down. Ochako, Todoroki did this, he didn't do it while watching Izuku. Izuku, that's right, touching the wall. Extra, what do we do? The wall is too thick to break and too high to jump over, panicking. Izuku, don't despair, I'll take care of it. Putting himself in a fighting stance and giving a strong blow to the wall, destroying it. Now it's free. The others immediately took advantage to continue the race, but Izuku had other plans. Izuku, okay Todoroki, I'll follow your lead. Instead of flying, he started running faster. Present mic. It seems that the students passed the first test and they go to the second one commenting. This caught the attention of the bicolor that had put up the ice barrier. Todoroki. It was a very thick barrier as they asked to pass it, annoyed looking back at Izuku. Todoroki. I should have assumed it was you looking angrily at Izuku, but he had to move quickly to avoid an explosion. Bakugo, don't declare war on the wrong person, damn half and half annoying, creating explosions. At that Todoroki sees that several of his companions had been able to overcome his barrier. Todoroki, well, it was to be expected that they would achieve it by running again. Bakugo, don't ignore me damn you, starting to chase him with his explosions. Present mic. It seems that the students have reached the next stage, which is called Dramatic Pause Robo Inferno. The same robots from the entrance exam will be there to hinder them in their path by presenting the obstacle. Todoroki. So these are the robots from the entrance test. They are just scrap dragging their hand along the ground to freeze at several 0 points and pass underneath. But just as he was passing underneath, a yellow sphere impacted the frozen robots, causing parts of them to fall. Todoroki was forced to retreat to avoid being crushed. Todoroki, who did that annoying thing? Izuku, you're not the only one with tricks creating spheres in his hands. Todoroki just clicked his tongue and kept moving forward because they had gotten a big advantage over him. Todoroki, damn, that attack took away a lot of my advantage. I have to hurry. But he feels a yellow ray pass by him, destroying the small robots. Melissa, my knee got ahead of me. But I also accept your challenge with a defiant look. Todoroki looked annoyed at those he considered weak, overcoming him little by little, which unconsciously lit a little flame on his arm. Todoroki's mind, calm down, don't be like him and get back what you lost by starting to slide with his ice. While Todoroki tried to recover lost ground, Izuku took things calmly. Izuku, it seems like he's speeding up seeing the others. Ochako, and you don't even think about doing the same thing coming from behind. Izuku, the truth is, if I flew I would reach them immediately, and I want it to be even, smiling at Ochako. Ochako, I wish I had your trust, I'm scared of arriving last and nervous. Izuku, and why don't you run doubtfully? Ochako, WWI I prefer to stay with you whispering tenderly. But Izuku heard him blushing, and making a decision. Izuku, in that case you can't lose because of me by carrying her. Ochako, Deku-kun you won't think about doing it again. Nervous and scared. Izuku, we must hurry, isn't it? Getting ready? Ochako, knowing what would happen, just held on tightly to Izuku's. Izuku, ready. Ochako, not scared. Izuku, it's a shame jumping to move forward. Present mic. It seems that the students have not had many problems overcoming the obstacles, but now they have to overcome a formidable obstacle, the Great Abyss. His story was interrupted by a loud bang that sounded like an explosion watching the race. Aizawa, look carefully at what's happening. Present mic. Looking, it seems that one of the students is gaining quite an advantage in a single jump. This race is getting more and more interesting. Who will win this competition? Presenting. Steeplechase. Shoto's mind, I'll prove to my old man that I can win without his gift by marrying in ice. Melissa's mind. I will pass this test to prove that I am worthy of this power by running with it one for all. Bakugo's mind. I won't let any extra fly past me with their explosions. But the three were taken out of their thoughts when they felt something approaching, which was Izuku, who managed to overcome them without problems. Melissa, Todoroki, Bakugo. Midoriya shocked / Midoriya upset / Deku upset. The three decided to speed up their pace to catch up with him. But with Izuku the situation was different. With Izuku, "Ochako, that's enough, get me down!" I screamed so Izuku can hear her. Izuku, stopping suddenly. What's happening? Uraraka-san confused. "Ochako, first of all, lower me a little." Blushing, Izuku just listened to Ochako so she could continue talking. "Ochako, I appreciate you helping me, but this feels like cheating while anxious." Izuku, Midnight didn't say anything about whether we could help each other by remembering. "Ochako, I know, but you said it yourself, everyone is giving their best, so I want to give my all." With a determined smile. Izuku, seeing her so determined, could only smile. "Izuku, I understand what you're saying and you're right, so do your best to encourage him." "Ochako, of course I will do it." Determined, but what will you do? Doubtfully. Izuku, I have business with those three, pointing backwards. Ochako could only see the three strongest members of the class besides Izuku approaching at high speed, and not only them, but also several students from other classes. "Ochako, I guess luck with a drop of sweat." Izuku, you two are starting to run just like Ochako. Present mic. The students quickly head to the next stage, and it seems that a student from Class 1A is the current race leader. Commenting. Back in the race, Izuku and Ochako arrived at the next test. Izuku, okay Uraraka-san, I'll see you at the finish line. Starting to jump on the platforms. Ochako, I would go faster if I flew. While watching Izuku move away. Ochako, well, as he crossed here thinking. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of explosions and the approaching low temperatures. Ochako was a little scared by the speed they were going at, which was not slowing down, and they were not planning to slow down. "Todoroki, move aside," he says seriously and in a deep voice. "Bakugo, get out of the way." Round face, annoying. Although she warned them, she didn't have time to move away, and the duo didn't want to stop. As a result of this, Ochako was pushed straight into the void, but no one stopped to help her. Ochako, Curse activated her quirk on herself to begin levitating. Ochako, they really aren't careful descending on a platform. Melissa, are you okay? Appearing behind? Ochako, turning around, I think so, they just surprised me. Melissa, it's a relief. Well, I have to catch up with them by activating her quirk and starting to jump. Ochako, those four are incredible. I must try hard. The push they gave him an idea to run as fast as he could, and when he reached the shore, activate his quirk and levitate to the other platform. Ochako, landing well seems to work. Happy for her achievement. Before crossing to the other platform, you can see several students who are also trying to cross. Some fell, but others crossed faster. Ochako's attention was caught by two people, a pink-haired girl who used machines like hooks to cross, and her friend Seiya, who with her great jumps could gain a lot of ground, motivated her to speed up her pace so as not to be left behind. Back with those in front, Bakugo and Todoroki launched attacks at each other to prevent the other from advancing. This gave Melissa time to reach them. Melissa, using one for all, easily defeated her opponents Bakugo and Todoroki. Seeing themselves outmatched, they decided to stop fighting and focus on the race to beat Melissa. Present mic. It seems we are approaching the final stage of this wonderful race, and this dramatic pause is a minefield. Present mic. They are not powerful enough to harm anyone, but they will explode so hard that they will make their pants dirty. Melissa, upon hearing about the minefield, stopped dead in her tracks to think about how to cross it. Melissa, they are visible, but they are too close together. But maybe it is faster than the explosion. Analyzing. Not only did she stop, but also Todoroki, who looked a little frozen. Todoroki, damn, how do I get over this? Standing in front of them, they were both trying to think how to cross the mines quickly until Bakugo, they are useless, flying over the mines with a self-centered smile. Todoroki, damn, I have no choice. This will give the ones behind an advantage as they start to slide, creating an ice path. Melissa, I hope I don't explode by activating the 1% and starting to run. Melissa's mind. It seems that I am faster than explosions, she thought happily. Present mic. But what is happening in the minefield? They are flying over it, freezing and running on it. Looking at the track, It seems that they want to win at all costs, commenting that you are teaching them. Aizawa, your class is incredible, encouraging them. Aizawa, I didn't teach them anything, they motivated themselves reluctantly. Present mic. There you have it, gentlemen. Mr. Aizawa does not teach his class by making fun of them. Aizawa, that's not what I said angrily. Back in the race. Melissa's mind, they're ahead of me. How can they go so fast seeing Todoroki and Bakugo, which were forcing themselves to the maximum? Todoroki was freezing and Bakugo's wrists were hurting. Melissa's mind, I guess I have no choice. I'll have to use my new technique. The air shot, pointing her finger at her companions. Melissa, if I shoot one, the other will be alert. I should shoot both of them, already thinking. While running, Melissa jumped to get a good height, to shoot a compressed air bullet between them, which activated the mines, but left Melissa in pain. Melissa, landing to keep running. I got some advantage. Take advantage of it, he said to himself. Melissa's mind, it seems like I used % on that shot. My finger hurts, but it's not broken. That's good, there's the goal, rejoicing. But her happiness doesn't last long because her companions weren't happy about having received an explosion, especially Bakugo. He gives but doesn't receive explosions, so they tried to reach her at maximum speed. Present mic. It looks like it will be a photo shoot. The first one to come out will be the enthusiastic winner. Present mic. And is waiting for someone to appear. Melissa's shield from Class 1A. She wins the prime, being interrupted by Aizawa. Aizawa second. Melissa wins second place by talking to Mike. Present Mike. Second, but who was he? First question that left everyone with doubts. Aizawa. What do you think of that guy over there, pointing at the stage? In the scene you could see Izuku being embarrassed by his teacher by asking him awkward questions about his tail, and also trying to catch it while she laughed. Present Mike. But when I arrived, amazed and confused. Aizawa. It's been a while. You were so distracted by those three that you didn't notice. Now do your work and comment angrily. Present Mike. Okay, but don't get mad. Clearing his throat first, we have Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A presenting. Izuku. He had already taken his time approaching his newly arrived companions. Present Mike. Second place Melissa's shield presenting. Melissa, WH. When W was a WH that we didn't KK knew you overcame us. Tired from running. Izuku. I've been here for a while, smiling. Present Mike. Third place Shoto Todoroki. Fourth Bakugo Katsuki. Todoroki's mind. I focused so much on those two that I forgot the main objective. Lighting his fire to thaw out. Looking annoyed at Izuku. But one of the two was not so reserved. Bakugo. Damn Deku, how dare you surpass me, annoyingly approaching me. But at the moment of making an explosion he shows a face of pain. Izuku. It seems that you overexerted yourself. If you want to be well, rest seriously and get away from the place. The rest of the students arrived just like in the anime. Ochako. Congratulations Deku-kun, I knew you would arrive first. Approaching Izuku. Izuku, you didn't do bad either. 7th place. You're in the top 10, smiling at him. All this while behind us we saw a depressed struggle to finish 6th despite his quirk. Midnight. Come closer. Everyone, gather the students. The first 50 students will be the ones who will go on to the next round. The rest do not be discouraged because we also have activities for the others. Now they must point to a screen that says the next event. Screen. It will be a cavalry battle. The students must form groups of 2 students to be able to compete. They will be assigned a score depending on their position in the obstacle course. Sabotage, or directly attacking another group is not allowed. If this happens they will be disqualified. Bakugo, upon hearing that, could only click his tongue. Midnight. The points will be like this. Position is points, and so on until 2nd place. And the first will have points licking his lips. Extra. So it doesn't matter what position you're analyzing. Everyone, if you get the first place points you'll stand at the top looking menacingly at Izuku. Izuku, great, now I have everyone on me. It will be hard for me to make a team. Discouraged but a little excited to start. Midnight. Well, you'll have minutes to find your group, so start hitting the ground with your whip. All the students dispersed to form their group. Everyone avoided Izuku because he would be the center of attention. Izuku. I knew it would be hard to find a discouraged group. Ochako. Deku-kun, calling his attention. Do you want us to form a group, pointing at each other? Izuku, excited to finally find a partner to form a group, rushed to hug Ochako and thank her. Izuku, thank you. I thought I would run out of time looking for a partner while I hugged her. Ochako's mind, hey, Deku-kun is hugging me very tightly, she's too close. getting nervous and blushing. But I don't dislike it. In fact, she's warm. I like it. Izuku, realizing what he did, immediately released her. Izuku, I'm sorry, I was emo excited, nervous and blushing. Ochako, Nuno Ahe pro problem I understand, turning away to hide her blush. Izuku, take a deep breath to calm down. We should look for more members. Ochako, yes, you're right, how are you? Izuku, yes, let's ask him and start looking for him with Ochako. After a while of searching, they found him and explained their plan to him. Lida, I see it's a good plan, but I'm afraid I have to refuse this time by rejecting them. Lida, Midoriya, Todoroki isn't the only one who sees you as a rival, so let's give our best by offering him a hand. Izuku, it's okay, I understand what you're trying to say, there's no resentment, smiling and shaking his hand, good luck walking away. Ochako, now what do we do? We both participate, looking at Izuku. Izuku, there's still time, but if necessary, we'll do it. I'll carry you, joking a little, but it turns out that joke, both imagined what would happen. Ochako's mind, if we don't find companions, Deku-kun would carry me, touch his hair and squeeze his face with my. She couldn't finish her imagination because of the shame she had. Now she doesn't even know if there are more companions in the group. She thought, blushing. Izuku's mind, if we don't find companions, I would carry Uraraka-san on my shoulders and she would have to hold on with her legs so as not to fall. When imagining the scene, he couldn't help but blush. Maybe it's good not to find companions, he thought nervously. Hey, you're the first place, aren't you? Touching Izuku's shoulder. Izuku, confused, turns around. Izuku, hello, you are confused for not knowing her. Ochako, you are the girl who used hooks and ropes in the race, remembering her. Mei, nice to meet you. I'm Hatsum Mei from the support course and I'm asking you to be a team. Smiling while talking to Izuku. Ochako, she ignored me, perplexed. Izuku, nice to meet you, Hatsum-san. I am, interrupted. Mei, my ticket to fame, approaching Izuku. Izuku, you seem excited. I wouldn't mind if you joined us. But could you tell me why? They attacked us first for the points, I asked with doubts. Mei, for that very reason you will be the center of everyone's attention, and I will be able to show off my beautiful babies by taking out a rocket backpack from who knows where. Izuku, so in short you're using me with a drop of sweat. Mei, exactly, smiling. Ochako, Izuku, how sincere, they said in unison. Izuku, but this backpack collecting the rocket backpack looks like the backpack of the hero power jet, analyzing. Mei, that's right, I based it on your design. It seems you like excited heroes. Izuku, I was quite a fan as a sad kid. Mei, well, look at this one, or this one, how about this one, starting to show off his inventions. Izuku and Mei started talking about the heroes' support products in a very animated way, while Ochako just watched a little upset. Ochako's mind, they seemed to get along too quickly, a little annoying. Izuku, well, Mei-san, your support inventions will be very useful, he said without further ado. Although that phrase seemed like little, it upset Ochako. Ochako's mind, Mei told her instead of Hatsum, they met just a few minutes ago, and you're already calling her by her name, she thought, annoyed. Izuku, well, with Uraraka-san, Mei and I, there are three of us. We were missing one, trying to find someone with his eyes until he saw an upset blonde. Melissa's mind, what do I do, what do I do? By answering a call from Uncle Maith I wasted time and there are no more groups panicking. Izuku, hey Melissa, are you okay? Touching her shoulder. This action made Melissa jump a little in fright. Melissa, turning around quickly, it's you, Midoriya, you scared me. Izuku, I'm sorry, but you seemed worried giving your reasons. Melissa, how could I not be? Because of a call, I didn't manage to form a team, discouraged. Izuku, scratching his cheek, we are missing one, you would like to join. When he said that, the other two members appeared behind him. Melissa had a host of emotions, joy, gratitude, excitement, relief, and she could only express it in one way. Melissa, she quickly approaches to hug Izuku. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I thought I would be left without a team and wouldn't be able to participate by hugging him tightly. This hug took the team by surprise, but in different ways. Mei, great, number on the same team. That will attract more people's attention. Excited to show off their team. Ochako's mind, why do they all get so close to him, showing a jealous face that was persecuted by Melissa, quickly releasing Izuku, because she felt that if not they would kill her. Melissa, I'm sorry I got emotional and embarrassed. Izuku, don't worry, there's no problem, as if nothing happened. May, this is really interesting talking to yourself. Ochako, that is interesting it would be. May, when I was going to ask you if I could join your team, you were hugging each other, isn't it true? Analyzing. Ochako, remembering that, became embarrassed and lost all her seriousness. Ochako, yes, it's true, I'm sorry. May, but at that moment, they were both blushing remembering. Ochako, and that what I'm important now nervous to remember it. May, look at him now, he was hugged by that girl but he had almost no reaction, which leads me to believe that you are special by pointing at her. Ochako's mind, special in what sense? I am special to Deku-kun. Thinking about that, Ochako couldn't help but smile. Izuku, hey, come on, we should come up with a strategy talking from a distance. May and Ochako approached to hear Izuku's explanation. Izuku, well, the positions will be May and Uraraka-san will be the rear supports. I will be the front and Melissa will be the rider explaining her plan. Ochako, why aren't you the rider? I mean you're the one who has more points asking. Melissa, she's right because I'm confused. Izuku, because I have something that you don't have to explain. Instinctively the women looked down to see what they didn't have, something that was seen by Izuku who was quick to explain. Izuku, I'm talking about the tail. Stop looking at what you shouldn't be ashamed of being seen. Melissa, it was what we. Ochako, why yes and no we Malin Paprits blushing. May, although I must say it is quite large looking straight ahead. This upset the team members a little. Izuku, we're still talking about the tail, aren't we? I'm nervous to know the answer. May, yes, what else would it be confused with? Izuku, he breathed a sigh of relief. Well, for that reason Melissa will be the rider. Izuku's mind, besides, I carry a lot of training weights on me, giving another reason. Izuku, all the teams will try to come for us and although I would like to confront them, our best option is to flee from the fights and keep our distance until time runs out. They agree asking for their opinion. Melissa, sounds good to me. Ochako, count on me excitedly. May, so I can show different babies so it's okay to show her backpack. And as if time were measured, 15 minutes passed. Midnight. All riders mount their horses and head to the combat arena giving instructions. Izuku, the time has come. It's time to give our best by putting together our team and walking to the arena. Izuku, this will be Todoroki, a battle. Bakugo for the Izuku Todoroki Bakugo. I don't plan on losing. Cavalry battle. Midnight. Everyone is ready, looking at the teams prepared. Present Mike Midnight, start shouting to start. As planned, all teams competed for the points. Melissa, well, from all directions worried. Izuku, don't worry, close your eyes well. Let's jump. The girls obeyed but were a little surprised. Melissa activated the rocket backpack, May and Ochako activated some propellants and Ochako also activated her quirk while Izuku also began to fly. Present Mike, one of the teams is flying, that's not even legal, amazed. Midnight, as long as the rider doesn't touch the ground, anything goes, excited. Back with the competition. Melissa, why do we jump around asking for no reason? Izuku looked down. The girls did it, and could see how the other teams sank into quicksand. Ochako, how did you know that would happen? Surprised. Izuku, I saw the boy over there pointing at him. I felt an increase in power moving through the ground. I assumed he would do something, starting to descend. Melissa, it's true that you can feel the power of others remembering. Izuku, that's right, so no one will be able to surprise us by landing. May, and what do you think? How is my baby working? Melissa, we woke up without problems, commenting. Izuku, and it was easy to move by flattering. Ochako, it was because I made it float by making a pout. Izuku, hey Melissa, be careful behind me, warning. Melissa turned around quickly and could see Tsuyu's tongue and Toami's dark shadow, which activated one for all to have better reflexes and dodged Tsuyu's tongue and block a claw from dark shadow, causing her to retreat. Melissa, that was close. Tsuyu, as expected of one of the strongest, she appeared inside a shoji cocoon. Tokoemi, Dark Shodao couldn't do much either by appearing in the same way. Melissa, Azuri-san and Tokoemi-san have the advantage at long distance, we must retreat. Uraraka-san and Hatsum-san, cover yourselves by activating the thrusters. But when they activated them they couldn't ascend well because Ochako's boot was stuck to the ground. Ochako, I can't get my boot off seeing what had it stuck to me. That's from a girl desperate to get it off. Mineta, come on Melissa, give me those points and start throwing balls everywhere. The Mineta-spheres incapacitated several teams that had come close to taking the points. Izuku, it seems like more teams are approaching, feeling his power. Melissa, we have no choice but to activate the backpack's maximum power. When I activated the backpack to the maximum, they began to rise, but due to the power, the base of Ochako's boot came off, causing them to suddenly rise. May, my baby is distressed that she broke. Melissa, I'm sorry, but it was necessary. Izuku, Melissa, get ready, someone difficult is coming, warning. As if he were a rocket, a Bakugo determined to take the points climbed up to the team's height to attack them. Bakugo, give me those points, damn 4 eyes with a demonic smile. Melissa, come and take them away from me by teasing him and activating the one for all. Bakugo responded to the provocation by approaching to take them off. But Melissa was faster and Bakugo couldn't fly well with one hand, causing him to start falling. Zero, idiot, don't separate yourself like that by trapping him with his tapes. Present Mike, there must be a rule for that, he separated from his team asking. Midnight, I don't touch the ground so it's allowed. I love this excited youthful spirit. Bakugo, quick, hedgehog hairs, we must destroy the 2 nerds and steal their points by rushing Kirishima. Kirishima, my name is Kirishima, and we can't destroy anyone by running with their team. Bakugo didn't pay attention to what Kirishima was saying, he only had in mind to beat Izuku. But his plans were brutally interrupted by a silhouette that passed by him. Present Mike, okay people, we've reached the halfway point of the battle, and these are the positions up to that point, turning on a screen. People were quite confused when they saw the screen. This confusion was enough to make Present Mike turn around to look at the screen. Present Mike, this is a big surprise apart from the first and second place. Class A is not doing very well, surprised. Back to the battle. It's strange, isn't it? The most popular class isn't at the top. Why would he be showing off a ribbon he just got? Bakugo, hedgehog hair, raccoon eyes and ribbons, we'll leave the nerds for last. First we'll destroy these extras by going into demon mode and going after Monoma. Monoma, how scary you are with sarcasm. Okay guys, let's run away. Bakugo, wait, damn you, I haven't destroyed you yet, yelling at Monoma faster, hedgehog hair hitting Kirishima's head. Kirishima, I'm Kirishima and stop hitting me, running as fast as you could, returning with the main team. Melissa, looks like we were able to avoid Bakugo starting to descend. Izuku, yes, but this still doesn't end, feeling another power. Ochako, what's up? Deku-kun asking. Izuku, when we finish falling, several teams will surround us, and one of them is Todoroki's team alerting. This put the whole team on alert. Extra, when they land, it will be our chance. Extra 2, this is our moment to shine. Extra 3, we will not be anyone's shadow. Lita, there are too many teams, we won't be able to get close enough, seeing how Izuku's team was slowly descending. Todoroki, Momo is ready, seriously. Momo, if you are taking it out, an insulating blanket. Todoroki, Kaminari, your turn, covering yourself with the blanket. Kaminari, okay. Indiscriminate discharge volleys, throwing a discharge on the ground, electrocuting the others. The shock hit several teams, causing them to become paralyzed. Todoroki, Momo now taking off the blanket. Momo, while creating a metal bar take. Todoroki took it and activated his gift to trap the other teams with his ice. Present Mike, what a move that was, amazed. Aizawa, he electrocuted them to paralyze them and prevent them from dodging his attack. He was quite clever at explaining it. Present Mike, Aizawa's first comment, how exciting. Aizawa, that attitude bothers me a lot. Present Mike, okay, let's see how this meeting continues, because there are only minutes left until the end of the announcement. Back in the battle, Ochako, Deku-kun, I'm no longer on the verge of vomiting from the use of his quirk. Melissa, we're still a little far from the ground, can't you hold on a little more, worried about the height and her friend? Izuku, it's not necessary. May, Uraraka, Melissa, hold on to me and Uraraka, deactivate your quirk. I don't want you to overexert yourself, giving her a smile. Melissa, don't think about, was interrupted by Ochako. I can't take it anymore. I release and cling to Izuku's back. The other two did the same due to the sudden change of speed, and Izuku prepared for the impact, falling on his feet and carrying his companions. Izuku, they are very worried. May, that was amazing. You landed and were unharmed, and you carried us like it was nothing. How much weight can you carry? Excited? Izuku, I really don't know, with a drop of sweat, and you girls are fine asking. Ochako, a little dizzy, but fine, separating and returning to her post in the cavalry. Izuku, and you Melissa? Melissa, yes, I'm fine, but it's incredible that you could burden us by commenting. Izuku, it was nothing, but now we have problems getting serious. Something that her companions noticed and prepared themselves. Todoroki, you've gotten stronger since the last time you saw Midoriya. Izuku, of course, I had to improve by giving a challenging smile. Todoroki, I hope it was worth it to jump in with your team. Melissa, well, we should keep our distance until time is up, she said, making her team back up to get away. Todoroki's mind, if they keep escaping, time will run out. Making him win again, I must lock him up. And as if nothing had happened, Todoroki raised a wall of ice behind Melissa's team, preventing their escape. Melissa, damn, they caught us. Nervous. Present Mike. It seems that Team Todoroki wants to get the points at all costs. They will achieve it within 3 minutes of commenting. Melissa, what do we do, Midoriya? Izuku, keeping your distance. As long as he doesn't get close, we'll be very serious. Lita, Todoroki-kun, I have an idea to get the points, he says, determined, but after doing it, I won't be able to use my quirk for a while. Todoroki just nodded in approval. Lita, well, here we are starting to charge its power. Action that alerted Izuku. Izuku, Lita suddenly began to increase her power. She must be planning something, he warned. Ochako, what do you suggest, Deku-kun? Izuku, Lita's quirk is based on speed, so he'll become faster at analyzing but you can't steal what you can't see, Melissa. Melissa, I understand by preparing an air ball with your finger. Note, when changing teams, they are far enough away to not hear each other. Todoroki, he'll use that racing thing again, worried. Lita, don't worry, it won't hit us by activating its maximum speed, making the team fly away. At the same time, Melissa fires her air bullet but towards the ground, raising a lot of dust that clouded Todoroki's vision, causing him to fail. Melissa, I can't believe it worked out happily. Izuku, that speed was incredible. Todoroki's mind, damn, I wasted my last chance. No, it's not time to give up. I can still win and I'll prove that I'm better than him. Annoying. Todoroki, come on, this isn't over yet, with his face more serious than before. In his desperation, Todoroki made another ice dome, but this time smaller to have a close combat. Melissa, they leave us without options. We will have to defend ourselves. So both teams faced each other. It was a battle to get and defend the points. The battle reached such a point that Todoroki could no longer control himself well and turned on his fire side, which made Melissa's team retreat. Melissa, I thought she didn't use her fire side, surprised. Izuku unconsciously smiled as he felt Todoroki's power, but the latter was in shock that they made him break his promise by putting out his fire immediately. But that shock was short-lived as he was pulled out of his thoughts by a scream. Bakugo, I finally find you damn nerds flying over the ice. Team Todoroki took advantage of Bakugo's distraction to try to steal the tape, but when were they going to arrive? Present Mike, time is up, he shouted through the communicator. Everyone stopped suddenly, even Bakugo, who fell face down on the ground because he was still in the air. Melissa, we did it. It was a huge relief, sighing in relief. Present Mike, and the scores were like this. First place was named by Melissa's team. The entire audience shouted euphorically for the winners. Present Mike, second place Team Todoroki named. Kaminari, second place isn't bad, smiling proudly. Todoroki just walked away in silence. Present Mike, third place Team Bakugo. Mina, not bad, we were in the top 3, happy to get through. Kirishima, but not everyone thinks like that, pointing to Bakugo. Bakugo, no again, I'm under the damn winter, kneeling, hitting the ground. Present Mike, fourth place Team Shinso. Shinso could be seen walking away from a very confused team that didn't know what was happening. Present Mike, well, with that ends the second event of the sports festival. Now we will take a break for lunch. Those who did not qualify, do not worry, there are still events in which you can participate. We will see you after the break. Do you want to have lunch? Aizawa moving away from the microphone. Ochako, it's a relief that we won. What do you think if we go to lunch? Deku-kun trying to find him with his eyes. Deku-kun isn't there. Now that I think about it, Melissa isn't looking for Melissa either. Ochako, where they could be trying to find them. What I didn't know is that they were both in an awkward situation that Todoroki put them in. Izuku, well, Todoroki, why did you call us here? Seriously considering it. Todoroki didn't say anything, he just stood still without saying anything. Izuku was starting to get annoyed because he wanted to go to lunch with Ochako. Melissa, calm down now, Midoriya surely has something important to say, calming Izuku down. Izuku, We've been here for minutes and he hasn't said anything, pointing at Todoroki. Melissa, let's just give it some time. When he said that, Todoroki finally decided to speak. Todoroki, I felt overwhelmed in our serious confrontation. When he started speaking, the two present people fell silent to pay attention. Izuku was impatient but not rude. Todoroki, I swore to never use my fire side in battle, and I also said that I would overcome them. Even so, they overwhelmed me so much that I ended up using it, and anyway I lost seeing his arm. Izuku, what are you seriously trying to get at? Todoroki, you know that I am the son of the number 2 hero Endeavor. Most people think that because I am the son of a great hero my life will be wonderful. They do not know how wrong they are telling. Izuku and Melissa didn't say anything, they just waited for her to finish. Todoroki, do you know what arranged marriages are? I ask. Melissa, yes, they are when a couple is forced to marry for convenience. Let me explain. Todoroki, that's right, my father won over my mother's family with money, causing an arranged marriage, with the purpose of creating a son capable of defeating All Might seriously. This caught the attention of both of them. Todoroki, it's no news that Endeavor is always below All Might, so since he couldn't overcome it, he moved on to his plan B, conceiving a child capable of achieving it. My mother was forced to give birth to my brothers, but for him they were all useless, until I was born. Before awakening my quirk I was happy with my mother and brothers, but when I awakened it, my father found what he was looking for, so he isolated me from everyone and began to train me, and if I refused he disciplined me by beating me, remembering his past. Todoroki, my mother comforted me whenever she could, but she too was consumed by the old man. Flashback. I laughed. I can't stand being here anymore. Every day it looks more like him talking on the phone. End of flashback. Todoroki. He said that just before throwing boiling water on my face while touching his burn. Todoroki. That's why I decided not to use my fire side again. If I win this festival only with my ice, I will have completely rejected my determined father. Todoroki. I just wanted you to understand my reasons for challenging you. That was all. Trying to leave. Izuku. So you called us here, just to hear your serious childish tantrum. Melissa, Midoriya, what are you doing? She said nervously. Todoroki, what do you mean by childish tantrum? Getting upset. Izuku, you told us that story, I guess it's my turn to tell one. Todoroki, do what you want and return to your old position. Izuku, well Todoroki, do you know what a Quirkless is? I asked. This question didn't affect Todoroki. He knew there were many Quirk cases, but it was different for Melissa, who got a little upset. Todoroki, they are people who are born or do not manifest a quirk, he says simply. Izuku, exactly. And how would you react if I said I was a quirkless, he says with a smile. Todoroki, I wouldn't believe you. With that power it's impossible for you to be one. Izuku, it's true, it's almost impossible to believe, because I got my power only a year and a half ago, smiling. Todoroki, what do you mean, seriously? Izuku, I was part of the percent of the population that was born without a quirk. Just like you, I had my own problems. Since you told me yours, it's fair that I do it too. Izuku, when I was a child, I had several friends, I did well in school, and I was happy with my family. But all that ended when I didn't manifest my quirk at age. My so-called friends abandoned me and began to bother me physically and mentally. My father abandoned us and my mother fell into a depression, feeling guilty about my situation. The teachers began to ignore me and let me get hit. Even my best friend incited me to commit suicide, and believe me, I considered it at some point, he explained. Those present could only listen because they did not know what to say. Izuku, but I don't hold a grudge against anyone. If I held a grudge against them I wouldn't be able to be calm, I never said. Izuku, so I'll tell you this, maybe you inherited that power from your father, but he can't control you through it. That power doesn't belong to anyone but you, and you decide what to do with it by looking at it. Izuku, so stop thinking that way, you're only limiting yourself. I hope you think about it, I finished saying. Todoroki, I don't know if what you said is true, but I'll take it into consideration, he said before leaving. When Todoroki left, only Izuku and a thoughtful Melissa remained. Melissa, Midoriya, everything you said was true with your head down. Izuku, every word was real, he said without seeing it. Melissa, that explains why you suddenly lose control trying to laugh. Izuku, hey, calm down, I'm fine, you don't have to worry, raising Melissa's head, who had tears in her eyes. Melissa, It's just that you suffered a lot wiping away your tears. Even though I didn't have a quirk either, I didn't suffer what you suffered. Izuku, so, instead of being sad for me, why don't you be grateful for what you experienced by comforting her? Melissa, I think you're right, calming down and drying her last tears. Izuku, that's the attitude. I think we should go back before the lunch break ends, smiling at him. Melissa, I guess so, starting to walk. Izuku waited a while until Melissa was far enough away to not hear him. Izuku, it's rude to listen to other people's conversations, he said so the hidden person could hear him. Bakugo, that's none of your business, damn nerd coming out of hiding. Izuku, I hope you know how to keep quiet, best friend leaving and waving goodbye. Bakugo was annoyed by that best friend gesture. Bakugo, nerd keychains, I'll hit you where it hurts the most. Leaving angrily in another direction. 1v1 battles. Izuku, why do they always interrupt me during lunchtime? Is it a curse? He touches his stomach and is depressed because he can't eat anything. Izuku, maybe I can buy something at the stalls outside by taking out my wallet. When Izuku took out his wallet, he could see that it was empty. Izuku, true, I kept everything in my house, even more depressed. There you are, we were looking for you, getting the attention of the freckled one. Look at that, making girls do the work for you with false annoyance. Ochako, where were you? Deku-kun approaching him. Izuku, Ochako, girls, what are you doing here? Watching them with your hands behind your back. Ochako, we came to bring you this, revealing what was hidden. Each one revealed what she was hiding, which was a tray with different types of food. Izuku, but how did you know that I couldn't go to lunch? Excited by what I saw. Mina, it wasn't our idea, smiling. Tsuyu, it was all Ochako-chan's idea, she says, smiling. Ochako, well, since I didn't see you in the cafeteria, I thought you couldn't eat anything, so I thought maybe you were hungry. Playing with her fingers while explaining. Izuku can be very serious at times, but like every Saiyan, he behaves like a child with the right person. Izuku, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, he said as he grabbed Ochako by the waist and threw her, then caught her and threw her again with repeated cheers. Ochako, put me down, I was going up, this is scary, or go down, please go up, put me down, I was going down, scared. Jiro, that seems like a punishment instead of a thank you, seeing how he rose and fell with a drop of sweat. After a few more throws, Izuku took down a very scared Ochako. Izuku, I must also thank you for approaching the others. Girls, no. Izuku was confused by the reaction. Momo, a simple thank you is enough, she says nervously. Thoru, Momo is right. A thank you is enough. Nervous. Mina, we'll leave the food here, leaving it on a nearby table, and we'll leave. We still have to prepare for what's coming. Izuku, and what is hesitant? Momo, Kaminari and Mineta, we were informed that there was a problem with the cheerleaders from the United States, and that Aizawa-sensei asked us to replace them, he explained without further ado. Izuku, how strange. Aizawa-sensei didn't tell me anything, thinking they would mind if I called him, taking out his phone. Thoru, you have his number? Amazed. Izuku, yes, he said that all class presidents must have the number of the homeroom teacher. He said while looking for the number, here it is, on the phone. Aizawa, what do you want, lazy brat? Izuku, ask him something. Aizawa, let it be quick, I have little time left to sleep. Izuku, you asked the girls to dress up as cheerleaders by asking. Aizawa, I would never give such a ridiculous order without emotion. Izuku, okay, that was all, rest. Saying goodbye and cutting the call. Off call. Izuku, I think they tried to trick them girls by looking at the girls. Jiro, well, Midoriya, if you excuse us, we have matters to attend to with two perverts with annoyed faces. Momo, I was tricked, I was even going to make the outfits downcast. Jiro, don't worry, we'll teach them a lesson by starting to walk. Mina, I wouldn't have minded being a cheerleader, she said as she followed the others. Thoru, it sounded fun following the others. Tsuyu, I'm still moving forward anyway. Izuku just watched them walk away, upset, happy, disappointed, or depressed. Izuku, you're not going to go with them? Asking the only girl who stayed. Ochako, you need someone to help you with the trays when you finish, she said, smiling. Izuku, I can't thank you enough, smiling. Ochako, well, as quickly as possible, before time runs out, by pushing him onto the table. Izuku, you don't think you'll come with me? Doubtful. Ochako, I already ate all, this is yours. And you eat too much, she said with a laugh. Izuku, then thanks, starting to eat quickly. Ochako didn't understand why just seeing him eat something she brought him gave her a strange feeling of happiness, After Izuku finished, they started their trip to the cafeteria to deliver the trays. Izuku, Uraraka-san says to get his attention. Ochako, what's happening, Deku-kun? Calm down. Izuku, I wanted to apologize for leaving you after the cavalry battle in sorrow. Ochako, and you should repent more. You don't know how alone I felt pretending to be upset. Izuku, I'm sorry, but Todoroki called me for something urgent, but I would have preferred to go eat with you instead of going with him, he says without realizing what. Ochako was embarrassed by what she heard, but when she saw that Izuku was not embarrassed, she decided to keep her composure. Ochako, I'm glad to hear that, blushing a little. After delivering the trays, the students were asked through the school's megaphones to return to the courtyard to finish the festival. Present Mike, we're back for the last phase of the sports festival, the event we were all waiting for, a 1v1 tournament to decide the winner. Now Midnight will explain the rules. Midnight, standing in the middle of the stage to stand out well. The rules are simple: incapacitate your opponent, or take him out of the ring by pointing with his whip. There will be no time limit, but if one of you exceeds with your opponent, we will stop you. The participants will be the winners of the cavalry battle, and the positions will be. Ojiro, excuse me, but I would like to leave, he said with his head bowed. Midnight, and that's because it's doubtful. Ojiro, I don't remember anything about the cavalry battle. I feel that if I participated, I would be occupying a place that doesn't belong to me, and my pride doesn't allow me to be frustrated. Student from Class B, I don't remember his name and I'm too lazy to look it up. If so, I would also like to withdraw by raising my hand. Midnight, if they withdraw, we would be short of participants. Kendo, what about the students from team giving their opinion? Midnight, it would be nice, but there are only 2 spots. Kendo, Tetsu, Ibero, what do you think about participating by mentioning it? Tetsu, for me there is no problem bumping fists. Ibara, it is destiny, who forged my path with his hands together. Monoma, show them that Class B is superior by supporting them in a bad way. Midnight, that's the youthful spirit with a tear. I'll allow his retirement. Midnight, okay, now with the new participants, these are the positions pointing at a screen. Hitoshi Shinso vs Melissa Shield. Todoroki Shoto vs Izuku Midoriya. Hatsume vs Tenya Lida. Ibara vs Kaminari Denki. Yororozu Momo vs Siro Asta. Ashido Mina vs Aoyama. Tetsu vs Ejiro Kurishima. Bakugo Katsuki vs Ochako Uraraka. Bakugo, who the hell is Uraraka? He mentioned angrily. Ochako, you responded by instinct, but also by fear. Bakugo, knowing who his rival was, just smiled. He knew exactly how to hurt Deku. Melissa, Hitoshi Shinso, who will be doubtful? Shinso, that would be me, nice to shake your hand. Melissa Omu. Her mouth is covered by Ojiro's tail. Shinso, it doesn't matter, we'll talk later when we leave. Melissa, taking Ojiro's tail out of her mouth. Why did you do that? Ojiro, that person, I don't know how his gift works, but when he asked me a question and I answered him, that's when I didn't know what happened. Explaining. Ojiro, so don't answer him, that might be how his gift works. Good luck, warning and giving encouragement. Melissa, thanks Ojiro, I'll keep that in mind, smiling at him. Elsewhere. Todoroki, looks like I'll face you first after seeing Izuku. Izuku, that's right, so don't hold back. Seriously. Todoroki, don't worry, the battle will end so quickly that I won't have time to stop myself from retreating. Ochako, appearing behind Izuku, it seems that you have a difficult opponent. Seeing how Todoroki left. Izuku, dealing with him is the hard part, but I'll be fine. And how are you turning around to face me? Ochako, what do you mean, doubtful? Izuku, your opponent is Bakugo, he said seriously. Ochako, when reminded of who she would be fighting, immediately became nervous. Ochako, no lie, I'm a little scared, she says nervously. Izuku, I understand Bakugo then. Interrupted. Ochako, no, I'm not scared of Bakugo. I'm scared of losing and disappointing the people who believe in me, she says with her head down. Izuku, everything will be fine. Taking his chin to lift his head, win or lose, no one will be disappointed in you. Izuku, all those people you're afraid of disappointing are supporting you, including me, so don't be afraid and do your best to cheer her on. Ochako, if you're right, I'll do my best, she says with a smile. Izuku, I like that, you are much prettier with a smile, he says without thinking and smiling. Ochako, thank you Deku-kun, a little blushing. Izuku, realizing you'll see what I said. Interrupted. Ochako, Well, we should go with the others to move forward to divert the topic. Izuku's mind. He's avoiding me again. It must have bothered him. I sounded daring. Sighs, I can face villains without fear. But it's hard for me to talk to a girl starting to follow Ochako. Ochako's mind. I'm sorry, Deku-kun, but I would get very nervous if I talked to you right now, she said, trying to hide her blush and smile. But he said I'm pretty, she thinks happily. In the distance, Mina. It was worth watching them as a couple. Midnight. Miss, what do you think you are doing by harassing your classmates? She said with authority. A shiver ran down Mina's spine when she was discovered. Mina, turning around. Oh hello, Midnight-sensei said nervously. Midnight, she knows that harassment is prohibited, she said seriously. Mina, this isn't harassment, it's thinking of an excuse. It's an investigation hiding behind. Midnight, what kind of dubious investigation? Mina, the process of how classmates go from being friends to a couple, nervous because they don't believe her. Midnight mind, obviously it's a lie. Any teacher would tell him to stop interfering in other people's lives. Lucky I'm not just any teacher. Midnight, okay, miss, I'll let you do your research, he says. Mina, thanks, Midnight say. Interrupted. Midnight, in exchange for you telling me every detail while licking your lips. Mina, it will be a pleasure, Midnight-sensei, putting on a big smile. This was the beginning of the most nosy duo of all. After the threats, breaks, sentimental conflicts, and so on, we can see all the classes in their respective places waiting to witness the last event just like the public. Note: I will only narrate the important fights. Present mic, we're back. For the last event of the sports festival, everyone is ready. Audience, shouts of excitement and support. Present mic, without further ado, the first combatants are aiming for an entrance. Present mic, from the heroes class, Class 1A, the girl who literally breaks her bones is introduced. Melissa Shield presenting. Melissa, that presentation is pathetic, nervous and embarrassed by the presentation. Present mic. And on this side, from the General Studies course, the boy who seems to have not slept in days, he is Hitoshi Shinso. Shinso, that presentation was unnecessary and uninteresting. After a moment the two fighters were facing each other on the ring. Midnight, you know the rules well, and remember if you exceed your opponent we will intervene. Well, start giving the starting signal. Melissa's mind. I shouldn't waste time activating one for all and rushing to Shinso's. Shinso, it must be difficult to live with two monkeys in your class, you know he dropped out, and your president provoking. Melissa, don't mess with, stopping a few centimeters from hitting Shinso. Shinso, sighing in relief, you are fast. I really thought I wouldn't be able to activate my quirk, but it doesn't matter anymore. Turn around and lose for me, ordering Melissa. Melissa as a statue turns around and starts walking to the shore. Present mic. But what happened? After an explosive attack like that, he just stopped and started walking in the opposite direction, commenting. Aizawa, that's why I told them that the entrance test was poorly done. Seeing a file, Hitoshi Shinso, age, brainwashed quirk, reading a quite useful quirk, which is useless in a fight against robots, watching the fight again. Aizawa's mind. Well, let's see how you get out of this. In another viewpoint, Almight. But what is young Melissa doing looking worried? Nizu, calm down. Have a little trust in your disciple by calming him down while drinking tea. Almight mind. You can, Melissa worried. With the students. Ojiro. I even told him not to answer in despair. Izuku. I already see a mind control quirk, useful for people but useless for robots. That's why I'm in general studies analyzing Shinso. Ochako. At this rate, Melissa will lose, worried about her friend. Momo. All we can do is wait and cheer her on by watching the battle. Back in the fight. Melissa's mind. I can't move my body. If I keep walking I'll lose sight of the shore. Shinso. It must always be good to be privileged, with a good quirk, support and opportunities. Melissa's mind. You're wrong, frustrated. Shinso. I'm sure when you were little you were always praised for your quirk. Melissa's mind. Melissa. I had no frustrated quirk. Shinso. I'm sure you won't have to go to any lengths to get here. Melissa's mind. I tried harder than anyone and that's why I'm not going to give up. Move, move, she ordered herself. But her efforts were useless. She was getting closer to the shore but she couldn't move. Melissa's mind. Damn, one more step and I'll fall nervously. But just at that moment before falling, a vision came to him that activated him one for all, creating a cloud of smoke. Melissa, breathing heavily on Ao Cece, can I move? It seems like I broke my fingers seeing her hand, but it was that silhouette from before, thinking about what she saw. Present mic. In an unexpected twist, Melissa stops a step away from the edge of the arena, commenting, Shinso's mind, damn how he got free, now that he knows the trick he won't talk nervously again. No, I mustn't give up. Shinso, how did you free yourself? He answers, speaking to Melissa. Melissa's mind, it's not time to think, I'm going to win this by jumping in without her quirk where Shinso is. Shinso doesn't respond, you throw yourself at me without your quirk, so weak you seem to be running in the direction. Melissa's mind, you're not weak, I just want equality, colliding body to see who had more strength. Melissa won the strength match with relative ease. Due to her training, Shinso got more desperate the closer he got to the edge. Shinso, you think you're so superior that you don't answer, angrily hitting Melissa's back. Melissa's mind, of course, not putting on a pained expression. When they were near the end of the ring, Melissa released Shinso, who tried to hit Melissa, but it was intercepted, and with a movement from Melissa, Shinso fell on his back outside the fighting arena. Midnight, the battle is over. Competitor Melissa Shield wins, saying, Give it to the winner! The public happily cheered the winner. Present Mike, with that the first fight ends, full of suspense and excitement, he anxiously waited for the others, he said excitedly. In the arena, Shinso had gotten up and, frustrated, was heading for the exit. Melissa, hey, getting Shinso's attention. Shinso, turning around. Melissa, your quirk is incredible. I know you will be a great hero, giving him a smile. Shinso just laughed in response and continued on his way. Shinso, I'm sorry for insulting your classmates without turning around. Melissa, no problem, freezing and returning to normal. Shinso, don't be so confident either, he withdrew while being encouraged by his class. Melissa, seeing him leave, I guess I'll have to go to the infirmary to get this treated, seeing his fingers. This is how Melissa leaves the arena with her first victory on her way to the infirmary. Present Mike, well, ladies and gentlemen, after a short break, we are ready for the second combat, which will be between two students with immense power, both from Class 1A, the student who guides and leads his class, the representative of said class Izuku Midoriya presenting. Izuku's mind, I'm very excited for this fight, smiling. Present Mike, from this other side the boy, with a passion of fire and a heart of ice, Todoroki Shoto presenting. Todoroki, I will win this battle and prove that I am better than you, serious and defiant. Both students were facing each other, one serious and the other excited. The people in the audience were expectant of the approaching battle, but they were not the only ones. In the stands, endeavor mind, show who you are and become someone superior to that person. With the students, Kaminari, the strongest of the class, will face each other excitedly. Kirishima, this battle will be incredible, watch closely. Mina, who do you think wins by asking? Momo, it's hard to know. Lita, both are very strong, I don't know who could win by looking. Ochako's mind, I hope you don't get hurt. Deku-kun, worried. But not all the attention came from the public and students, but also from unwanted attention. In a bar, Shigaraki, let's see what you're capable of, brat, while rubbing his wrists. Shigaraki, you won't interfere with our plans again by watching a TV screen. Back in the arena, Midnight, are you ready to watch them? No one responded, they just got into a fighting stance. Midnight, then start. Saiyan vs. Fire and Ice. We are in the middle of the sports festival of the prestigious School of Heroes, where we euphorically await the result of the next fight between Izuku Midoriya and Shoto Todoroki. Midnight, they are ready, looking at both of them. No one responded, they just started fighting. Midnight, then start by giving the starting signal. When the fight started, no one in the audience or the teachers noticed that from 1 second to the next there was a huge blast of ice that covered the entire arena. Present Mike, an incredible demonstration of astonished power. Present Mike, it seems the winner has already been decided by looking at the arena. In the public, Extra 1, incredible. Extra 2, as expected of the son of Endeavor. Extra 3, the other guy will be fine. These and many more were the comments that were heard. With the students, Lita, I didn't think Todoroki had that much power, seeing the ice. Mineta, Midoriya didn't have a chance, commenting. Kirishima, Midoriya is strong at close range, but vulnerable at long range, analyzing. All those comments about who was the winner were silenced by a single sentence. Ochako, this is not over yet, seeing the sand. Mina, I know you trust in me, but it's impossible to get out of that, seeing the ice. Ochako didn't say anything else, she just stared at the sand. In the sand, Midnight, it seems that Midoriya can't see continue. she said with noticeable cold. Midnight, tea. The winner is interrupted by a sound. Out of nowhere, the huge block of ice began to break little by little, falling to pieces, and creating a strong wind wave when it was completely destroyed, forcing many to take cover. Izuku, that was a good attack. I really felt it coming down from where I was flying. If I hadn't raised my power, I would have lost landing back in the sand. Izuku, but a battle wouldn't be fun if it ended so quickly. Looking directly at Todoroki with a smile. Todoroki's mind. I threw my most powerful attack at him, and he doesn't even have a scratch. Nervous and annoyed. With the students. Ochako. I told you, smiling happily. But the others were more amazed than happy. Momo. How could she get out of that block of ice? Amazed. Mineta. Both are monsters. Amazed and scared. Kaminari. That would have been the end for anyone, and he could have walked away amazed. Kirishima. It's the most manly thing I've ever seen. Excited. Lita. They are on another level. Amazed. Back in the arena. Midnight. The battle resumes. Todoroki, without waiting any longer, launches his ice attack again. Izuku. Luckily now I'm prepared to hit the wave of ice that was destroying it. Izuku. It seems that the training did pay off. I'm stronger than before. Excited. Todoroki, seeing that his attacks had no effect, lost the calm he always had, starting to launch uncontrolled attacks against Izuku. Izuku, you know that's not going to work. Are hitting all the ice that was thrown at him. Izuku began to notice something strange in Todoroki's attacks. They lost strength and were slower. Taking advantage of these circumstances, he approached, dodging and defending attacks. He managed to get close to Todoroki. Izuku, as I guessed, you're freezing. Watching Todoroki tremble and with half of his body frozen. Todoroki, that D doesn't impact you, he said coldly. Izuku, you can unfreeze yourself if you use your fire side by aiming at his left arm. Todoroki, I already told you that I won't do it. Trembling. Izuku, because of your childish whim, I was serious. Todoroki didn't say anything, he just got upset. Izuku, there are people and children who dream of being a hero but don't have a quirk to achieve it, and then you, having not one but two quirks, decide to waste it. Bullying, you're making fun of others, he said seriously. Todoroki, ha ha ha, does my father come to you annoyingly? Izuku, no, but I did have an altercation with him. Remembering. Flashback. Endeavor, you are Shoto's opponent, aren't you serious? Izuku, Endeavor, if it's me, he says simply that he needs. Endeavor, my Shoto was made to surpass Almight. I've been watching you, you're quite skilled, you'll be a good stepping stone for him. That's all, sorry to bother you trying to leave. Izuku, it bothers you so much to be in second place. Everything is serious time. Endeavor stopped and turned around, his face showing annoyance. Endeavor, what do you mean, seriously? Izuku, I'm just saying that it bothers you so much to be below Almight, that you give the homework to your son instead of doing it seriously yourself. Endeavor, I'm warning you, kid, if you play with fire you'll get burned by its flames. Izuku, don't put your selfish ideals on other people by leaving the place. Endeavor just stood still with much annoyance, but did nothing else. A little further away. Izuku's mind, how scary I was, because the Saiyan attitude is activated in those moments. I thought I would die. Note, sometimes Izuku's Saiyan attitude dominates him more than him. Izuku, but it's not time to think about that. The time has come to face him excitedly. End of flashback. Izuku, and that's what happened, he says as if nothing happened. Todoroki, I don't know if you're incredibly brave or too dumb to challenge Endeavor, he said with a small smile. Izuku, it doesn't matter, you'll use it by asking. Todoroki, I won't do it. Izuku, it's a shame, I don't like doing this, but I want to face Melissa, so I kick her out of the arena. While Todoroki was in the air, Izuku says a few last words. Izuku, I hope you manage to be the hero you want to be by turning around. Todoroki's mind, hero, true, I focused so much on my hatred that I forgot my goal, to be a hero, I promised him. Flashback. We see a little Todoroki being hugged by his mother, while watching an interview. Interviewer, are there any obstacles to being an All-Might hero? All-Might, ha 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 ha, there is no obstacle to being one. It doesn't matter where you are from, who your parents are, or what your power is. If you have the will to be one, anyone can become a hero. Laughing. I laughed. You see, my little one, anyone can be a hero, no matter what. Todoroki, he's great, pointing at the screen. I want to be a hero who protects everyone, and you too. Excited. Ray, yes, I'll be waiting for it anxiously. Smiling. End of flashback. Todoroki, this still doesn't end up activating his fire side. When the active one unfroze his side, he squandered and quickly created a platform to land on and not get disqualified. Izuku, feeling the heat, knew what was happening and just smiled and then turned around. Todoroki, are you really crazy? How could you help your enemy by activating both muds with a smile? Izuku, I didn't help an enemy. I helped my partner by getting into a fighting stance. Todoroki's mind, ice can easily block it, and I can't control my fire side well, thinking I only have one option, to end this in one hit by starting to charge both arms. Izuku noticed Todoroki's power increase when he felt his ki. Izuku, so that's your plan? Well, jumping back like this to gain distance, if so I'll do the same, creating a blue sphere at the height of his waist came. Todoroki, thank you Midoriya, for waking me up preparing your attack. Izuku, Haim making the sphere grow. Midnight, this is getting out of control. Cement stopped them by ordering. Cement, immediately creating several walls in the sand. Todoroki, and as a thank you, I will show you all my power, smiling as he stretched his arms to launch a beam of ice and fire. Izuku, HAA launching a blue ray with his hands extended. The cement retaining walls did not last long against the immense power they received. The clash of powers was so great that it unleashed a strong wind that sent those nearby flying. Mineta, why do they always exaggerate? He said while he was in the air being held by Ida. The public had to cover themselves due to the power of the impact. But no one wanted to take their eyes off the crowd to find out who was the winner. Present Mike, that was an incredible shock. I'm surprised it's just students amazed. Present Mike, what the hell do you teach your class? Aizawa, looking at him for his comment. Aizawa, to overcome his limits, he said without energy. Present Mike, that was more than overcoming his limits. Seeing the arena full of dust. Well people, the time that everyone was waiting for has arrived. Who is the winner of this match? Waiting for the smoke to dissipate. The dust took a while to dissipate, but little by little a silhouette began to be seen. The entire audience waited anxiously to know who it was. When the dust finally dissipated, a black hair could be seen standing in the sand. It was Izuku, who had only been saved from falling because he buried his feet in the sand. And on the other side a Todoroki could be seen embedded in a wall, with half of his uniform destroyed. Izuku, I almost didn't count her taking her feet off the platform. It was an excellent attack. Todoroki looking at him. Midnight, who had flown a few meters, gets up and slowly heads towards the sand. Midnight, they don't teach you how to control yourselves, he said, a bit annoyed. Izuku, I'm sorry, we got too excited apologizing. Midnight, it doesn't matter anymore. Standing upright, the winner of the second fight is Izuku Midoriya. The public stood up to applaud the winner for the incredible fight they witnessed. Izuku left the arena saying goodbye to the people, and Todoroki was taken by nursing robots. Izuku's mind, ice barely hurt me. Checking himself? But fire left me with several burns, seeing that he had burned parts of his body. If he trains that side, it will be difficult to defeat him in the future. Present Mike, there will be a break while we wait for the combat platform to be repaired again. Present Mike, you boys are very destructive. Aizawa complaining. Aizawa, nowhere did it say that they should restrain themselves, or if they should defend their students. Present Mike, as always you are right, giving a sigh of resignation. While the commentators were discussing, Izuku was arriving with his companions. Izuku, I wonder who will fight now, was the thought I had before arriving. Kaminari, oh look who just arrived, smiling. Everyone turned around because of Kaminari's alert to see who it was. When they saw who it was, they instantly jumped on him. Note, not literally. Kirishima, your fight was amazing. Midoriya excited. Melissa, how strong did you become? Asking. Aoyama, they really shined in their posing. Mina, congratulations on winning happily. Izuku, thanks guys, I just gave it my all, just like Todoroki smiling. Momo, true, it's the first time he uses his fire in battle. Remembering. Jiro, did you say something to him to make him use his fire? Izuku, just a little advice. Looking around. Izuku, where is Lida? I ask. Tsuyu, she went to prepare for her fight. Karo says with a finger on her chin. Izuku, so it's his turn. We have to cheer him up by smiling and moving forward where Ochako was. Ochako, you put up a great fight. Izuku, it was just a battle between teammates with simplicity. Ochako, those battles don't end like this. Pointing at the destroyed arena. Izuku, we got excited, too excited, don't you think, trying to hide it? Ochako, you're always like this, you're hurt somewhere, worried. Izuku, I'm fine, you don't have to worry. Hey, making a gesture of pain as he tried to sit down. Ochako, that's why I worry. Why don't you do it? How hurt are you? Worried and a little upset. Izuku, they are just scratches, downplaying their importance and showing his burns. Ochako, they're more than just scratches. Why didn't you go to the infirmary? Izuku, I wanted to see the other fights, nervous because of Ochako's attitude. Ochako, are you a child screaming for a stupid reason? Ochako, let's go immediately to the infirmary, taking him by the arm and carrying him like a balloon. Izuku, wait, I can still walk, he said, floating. Ochako, if I take you down, it's obvious that you're trying to escape, so I won't take you down until we arrive, leaving the stands in the direction of the infirmary. They staged this whole scene in front of their classmates, but since they found it funny, they didn't say anything. Melissa, the boy who faces villains and destroys icebergs with his hands, is treated like a balloon by a mocking girl. Mina, it seems that Ochako has him under control by making fun of her. Tsuyu, they look like a laughing Karo comedy. That was the girls thinking, but the boys. Mineta, Uraraka can control someone as monstrous as him. How scary can he be with fear? Kirishima, women have a power we don't know about, he said with his typical smile. Kaminari, they are fearsome when mocking. Those and many other meaningless comments. After repairing the arena and a scolding on the way to the infirmary, everyone was prepared for the third fight. Present Mike, everything is ready for the third fight. Without further ado, from Class 1A, the boy who literally has a motor in his legs, Tenya Lida, introducing him. Present Mike. And on this other side, the only support class that managed to get here, the invention girl Hatsum Mei, introducing her. The competitors met head on, but one of them had something different. Midnight, Lida, what are you wearing? Dubious, Lida, these are some devices that Hatsum gave me, to show them putting on the latest. Midnight, I'm afraid you can't use them without making a prior declaration, he says simply. Lida, I didn't know that, I'm really sorry, bowing, but I would like to use them. She put a lot of effort into making them, and if using them in this battle can help her, I would like to do so. Midnight, comically crying the youthful spirit, I'll allow it this time, raising his thumb. Lida, thank you very much. Midnight, well, let's start by starting. Lida launched herself at full speed to kick Hatsum, but when she was going to connect the blow, her leg stopped. Lida, but how confused. Mei, it's time for the presentation, taking a controller out of her pocket. Mei started controlling Lida, making her run all over the arena, while presenting the items that Lida was wearing. Advertising this lasted about minutes. Mei, I'm satisfied. Thanks, Robot Boy, leaving the arena alone. Midnight, the winner is Lida Tenya because the student Hatsum left the arena, giving him the victory. The people applauded, but slowly it was not exciting as they expected. While Lida, I was tricked and used for advertising. I left the arena depressed. In the stands, Izuku, it must have been a hard blow for him, Lida said seriously with a drop of sweat. Ochako, you're right in the same way. Present Mike, after that strange encounter, comes the fourth fight, which I hope will be more exciting. Present Mike, from the hero class, this one that sparks with you, Denki Kaminari, presenting him. Present Mike, on the other side also of the hero class, but from Class 1B, she is part of the Ibera in nature. Note, I don't know his full name yet. The two participants met in the center. Kaminari, what do you think if we make a deal? If I beat you, you have a date with me. What do you think about trying to be cool? Ibera, I'm afraid I'll have to reject your offer, she said with her hands clasped and eyes closed. Kaminari, it's a shame. Well, I'll finish this quickly by activating electricity in his hands. Midnight, are you ready? Well, start. Kaminari was the first to attack. Kaminara, indiscriminate charge of volts, displacing electricity through the ground. Ibera managed to react well by covering herself with her sinews, so as not to receive any damage. When leaving, she can see a Kaminari in his stupid state for using too much electricity. Ibera, you weren't wrong. This was quick, taking him out of the sand with his vines. Midnight, the winner is Ibera. The audience applauded with euphoria. Even though it was short, it was an incredible display of power. Present Mike, although it was fast, it was an incredible fight. But don't despair, this isn't over yet. Present Mike, it's time for the fifth fight, both from the 1A hero class, the boy who wants to shine brighter than the sun, Aoyama, against the girl who melts everything with elegance and agility, Mina Ashido, presenting them. Midnight, well, start. Aoyama, sorry, but I'll defeat you to shine by throwing his navel laser. Mina, First you have to hit me by dodging the lasers sliding on the sand. Mina was agile and fast. Aoyama had a hard time keeping up with her, especially when she reached her limit. Aoyama, my stomach hurts, holding his stomach with a dizzy face. Mina took this opportunity to approach, throw acid at his belt, and when Aoyama looked down to grab his pants, Mina met him with a powerful blow to the chin that left him unconscious. Midnight, well done my friend, high-fiving like little girls. The public applauded and others laughed at the fight they saw. Present Mike, that was fun to watch, but it's time for another fight. The sixth fight is between two students from Class 1A. He sticks to everything he finds and swings like a pro. Zero Hanta presenting it. Present Mike, the girl who came by recommendation, can create anything you ask her. She is Momo Yorososo. The participants went up to the arena. Momo looked serious and Zero relaxed. Midnight, are you ready? Looking at both of them start? Momo quickly created a shield to defend herself, but when she finished it, it was too late. Zero had wrapped her in a blanket of ribbons from which she could not free herself. Zero, I'm sorry Yorosu, it's a competition. I said it as an apology. When he said that, he dragged the trapped Momo to the shore, causing him to lose the fight. But he didn't just lose the fight. Midnight, the winner is Zero Hanta. Both participants left the arena. Present Mike, another fight that ends quickly, but not because it is boring. It is time for the penultimate fight between two heavyweights. The man from Class 1A will face the man from Class 1B. It is Ejiro Kirishima against Tetsu. Kirishima, even our introductions look like comically crying. Tetsu, now we will show who is the best by activating his quirk. Kirishima, I agree, doing the same. Midnight will begin. The fight is simple, a bare-knuckle fight. In the stands, Izuku, how do you think this will end? Uraraka looking to the side. Izuku, he's not getting up from his seat to leave the stands. Since everyone was paying attention to the fight, no one noticed his absence. Izuku's mind, I should have realized it before. I must find her and support her by closing my eyes to feel her ki. Izuku, I found you opening your eyes again and starting to follow the ki. I walked for a while down the hall until I reached what looked like a break room. Izuku peeked out a little to see what was happening, and there he could see Ochako. Ochako, it's useless. I can't think of anything, she said listlessly. Izuku, seeing her like that, decided to enter. Izuku, thinking of a strategy before fighting, approaching her. Ochako, Deku-kun, when did you arrive? Surprised. Izuku, I just arrived, sitting next to him. Did you think of any strategy? Ochako, the truth without forcing a smile. Izuku, you don't have to force yourself. Maybe I can help you by looking at her. Ochako, I appreciate it, but I'll have to refuse by shaking my head. This surprised Izuku a little. Ochako, I want to see how far I can go myself, determined. This only made Izuku smile. Izuku's mind, I wasn't wrong when I told you that you are the strongest girl I know. Izuku, it's okay, I'll be supporting you in the stands. Ochako, thank you. Background voice. The seventh fight ended in a double knockout. We will start immediately with the next one. Ochako, well, it's my turn to stop before leaving to turn around. Wish me luck, she said with clear nerves. Izuku, good luck seeing her leave. Izuku's mind, Bakugo, I hope you hold back this time, otherwise you'll have to deal with me seriously. Bakugo vs. Ochako. Present Mike, okay people, it's time for the last fight of the first round. On this side, a student from Class 1A, the girl who can make anything float, and who I support, introducing Ochako Uraraka. Present Mike. And on this other side, another student from Class 1A, a boy with an explosive attitude that is only surpassed by his quirk. He is Katsuki Bakugo presenting it. In the stands, Tsuyu, Ochako-chan has a difficult karo seeing the sand. Mina, but Bakugo will hold back. I mean, she's a classmate and a girl. Izuku, Bakugo won't hold back seriously. Everyone looked down. If Izuku said that, it was because it was true. Izuku, I just hope he doesn't overdo it. Looking at the sand. While they were waiting for him to start the fight, someone unexpected arrived. Todoroki, it seems that the last fight has come for him, he said with his typical attitude. Kirishima, oh Todoroki, how do you feel? Asking animatedly. At first glance it was noticeable that Todoroki had several bandages around his body. Todoroki, I'm quite sore, that attack hurt me a lot. Remembering the fight. Kaminari, yes, it was incredible to see, he said excitedly. Jiro, I'm surprised you survived by mocking. Todoroki, my body is not as weak as it seems, looking around for the person responsible. Todoroki, what's wrong with Midoriya? Seeing that he was serious. Momo, We don't know, she's been like this since before the fight started, and she hasn't moved an inch, explaining it to Todoroki. Izuku stood at the edge of the stands, not covering his teammates, and with his arms crossed and a serious attitude. Note, the same thing Vegeta does. Mina, I think it's his way of showing concern by joining the conversation. Todoroki, worried about who confused. Mina, from Ochako, who else could be a little annoying because of her slow friend. Momo, you may be right, since we entered classes Midoriya and Uraraka have become very close remembering the events. Todoroki, I would be more worried about Bakugo, he says before sitting down. Momo, and why do you say that? Intrigued. Mina, if the one at a disadvantage is Ochako, she is confused. Todoroki, Mirin Apuntando and Midoriya. Mina, it's Midori, but she's still confused. Todoroki, he has the same look as in the USJ, when he lost control remembering. Momo, if I remember correctly, he lost control when they hurt Uraraka-san, realizing this is bad. Mina, if Bakugo goes too far, he'll have to deal with Izuku transformed and worrying. Momo, what can we do? Nervously. Todoroki, just wait and see what will happen while looking at the sand. In the arena, the two fighters were facing each other. Midnight, are you ready? Start moving away from the middle. Bakugo, you know, round face, in normal situations I would have told you to give up, but now by creating explosions you will help me with something. Bakugo wasted no time and launched an attack. The attack was so fast and sudden that Ochako could barely jump to get out of the way. Bakugo, don't dodge it, Roundface said with a demonic face. Ochako's mind, it only grazed me, but it hurts seeing her arm with a burn. If it hits me directly I will revive a lot of damage. So Ochako kept running to get closer and avoid some explosions, but some of them were so wide that they reached her. Uraraka had taken damage and was tired of running. Bakugo, you're already tired. I'm just starting by creating small explosions. Ochako's mind, if I can make it float, I could get it out of the sand, but it doesn't even let me get close. I need to distract it. When Ochako knew what to do, she launched herself at Bakugo again, but this time she stayed crouched so that the explosions hit the ground, creating a smoke screen. Bakugo, get out of wherever you are and look for her through the smoke. When Bakugo managed to spot it, he launched a powerful explosion at it, but when he got closer to check, he realized it was just a jacket. Bakugo, he made his jacket float to distract me, he said. Ochako's mind, I have you appearing behind him. But Bakugo immediately realized the plan, and with one hand pointing backwards, he released an explosion that hit Ochako, throwing him a few meters back. Bakugo, it was a good try. Too bad it didn't work, laughing maliciously. Ochako was on the floor in pain, and with great effort she got up. Ochako, I am still and not laughing with difficulty speaking. Things weren't going well in the stands either. We can see a very upset Izuku watching the fight. Izuku, damn, you already won. You don't have to keep hurting her with annoyance. Momo, this looks bad. Looking at Izuku. Mina, what can we do? Back in the arena, Ochako managed to stand despite her wounds and pain. Ochako, thanks Bakugo, for not letting your guard down by putting your fingers together. Release. Bakugo was a little confused by this, but when he noticed small shadows on the ground, he looked up and saw a shower of stones. Ochako's mind, she can't dodge that and defend herself at the same time. It's my chance to start running towards Bakugo. But what Ochako didn't expect was that Bakugo would launch a huge explosion at the falling stones, thus creating a shock wave that prevented Ochako from getting closer, sending her flying again. Ochako, I destroy everything in an instant, amazed and scared. Bakugo, so that was your plan from the beginning? Annoying. Bakugo, it was probably Deku's damn idea to turn around and see him and notice that he was upset. Bakugo, so this makes you angry by looking at it directly and giving Ochako an explosion while she was on the ground. To say that this bothered Izuku was an understatement. He started gritting his teeth and his hair started flashing yellow. Aizawa, who was in the surveillance room, noticed the yellow flash of Izuku's hair and immediately knew what was happening, and also knew that there was only one person who could stop it if it happened. Phone call. Aizawa, you're watching this. Almight, I see it. Young Bakugo is going too far thinking that was it. Aizawa, I know, but it can get seriously worse. Almight, what do you mean by confusing? Aizawa, Mira and Midoriya. Almight listened and was able to observe the situation he was in. Aizawa, if he gets out of control, you're the only one who can stop him. Almight, I'll be on the lookout in case something happens. Confirming. Aizawa, fine, I'll stop the fight. End of call. Aizawa, after cutting off with All Might, spoke through the communicator to tell Midnight to stop the battle. Midnight understood, starting to walk towards Bakugo. Midnight, that's enough. She can't continue. You win. Leave her alone and get her out of the arena or I'll disqualify you, he said in a serious and threatening manner. Bakugo, I just click my tongue. I'll get her out of the sand. Midnight, turning around to call the nursing robots. Bakugo, but I'll get it out with another explosion, throwing another blast at Ochako's body to get her out of the arena. When Ochako's unconscious body fell to the ground, silence took over the entire stadium. But it was quickly replaced by a strong tremor. The Saiyans had reached their limit. Izuku, Bakugo, I swear that I will not forgive you for this, expelling all the anger he had, transforming back into that golden warrior. Bakugo, do you think I'm scared of you? Damn Deku, provoking him? All Might, this is bad. He would kill himself worried about his students. Izuku and All Might launched themselves at the same time, one with the intention of stopping and the other with the intention of destroying. Almighty, stop young Midoriya. I'm about to collide with this one. Izuku, realizing that they wanted to stop him, used his flight to make a degree turn, leaving his legs in front of him, and at the moment of the collision of the two, Izuku gave a powerful downward kick to All Might, leaving him embedded in the ground, and without wasting time he went to where Bakugo was. Izuku, damn, preparing a fatal blow. All of Bakugo's arrogance vanished immediately when he realized that he couldn't do anything to avoid that blow, but instead of the blow he only felt a strong current of air surrounding him. Izuku had stopped before hitting a few centimeters from Bakugo's face. Izuku, he rejoined, wins all your battles and let's end this in the finals by transforming at will. Izuku just turned around in Ochako's direction, picked her up and carried her towards the infirmary. When they left, several things happened in the arena. The first, Bakugo fell to his knees trembling. He arrogantly felt something he had never felt: fear. Fear of the same boy he bothered. The public was upset and amazed. Upset by the way Bakugo treated Ochako, and amazed that a student could knock out All Might with one hit. Extra, I defeat All Might with one amazing blow. Extra, it was too fast. Extra, that boy shouldn't have stopped, he deserved it. In the stands, Kirishima, I was supposed to be watching, but it was so fast that I didn't see anything. Amazed. Mineta, Midoriya let him live scared. Kaminari has monstrous strength and speed, seeing the disaster. Mina, Ochako will be very worried. Jiro, with Izuku protecting her, I don't think anything else will happen to her, he said to try to calm the atmosphere. Todoroki, how ironic, he defeated me and held back. With the commentators present, Mike, what should we do? Aizawa is nervous. Aizawa, we must continue. Present Mike, okay, clearing his throat, and that was all the battles for the first round. Now we'll take a break before we start the other half. The entire audience left to wait somewhere else with many questions in their heads. Only the professionals and some students remained. Midnight, All Might is fine playing it. All Might, coming out of the ground as if nothing happened. If I'm really down. Midnight, if you were fine, why didn't you come out earlier with a drop of sweat? All Might, I was hiding my shame by covering my face. Midnight, well, get yourself together quickly. We have a meeting with the other teachers, he told her. After the embarrassment of being sold out by his student in front of everyone, All Might and Midnight headed to the meeting called by the principal. Kan, Izuku and Ochako. Izuku, how is Recovery Girl worried? Recovery Girl, she has several third-degree burns, some broken ribs and several bruises. It will take time to heal her, her diagnosis said. Izuku, damn Bakugo, you'll pay for this, he said angrily. Izuku, this is not the time for that. Calm down, Recovery Girl. I'm going to get some special medicine. You can keep it with her. Recovery Girl, sure boy, but what kind of confused medicine? Izuku, you'll see when you leave the infirmary. Recovery Girl, you have a good girlfriend talking to the unconscious Ochako. Izuku quickly went for his last remaining seed to give it to Ochako. Izuku, okay, I'm here, he said, entering the infirmary. Recovery Girl, wow, you didn't take long looking at the boy. Izuku, I went as fast as possible, but I brought her showing the seed. Recovery Girl, what kind of dubious medicine is that? Izuku, a very powerful one, approaching Ochako. Izuku, unconscious again, stroking his head, I guess I'll give it to you the same way, putting the seed in his mouth and getting closer. Izuku's mind, this is more embarrassing than I remembered. The Saiyan takes away all my nerves, but to help her I have to do it by kissing her for the second time to give her the seed. Recovery Girl, I hope you don't want to take advantage of an unconscious girl with a judgmental look. Izuku quickly separated upon hearing that. Izuku, it's not what you think, I did it for medical purposes, I'm not a profiteer, he said excuses, blushing a lot. Recovery girl. Ha 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 ha, just kidding, don't take me seriously making fun of you. Izuku. I felt my heart leap out of my chest. While Recovery girl was mocking Izuku, the seed began to work, healing all his wounds and broken bones. Recovery girl. Amazing, what kind of medicine is intrigued? Izuku. I don't know, my teacher gave it to me. I only know that it can cure any wound but not diseases, explaining. Recovery girl. You won't have any more of that medicine, so study it excitedly. Izuku. Sorry, I gave the last one to her, scratching her head. Recovery girl. These kids these days don't think before they act by scolding. Izuku. When I thought I woke up seeing Ochako. Recovery girl. I don't think it will take long. His body is healed and he has no problems. But if you're worried, I can do another checkup looking at him. Izuku. Poor Fa bore. Recovery girl. Fine, I'll do it. UPU. Is interrupted. Izuku Midoriya, I knew you'd be here. We need you for a moment. Izuku. But I wanted to keep her aiming at Ochako. Izuku. It will be a moment, and then you can come back, he insisted. Izuku. I look at Ochako, sigh, and turn to Izuku. Okay, let's go. After a walk without talking through the halls, they arrive at a room where all the teachers are present along with the principal. Nizu, nice to see you again, young Midoriya, he greeted politely. Nizu, you're probably wondering why we call it drinking tea. Izuku. The truth is yes, because all the teachers are looking at them all, but he noticed something. Izuku. Oh, Almight, an apology for the kick, he says sadly. Almighty. Don't worry, young Midoriya. I know that when you transform you lose compression control. Nizu. Well, young Midoriya, we called you here to decide what to do with him, participant Bakugo says simply. Izuku's relaxed attitude changed to one of seriousness. Izuku, what do you mean seriously? Nizu. Due to recent events, we can disqualify him for his behavior. Izuku. But I guess they have other plans, I added. Nizu, you are quite intelligent, and the truth is that if confirming. Izuku, what is that plan? Nizu, when a person goes off the rails, they must be corrected before it's too late. I don't know if you understand me, looking at Izuku. Izuku, he wants me to correct him by asking. Izuku, you've known him since he was a child, you know the reason for his arrogance. If he loses against you, it will be a bigger impact, explaining the reason. Besides, you are the class president. Your duty to guide the others, that's why they chose you. Izuku. In other words, they want me to beat him up to teach him humility. Almight. In a way of saying it, you must know defeat so you can move forward. Izuku thought about it for a moment. Izuku. Okay, I'll be Bakugo's father and I'll try to help him. But what happens if I lose before reaching him? I ask. Nizu, I wouldn't worry, I doubt anyone would defeat you by drinking tea. Almight. Wait, director, young Midoriya is right. Now it's his turn to fight Melissa and she is strong. Intervening. Nizu, it is. But young Midoriya has shown that he can beat you, I add. Almight, young Melissa has worked hard and has a chance to defend her pupil. Nizu, Almight, don't play favorites. Everyone's mind, you have a favorite. And so a dialectal fight between the director and Almight began. Izuku, I sighed reluctantly. This will take a while. But they told you everything you need to know. You can leave, he said to Izuku. Izuku. Thanks, Izawa-sensei. Relieved to be able to get out of there. Outside the meeting. Izuku. I didn't know that the director would support me so much with a drop of sweat. Izuku. I guess I'll go see how Uraraka-san is doing now as she embarks on her journey to the infirmary. In the infirmary. Izuku. Recovery girl. She's here, entering the infirmary. Recovery girl. You came back, boy, looking at him. Izuku. Yes, but looking at the bed where Ochako should be, she is not there. Recovery girl. Woke up recently, said she felt better and left. Izuku. He told him where he was interested. Recovery girl. No, he didn't say it. Izuku. Okay, I'll go look for her after leaving the infirmary. Recovery girl. But he said something else, laughing. Flashback. Ochako. Waking up where I'm confused. Recovery girl. Oh, you woke up approaching Ochako. Ochako. Recovery girl. So I'm in the infirmary getting my bearings. What happened? Recovery girl. Your opponent left you very injured, then a scandal broke out, and your boyfriend brought you here, he said without further ado. Ochako. Ah, now I remember him putting a hand on his head. Wait, said his boyfriend, waking up suddenly. Recovery girl. Yes, that black-haired boy about your height. describing him. Ochako's mind, from talking about Deku-kun. Ochako, he's not my boyfriend, a little embarrassed. Recovery girl, I'm sorry, he just looked pretty worried when he arrived with you in his arms. He even gave you a strange medicine that healed you immediately. He also kissed you. That's why I thought it was your boyfriend explaining. Ochako, he's just kind and cares about everyone. Her sentence was interrupted by remembering what Recovery Girl said. Ochako, he kissed me, upset and blushing. Recovery Girl, yes, since you were unconscious you couldn't take the medicine, so he gave it to you mouth to mouth explaining. Every word from Recovery Girl made Ochako feel more embarrassed as her face turned red. Recovery Girl, even take a photo or show her your phone. In the photo you could clearly see how Izuku kissed Ochako. The aforementioned was so embarrassed that she started to smoke from her head. Ochako's mind, he kissed me, maybe because he liked me, he didn't do it to give me the medicine, he must have felt sorry, he must have disliked me returning with his internal war. Recovery Girl, if you want an explanation he will be back soon referring to Izuku. Ochako, he's coming back, I can't see him like that, referring to the shame and his face red. Ochako, I'm fine now asking about his condition. Recovery Girl, you don't have any injuries and it seems like your energy has returned. Are you okay? Giving your diagnosis? Ochako, well, getting up from the stretcher and going to the door. Recovery Girl, you're not going to wait for him, he says without looking at her. Ochako, he stopped at the door. I would be ashamed to look at his face, coming out of the infirmary blushing. Recovery Girl, he laughing silently. There are these young people. Findel flashback. Recovery Girl, I hope everything goes well. Maybe it was worth losing. Ochako's mind, Deku-kun kissed me, but I'm sure he did it to help me. But if it wasn't like that, if he likes me then our feelings are mutual. Getting a little desperate, my mouth opened. I brushed my teeth this morning. I wish I had been awake stressing myself out. Ochako, she sighed in disappointment. No matter how much she thought about it, she didn't think Deku-kun would like to get discouraged. Ochako, I'll go get my things, and I'll return with the others discouraged. After a while of walking I went to the locker room where his belongings were. While I was checking that nothing was missing from his backpack a phone started to ring. Ochako picked it up and saw who it was. Ochako. I take a deep breath and answer hello. Ochako's father, daughter, are you okay? We were watching the festival when we saw how they hurt you, worried. Ochako, I'm fine dad, they healed me completely, calming her father. Ochako's father, that's good, it makes me feel calmer, just like your mother. Ochako, I'm fine, but taking a break but I lost the fight starting to cry after having come so far I lost in the first round with a tearful voice. Ochako's father, daughter, don't feel sad, you fought a good fight and never gave up, you should be proud of that by comforting her. Ochako, I know, but I'm sorry if I disappointed you all by crying. Ochako's parents have changed, now her mother speaks. Ochako's mother, you didn't disappoint anyone. We are proud that our daughter has reached so high. Ochako, but if I had been stronger I would have said it sadly. Ochako's mother, daughter, is interrupted. Off call. Izuku, how many times do I have to tell you that you are not weak for suddenly talking to Ochako? From the shock, Ochako drops the phone and turns her attention to Izuku. Ochako, Deku-kun, how did you find me? She said it trying to hide her tears. Izuku, you forgot that I can sense people approaching Ochako by their power. Ochako, true, I had forgotten, forcing a smile. Izuku, you don't have to pretend with me, wiping away her tears. On the phone, Ochako's mother, honey, someone came talking to your husband. Ochako's father, maybe a friend since he couldn't hear. Ochako's mother, it's not a boy, distinguishing the voice. Ochako's father, a boy, let me listen, activating his paternal instinct. Ochako's mother, wait, let him put the speaker on so you can hear the conversation. Back with the couple. Ochako, it seems like you're always there when I need you, cheering up a little. Izuku, that's bad. Ochako, not at all, it's comforting to bump her head into Izuku's chest. Izuku, faced with this action, did what he thought was right, and wrapped her in his arms to hug her. Izuku, you need something else, stroking his head. Ochako, no, just this, without leaving Izuku's side. Ochako's mind, why is it that being like this gives me peace of mind? It's just a simple hug, it's because he's the one giving it to me. It's not bad to calm down from time to time. Izuku appeared calm on the outside, but Izuku's mind, calm down, calm down, calm down. You're doing this to help her. It's not time to get nervous. although her body is soft and warm. What am I thinking, blushing a little? So they were for a while, Ochako calming her bad thoughts and Izuku controlling his nerves as best he could. Izuku, you feel better separating a little. Ochako, the truth is yes, thank you. Izuku calling him by his name. Izuku was surprised by this, but he didn't dislike it. Izuku, I'll do it whenever you want. Ochako, staring at her. Ochako, like Izuku, was surprised to be called by her name, but she didn't move because she kept looking into Izuku's eyes. On the phone, Ochako's mother, you hear that talking to her husband. Ochako's father, I don't hear anything. Confused. Ochako's mother, exactly. The moment arrived excited. Ochako's father, time that. Realizing oh no, we must stop them trying to grab the phone. But just before he can grab it, his wife stops him. Ochako's mother, you will not interrupt our daughter's romance by getting in the way. Ochako's father, we'll see that later. Preparing for a battle. Back with the couple. They both looked into each other's eyes, as if it were the most beautiful thing they had ever seen. Ochako's mind, I fell into her abyss trap again. I didn't think that this time I would let myself get caught without taking my eyes off her. Izuku's mind, this was inevitable. I'd been with her for so long that I feel lonely when she's not here. I guess I like your company. No, what I really like is you looking and smiling at Ochako. After both clarified their doubts and conflicts, it was an instant relief that was demonstrated when their bodies instinctively shortened the distance between them and without anyone interrupting them. It finally happened, their lips joined with each other's. But this time it was not for medical purposes. But it was a kiss loaded with the feelings of each one. The kiss would have been eternal if it were not for the air that they lacked. The two looked at each other and blushed and laughed, but neither escaped. Ochako, now that I think about it, it's the first time you kissed me that I've been aware of, making fun of you. Izuku got nervous when he was discovered. Izuku, those times were to help you. I wasn't taking advantage of you. Blushing. Ochako, it was just a joke. While laughing at Ochako's smile, Izuku couldn't help but smile. Izuku, Ochako getting his attention. Ochako, what's happening with the sparkles in her eyes? Izuku, I know this is done before kissing, but I like you and I would like you to be my girlfriend. Ochako, nothing would make me happier than threatening to cry with happiness. Izuku, I guess we have to make it official. Don't you believe? Looking at her. Ochako, official as doubtful. Izuku, so taking her cheek and bringing her closer to kiss her. Ochako, although surprised, was quick to reciprocate the kiss. Izuku, with this it became official, joining his forehead with Ochako's. They both stayed for a while enjoying the moment until megaphone. The second half of the fights will begin shortly. Please return to the stadium. Izuku, with everything that happened, I had forgotten about the festival. Laughing. Ochako, I'm laughing too. You can go ahead, I'll catch up with you later. Izuku, are you sure? I can wait for you if you want. Offering. Ochako, it's not necessary. Really, it's just a moment of insisting. Izuku, okay, I'll go ahead and go to the exit. Ochako, wait a bit, stopping it. Izuku, turning around, what the hell? He is interrupted by a quick kiss from Ochako. Ochako, just that, you can go now. Turning around to hide her blush. Izuku didn't know how to react to the sudden action and froze. Izuku, yes, see you later, leaving the locker room with Ochako. Ochako's mind, I did it. It was embarrassing, but I did it. How good it feels not to hold back. That was my revenge for kissing me unconscious. Laughing. Ochako, okay, I'll put all this in order and then I'll catch up with him collecting his belongings. Ochako, this is the last thing. He picks up the phone. When Ochako picked up the phone and turned it over, she went pale, noticing that the call was still in progress. Ochako's mind, no one answers, no one answers, no one answers, she thought as she brought the phone to her ear. Ochako, hey someone there said nervously. A few seconds passed. Ochako's mother, of course I'm still here. You don't think I would leave you alone at a time like this? Answering. Ochako wanted to be swallowed up by the earth. Her parents heard everything they said about their relationship. Ochako, you listened to everything? Embarrassed. Ochako's mother, every word. Congratulations, daughter, on your first boyfriend. Excited. Ochako, I guess, thanks. Embarrassed. Ochako's mother, and tell me what he's like. Is he handsome, strong, energetic? Give me details. Daughter excited to talk about love with her daughter. Ochako, I'll tell you about that when we're in person. Resigned. Ochako's mother, but tell me he fights at the festival to support my son-in-law by making fun of him. Ochako, I'm embarrassed. Ochako's mother, just kidding. but tell me who is intrigued. Ochako, resigned. His name is Izuku Midoriya and he fought with the boy of fire and ice. Ochako's mother, the one who knocked out Almight, amazed. Ochako, I knocked him out and why confused? Ochako's mother, let's just say she got into it on the way to your boyfriend, laughing. Ochako, I don't understand what you're saying, confused. Ochako's mother, ask your friends, they'll probably tell you. Ochako, well, Mom, for a while now I wanted to ask you a question that I'm hesitant to say. Ochako's mother, regarding that, I'm sorry to tell you that you're still little and you're studying, she says without shame. Ochako, not that. I shouted, blushing as I imagined what would happen if I did it with Izuku. Ochako's mother, so how confused? Ochako, I haven't heard Dad in a while, intrigued. Ochako's mother, he wanted to come between you and I stopped him, she says without further ado. Ochako, how did you get a little scared? Ochako's mother, let's not go into details. Well, daughter, I would like to continue talking but I think you have to go. Ochako, oh, that's right, I'm late. Bye, Mom, hanging up the call. In the Uraraka house. Note, I will abbreviate it to MO and PO for Ochako's parents. MO, okay, honey, are you ready to cooperate seeing your husband gagged? PO, Anskanskskonsksum, translation. I will never give my little girl while she was squirming. MO, we'll see that with a sadistic smile. With Ochako. Ochako, she felt a chill. I feel sorry for my father. After finishing packing her things, Ochako headed to the stands to watch the fights. But something different was happening in the stands. In the stands, Mina, Ochako hasn't come back worried. Jiro, I'm not surprised, she was very hurt and distressed. Momo, Bakugo went too far, a little upset. Tsuyu, being depressed, she told me she didn't want to lose Karo. Melissa, okay girls, Uraraka-san is strong, I'm sure she's good at calming them down. Thoru, we must support her when she returns. The girls decided to support Ochako, who would surely be sad, upset and disappointed. But they didn't expect that when Ochako arrived at the stands, she was completely fine and gave off an aura of happiness and a smile of a girl in love. Mina, it's not the attitude I was expecting, amazed. Momo, he seems happier than before seeing her. Melissa, I told them it would be okay. Jiro, yes, but that's too much seeing her so happy. When Ochako had already arrived where her friends were, she greeted them happily. Ochako, hello girls, I greet happily. Mina, Hioka, are you feeling okay, a little nervous? Ochako, of course, because it would be wrong to keep smiling. Momo, you came out very wounded from the battle, you are very worried. Ochako, I'm fine, I'm completely healed, showing her arms. Jiro, that's fine, but you shouldn't be a little depressed. Ochako, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't, but I had good support thinking about Izuku. Ochako, by the way, where is Aizu? Deku-kun correcting himself nervously. Momo, he hasn't come here yet, so I haven't seen him, explaining. Mina, by the way, Oka, when Izuku took you to the infirmary, he didn't come back, and mysteriously you're too happy. Is there anything you want to tell us, insisting on making her confess? Ochako, and nothing happened, as should. Mina, then why do you get nervous looking at her in a mischievous way? Melissa, okay, Mina, leave her alone. I'm sure nothing happened. She was helping Ochako. Tsuyu, if Ochako was also unconscious, Karo remembering. Momo, and I don't think Izuku is one of those who take advantage of arguing. Ochako, if he is not like that, remembering what he did. Mina, yes, they are boring. Ochako, well, changing the subject. Who is facing us now, diverting the topic? Momo, well, first there will be Kirishima's tiebreaker with the boy from Class B, explaining. Melissa, and then there will be normal fights contributing. Jiro, you're nervous talking to Melissa. Melissa, why would I be confused? Tsuyu, it's your turn to fight, Midoriya-chan, explaining. Jiro, he who could defeat Almight by reminding him. Ochako, they told me about that, but what happened? I'm intrigued. Momo, well, while Bakugo was hurting you, Midoriya was slowly losing control of his anger, explaining. Mina, when he knocked you out he completely lost control and transformed, explaining. Jiro, and his target was Bakugo, so since All Might knew what was going to happen, he wanted to stop Midoriya by explaining. Tsuyu, but Midoriya kicked him and left him incapacitated, then he went to Bakugo, explaining. Thoru, but he stopped, and went to you to pick you up and take you to the infirmary. It was incredible, getting excited. Ochako, I mean, he prioritized me before his anger, drawing his conclusion. Mina, exactly. With that we realize two things. The first is that you are very important to Midoriya, explaining. This made Ochako blush a little, knowing how important she was to Izuku. Ochako. And the second one embarrassed but intrigued. Mina, that Midoriya is the strongest in the class, seeing the hole where All Might was. Jiro. And now he faces Melissa. Melissa, I'm actually excited to face it enthusiastically. Momo, well, Midoriya isn't like Bakugo. He probably won't become careless. The talks continued normally after that until present Mike. Well, everything is ready for the second half of this festival. But first there will be a playoff match, and it's a battle of arm wrestling. In the sand, you could see Kirishima and his metal twin giving their all to win the arm wrestling match. Either of them wanted to lose. It seemed even, but due to Tetsu's metal fatigue, Tetsu played a trick on him, causing him to lose outside and giving Kirishima the win. Tetsu fell discouraged curse. Kirishima. It was a good battle giving him a hand. Tetsu looked at his hand, then raised it to see Kirishima looking worn out. Tetsu. He laughed and took the hand. Of course it was. And so ends a battle, where yesterday's enemy is today's friend. Midnight. That's the youthful spirit tearing up to see the scene. Present Mike. Although it was simple, it was touching, but now it's time for what everyone was waiting for. On one hand, the boy who can beat All Might is a born leader of class. To Izuku Midoriya introducing him. Izuku left the hallway and headed to the arena. Izuku, I was waiting for this fight excitedly. Present Mike. And on this side, the only foreigner to get here, will finally have the opportunity to demonstrate her power. From Class 1A she is Shield. Melissa introducing her. Melissa left the hall in the same way and headed to the platform. Melissa's mind. I'll show you the power of one for all. Excited. Melissa stood face to face with Izuku, but they were both excited to face each other. Izuku, aren't you content with Melissa getting into a fighting stance? Melissa, you're not activating your power either. Midnight, are you ready? Watch them. Start. One for all versus Saiyan. Midnight, well, start giving the signal. The two participants attacked at the same time, colliding fist to fist. Melissa occupied % of his power, while Izuku just played along. Melissa began to throw very powerful blows against Izuku, but the latter only imitated her to block said attacks. Melissa, why are you playing with me by throwing another punch? Izuku, I'm just trying to get the most out of blocking the blow. Although it was frustrating for Melissa that he didn't take her seriously, for the public it was the opposite. Extra, his strength is incredible, amazed. Extra 2, they are on par. I don't know who will win, excited. Hero, it would be nice to have one of them analyzing. Hero 2, I'll send a request to the winner by watching the fight. Hero 3, I will send it to both of you if you are interested. Present Mike, it's the first fist fight, which is so even commenting. In the stands, Kirishima, and ours is so upset about his comment. Mina, calm down now, I wasn't serious, calming down his friend, but you have to admit that it's incredible watching the fight. Kirishima, yes it is, I didn't think Melissa would be on par with Midoriya in amazement. Todoroki, he's not getting into the conversation. Tsuyu, what do you mean? I see them evenly. Karo doubtfully. Todoroki, Midoriya is just playing with Melissa, seriously. Momo, playing, I don't understand, confused. Todoroki, the only one who attacks is Melissa, Midoriya only blocks and dodges, he doesn't attack by analyzing. Momo, now that you mention it, you're right, seeing the fight, why will it be back in the fight? Melissa got fed up with the same thing, so she backed off to gain distance. Melissa, why don't you attack? A little annoyed. Izuku, I already told you, I want to enjoy this fight, he says as if it were nothing. Melissa's mind, we've been fighting for a while, but unlike me, he doesn't look tired. He's really messing with me, and if that weren't enough, his blows are too hard, seeing his sore hand. Melissa, you know I told you not to hold back, but I did it myself, so now, I'll show you all the power I control by activating one for all. Izuku could feel Melissa's power increasing, but instead of scaring him it only excited him more. Melissa, thanks to All Might being recovered, I can improve faster, 1 for all % by drawing golden rays from his body. Izuku's mind, incredible, he improved a lot in just 1 week, smiling. But I'm not far behind in preparing myself either. Melissa's mind, this energy is difficult to control, but at least this way I can face it by launching myself very quickly towards Izuku. Most of the spectators only saw a golden beam, but due to Izuku's enhanced reflexes, he was able to barely dodge Melissa's attack. Izuku's mind became much faster. Not only that, blow also came with more force, reincorporating himself. Because of the speed she was going, Melissa almost left the sand, but she managed to stop in time. Melissa, it was close. I have to focus on him so I don't get sidetracked by looking at Izuku. In the stands, Kaminari, you saw that in amazement. Kirishima, very little, really surprised. Mina, Melissa is very strong, maybe she can win excitedly. Jiro, but Midoriya was able to dodge the attack, explaining. Momo, he also almost left the arena on his own, analyzing. Mina, I know, but that doesn't mean I'm not very emotional. Back in the fight, Melissa's mind concentrate, keep him one for all and face him looking at Izuku. He launched himself at Izuku again. Only this time he didn't pass by, but instead stood face to face. Izuku had a lot of trouble countering Melissa's new speed and strength. Izuku's mind, although my reflexes are improved, it is difficult for me to dodge blows, making me nervous, and, if that were not enough, Izuku was about to dodge a blow that was going to his face, but it was quickly replaced by a kick to his side. Izuku's mind, and if that were not enough, he does not hit randomly, making it more difficult to predict his movements. Making a face of pain, Melissa took advantage of that moment to try to kick him again, which Izuku was able to sustain. With this action, Melissa took advantage of the grip with her free leg to push off and kick him in the chin, freeing herself to spin in the air and land well. Unfortunately, for Izuku it was the opposite. The kick was so strong that it lifted him off the ground, causing him to fly a few meters back, falling on his back in the sand. With the professionals, Almight, that's Melissa supporting her pupil. I told him, director, that Melissa was also strong. Nizu, it certainly is by drinking tea, but in a battle, the winner is not decided until it is over. Almight heard this comment and knew he was right. He said nothing, just paid attention to the battle. In the fight, Melissa, I defeated him, tired of using his quirk. Izuku's body, which was lying on the ground, jumps up, rubbing his chin in pain. Izuku, that hurt Melissa, claiming him. Melissa's mind, how strong is she? Although it was a serious blow, she doesn't seem hurt, much less tired, making her nervous. Izuku, I guess I underestimated you. I apologize for that, but you know I was also holding back, smiling. This statement left everyone who heard it astonished. Kirishima, it's impossible that with that strength he's holding back his nerves. True. Kaminari, you're right, nervous. Tsuyu, but Midoriya can transform into that golden warrior Karo by remembering. Momo, yes, but according to what he told us, he still doesn't control it by remembering. Mineta, so he can get stronger without getting nervous. Todoroki, I guess we'll find out. Seriously. In the sand, Izuku, even though I said I wouldn't do it, I couldn't resist the idea of testing your power, so if you wait a minute I'll show you all my strength by unzipping his jacket. When Izuku did this, it could be seen that he was wearing a blue shirt, nothing strange. Before the action of taking off his jacket, the whole audience was anxious to know what would happen. Great was their surprise when they saw that Izuku took off that shirt, revealing his very worked body. The male audience was confused, but the female audience couldn't take their eyes off Izuku's body. Some members of the audience and female students took photos of the black-haired man, others had runny noses, and others were just blushing. Present Mike, what kind of fan service is this? Student Midoriya is taking off his clothes, leaving the ladies enchanted. Aizawa's mind, what are you doing, idiot? Watching his student. In the stands, Kirishima, fighting shirtless is what men are doing to support him. Kaminari, you're just showing off, jealous. Mineta, damn Midoriya, you get all the girls' attention, jealous and annoying. Ochako's mind, this is what Izuku's body looks like, blushing, that tender face and that muscular body. How will he be completely naked, smoke coming out of his head and completely red from what he just imagined? But she wasn't the only one. Mina, I didn't know Midoriya had such a toned body, a little blushed. Momo, he has more muscles since the last time I saw him blushing. That comment was like a bucket of cold water for Ochako, changing from an embarrassed expression to an annoyed one. Jiro, it seems that the only small thing about Midoriya is his height, commenting. Thoru, if Ochako doesn't take it, I will, he said without thinking. Tsuyu, she has a beautiful body, to be honest. To say that Ochako was upset is an understatement. She wanted to yell at them to stop seeing her boyfriend, but if she did, they would find out about their relationship, so she held it in. In the sand, Melissa, what do you think you're doing in the middle of a fight? Complaining with a little blush. Izuku, who heard the comments and saw the reactions of the others, did not give them importance. Izuku, sorry, but it was necessary, throwing his shirt to one end. All the comments were silenced when they saw the garment fall and noticed that it had broken a bit of the sand and raised a lot of dust. Their expressions changed to astonishment and confusion. Izuku, much better, stretching now, the others taking out one of their wristbands, throwing it and creating the same result. Melissa, in doubt, asked Izuku. Melissa, Midoriya, I can see those clothes asking for help. Izuku, of course, take it, throwing him his other wristband. When Melissa received it, the weight of the garment made it fall. She used great strength to lift it. Melissa's mind, if I hadn't had one for all activated, I wouldn't have been able to lift her while resisting his weight. Melissa, how much weight are you carrying? Izuku, I don't remember how or kilos, he says as if nothing happened, taking off the last weighted clothes. Melissa, pulling the wristband, you followed me, he walked with all that weight on you, nervous. Izuku, that's right, my teacher said not to take them off, but if I didn't I would have lost by putting on the jacket. Izuku, okay Melissa, thanks for waiting. Getting into a fighting stance, we continue activating a white aura around him. Melissa, although she couldn't feel his power, knew that Izuku was stronger, but she wouldn't give up without a fight. In a desperate act, Melissa attacks Izuku again. Only this time none of her blows hit. Izuku effortlessly dodged the attacks. Melissa, tired of being dodged, threw a faster and stronger one at Izuku's face. The latter, instead of dodging it, only stopped it with one hand. Izuku, it's my turn to attack, releasing Melissa's hand to give him a powerful blow to the stomach. Faced with such a blow, Melissa holds her stomach because of the pain and lack of air. Izuku, I'm sorry about that, it's the first time I fight without weights. I still don't control my strength, apologizing. Melissa couldn't keep one for all activated, so she tried to attack Izuku, but his excessive use of his power and Izuku's blow left her very weak. Izuku, it seems you can't continue, and I know you're not going to give up, so I dodged Melissa's weak blow and hit him on the neck. When Izuku did that, Melissa fell unconscious. Before she hit the ground, Izuku held her, preventing her from falling. Midnight. The winner is Izuku Midoriya, raising a hand. Present mic. Incredible gentlemen, we just witnessed a battle of pure power where the opponent was not abused by commenting. With the professionals. Nizu, look, don't sing victory before it's over, he says calmly for the result. Almight, standing up from his seat, if you'll excuse me, I'll go check on Melissa as she leaves. Nizu, Almight, getting your attention. Almight, turning around, I know what you need. Nizu, you don't forget something by showing your paw. Almight, seeing this gesture, knew what it was about, and without saying anything, placed some bills in the rodent's paw. Nizu, let me know if you want to bet again, smiling. In the infirmary. Recovery girl, boy, stop bringing me unconscious young girls, it bothers me. Izuku, sorry recovery girl, embarrassed. Recovery girl, sigh, leave her on that empty stretcher, pointing. Izuku, of course, if I put it to bed I think I'll go. Recovery girl, you won't kiss her, mockingly. Izuku, that was for medical purposes, embarrassing himself. Recovery girl, so you don't feel anything for that young brunette making fun of you. Izuku, I didn't say that out of embarrassment either. Ha 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 ha, this is something new. Entering the infirmary. All Might, you are totally different in battle and in your daily life. Izuku, All Might, what are you doing here? Doubtful. All Might, I came to see the state in which you left my pupil, looking at him seriously. Izuku, calm down, I know how to contain myself. All Might, I know, I just wanted to sound like the overprotective teacher. Izuku, as you wish, if you excuse me I'll go watch the other fights. Retreating. After Izuku left the infirmary, he walked for a while until someone stopped him. Who am I? Covering their eyes. Izuku, I know it's you. Ochako, taking her hands off her face. Ochako, correct, smiling at him. Izuku, what are you doing here? I ask. Ochako, I came to save Melissa from this boy who likes to take advantage of unconscious girls by making fun of them. Izuku, calm down, that's something, taking her by the waist, that I would only do with a shot. Ochako, really approaching Izuku, also comes to tell you something. Izuku, and what is getting closer? But the kiss Izuku was expecting was replaced by a feeling of weakness. Ochako, tell you, Don't take off your shirt in front of everyone again, and on national television she said it while grabbing Izuku's tail to subdue him. Izuku, I'm sorry seriously weak true, let go of my tail. Ochako, I won't do it until you feel everything I felt, it bothers me to hear everyone's comments. Izuku, it was necessary to win weakened. What they didn't know was that they were being watched by two people who were spying on her. In the distance, Mina, see, I told you it was a good idea to follow her, excited by what I saw. Mina, I knew they were going to be an excited couple. Momo, I'm more amazed to see the strongest boy in the class kneeling and begging for mercy with a drop of sweat. Mina, details taking a photo well select and send. Momo, who did you send it to? Doubtful. Mina, to my new accomplice smiling. Look, I'll answer now. M's cat. M. The young woman has good dominatrix material smiling face with horns smiling face with horns. Mina, maybe but Ochako, she's not one of those. M. Maybe I should give him some lessons. Mina, that will depend on you. Out of chat. Back with the couple. Ochako had already let go of Izuku's tail, and he was getting up. Izuku, can I ask you a question while standing up? Ochako, what thing still bothers me? Izuku, you want our relationship to be a dubious secret. Ochako, for the moment I would like it to be so. Izuku, well, I don't think it's going to be possible by scratching the back of his neck. Ochako, why not doubtful? Izuku, behind that corner there are two of our companions pointing. The aforementioned shuddered at being mentioned. Ochako, really, who are distressed? Izuku, by their kiss, I would say they are Mina and Momo analyzing. With the spies. Mina, we must get out of here scared. Momo, where she already discovered us nervous. Mina, if he doesn't see us, we're not here trying to escape. Ochako, where do you think you're going by making Mina float? Momo, I told you we couldn't escape resignedly. Mina, no, please Ochako-sama forgive my life for trying to run in the air. After a reprimand, Ochako, please don't tell anyone asking. Mina and Momo, kneeling well. Izuku, I think we should go back. We've been worried here for too long. Mina, it's true, it's my turn to fight. She ran out to fight. The others only returned to the stands. When they arrived, Lita, guys, where were you? You missed my fight waving my arms. Izuku, sorry, Lita. We were busy apologizing. Ochako, yes, I'm sorry, but it was important to shield yourself. Lita, well, if it was important, there's nothing to be understanding about. Izuku, just curious, who did you face? Lita, I faced Ibra Shioka, and I was the winner explaining. Ochako, congratulations. Izuku, that means you're facing me in the next round excited. Lita, why yes it is I am looking forward to facing it nervously. Ochako, look, he's going to start pointing at the sand. Present Mike, it's time for the third fight of the second half. On one side the liveliest girl of all, but if you get too close she can burn you from Class 1A. Mina Ashido introducing her. The pink girl came sliding across the sand, always with a smile. Present Mike, on this other side a young man who can hit and hit anywhere, also from Class 1A. He is Serious Hanta. Zero entered, turning his arms in a strange way. Midnight, are you ready? Well, let's start. Zero, here I go, throwing his tapes. Mina was caught by the Zero tapes. Mina, don't think that's going to stop me from taking out acid and melting the tapes. Mina easily freed herself and began to slide closer to Zero. Zero tried to catch her, but every time he tried Mina melted the tapes. Mina, okay, here I go, sliding faster, to jump and kick with my feet together. Zero tried to defend himself, but the impact was so strong that it knocked him out of the arena. Midnight, the winner is Mina Ashido whispering thanks for the photos. Mina, whispering whenever I want. After that exchange of words the two students left the arena. Present Mike, well, let's go immediately to the next fight. On this side, tougher than diamond is the man among men of Class 1A, Ejiro Kirishima, introducing him. Kirishima entered with his two hardened arms and his typical pointy smile. Present Mike, on the other side, the boy who has stood out in good and bad ways, as explosive as his quirk from Class 1A, Katsuki Bakugo. The explosive one just came in with an annoyed face with his hands in his pockets. Midnight, are you ready? Well, let's start. Kirishima hardened much of his body to attack, but Bakugo stayed in the air and gave several explosions to Kirishima. Kirishima, with my quirk your explosions don't affect me smiling. Bakugo, it's what you think, smiling maliciously. The battle was long, Bakugo dodging blows and giving explosions enough to wear down Kirishima's hardening, losing his protection, When he lost it, Bakugo gave him a last explosion that left him out of combat. Bakugo just left in silence. As he left, he looked up at the stands where he could see Izuku glaring at him. Bakugo just left annoyed. Kirishima was taken away by the robot nurses. Present mic. Okay, people, it's time for the semi-final. Look forward to it. Controlled anger. Present mic. Are you ready for this? Audience cheering. Audience. Yeah, cheering. Present mic. Finally, people who understand me with a tear of emotion. Aizawa. React and do your job by scolding him. Present mic. Don't be so boring. Well, let's continue with this. It's time for the semi-final, and without further ado, let the first finalists come in. After saying that, the participants entered the arena. Present mic. I'm sure you already know them, but anyway, I'll introduce them both from Class 1A. It's the definition of strength. The class representative Izuku Midoriya presenting it. Izuku entered the arena calmly and with a smile of excitement. Present mic. Facing the young man who has finished his fights with speed and precision, he is Tenya Lida presenting him. Just like Izuku Lida, he entered calmly, but his face showed that he was nervous. Midnight. Are you ready? Looking at both of them start? Lida. Midoriya calling her attention. Izuku. What's going on? Lida. Seeing your fight with Melissa, I know very well that I won't be able to defeat you, but that doesn't mean I'm going to give up. I'll give it my all in a single, determined attack. Izuku just smiled and waited for him to attack. Lida. Recipro boots activating their maximum speed to attack Izuku. Lida ran as fast as she could to attack Izuku. When she got to a safe distance, she prepared to attack by kicking Izuku diagonally to his shoulder. The kick raised a lot of dust. People didn't know what happened. After a few moments, the smoke dissipated, and it could be seen that Izuku didn't defend himself and received the attack with all his strength. It was a surprise. But even more so was seeing that Izuku hadn't received any damage. Lida. I expected nothing less from the class president, smiling and lowering her leg from Izuku's shoulder. Lida, remember, maybe I'm weak now, but that won't be forever. One day I'll give you a good fight, smiling at you. Izuku was confused, but he also knew what she was talking about, so he could only smile and say, Izuku, I'll be waiting anxiously, smiling. Lida nodded her head in affirmation. Midnight Sensei, I surrender, giving a bow. Midnight. The winner is Izuku Midoriya and he moves on to the finals. Present mic. I don't really know what just happened. What I do know is that we have our first finalist. A round of applause for Izuku Midoriya. Izuku left the arena, being seen off by the applause of the public. Present mic. That was unexpected, but don't despair. It's time for the next semi-final battle. On one hand, the liveliest girl, but who has come quite high from Class 1A, is there introducing her. Mina entered with her spirits up, smiling at everyone, and went up to the arena. Present mic. And on the other side, the young man who has not been so popular anymore, but has demonstrated his power from Class 1A, Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo entered the arena with his typical unfriendly face. Midnight. It should be a clean battle and nothing should be done about looking at Bakugo. Mina, stop mocking me. Bakugo just clicked his tongue. Midnight. Well, let's start by starting. Mina knew Bakugo and knew that if she stopped he wouldn't hesitate to throw an explosion at her. So she chose to slide around him and attack him from a distance. Bakugo was dodging the acid shots, and with his explosions he tried to get closer, but Mina kept her distance. Bakugo knew that she was faster and more agile, so he threw a powerful explosion at the arena floor. This made Mina lose her balance as she slid and fell to the ground. Bakugo took the opportunity to get closer. Everyone thought he was going to give Mina a point-blank explosion, but he didn't. Bakugo stopped before launching the explosion, to immobilize Mina and threaten her with his hand. Bakugo, give up seriously. Mina, I'll laugh, she says nervously. Midnight. Mina Ashido surrendered. The winner and runner-up is Katsuki Bakugo. Present mic. We already have the second finalist. In a few moments the final battle will take place. Applaud the second finalist, he asked the public. Although he asked for present mic, almost no one in the audience applauded him. Bakugo just left the arena annoyed. In the stands, Hero 1. That kid has great power, but his attitude leaves a lot to be desired. Hero 2. It's fixable. I'll send you a request to fix it. Hero 3. I'll do the same. I'll make him a good hero. With the director. Nizu. The serious moment has arrived. Sniper. Director is sure of this. Doubtful. Nizu. No child dies when their parents punish them, to correct them by explaining. Sniper. This is different. The father he chose on this occasion can be brutal in explaining his concern. Nizu, I know that young Midoriya is also unstable, that's why this will help both of them. It will teach one how to control his power, and the other that he is not the strongest. He says calmly, Sniper, I hope it works. Nizu, don't worry, everything will be fine. Young Bakugo will know the taste of defeat, and if he's smart he'll learn from it. Sniper, I really hope it works. Worried with the students. Kirishima, now comes the final. Excited, who do you think will win? Kaminari, it's obvious that Midoriya will win. Confident. The real question is how many bones will he break in Bakugo by mocking him? Tsuyu, I don't think Midoriya-chan would do that. Momo, yes, Midoriya. He is not one of those violent people defending him. Mineta, they don't remember how it was when Bakugo hurt Uraraka. Remembering. The students remembered that moment, when Izuku almost gave Bakugo a devastating blow. While everyone was silent thinking about what could happen, the missing student appears. Melissa, hey guys, why do you look like that? Looking at you strangely. Mina, Melissa, you're already recovered. Melissa, the truth is that Midoriya didn't hurt me. He just knocked me out while scratching his head. Jiro, that's good, maybe in this fight everything will turn out well, I'm hopeful. Momo, you're right, speculating what will happen is useless. We just have to hope that everything turns out well. Melissa, why are you like this? Something confused happened. Kirishima, the final is coming, where Bakugo and Midoriya face each other. Melissa, so that's why they were like that, remembering that they two don't get along very well. One of the students who was silent finally decided to speak. Todoroki, it's simple. If Bakugo doesn't make Midoriya angry, everything will be fine. By commenting. Kaminari, it's true, Midoriya doesn't hold back when he's angry, getting a little worried. Kirishima, look, he's going to start alerting the others. Present mic. The moment everyone was waiting for, the grand finale of the sports festival. Let's welcome the finalists. This time the two participants entered at the same time. Both maintained a serious expression. Even when they were face to face you could feel a tension. Midnight, are you ready? Looking at both of them start. Bakugo, hey, getting Izuku's attention, I'll transform. Izuku, why should I do it? Just because you ordered me to. Seriously. Bakugo, I'm going to beat you, while you use all your power. That will show that I am superior to everyone, he said arrogantly. Izuku, that arrogance of yours ends today by putting yourself in a fighting stance. Bakugo clicked his tongue, and prepared for combat. Tired of waiting, the first to attack was Bakugo, who started with his typical right to which Izuku was prepared to counterattack. What Izuku didn't expect was that Bakugo changed his movement before touching him. Using his explosions he pushed himself to have more strength. That combined with Izuku's condition was enough for Bakugo to connect a kick in Izuku's face, throwing Asia a few meters back. Bakugo, don't think I'll always use the same tricks making fun of you. Bakugo, now transform, he yelled at Izuku. Bakugo, you have to pay for the humiliation you made me through. Screaming. Izuku jumped up from where he had fallen. Izuku, why are you always so loud making fun of me? Even if I want to transform, I can't do it. It just happens when you explain from time to time. Bakugo's mind, then I just have to make it come out. According to what he said, it only happens when he's angry. Smiling. Bakugo, I knew you were useless. Anyway, I'll treat you like a punching bag like I did with that bitch. Provoking him. Izuku changed his expression from mocking to serious. Bakugo, what's wrong? Did what I said bother you? But it's true. I'll make you scream and beg for mercy like that useless bitch did. Provoking him. In the stands. Kaminari, what is that worried idiot doing? Mineta, he wants to die, maybe scared. Kirishima, Bakugo, that's not for men. Disappointed. Mina, Ochako, don't take it seriously. You worried. Ochako, do you really think I care what he says about me without interest? Ochako, she also does it for a reason. Watching him fight. Todoroki, seriously trying to make Midoriya angry. Momo, but if she manages to do it, she's worried. Todoroki, if he succeeds, only All Might could seriously help Bakugo. In the sand. Izuku's mind, calm down, he just wants to provoke you, he just wants you to lose control. But it's like going against the current flow, already realizing something. Izuku, I guess you won't fall until I transform. Or if you look defiantly at Bakugo. Bakugo, that's right, with a superior smile. Izuku, I will do it resignedly, but I am not responsible for what happens. Seriously. Izuku's mind, don't control it, let it flow through your body. Remember the feeling of the previous transformations, he said to himself. While this was happening in Izuku's mind, outside of it things were different. The stadium floor was beginning to shake. Small stones were beginning to float near Izuku. Although people couldn't feel the power in Izuku's case, they could see it. An aura surrounded Izuku, and it was getting bigger and bigger. Both the public and the students were amazed, even the professionals. Izuku's mind, now I just have to free him, he said to himself. Izuku, haha, he gave a loud scream as he released the energy. When Izuku screamed, an explosion was formed that raised a lot of dust that was slowly dissipating. Little by little a figure could be seen, but it was different. The white aura that covered him was replaced by a golden one. Both his hair and tail had turned golden. The Super Saiyan had re-entered the scene. Only this time, there was no loss of control. Izuku for the first time had transformed at will. Izuku, this is what you wanted, seriously. Bakugo, that's right, smiling. Without thinking twice, Bakugo launched himself at Izuku. As he was close, he sent many strong explosions at him at point-blank range. Bakugo was not holding back. After launching those explosions, Bakugo stepped back to get a better look. Bakugo, I told you, it doesn't matter if you have a transformation, you're still a bucking shitty nerd, Deku said arrogantly. Izuku, do you think those explosions affected me? Izuku was walking through the smoke from the explosions, with some of his clothes burned but no injuries. Bakugo, annoyed, attacked again from the front, charging a huge explosion, but Izuku grabbed his hand, canceling the explosion and leaving him hanging. Bakugo took advantage of his free hand to give explosions to Izuku's face, without any effect. Izuku, I told you I wouldn't take responsibility. Izuku squeezed Bakugo's hand tighter, to then crash it into the floor on several occasions. Author's note: just like Hulk did with Loki, face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy. When I finished tying him up, I lift him up by the arm to see him, very hurt and beaten and almost unconscious. Izuku, you know when they attacked us in USJ, I also held the villain's arm. Only I broke his wrists. I think I only dislocated yours by making a movement with my hand, dislocating Bakugo's wrist, causing him to wake up suddenly and let out a cry of pain. Izuku then punched him in the stomach, making him jump a few meters back. Bakugo was in the fetal position with his hand on his stomach. Izuku, believing he can't continue, tries to leave. Bakugo, Aduadan di vivas didekdeki, getting up with difficulty. Bakugo walks as best he can to Izuku's side, but he no longer has any strength and falls, being held by Izuku. Izuku, I always admired that you never gave up. You know I considered you my best friend. Even if everyone hated you, I was going to continue being your friend. But when I needed you, your arrogance and your ego were bigger, and you turned your back on me. Believe me, if it had been you, I would not have abandoned you, he said before finishing the fight. Bakugo clearly heard what he said but couldn't respond. He just succumbed to his injuries and fell unconscious. Midnight. Bakugo Katsuki can't continue. The winner of the sports festival is Izuku Midoriya. He posted even though he saw the brutality of the fight. They applauded and celebrated Izuku, because in his opinion Bakugo deserved it. Izuku just de-transformed and left the arena with a fainted Bakugo under his arm. Present Mike. With that, the first and second place are decided, but this is not over yet, it's time to find out. They speak to him through his headset. Seriously, I wanted to see a more downcast fight. Well, dear audience, I have just been informed that one of the third place participants had to withdraw due to family matters. That leaves his opponent as the winner. That said, let's welcome the winners of this festival. From one of the tunnels came out Izuku and an excited girl waving to the public. Midnight. Congratulations, guys. Position yourselves on those podiums, pointing at some towers that I had made out of cement. The students obeyed and climbed to their respective podiums. Present Mike. For obvious reasons, participant Bakugo will not be present. The medal presentation will be given by no one else but him. Making a dramatic pause. Everything is fine, jumping from the roof of the stadium because I'm here, landing, and with his typical smile. Extra. Great, is All Might excited. Extra 2. He looks bigger in person, excited. Extra 3. Your head hurts from making fun of it. All Might's eye twitched at that last comment, and he just approached the students. Midnight. Here you are holding a cushion with the medals. All Might took the third place, and approached mine. All Might. Congratulations, Miss Mina. You showed great performance at this festival. I hope you continue improving by stretching the medal to place it around your neck. Mina. Of course I will, All Might Sensei, excited by her achievement. All Might just nodded, and took the first place medal to approach Izuku. Almight, congratulations young Midoriya for winning the festival, and I'm also sorry for putting the burden of young Bakugo on your shoulders. Izuku, a hero must help everyone, whoever it is, smiling. Almight, that's why you're a real hero by giving him the gold medal. Almight after placing the medals turned to speak to the public. Almight, today it was these 3 young people, but that doesn't mean the others lost. There will always be another time, so don't be discouraged. There's only one thing left to say. Almight Publico, thank you for your efforts /plus ultra, they said at the same time. There was an awkward silence for a while. Public, you should say plus ultra. Almight, they really tried hard, embarrassed. After that funny moment, both the public and the students began to leave. We will focus on our protagonist, who was walking towards the exit. Izuku, I can't believe I won seeing the medal. Izuku, it's my first achievement as an excited hero. Izuku, when he was going to the exit, could see a very special person for him. Izuku, there was no need for you to wait for me to approach Ochako. Ochako, I always did it when I was your friend. Now that I'm your girlfriend, it was obvious that I would do it, smiling at her. Izuku, I guess so, smiling, but there is a difference. Ochako, as if intrigued. Izuku, before I couldn't do this by holding Ochako's hand. Ochako got a little excited, but quickly strengthened her grip. Ochako, you're right, smiling and starting to walk. The couple walked for a while holding hands until they were interrupted. They make a cute couple, says a familiar voice. The students turned around to see who it was. When they turned around, they saw Goku flying on a kind of yellow cloud. Izuku, Master says when he sees him. Goku, as they have been saying in the air. Izuku, I thought he couldn't come, and what's that asking about the cloud? Goku, I just got back and came straight here, and about this is a gift coming down from the cloud. Goku, I asked some friends a favor to bring her. Ochako, a gift for those who look in amazement at the cloud. Goku, this cloud is called a flying cloud. Izuku's mind, quite original with a drop of sweat. Goku, and it's yours, pointing at Ochako. Ochako, am I amazed because? Goku, simple, when we went to Kame Island, you couldn't handle Izuku's speed well. That's why this cloud will help you. It's a little slower and safer to fly, explaining. Ochako, I don't know what to say, amazed. Izuku, why don't you try it by taking Ochako and uploading her to the cloud? Ochako, wow, it's very soft touching the cloud. Goku's mind, I knew it when I saw Ochako not falling from the cloud. Ochako, how can I tell him where to go while looking at Goku? Goku, just think where to go and she will explain it. Ochako listened and slowly the cloud began to move forward. Izuku, incredible, think about going faster, I comment. Ochako thought about it, and the cloud began to move faster and also to rise, leaving a yellow trail. Izuku, amazing seeing his girlfriend flying on the cloud. Goku, you know Izuku, I didn't say it before but that cloud has a condition to get on it. Izuku, a condition like intrigued. Goku, you have to be pure of heart for someone to use it, watching Ochako fly. Izuku, I'm not surprised that Ochako can use it, smiling. There is no one more pure of heart than her, smiling, but then he got serious. Izuku, Master, taking a break, I would like Ochako to train with us, decided. Goku, you know what that means, isn't it serious? Izuku, I know, I'm nervous about telling him the whole truth. Goku, exactly, if she accepts you for who you are now, I have no problem helping her by holding Izuku's elbow. Izuku, thanks teacher. Truths. Ochako, that was fun, she said excitedly. Ochako, it was fast but nothing I couldn't handle. It was exciting and thrilling. Goku, I'm glad you liked it. This cloud helped me a lot in my childhood. Put it to good use by looking at Ochako. Ochako, I will, and thank you for the gift, bowing. Goku, from nothing to one more thing, the cloud won't always be by your side, but you can call it by shouting. Flying cloud, explaining. Ochako, I understand, I'll do that, smiling. Goku, now Izuku calling the aforementioned. Izuku, yes, it does happen. Goku, I also brought you something, smiling. Izuku, really intrigued. Goku, I brought this to you by taking out a capsule. Izuku, not to be ungrateful, but what is this? Looking at the capsule in confusion. Goku, you see where I come from. There is a corporation that creates these capsules. I went to visit and brought our mirror capsule. In that capsule there is a machine that creates a higher pressure than normal. It is a training machine, so you can use it when I can't train you, explaining. Izuku, amazing. This will be very useful, excited. Ochako, and how does it work? By approaching Izuku in the cloud. Goku, Just press the button and throw it, explaining. Izuku was going to press the button to test it but was stopped. Goku, preferably in a place with more space and more discreet, stopping Izuku's hand. Izuku, well, I'll keep that in mind when saving the capsule. Goku, I guess that was all. Izuku, really, you couldn't be more disappointed. Goku, unfortunately I can't, I have things to do, starting to fly. Goku, but I'll come back another day saying goodbye. Izuku, okay, see you soon, waving his hand. Ochako, goodbye Mr. Goku, saying goodbye. Goku, goodbye, and congratulations on winning the tournament, flying faster and leaving the sight of the young people. Ochako, your teacher is very kind. Deku-kun, looking at the mentioned. Izuku, yes it is, smiling. Izuku, well, we continue, offering his hand. Ochako, it will be a pleasure to take your hand to get off the cloud. The cloud, not feeling its bearer, just moved forward aimlessly. Izuku, it seems you have no choice but to walk around mockingly. Ochako, it doesn't matter. If I can walk like this with you, I won't complain, smiling. Izuku just smiled and they resumed their walk. Izuku's mind, she's so cute and kind, she makes me very happy. That's why it hurts me to lie to her when I say it. I guess if I want it to work I have to tell her the truth. Izuku was lost in his thoughts with a downcast look that was noticed by Ochako. Ochako, are you okay, Izuku? Are you worried? Izuku, yes, I'm just thinking nervously. Ochako, if you say so without insisting. Izuku, hey Ochako, calling her. Ochako, what's happening when you look at him? Izuku, since we don't have classes tomorrow, what do you think if we go out somewhere nervous? Ochako blushed a little. Ochako, like on a blushing date. Izuku, if a date, what do you think about smiling at him? Ochako, I just smile, of course I would love to. Izuku, okay, then I'll send you a message to tell you what to do now. I'll come by for you excitedly. Ochako, of course, I'll be waiting excitedly. After clarifying their plans for the next day, the couple had a normal conversation until they arrived home. Minutes earlier at school, we met at the UA infirmary, where an ash-haired boy was just waking up. Bakugo, where is I am confused. You're in the infirmary. Bakugo just turned in the direction of the voice. Bakugo, what are you doing here, Melissa? Melissa, it's not obvious. I came to see you. Indignant. Bakugo, I know that. The question was why did you come? A little serious. Melissa got a little nervous, not because of the seriousness but because of what he would say. Melissa, I was worried about you. Nervous. Bakugo, worried? What a good joke if I'm not even hurt. With an arrogant smile. Melissa didn't say anything, she just touched Bakugo's side a little, to which Bakugo couldn't help but grimace in pain along with a complaint. Bakugo, it hurts, he says in a low voice. Melissa, it seems like you're hurt by making fun of it. Bakugo just turned his head so as not to see Melissa. Melissa, looks like Midoriya went a little overboard looking at all the bandages. Bakugo, everyone thinks I deserved it, he says without looking at her. Melissa, and you deserved it? Asking. Bakugo was left thinking about the words Izuku said to him in the battle. Bakugo, maybe I deserved it, I confessed. This confession left Melissa stunned. Her proud friend was admitting guilt for something, and not only that, he was also being honest. Melissa, why do you say that? Calmly. Bakugo, Deku told you that he was born without a quirk, that he always wanted to be a hero, but everyone turned their backs on him and that his best friend hit him for being weak. Melissa, no, tell me that. Pausing. Bakugo, you really are smart. If I was his best friend. Confessing. Melissa, why did you look down? Why did you do that? Bakugo, he was silent for a moment. I don't know, he never did anything against me. On the contrary, he always treated me like a friend. Remembering. Melissa, so why did you hit him and bother him? Because you told him to kill himself by threatening to cry. Bakugo, I guess I was jealous of him. Despite not having a quirk, he was always better than me at squeezing his fist. Melissa didn't say anything, she just listened. Bakugo, in our fight before I fainted, he told me that if I had been him who didn't have a quirk, he wouldn't have abandoned me. Remembering and clenching his fists. Melissa, did what he said bother you when he got up? Bakugo, I got upset because he was telling the truth, threatening to cry. Bakugo, I know him and I know he wouldn't have done what I did. He would have supported me in everything. Starting to cry. Melissa didn't know how to react. Her explosive partner had broken. He let out everything he had kept inside. Melissa, it's not too late to correct him by trying to comfort him. Bakugo, what do you mean by turning around to look at her? Melissa, you can't change the past, But you can change the future. Prove that you can be a hero that everyone trusts. Bakugo. I guess I was missing a beating to realize, wiping away her tears. Melissa. It's possible by making fun of it. Melissa. I will help you, and it will be easier by offering her your hand. Bakugo. Why do you help me by lowering your head? Melissa. It's not obvious. Because that's what a hero does while smiling. Bakugo. I guess so, by accepting Melissa's hand. Melissa's mind. I guess I discovered a new side of him, she thought, until she felt herself being pulled. Bakugo. One more thing, you won't tell anyone that you saw me cry, or I'll kill you, by threatening you. Melissa. I promise, nervous because of the proximity. After this strange encounter, Bakugo was told he could leave and Melissa accompanied him, returning to the green tea couple. Ochako, thank you for joining me. Happy Izuku-kun. Izuku, no, there's no reason, then we'll see each other tomorrow asking questions. Ochako, of course, I look forward to confirming it. Izuku, well, see you soon. Let's fly to get home faster. Ochako stood for a moment watching Izuku walk away. Ochako, today was a great day, she says with a smile. Ochako looked at the apartment where she lived. When she approached to open the door, she stopped. Ochako's mind, I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about to take the bolt. Ochako, even with the feeling, decided to open the door and see everything in darkness. She began to walk slowly down the hallway when she saw two shadow figures that approached her quickly. Ochako, H screamed from the scare. One of the figures turned on the lights to reveal who they were. Calm down, Ochako, it's us, she says calmly. After calming down, Ochako saw her parents in front of her. Ochako, Mom, Dad, what are you doing here? I'm amazed to see you. Pio, well, we came to see you, daughter, excited. Ochako, I'm so happy to see them running to hug him. Parents, to us also, daughter, reciprocating. Ochako, but if you had warned me, I would have prepared something for you, separating from the hug. Pio, don't worry, daughter, we brought something showing a bag. Pio, tonight we will have a special dinner, retiring to the kitchen. Ochako seems excited looking at his father. I haven't seen you in a long time, but changing the subject, I want you to tell me about your boyfriend, looking at Ochako. Ochako blushed. She didn't think about talking about that with her mother. Ochako, you already saw him at the festival. What else do you want to know? Blushing and looking away. Yes, I saw him win. I saw him fight. And I also saw him shirtless, just like many other girls who were screaming and cheering for him, bothering Ochako. Ochako was slowly losing her blush, remembering the comments they said about Izuku. Her expression changed to one of sadness. Wow, daughter, I didn't think you were one of those jealous girlfriends, laughing at her. Ochako, I'm not jealous, it just bothers me a little when she hides behind. Tell that to someone else. But your mother is the one who knows you best, and she knows when you are lying and mocking. Ochako, you're just telling me this to annoy me. Who knows, laughing. But now seriously, tell me how he is insisting. Ochako is resigned. She knows she can't do anything against her mother, so she decides to talk. Ochako sighs resignedly. He is kind, considerate. He makes an effort in everything he does. He cares about me and the others. But he is quite trustworthy when he gets serious, and he is quite protective, blushing more with each word. Sounds like a good guy. You have to bring him one day to meet him, smiling in a friendly way. I'm glad you found someone who supports and comforts you. It makes me feel calmer knowing that when we get back to work you won't be alone explaining things to him. Ochako, thank you for supporting me, Mom, smiling at her. I support you, but your father is not convinced by a drop of sweat. Ochako, about that, could you help me tomorrow by asking? Help you with what doubt? Ochako, Izuku invited me on a date, so you would help me distract Dad by asking. No problem, leave it to Mom by raising your thumb. Ochako, thanks, hugging her mother. Pio, dinner is ready, you can come shouting from the kitchen now. Ochako, we're already answering. The Uraraka family had a normal family dinner, not counting the awkward questions Ochako's father asked, and Izuku saying that she is too young to have a partner, and that she wouldn't trust a boy who dyes his hair blonde. At Izuku's house, Izuku, after leaving Ochako at her house, went straight to his. Izuku, today was a day full of emotions. Landing. Izuku, well, I can't complain about everything, remembering his confession. He calmly approached the door, opening it without worry. Izuku, hey, why is it dark? Turning on the light. When he did so, a popping sound was heard and streamers began to fall. Inko, congratulations, Izuku holding a party stick. Izuku, Mom, what's all this? He's looking at the streamers in amazement. Inko, it's not obvious we are celebrating your triumph at the festival, smiling at him. Izuku, Mom, there was no need to look at her. Inko, of course, if he is the first of many of your future achievements, it is obvious that there is something to celebrate by taking him by the arm. Come prepare all the dishes that you like, guiding him to the kitchen. Izuku didn't want to contradict her, so he just followed her and played along, talking about everything that happened at the festival, omitting the part about his relationship with Ochako. Izuku, it was very tasty. Mom was satisfied. Inko, I was convinced there would be leftover food, but it seems you were hungry while clearing the dishes. Izuku, let me help you with that by offering help. Inko, no need, son. I was nervous the whole festival. This will help me clear my mind by taking the dishes. Izuku just smiled, knowing that what she said was true. His mother got excited easily. Izuku, by the way, Mom, tomorrow I'm going out with some friends, so I won't be reporting. Inko, of course, son, answering without seeing him. Izuku, so I'm going to sleep getting up. Inko, okay, hope it goes well for you, she answers without looking. Inko continued washing the dishes until she felt a weight on her neck. When she looked down, what she saw was a gold medal. Izuku, you deserve this, for being the best mother, hugging her. Inko couldn't answer anything. Izuku, I just wanted you to know that, separating you rest, retiring to your room. Inko was amazed by her son's action. She just squeezed the medal and said out loud, Inko, you've really grown up. Izuku, proud of her son. Although Izuku said he would sleep, what he was really doing was looking for information on how to go on a date. Izuku, how is it possible that fighting something that can kill me doesn't make me nervous? But this date does, while looking at his phone. Izuku, no, it's not the date that makes me nervous. It's what I have to tell him that makes me nervous. But I can't lie to him. After an hour of searching, Izuku decided to sleep for the next day. Note, they had already decided on the meeting place, but I forgot to include it. Face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy. The next day, the two young people got up early for their long-awaited day, but neither had been on a date before, so they had a big problem. Izuku/Ochako, I don't know what clothes to wear, worried. With Izuku, Izuku, what should I wear? Something casual, elegant, the usual, something different. Why is this so difficult when you're desperate? Izuku, calm down, just wear something comfortable and that fits you well. Looking through his clothes. Izuku, I think this would be fine. Looking at himself in the mirror. Izuku, I think that's fine. To see each other for the last time. I must hurry, he says before leaving his house. With Ochako. Ochako, this is a suffering. Wrapped in a pile of clothes. I don't know what to wear. Desperate. Mo, if you keep screaming you'll wake up your father, and you won't be able to go to your appointment. He spoke from the door frame. Ochako, Mom, I'm glad you came. Help me decide what to wear, begging. Mo, it makes things so complicated for you when you look at her. Ochako, I want to look good, but I don't want to exaggerate either. Mo, if he really loves you, he won't care what you're wearing or saying. Ochako, but I still want to look good. It's my first date. Please help me by begging. Mo, resigned. Okay, looking at all the clothes lying around. What do you think of this? Giving her a few clothes to try on. Ochako, okay, starting to get dressed. Mo, if you look good looking at her. Ochako, if you're right, he looks pretty good looking in the mirror. Mo, so what are you waiting for? You'll be late, or worse, your father will find out when you warn him. Ochako, it's true, we'll see. Mom saying goodbye to her mother, and then leaving. In a nearby square there was a black-haired man, anxious, it seemed, waiting for something. Izuku, I must have arrived very early. He was late. Something nervous happened to him. But his nerves disappeared when he heard his companion speak to him. Ochako, I'm sorry Deku-kun, I was too late, tired from running. Izuku, I'm glad you came. I was starting to think you wouldn't come. Scratching his cheek. Ochako, I wouldn't do that. I just didn't know what to do. Embarrassed by her excuse. How nervous are you? Izuku, you look so beautiful it was worth the wait. Smiling at her. Ochako, blushing and looking down in embarrassment. Izuku, we start by offering him your hand. Ochako did not hesitate to take her, starting her date. It was a pretty normal date. A walk through the market looking at the items, a movie together, and lunch. Although this was normal, The simple fact of doing it with the person you love made it special. After finishing Izuku's plan, it was already quite late. Izuku, Ochako, I would like to take you to one last place. Looking at her. Ochako, of course. And where is it? By asking. Izuku. It's a surprise. Starting to guide her. The ride was smooth with lively conversation that made the trip shorter. Izuku. Here it is, showing a beautiful beach. Ochako. Amazing, I remember this place was full of garbage. Amazed at how clean it was. Izuku. Once my teacher said that any action that helps someone makes me a hero. That's why I cleaned this beach as training and to help people by explaining. Ochako. You had a great teacher looking after you. Izuku. Yes, I owe him a lot. He helped me not to give up. He gave me the strength to be a hero. I was able to enter the academy I wanted where I met you. Smiling at him. Izuku. The strongest, bravest, kindest and prettiest girl I've ever met. Looking at her. Izuku. That's why I can't lie to you. Lowering my head and getting serious. Ochako was worried about this change. She was going to ask, but Izuku spoke first. Izuku. Would you still love me if I weren't human? Speaking directly? Ochako was confused by the question he asked. She didn't know how to answer. Izuku, seeing her confusion, just continued. Izuku. Do you remember what my teacher said on the island about our race? Well, the truth is that here he proceeds to tell the whole story of how he was transformed into a Saiyan and about him, the god Goku. That's why I can't consider myself human. Nervous about the answer. Ochako didn't say anything, she just stood in front of Izuku. Ochako. I'm really disappointed, she says seriously with her head down. Izuku's mind. It's normal, nobody wants an alien as a partner, he thinks sadly. Izuku was about to get up to leave when Ochako continued speaking. Ochako. I'm disappointed that you think something like that would make me leave you, she yelled at Izuku. Izuku was confused and amazed by what he said. Ochako. Izuku, everything you said when you confessed was true. Threatening to cry. Izuku saw this and reacted. Izuku, every word I said was true, I confess. Ochako. Then everything else does not matter. If your feelings are real, it does not matter who you are, a hero, a human, a villain or an alien. You are you and you are the one I love. Hugging you to cry a little. Izuku only reciprocated the hug. Izuku. Now I feel stupid for thinking that you wouldn't accept me. Laughing. Ochako. You should, besides you are the most beautiful alien I have ever seen. Looking up. Izuku. I'm the only one you've seen. Approaching his face. Ochako. You're right. Imitating the action. Internships. Izuku. Your eyes turned red from crying while looking at her. Ochako. And whose fault do you think it is by complaining? Izuku. Really, I'm sorry for making you go through this embarrassment. Ochako. It was okay, I'm glad you were honest with me. Smiling. Izuku. I could never lie to you by hugging her with her tail, and I won't do it. Ochako was amazed by the action, but instead of moving away she only came closer. Ochako. You're full of tricks. Smiling. The couple was having so much fun with each other that they didn't notice when they had arrived at Ochako's house. Ochako. I guess this is where he ends up. Looking at Ochako. Izuku. Yes, I had a lot of fun. Smiling. Ochako. I had fun watching her too. Izuku. And how do you think this date should end? Getting closer. Ochako. I get an idea. Approaching in a flirtatious manner. The couple shorten their distance more and more, to finish their date in a masterful way. That's how it must have been until they were interrupted by a blinding light and a camera sound. I'm sorry, but they look so cute that I couldn't resist. In fact, I'm going to take another one. Taking another picture with your camera. Ochako. I'm really sorry. My mom gets very emotional, she says, blushing with embarrassment. Izuku. Don't worry, my mother would have done the same thing by comforting her. Ochako's mother approached the embarrassed couple. You must be Izuku, not asking the black-haired guy. Izuku. Yes, Mom, I am. I'm nervous. Wow, you're nervous. You don't seem like the same person from the festival. Making fun of it. Izuku. It's because THs is completamente different. Nervous. Come on, it's not that bad. Would you like to stay for dinner by inviting him? Izuku. I appreciate the offer, but it's too late. I should go back home and reject the offer. It's a shame. Well, next time I'll smile at him. Izuku. Yes, next time. Well, we'll see each other at the Uraraka-san Academy. Turning to see Ochako. Ochako. If we see Deku-kun saying goodbye without showing his face. After saying goodbye, Izuku began to fly to return home, but it seemed more like he was fleeing from the shame he had experienced. He's a good boy. Why didn't you say anything, daughter? Looking at her. Ochako. Because I was praying for the earth to eat me, out of shame, and the worst thing is that he didn't even finish. He kissed me, whispering the last thing. Mo, you said something, daughter asking. Akaho. I didn't say anything. Let's go there. We have to enter quickly into his house. After that date full of truths and the unexpected talk with the mother-in-law, the weekend is over and it's time to return to the academy. Izuku was flying on his way to the academy thinking about the latest events. Izuku, although the date ended well, I didn't think that talking to Ochako's mother would be so difficult. Remembering the conversation, I don't even want to imagine what her father would be like, getting scared just thinking about it. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't notice when he arrived at the academy. When he noticed it, he got off in a remote place. Izuku, who would say that having a partner would be so difficult, sighing. Izuku had so many thoughts in his head that he didn't notice that he was being watched by several students. Extra, hey, it's him talking to someone else. Extra 2, if it is him, he looks pretty normal looking at him. Student, look, it's the guy from the festival looking at him. Student, yes, he is prettier in person. Student 3, I have a photo from the festival showing her phone. Izuku just headed to his class without listening to the comments, entering to find several of his classmates. Izuku, hello guys, saying hello. Kaminari Mineta, Miridia rapidly approaching him. Izuku, what's wrong, confused? Mineta, damn, how did you become popular, crying comically? Kaminari, all the girls are talking about you, crying comically everywhere. Izuku, hey popular girls, they talk about me. I don't know what they mean, confused. Kirishima, obviously he's popular, he won the festival by getting close. Mina, not to mention the fan service he gave to all the girls coming up to make fun of him. Izuku, about that, I didn't do it with that intention, trying to defend myself. Mina, you're not fooling me, you probably wanted to impress someone by making fun of them. Kaminari, that's true, maybe I should do the same by trying to take off my shirt. Jiro, too bad you have nothing to show for making fun of Kaminari. Kaminari, that's not true anyway, I have something completely taking off my shirt. Kaminari, you see him posing. Jiro, idiot, put on your shirt, attacking him with her jacks, very blushing. Kaminari, I'm sorry, screaming in pain. Mina, oh, that was an unusual reaction. Jiro-san looking at her mischievously. Kirishima, oh, show off your muscles if it's a man. Now it's my turn, trying to take off your shirt. But before he can do so, Aizawa-sensei enters through the door. Aizawa, okay, everyone to their seats, stopping his prayer. Aizawa stood for a while analyzing the situation, Kaminari on the floor shirtless, Jiro blushing, being teased by Mina, Kirishima about to take off his shirt, all being seen by a confused Midoriya. Aizawa, I sighed reluctantly. I'm not going to ask what's going on. Just go back to your places. Strange group, if Aizawa-sensei obeying. Izuku went to his place next to Ochako, who was already there. Ochako, it seems they were having fun, smiling. Izuku, I really didn't know when everything got out of control, answering him. Aizawa, well, first let me congratulate you for your performance at the festival. Most of you were from Class A, so I can brag, Vlad said with a sinister smile. Aizawa, the second would be Bakugo, calling his attention. Your behavior was exaggerated. In normal situations we would have disqualified you. I hope it doesn't happen again, calling his attention. Bakugo, TSK, okay, answering. Aizawa, as long as it's clear, well, it's time to start a special lesson, getting serious. Kaminari's mind, it won't be a surprise exam, scared. Mind's mind, with the festival I didn't have time to study, scared. Kirishima's mind, I'm terrible at the laws of conduct of the scared hero. Aizawa, today they will choose their code names, he says simply. Class, it's a fun activity, excited. Aizawa only activated his gift so that he could bring order back to his class. Aizawa, that's better. Well, several pro heroes saw the sports festival to see if any of you had potential. If they consider that you have potential, they would send you internship offers, where you should use your code names. So the order of offers was left by pressing a button. Izuku Midoriya, Shoto Todoroki, Ashido Mine, Melissa Shield, Bakugo Katsuki, Fuyiki Yokoyami, Ochako Uraraka, Yoroso Momo, Tenya Lida, Aizawa. Normally it is more even, but this year they focused on these first, targeting them. Kaminari, it's a big difference, distressed. Jiro, sensei, just out of curiosity, how many agencies are asking? Aizawa, agencies in Japan, he says simply. Kirishima, it means that Midoriya is wanted by all the agencies, amazed. Momo, well, He was the winner and showed great power. It was to be expected, commenting, "Tsuyu. The incredible thing is that Bakugo came in 5th looking at the list. Zero. He sure scared the pro heroes with his mocking attitude." Everyone was waiting for Bakugo's explosion, but it never came. He only had a neutral look. Aizawa, well, I'll continue explaining. Those who didn't get any offers, don't worry, they'll still go to an internship with an agency affiliated with the school. Aizawa, that's why everyone chose their code names. Another teacher will help them with that. Midnight, and that will be me entering in an extravagant way. Aizawa, Midnight will help you with your names, because I have no wit for that, so don't bother me by getting into your sleeping bag and rolling under a table. Midnight, rest easy Aizawa-kun, saying goodbye to a rolling worm. Midnight, well, as Aizawa said, you must choose your code name. Write it on this board, then you will say it in front of everyone and I will tell you if it is okay to hand over the boards. The class got nervous. They didn't expect to say their hero names in front of everyone. Midnight, remember that these names are not permanent, but try hard anyway, because your name will be your first public face, which should bring joy and hope, encouraging you. But it only made them more nervous. Note, the same thing happens here as in the anime with the names. Izuku will be Deku and Melissa will be Golden Might because I saw it in another FIC. Aizawa, coming out of his sleeping bag, it seems they have already chosen their names. Aizawa, now I will give you a list of the different agencies that you can choose from by taking out a mountain of papers. Aizawa, choose carefully, if you don't choose well you will regret it for a long time, putting on a grim smile. After saying that he began to distribute the papers. Some had more than others, due to the different offers, but there was something that caught everyone's attention. Mina, it seems that those who received offers have more sheets. Looking at their mountain of papers with so many options, I don't know which one to choose. Melissa, you're right. There are many that look good looking at some leaves. Mina, yes, we have it difficult. Midoriya must have it worse, laughing. Jiro, I wouldn't be so sure. Look, pointing at Izuku's table. The aforementioned looked and noticed that Izuku's table was empty. That was strange. But it was even more strange to notice that Izuku didn't show any concern. Their curiosity was so great that they decided to ask. Mina and Melissa stood up to ask Izuku why. Mina, hey Midori-kun, why don't you have the internship lists? Asking. Melissa, you should be the one who has the most to contribute. Izuku, honestly, I don't know why they didn't pass them to me. But I wasn't going to choose any of them by answering anyway. This answer caught the attention of the other classmates who listened. Kirishima, you're not going to choose any, surprised. Kaminari, you can choose any country. Why wouldn't you choose a mistake? Izuku, the truth is that. Interrupted. Aizawa, there is no agency that can help Midoriya improve by adding. Momo, why do you say that, sensei? Intrigued. Aizawa, the internships are for them to improve their skills, learn the rules of being a hero and witness close combat by explaining. Aizawa, if Midoriya were to enter an agency, he would be very limited. Mineta, in other words, Midoriya is not at the level of the agencies, he said mockingly. Don't feel bad, Midoriya. Your time will come, comforting Izuku in a mocking tone. Aizawa, it's the other way around. The agencies are not at Midoriya's level. This amazed several people in the room, except those who knew his powers firsthand. Izuku, that's why I don't spend any time asking questions. Aizawa, a teacher's job is to get the most out of them, not to limit them. You'll do better with your teacher than in an agency giving their reasons. Izuku, well, anyway, I was thinking of going with him, downplaying it. Melissa, but if he says that, does that mean Midoriya is stronger than a professional hero? I'm surprised. Aizawa, well, he's stronger than most. He says it as if it were nothing. Kirishima, incredible. He's on another level, lowering his head. Izuku, hey Kirishima, what's going on, worried? Kirishima jerks his head up. Kirishima, wait a bit Midoriya, maybe you're stronger now, but I'll also improve with motivation. Melissa, I will also become strong. I will not let myself be overcome, motivated. Momo, I wish I had your enthusiasm with a drop of sweat. Kaminari, we will also be professionals, excited. Aizawa's mind. It turned out better than I expected with a slight smile. Aizawa, okay, enough with the shouting, give me your answers before the day ends, leaving the classroom, followed by the sound of the bell. The students began to leave to go to the cafeteria. Ochako, let's go together, Deku-kun approaching him. Izuku, sure, let's call Lita too, turning to her place, so as not to see him. Izuku, he's not surprised. Ochako, I don't know if you noticed, but it's been strange since this morning remembering it. Izuku, I hope that family problem isn't so serious. Worried. Elsewhere in the school. Aizawa, I'm sure you want this internship. Looking at his student. Lida, very confident Aizawa-sensei with a different perspective. Aizawa noticed this look and decided to ask. Aizawa, may I ask your reasons? The image of a person in bed, wounded, and a man with a mask and swords crossed Lida's mind. Lida, she clenched her fists for learning purposes only. Aizawa noticed this, and knew he was lying. Unfortunately, he couldn't avoid his choice and accepted the internship option. Lida, thank you Aizawa-sensei. Bowing, with your permission I will leave. Aizawa's mind, I just hope you don't do anything stupid. Back with the couple. She was walking down the hall towards the cafeteria. Izuku, have you already chosen an internship by asking Ochako? Ochako, not really, but I think I'll go to one that teaches me self-defense by throwing a punch in the air. Izuku, if that's the case, I wouldn't want to. Interrupted by a scream. Hey, shouting, are you going to the cafeteria? Do you mind if we accompany you? Arriving at the couple's place? Ochako, oh Melissa, no problem, but you said let's go with you. Who else is smiling? Melissa, well, you see, stepping aside to show Bakugo. Izuku, what are you doing here seriously? Bakugo. Melissa dragged me here. Looking at Izuku. The look between these two created a tense atmosphere for the others. Melissa, come on, we're all heroes, let's try to get along and calm the situation. Izuku, sigh, if there are no explosions I guess it's okay. Turning around. Bakugo waited for Izuku and Ochako to move away a little to talk to Melissa. Bakugo, remind me why I'm doing this. Looking at Melissa. Melissa, you said you wanted to change. What better way to start than with the girl you hit and the boys you abused, she says simply. Bakugo, this will end badly if we start walking. Melissa, at least give him a chance by following him. Now we can see 4 students walking together without saying a word to each other. Melissa's mind, this is bad, this situation can't be more uncomfortable and nervous. Melissa's mind, no one has said anything in minutes, please someone say something. Looking everywhere. Almight, Melissa was looking for you, appearing out of nowhere. Melissa's mind, thanks for appearing relieved. Melissa, Almight you need. Almight, the truth is another internship offer arrived. Explaining. Melissa, another confused offer. Almight, yes, and it also came for you, young Midoriya. Izuku, for me too? I'm sorry but I won't go to the internships. Explaining. Almight, at least you have to see it. Believe me it's important. They changed their face to a more serious one. Almight, so you could accompany me to my office to give them to her. Izuku, okay, I'll go. Sorry Uraraka-san, but it seems important. Looking at Ochako. Ochako, no problem, we'll see each other later. Smiling at her. Melissa, I'm sorry Bakugo, we'll see each other later. Saying goodbye. Bakugo, TSK whatever. Almight, sorry kids, but you'll have to excuse us for a moment. Looking at Bakugo and Ochako, and then leaving. Ochako and Bakugo just watched them retreat, and when they noticed that they would no longer be able to see them. Ochako, Sai, I'm going to be honest, I don't like you at all. Looking at Bakugo with a serious face. Ochako, I just pretended to be nice because Melissa is my friend. Clarifying. Bakugo, TSK, the feeling is mutual. Round face trying to leave. Ochako, it seems that the beating Izuku gave you made you more docile. Explosive blonde irritated by the nickname of round face. Bakugo stopped immediately and looked away with clear annoyance. Bakugo, looks like you want revenge. Super mutated Kirby creating small explosions in his available hand. Note, I don't remember if I said that Bakugo was immobilized by one arm. If I said it this remains the same, but if not I'm sorry for the mistake. Ochako, whenever you want, a bomb with legs ready to fight. These two were ready to face off in the hallway until Kirishima/Kaminari. Well, we're here taking Bakugo, Mina/Momo, and we on this side taking Ochako, thus managing to avoid a fight between these two. Back with Izuku. After walking for a while they reached a remote part where All Might stopped walking. All Might, I know you have questions, so tell me. Izuku, yes, whose request is this? What is so important? Asking. All Might, this is a retired hero. His name is Gran Torino. Delivering the request to them. Melissa, I hadn't heard of that hero. Intrigued. All Might, he was only a hero for a short period of time. What you have to know is that he knows about One for All. He surely saw them at the sports festival, and they gave them reasons to get his attention by explaining. All Might, Or surely he saw how reckless I can be as a teacher and wants to correct me himself, starting to tremble. Stop shaking your legs and slapping each other. Melissa's mind. What kind of monster is she to make All Might tremble nervously? Izuku, excuse me, but could you tell us your relationship with this intrigued hero? All Might. I guess I didn't say it, but he was my teacher. That's why I'm sure that if you accept him you'll be in very capable hands, so consider it. Melissa's mind. Being able to train with the master of All Might. What idiot would reject such an excited offer? Izuku, I'm sorry but I'll have to reject it, he said simply. Melissa's mind. A perplexed idiot appeared. All Might, sigh, I was hoping you would accept, but I understand you very well, young Midoriya. What are you saying? Melissa, turning to look at her. Melissa, it will be an honor to train with your enthusiastic teacher. All Might, well then that would be all. Young Midoriya, you can go. Melissa, you can stay a while to talk. Melissa, sure, no problem. Izuku, okay, see you later. Melissa saying goodbye. We return with Ochako. Mina, don't you think you got a little upset looking at Ochako? Momo, yes, Bakugo may be hurt, but he still has strength. Explaining. Ochako, I know, but I can't depend on Izuku all the time. I also want to be a heroine. So I can't be scared and a bully with anger issues, she said with certainty. Momo, well I think you're right. Smiling. Mina, look girls, you know what's happening there, pointing at a group of girls. Ochako, it will be some kind of intriguing event. Momo, excuse me, could you tell us what's going on by talking to a student who is standing out from the crowd? Student, they didn't understand. Ochako, find out that she is confused. Student, a girl with a photography quirk. She managed to photograph the strongest and hexiest boy in the entire school and is now excitedly selling copies of the photos. Student, I had to make an effort to get some by showing some papers. Mina, the strongest and hexiest guy in the whole school and who is interested in the subject. Student, they don't know that either. I guess the hero class doesn't get much news. Look, he's showing one of the photos. Mina, when she saw the photo, instead of getting excited, could only put on a big smile. Mina, wow, this is not what awaits me. With a playful smile. Mina, would you mind if you sold it to me? She said to the student. Student, stay, I have another one just like that, giving her the photo. Momo, and who appears in the photo? Mine. Mina, oh, just an acquaintance. Showing the photo with a smile. When Mina showed the photo, the reactions upon seeing who it was were of astonishment. Ochako, that's not surprising. Momo, yes, she is amazed. Momo/Ochako, Midoriya/Izuku. The photo showed Midoriya at the festival without his shirt, showing more details of his body. Student, so if you knew him, he's cute, right? From the stands you couldn't see him well, but with this photo you can appreciate him much more, she said excitedly, and with a blush. Momo, it seems that Midoriya has become quite popular, he said mockingly. Mina, you're right. I feel sorry for his girlfriend, she has many rivals, she says mockingly. This made Ochako a little nervous. Student, hey, girlfriend has a nervous girlfriend. Momo/Mina. Who knows? Talking together. Student, if so, I will try to get it determinately. See you leaving. Momo, how do you feel looking at Ochako? Ochako, good. Why was I so nervous? Mina, you just found out that several girls have photos of your boyfriend half naked, and some of them will try to take him away from you. Mina's words were like an arrow to Ochako. Ochako, I'm calm, I trust Izuku safely. Mina, I wanted to keep bothering you. It doesn't work if you're calm. Disappointed. Ochako, you're surprised. You can't embarrass me so easily anymore. Proud. Momo, by the way, we don't need the photos so you can stay. Giving the photo to Ochako. Mina, hey, by my side. Interrupted. Momo, I said we don't need the photo, she says calmly but with a threatening tone. Mina, true, we don't need her. Nervous. Ochako, I guess it's okay to take it. Momo, well, I think it's time to warn us. Mina, you're right. Starting to walk. Ochako stood for a while looking at the photo in her hands. Ochako, I wonder how they feel. Touching the photo with a blush. Izuku, how will it feel to appear behind Ochako? Ochako, screamed scared. Izuku, sorry, I think I caught you by surprise. Laughing. Ochako, why yes, I felt like my heart was going to jump out if I breathed hard. Izuku, but you didn't answer my question. I feel that intrigued. Ochako, and no, it's nothing to worry about. Nervously. Izuku notices the photo and snatches it at great speed. Izuku, I guess it is. He couldn't finish when he saw who the photo was of. Ochako, see, can I explain it? There was one who didn't finish her explanation when she saw Izuku tear up the photo. Ochako, why did you do that nervous? Izuku slowly approached Ochako, who became more nervous. Ochako waits nervously, moving away. Izuku in a quick movement takes Ochako's hand and puts it under her uniform, on her abdomen, and approaches her ear. Izuku, you don't need a picture when you have the original whispering in your ear. This action made Ochako redder than a ripe tomato, but it didn't stop her from moving her hand to feel it better. Izuku, well, I think it's time to go away from Ochako. Ochako, yes, I think so, motionless and blushing. After this act, the couple returned to their living room in silence for various reasons. Izuku a little embarrassed but satisfied with his action, and Ochako could not forget the feeling of Izuku's body plus the chills that gave her when whispering in his ear. Izuku, hey, Ochako calling your attention. Ochako, oh yes, she's nervous. Izuku, remember I told you which internship you would go to by asking? Ochako, yes, it was before Melissa arrived, remembering. Izuku, yes, then I have a proposal for you. If what you want is to learn martial arts, how about you come with me and train with my teacher? Ochako, really doubtful. Izuku, yes, I asked him and he said yes. Ochako, being able to train with the strongest master, who could say they weren't excited. Izuku, I'm glad I touched you, then you should tell Aizawa-sensei that you won't be doing normal internships. Smiling. Ochako, you're right, I'll start running right away. Izuku, she gets very excited. Wait for me running after her. And that would be all. Hello, nice to meet you, I'm back. I don't know if there are people who are waiting for this chapter, but anyway, here it is after almost 5 months or more. I could apologize for not updating, but I've done it a lot. What I can say is that soon I will be on winter vacation and I will have more time. So that said, if you liked the chapter, do not forget to vote, share and comment. See you tomorrow in the next chapter. Note: did you know that college students go out much later than school holidays? Extra, Midoriya residence. We can see a green-haired man coming out of the bathroom after a shower. Izuku, I must have acted very nicely, remembering what happened in the photo. After that he turns to his drawer where his phone was. Uraraka residence. We can see the whole family having a family dinner, until the youngest chestnut receives a message. P.O. Who would write to you at this hour? Curious. Ochako, let me check, taking her phone along with a glass. Ochako's mind, oh, it's Izuku, who wanted to open the message and drink from the glass. Upon seeing the message, he could only spit out all the liquid he had in his mouth in his father's face and drop the phone. Ochako, I'm sorry, it's just that she caught me wiping her father's face and a little blushing. P.O. What message could you have received to make you react like that by asking? Ochako, that's not. Looking for her phone, but he saw that the worst possible person had it. M.O. Oh, so that's how things are, with a mischievous smile. Ochako, Mom, you don't think so, nervous and blushing. P.O. What message did you get? Curious? M.O. It's a women's secret, hiding the phone. Control. Mina, hey, so you're not going to do internships? Surprised. Ochako, it was a last-minute decision, but no, I won't be doing any internships. Momo, so what are you going to do this whole curious week? Ochako, of course I'll train. I can't afford to stay behind. Excitedly. Mina, you plan to train on your own? Dubious. Ochako, no, I'm going to train with Izuku's teacher, he says simply. Momo, oh, so that's how things are, with a mischievous smile. Mina, well, I would have also chosen to spend a whole week alone with my boyfriend, with the excuse of training bothering her. Ochako, it's really for training, nothing more nervous for. Momo, we know, it's just fun to see your mocking reactions. Ochako, as long as the reason is clear, she is quite exhausted. Momo, true, if you don't go to the internships you do here. Confused. Ochako, that's why Izuku and I came to say goodbye to everyone, raising our heads. Noise of a train arriving. Momo, it seems the train has arrived, see you later, saying goodbye. Mina, wait, that's my train too, see you. Ochako saying goodbye. Ochako just stood there saying goodbye. Izuku, you said goodbye to everyone, appearing behind. Ochako, yes, you asking. Izuku, from everyone except. Searching with a blank look. The couple heads to Lita, which was a little far from the others. Lita, those approaching, hello, what are you doing here? I thought you wouldn't do neutral internships. Izuku, we came to say goodbye and wish everyone luck by answering. Lita, I expected nothing less from the class president, attentive to everyone, with a forced smile. Ochako, by the way, you never told us where you were going. Intrigued. Lita, to that I will go to Hosu with the manual hero answering. Izuku, upon hearing Hosu, changed his face to a more serious one. Izuku, can I ask why seriously? Lita, no problem. I'm going there because I think that's where I'll learn more and also to look for something clenching her fists. This action was only noticed by Izuku. Ochako, it must be very important for you to go in person, she says simply. Lita, yes, it's very important. It's something only I can do. Train noise. Lita, it seems my train has arrived. Lita took her suitcase and started walking. See you later, saying goodbye. Ochako, yes, we see each other saying goodbye. Izuku, Lita, be careful, he said seriously. Lita stopped for a moment and turned around. Lita, I appreciate the concern, but I'll be fine, just smiling. With this last thing, Lita boarded her train, leaving only our couple at the station. Ochako, are you going to tell me what happened by asking? Izuku, we'll go to Hosu. That was the same city where the hero Ingenuos was seriously attacked. Ochako, do you think Lita wants revenge? Izuku, I don't know, we can only wait and trust that he won't do anything by turning around. Ochako, it's okay, she's cute, I'm sure she'll think things through better and try to calm down. Izuku, I hope. I know well the feeling of seeing someone you love being hurt. Anger takes over you and you don't think reasonably, remembering what happened in the USJ. Ochako saw how tense Izuku was, so she took his hand. Ochako, calm down, everything will be fine. You have to trust others, she says. I'm going, sweet. Izuku took a deep breath at this action to calm himself down, strengthening his grip on her hand. Izuku, yes, you're right, now we must concentrate on our training. Are you ready to go asking us? Ochako, of course, affirming. After leaving the train station, they went to a more remote place so as not to attract attention. Ochako, flying cloud screamed into the air. Without waiting, a yellow trail appeared in the sky, approaching quickly, to stop in front of Ochako. Ochako, getting on the cloud. Okay, now let's go. The cloud, following the order, accelerated and began its journey. Izuku, looks like a little girl starting to fly to follow her. After a while of flying, they finally arrived at their destination, a small island in the middle of nowhere, with only one house. Ochako, I love this cloud, smiling, then coming down. Goku, I'm glad you like it, appearing suddenly. Izuku, sorry master, we are late, apologizing. Engel, you don't have to worry, it was only a few minutes. Turn around like that, Ochako. You must be Ochako Uraraka. Isn't it like that? Asking. Ochako, yes, say yes, she is nervous because of Engel's presence. Engel, don't be nervous, my name is Engel and I'm like Mr. Goku's assistant, introducing myself. Ochako, yes, nice to meet you, bowing. Engel, I must say, getting very close to Ochako, that you are quite cute, looking at her from all sides. Ochako, thank you, nervous about the proximity. Engel, you also have good attributes, groping her. I would even say you have more than many of my sisters. I see why Izuku fell in love with you. Ochako, do you think she's DING? Getting away and then covering her chest, very blushing. Engel, oh sorry, I think I went a little too far, apologizing. Izuku, that was more than just a little annoying, but blushing at the scene he saw. Goku, haha. Ochako, let's go, we're not going to train here, hiding behind Izuku, to avoid Engel. Izuku, oh, I didn't mention it to you. Well, it's something unimportant, maybe that's why I didn't mention it. We're going to train on another planet, making light of it. Ochako, Izuku, you call that unimportant, grabbing him by the shirt to shake him. Maybe it's fine for you, but I need air to live, she yelled at him without letting go of him. Goku's mind, strong-willed women, I guess Vegeta was right, smiling. Izuku, I'm sorry, it was my mistake, bringing out his shy side. Engel, don't worry about that, the air is completely breathable by humans. What worries me is, well, it's not important, he says unimportantly. Ochako, that thing about it not being important only makes me worry more nervously. After Ochako calmed down, everyone was touching Engel's back. Engel, they are prepared to ask. Ochako couldn't stop being nervous as soon as she left another city, and now she would leave the planet, until she felt an arm on her shoulder. Izuku, calm down, everything will be fine, I'm with you, calming down. Ochako, take a deep breath. Okay, I'm ready, determined. Engel, well, hitting the ground with his cane. While traveling, Ochako was fascinated with what she saw. She was traveling at great speed, but she didn't feel it at all, and that was the case throughout the entire trip until they finally arrived. Ochako, wow, this place is beautiful, looking everywhere, how many live here? Asking. Goku, telling us two, thinking only two. Ochako, A whole planet for two people amazed. Angle. It seems that you are amazed by everything, by a certain care when walking. Warning. Ochako, be careful that. Taking a step to fall on her knees. Ochako, my body feels heavy trying to stand up. Angle. Gravity here is higher than on Earth. That's why the weight is explained. Izuku. Sorry I didn't mention it either, trying to help her. Goku. By the way, Izuku, did you take off your weights by asking? Izuku. Yes, they made me weigh kilos. I broke chairs at home explaining. Goku. It's a shame. Angle giving him a sign. Angle. Of course, it's rude not to accompany your girlfriend, checking her fingers. Izuku. Falling hard. I remember this feeling stamped on the ground. Ochako. You're well. Izuku worried but trying not to fall like him. Goku. We gave you new weights, Izuku. But this time, kilos each, explaining. Izuku. That explains why I can't move by lifting my head a little. Goku. The test is the same. Arrive at the castle before dinner and start walking. Angle. Good luck walking behind Goku. Ochako. Your hickest is Tribe asking. Izuku. Yes, it took me all day, but now it's different. Let's complete this test with a smile. Ochako agreed, decided. Izuku concentrating his power in a single point, remembering the anger. He released it all, transforming into a Saiyan. This made Goku stop his walk. Izuku, getting up from the ground. What do you think of this, teacher? Staring at him. Ochako. Well, it's my turn, activating her quirk in her body. Ochako. I feel super light standing up from the ground. To then be held by Izuku, to prevent it from floating away. Angle. Pretty clever, Ochako. But if I'm not mistaken, quirks have a limit. Do you think you can overcome it? Ochako. That's why I came here determinedly. Angle. Okay, let's take it like a balloon to get it away from Izuku. Ochako. But Izuku confused. Angle. Mr. Goku takes care of him by moving away from the two of them. Angle. I snap my fingers to remove the weights. Good luck, Izuku. After Angle took Ochako away, the tension between the two Saiyans began to grow. Izuku. I know I'm going to lose, but I'm really excited getting into a fighting stance. Goku. We have warrior blood. Our life is to fight, and you know what's best about a fight. Getting into a fighting pose is that anyone can be the winner. The two stared at each other, neither moved a muscle, analyzing each other until, without warning, they both lunged at each other to test their strength, releasing a shockwave of force. Goku. I must say this brings back memories of forcing. Izuku. I'm glad, but I don't know how to distract myself. Stepping aside to throw a kick at Goku's face, which was easily blocked. Goku. I don't do it with a smile. Goku immediately returned the kick, but he threw it to Izuku's side, who could only cross his arms. The force of the kick was so great that although he blocked it, he retreated a few meters. Izuku, even transformed into a Super Saiyan, that hurt with a smile, but that's not enough. Izuku flew towards Goku to try to hit him, but the latter only moved his head to dodge it with ease. The difference in power that was observed by the two women was noticeable. Ochako. It's incredible. The power of those two is amazing. Angle. It's the first time you see a fight between Saiyans asking. Ochako. A few days ago I didn't even know what a Saiyan was responding. Angle. Well, it makes sense. I'll just tell you that this is a fight that both of them were waiting for, watching the fight. Ochako. Why is she saying that? Confused. Angle. Well, it's a bit long, but in short, both were missing a rival. The Saiyans are a warrior race, and they find excitement in fights. The stronger the rival, the greater the excitement. Ochako. That's why the two are smiling watching Goku and Izuku. Angle. Yes, Mr. Goku trains Izuku to be a strong hero, but also to have a partner who equals him. On the other hand, I doubt very much that Izuku has a rival on Earth. That's why he's giving it his all in this fight, although the difference in power is still great. Observing. Back to the fight. Izuku. Stop dodging me by getting angry. In one of Izuku's blows, Goku dodged to the side to contract, but before hitting he said, Goku, do you really control the Saiyan? That was the last thing he said before hitting him and expelling him with force. With Ochako. Ochako. Izuku screamed worriedly. Angle, calm down. That's not enough to defeat him. Without waiting, a yellow trail headed towards Goku, who was just waiting calmly, when Izuku arrived where Goku began to throw punches desperately and erratically, which Goku only dodged. Izuku, stop dodging me angrily. Goku's mind. He knew it yet he can't control it, dodging his last blow to give him an upward kick. Izuku flew against his will, stopping in midair. Izuku, let's see if you can dodge this by starting to throw energy spheres. Goku, Angel protects her by giving an order. Angel, of course, creating an energy barrier. Ochako, why do we protect ourselves? I don't think Izuku will attack us. I mentioned just before one of the spheres fell meters away from them, starting a rain of projectiles that impacted in all directions. Goku, I guess I should end this by jumping to avoid the projectiles. In a blink of an eye he appeared behind Izuku. Goku, it's enough to hit him in the neck. With this blow, Izuku loses his transformation and falls unconscious where the ground received him. With Ochako stopped, noticing that the projectiles were no longer falling. Angel, Mr. Goku stopped him. I guess he left him unconscious analyzing. Ochako, why did Izuku do that? He would never hurt an innocent person. Distraught. Angel, it's just a side effect of the transformation. We'll explain it to you after you wake up. This is part of your training, and it's time to start yours by watching Ochako. Angel, how long can you last with your power activated by asking? Ochako, if I keep it to myself, like minutes. Angel, minutes have passed. Do you plan to keep floating until your time is up, or will you try to overcome this problem by watching her? Ochako, I will make a determined effort. Time skip a few hours. We can see an Izuku waking up in a bed. Izuku, what happened sitting and looking around? Izuku, right. We came to the Master's planet to train, then we had a fight. I came with Ochako realizing. Izuku, Ochako. Where is Ochako trying to look for her with her eyes? Not seeing her, he decided to get up and look for her until he reached the main room where Goku, Angel and an Ochako were taking their first steps. Angel. Oh, it seems you woke up talking to Izuku. Ochako. Izuku starting to walk slowly where the Izuku. Come on, you can do it. Come here, calling her like she's a baby. This bothered Ochako, but she didn't stop and continued moving forward with stumbles and difficulty because of the weight she felt, until she finally reached Izuku, throwing herself at his chest. Izuku, you did it, but if you wanted to hug me I would have. He didn't finish because he received a headbutt from Ochako, making both of them fall from the blow. Ochako, that hurt, but it was worth it. Proud of what she did. Izuku, may I ask why you did it by grabbing his head? Ochako, it was for throwing lightning at me and Miss Angel complaining to her. Izuku, I don't remember doing that. Confusing. Goku, I knew you wouldn't do it by approaching the couple and carrying Ochako. Goku, come on Izuku, I'll tell you what happened. Going to a chair where Ochako sat. Izuku stood up and followed them, and then imitated their action of sitting down. Goku, in simple words, you lost control of your emotions, he says simply. Izuku, what do you mean by that? Confused. Goku, you'll see the trigger to transform is anger, but if you don't control this anger, it will control you, explaining. Izuku, that's why he told me if I controlled it by remembering the fight. Goku, yes, that's why I provoked you on purpose. During the fight your anger controlled you and you couldn't tell who was your opponent or a spectator, pointing at Ochako. Izuku, so I really attacked them nervously. Goku, yes, if it hadn't been for Angel you would have hurt Ochako. Izuku quickly went to Ochako to hug her. Izuku, I'm so sorry, I never tried to hurt you. I'm sorry, he said on the verge of tears as he hugged her tightly. Ochako, calm down, I know you would never hurt me by comforting me. Izuku separated from Ochako to look at his teacher. Izuku, there is a way to prevent the loss of control, before it really hurts someone. Goku, of course there is. But we'll talk about that tomorrow, we have a whole month to explain. For now let's eat something and get up to go to the kitchen. Ochako, what do you mean a month? I thought we only had a week. Confused. Izuku, I didn't tell you. A week here makes a day on Earth. That's why we'll be there for a month and 2 weeks explaining. Ochako, something else that you forgot to mention bothers you. Izuku, I don't think I told you either that the Master is a god of destruction who can easily destroy planets, and that Angel is an angel stronger than a god and who is able to turn back time at will. Explaining. Ochako, good, that's enough stopping it. Ochako, I think I'll stay calmer by not knowing some things, nervous about so much information. Izuku, okay then let's walk and then turn around. Do you want me to help you? Ochako, no, if I depend on you, I'll never get stronger by trying so hard to walk. Izuku smiled and approached her. Izuku, that determination was one of the reasons why I fell in love with you. Kissing his cheek, he does his best, going to the kitchen. Ochako fell down and sat down due to the shock. Ochako, Izuku, because of you I lost all the strength I had. Blushing. The next morning. Goku, I hope you rested well, because from now on you won't, Are you ready, guys? He says with a smile. Ochako/Izuku, yes, master, we are ready, they said together. Goku, well, we will divide into 2 groups, to do physical and mental training. I will be in charge of the physical and Engel of the mental. Goku, and since we have little time, I asked Engel to study a little of the Namekian architectures. Izuku, master, interrupting the explanation, what is that about Namekian? Doubtful. Goku, like the Saiyans, it is an alien race, not very strong, but with incredible intelligence. Responding. Goku, thanks to them, Engel was able to create that by pointing at a door. Ochako, it's an unbelieving door. Goku, inside that door, there is the best way to train. Where a real day there is a year of training. Explaining. Izuku, 1 day is a year of confused training. Ochako, that means it's interrupted. Goku, yes, it's a time room. Finishing the sentence. Izuku, incredible. So we can become strong in a short time. Excited. Goku, but unfortunately, Ochako, you won't be able to enter, he says seriously. Ochako, because confused. Goku, time for humans is different for Saiyans. Saiyans age slower than humans. If you entered, you would notice the changes in your body. Explaining. Ochako understood the explanation and said nothing, but she couldn't feel a little disappointed. Ochako, I understand. Goku, okay, when I go out with Izuku, I'll train you in martial arts. Just wait and be patient. Izuku, calm down, it will only be 1 day. Goku, in fact, it will be a week, he says simply. Izuku, but you said that 1 day equals 1 year, remembering. Goku, yes, but a day on Earth, you know that here a day is a week. Izuku, this is more confusing than I thought it would be. Engel, well, the longer it takes them to leave, the longer it will take them to return. Miss Ochako and I must start hurrying up. Izuku, okay, then I think I'll see you in a week. Talking to Ochako. Ochako, so it seems I'm going to miss you, she says sweetly. Izuku, me too. Looking at her. The scene was perfect for a goodbye kiss, which would have happened if it weren't for Goku. There will be time for that later, pulling him by the tail. Now it's time for some hard training. Entering the room. Ochako just stood there waving her hand goodbye. Engel, you act like you'll never see him coming again. Ochako, it's not that. It's just that I did want that kiss, murmuring so that they wouldn't hear her. Engel, you said something. Asking. Ochako, no, nothing at all, just a little nervous. Let's start. Engel, well, first of all, sit down, he says to Ochako. Ochako just obeys, waiting for what to do. Engel, the time room wasn't the only thing I learned. You see, the Namekians have an ability that allows them to awaken the dormant power of a person, which I managed to learn. Ochako, seriously, why didn't you say it before? She said in doubt. Engel, Mr. Goku likes to do it the old-fashioned way, with pure effort. This is like a shortcut that he wouldn't use. Ochako, I understand. Izuku wouldn't do it by analyzing either. Engel, what do you say? You will use it by asking. With that question, Ochako remembers the conversation you had with her friends, and the reason why she wants to become stronger. Ochako, I don't want to depend on Izuku. I want to fight by his side determinedly. Engel, excellent response. Touching Ochako's head. When Engel touched Ochako's head, the latter felt like electricity ran through her entire body, until Engel decided to let her go. Engel, and how do you feel? Asking. Ochako, I don't feel different when I see it. I see myself differently when I look at myself. Engel, I see you the same. Ochako, that means it didn't work out. Worried. Engel, there's only one way to find out. Catch him by throwing a rock at him. Engel, activate your power in that stone. Ochako just listened, and as expected the stone began to float, but without any change. Ochako, it seems that it really didn't work. Disappointed and a little sad. Engel, so your fingertips have always been that color, he says with a smile. Ochako looks at her hands to see that the thumb, ring finger, and center of both hands have a fairly light purple color. Ochako, could this be putting her purple fingers together to release? Just when he said the phrase to release and remove his quirk, the stone that was floating fell at an incredible speed as if it were a large stone, creating a crater in the ground. Engel, you could have done that before by asking. Ochako, of course not. This is new to me. Trying to pick up the stone, it's heavy. Trying to lift it. Ochako noticed that her fingers were still glowing and decided to put them together again. This time they stopped glowing, and she was able to pick up the stone without any problems. Ochako, this is amazing. Excited about her new power. Engel, it seems that you can now remove gravity. How to increase it? By analyzing what happened. Ochako, With this I will become stronger, excited and jumping with excitement. Angle. I guess you didn't realize the excitement. Ochako for her celebration to listen. Ochako, dubious account. Angle. You no longer have trouble walking. In fact, I would say that you feel light seeing her. Ochako. It's true, the weight I felt before disappeared completely. Angle. It must be because of your quirk improvement, that your body adapts to any gravity. Ochako. It's great that I don't have to strain myself when walking anymore. Now what will I call it? Angle. Why you should name it confusing. Ochako. On Earth, quirks are named. Before, mine was called zero gravity, but now it's a completely new one, so I have to name it thinking of a good name. Angle. Why don't you call it gravity control? He said. Ochako. Simple and to the point, I like it. Angle. Well, since everything is clear, what do you think if we see everything you can do with your new power? Ochako. I'm ready, Miss Angel, determined. New skills. Izuku after training in the time chamber. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Current age, years. Race, Saiyan. Quirk, doesn't need it. Abilities, transformation into Saiyan phase control, Kamikameha, simple ki spheres, flying, sensing increased ki, increased strength. New abilities, teleportation, phase sparks, after awakening his power. Name, Ochako Uraraka. Age, years old. Race, human. Quirk, gravity control. Abilities, can increase and remove the gravity of anything it touches. Increasing and removing gravity will depend on how many fingers it touches its target with. With the 3 violet pads it will increase gravity, and with the it will remove it. New abilities. Snapping your fingers with your right hand will remove gravity in a meter radius, and snapping it with your left hand will increase it. Back to Earth. It's been a month on the planet of the god, where Izuku and Ochako are entering their new abilities. But on Earth only days have passed since the beginning of the internship, and it turns out that the heroes are not the only ones who are active. In an unknown tavern, we can see a young blue-haired man sitting at the bar next to a mist that cleans a glass. Shigaraki. There's news from our informant looking into the fog. Kurogi. Nothing worth mentioning, just that the future heroes are training with the pro heroes I mentioned. Shigaraki. It would be risky to attack them now that they are surrounded by the heroes, he said, then took a glass. Shigaraki. Do you know anything about the boy who broke my wrists by changing his face to a more serious one? Kurogi. His name is Izuku Midoriya, giving Shigaraki an unremarkable record in elementary and high school. He even says he didn't have a quirk, giving a summary. Shigaraki. Do you really think someone without a quirk could stand up to Nomu and hurt me with an angry expression? Kurogi. It's obvious that it isn't, but what I've investigated about his life doesn't explain his extreme increase in power by reading some papers. Without warning, they are interrupted by the sound of a television screen. You just said something interesting, Kurogi says in a sinister voice. Kurogi/Shigaraki. Master's amazed by the suddenness. Screen. It's a pleasure to greet you again, he says in a sinister voice. Kurogi. Master, you know about this sudden change, and the boy says politely. Screen. I have a suspicion, but the guy is different from anyone I know, so I haven't checked by answering yet. Shigaraki. Can you tell me that suspicion, so I can help you? Screen. I appreciate your intention, but you have something more important to do, he says before laughing subtly. Shigaraki. I understand, Master. Screen. Kurogi will inform you. I hope to see great results from you, Tamura Shigaraki says before the screen turns off. Shigaraki. So it will be, he says with his head bowed. Shigaraki. Kurogi says seriously what the mission is about. Kurogi. The essence of a league is its members, so it must recruit new members. Shigaraki. That's necessary. If we plan an attack, we can pay them like we did at the USJ, he says before taking his glass again. Kurogi. No, there are only pawns on a board. Shigaraki. I sigh even though I don't like it. The teacher says it's important, so I'll do it. Kurogi. I'm glad you considered it. Shigaraki. And you have some candidates looking at the shadows. Kurogi. In a few days, Jiren will bring some candidates. But until then, I can think of another person aiming for a place. Shigaraki turned in the direction he was told to see a screen showing the news. Reporter. We have news of a new murder of a hero. According to investigators, the culprit is the serial killer Stain, better known as the hero killer. The whereabouts of the television are. Shigaraki. You want me to recruit the hero killer by turning to Kurogi. Kurogi. It would be a great addition to our ranks. Shigaraki. So he is a psychopath who kills supposed false heroes, remembering. Kurogi. Seems to be informed. Shigaraki. He's become very famous in the underworld lately. Kurogi. As I mentioned, he seeks and hunts the heroes he considers false, and currently his hunting area is the city of Hosu. Shigaraki. He kills based on his ideology. He is the complete opposite of me, who makes you believe that he will accept being part of the league by looking at the shadow. Kurogi. Strength and power are not everything. As a leader you must be able to convince with words alone. Shigaraki. Resigned. Look for the hero killer and bring him here. Kurogi. As you say, disappearing into a shadow. Shigaraki. Let's see what kind of hero killer you are. On the planet of the god, we can see two young people having a confrontation under the supervision of the same god. Izuku. Blocking an attack. Your attacks are very stiff. Try to relax but without losing strength. Ochako. Well said. Before continuing, Ochako complied, speeding up her attacks but without losing strength. Izuku. This is better. Smiling at his girlfriend's improvement. Izuku. But dodging a blow, then sweeping him with his tail. When Izuku did this, Ochako lost her balance and fell to the ground. Izuku. It's still not enough. Looking at her on the ground. Ochako. Gasp. You did gasp. Cheat. Izuku. Seriously, how did I cheat? He says mockingly. Ochako. Sits on the ground. We said we wouldn't use our powers. Izuku. Technically this tail is part of me, so it's not part of my power. He smiles in a winning way. Ochako. It's still unfair. I don't have anyone complaining. Izuku. What can I say? Sometimes it's convenient to have this tail wagging its tail in front of Ochako. Ochako. I guess you're right. Holding tightly to Izuku's tail, sometimes this tail is convenient, he says with a triumphant smile. Izuku immediately began to feel his strength disappear, leaving him at the mercy of Ochako. Izuku. It's okay, your GNS, please let go of it, begging on the ground. All this was seen by the god of the planet, who looked at them with a smile. Angle. Mr. Goku. We have a problem. Approaching Goku. Goku. What's up? Asking. Angle. One of the planets in this universe began to gain a lot of power and is subduing other planets. We must go immediately to maintain order, he explained. Goku. You know, this month I had forgotten that I am a god of destruction, he said, scratching his neck. Angle. But it is. And this matter deserves the presence of the god of destruction. Goku. Okay, let's take Izuku and Ochako to Earth, then we'll deal with the ordering problem. Angle. I'm fine with nodding. Angel and God approached the couple who were still playing with each other. Goku. Sorry to interrupt your fun, but we have to tell you something. While looking at the couple, when Goku spoke, Ochako let go of Izuku's tail to stand up. Ochako. Doesn't interrupt. She was just punishing Izuku for cheating in our fight. Smiling. Izuku. Getting up slowly. I already told you that wasn't cheating. Ochako. Yes, he was claiming it. Izuku. No arguing. Goku. Okay, now that you're both calmed down, I have to tell you something, he says to calm you down. Izuku. What's going on? Intrigued, Master? Goku. An emergency has occurred on another planet that needs my attention, which means we will not be able to continue training. Explaining. Izuku. If he needs the presence of the god of destruction, it must be important to analyze the situation. Ochako. I had forgotten that she is a god, a little nervous. Angle. Usually these situations take time to resolve, so we can't continue with the training. Explaining. Goku. In fact, due to a similar situation, I couldn't go to Earth at the time we agreed upon. Looking at Izuku. Izuku. Well, there's nothing that can be done about it. Ochako. Yes, no problem. Plus we train weeks more than our smiling classmates. Angle. I'm glad you're so understanding, so let's not waste any more time summoning your staff. Everyone, touch my back. Those present obeyed to begin the journey to land. In order not to raise suspicions, Angle landed at Kamehame House. Ochako. Falling on her knees. I don't think I'll get used to this, she says with nausea. Angle. But for a human you do it pretty well. Smiling at him. Izuku. He's right. Come, I'll help you by helping him. Goku. I would have liked to take up all the available time, but that's how things are, shrugging my shoulders. Ochako. But we still improved a lot. We even have new skills. Excited. Izuku. Ochako is right. The teleportation ability will be quite useful. By clenching his fist. Goku. That reminds me of him taking something out of his pocket and catching it and throwing it at Ochako. Ochako. Catch. What is this? Confusing. Izuku. It looks like a kind of lens. Looking at the device in Ochako's hands. Goku. It is called a tracker. It is used to detect and measure the power level of another person. Explaining. Goku. You hook it in your ear and then press the button on the side showing him. Ochako followed the instructions to test it, When she pressed the button, a circle appeared on the tracker lens, and she looked at Izuku. Ochako, wow, he even tells me how far away he is. But it says that Izuku has a power of and you have a power of. Confused. Goku. That's why Izuku is hiding his power, and we have divine power that can't be perceived. Ochako. I understand by turning off the tracker. Goku. That tool will be useful for surprise attacks or ambushes. And so you don't raise suspicions, it can be transformed into an earring by pressing a button so that it transforms. Goku. So no one will notice. Ochako. It's quite comfortable and it's also cute. Thank you, teacher, excitedly. Goku. Well, I guess that was all. We're leaving, looking at Engel. Engel, of course, activating your power. We'll see each other another time. Good luck, guys, saying goodbye. Goku, see you, saying goodbye. Both deities disappeared in a moment of light, leaving our couple alone on the island. Ochako, I'm glad I went to train with you, getting closer to Izuku. Izuku, me too. Not only did we become stronger, we also spent a lot of time together. Finally bringing Ochako closer to hug her with one arm. Ochako, we still have 3 days left to go to the academy. Can you think of something while commenting? Izuku, yes, I have something in mind. But first you, my beautiful girlfriend, will have to defeat a really powerful enemy, he says in a playful tone. Ochako blushed a little because he called her beautiful, but she played along. Ochako, yes, who, in the same tone. Izuku, turn on your phone with a smile. Ochako, my phone is confusing. Ochako didn't know what he meant, but she listened. When she turned on the phone, it started receiving many call notifications from a single person, who was Mama. When she saw them, she knew what Izuku meant. Ochako, oh no, no, she says nervously and sweating a little. Author, have you ever had your phone turned off or in airplane mode and not answered your mother? It happened to me, and then I received an hour-long sermon. Why do I have a phone rolling on the floor laughing? Izuku, see what I mean by a really powerful opponent, he says mockingly. Ochako, now what do I do? I'm afraid to go home, nervously. Izuku, you can go to mine, he says mockingly. Ochako, no, I would be very embarrassed and afraid to talk to your mother and introduce myself as your girlfriend, she says shyly and blushing. Izuku, I don't think it's worse than when I met yours, remembering that her mother faints over everything. No, I think it could be worse. Izuku, let's propose a visit to my house. You seem nervous about everything that could happen. Ochako, I can only face it head on, nervous but determined. Izuku, I wish you luck starting to fly to leave. Ochako, where you go by snapping her left hand to activate her quirk. This caused gravity to increase, causing Izuku to fall due to the sudden change. Ochako, you got me into this. It's only fair that you accompany me, angrily. Izuku, standing still with the increased gravity. There were better ways to call me, but I guess it's fair. But I decide how we travel. Then he took Ochako as a princess and touched her forehead, disappearing from the island. Outside the Uraraka house. Ochako, this new ability is quite useful considering how fast they traveled. Izuku, it is lowering to Ochako, but it was hard for me to learn it. It requires a lot of concentration, explaining. Ochako, well, activating the tracker, it seems that only my mom is there. Here I am, approaching the door. Ochako nervously approached the door of her own house. When she got to the door, she knocked on it. Footsteps were heard, and then the door was seen opening. Ochako, yes, who is it? Changing her face when she saw it was Ochako. Hi, Mom, greeted nervously. Ochako, no, hello, Mom. You don't know how worried I was, yelling at him. Ochako, I know, Beauty, let me explain, scared by her mother's attitude. Ochako, what explanation can you give me for not answering the phone in days? Angered? Ochako's mind. She'll never believe me if I tell her I was on another planet. Ochako, I sighed deeply. I have no excuses, giving up for what was coming. After saying that, Ochako's mother scolded Ochako for how worried she had them, and that even Ochako's father wanted to call the police. All seen by an Izuku who wanted to be invisible at that moment. Ochako, leaving that aside, I'm glad you're feeling well ventilated. Ochako's mind. She says that after scolding me for minutes while kneeling in front of her mother. Izuku, excuse me for interrupting. In fact, it was my fault. I didn't tell Ochako that we were going to a place with no signal, he says nervously. Ochako, oh Izuku, I'm sorry, I hadn't seen you returning to your friendly attitude. Izuku, don't worry, she seemed to be busy with a drop of sweat. Ochako, I'm so sorry about what you saw, but you really had us worried about apologizing. Izuku, I understand. My mother did something similar when I did the same thing. Ochako. As compensation, would you like to spend some time inviting him over? Izuku, I would love to pass but must. Feeling a hand on his shoulder. Ochako. In other words, you take our daughter to an unknown place without coverage for a week. The least you can do is spend some time, she says, not with a smile but with an intimidating aura. Izuku, it will be a pleasure for me, bowing. Ochako. Excellent. I will prepare some tea when I enter the house. When the lady came in, Ochako had just gotten up. Ochako, why did you accept? My father will be here soon, nervous. Izuku, I don't know, I panicked. It was like he was threatening me, sweating scared. Ochako, you're supposed to be the strongest on earth. How can you be scared of my mother scolding you? Izuku, facing your mother makes me more nervous than any villain explaining. Ochako, well, there's nothing to do. I just hope it's not so uncomfortable coming in. Izuku, don't worry, it can be so uncomfortable entering the house. Inside the house. Ochako, oh, they finally come in. I have everything ready, showing a table. The table had cups of tea, a few cookies, and what stood out the most were 3 large books. Ochako, Mom, what are those books? Intrigued. Ochako, you know, even if you don't believe it, I was waiting for you to have a boyfriend so I could show him this by taking one of the books. The cover of the book had the word album in large letters. Ochako, no, anything but that, nervous, trying to take the book away from him. Ochako, dodging smoothly, and well, Izuku want to see the photos of Ochako when she was a baby, asking, Ochako, no, he doesn't want to see that, right? Looking at Izuku. Izuku smile, come on, your mother took the trouble to look for him. It would be rude to reject her by sitting next to Ochako's mother. Ochako, that's how it is said, I like you more and more, smiling and then opening the book. Izuku and Ochako's mother were looking at several photos of little Ochako. While they enjoyed it, Ochako was dying of embarrassment seeing that some photos were very compromising. After a while, Ochako, and that was the last book, closing it. Izuku, you look so adorable as a baby, bothering Ochako. Ochako, please forget everything you saw by covering your head with a pillow. Izuku, never, now they will remain forever in my mind, smiling. Ochako, it was really fun looking at the time, but it's already quite late. Your father was about to arrive, looking at Ochako. Izuku, oh, I was having so much fun that I couldn't wait to look at his phone. Ochako, would you like to stay for dinner by treating us? Izuku, I would like to, but I also have to go home. I don't want my mother to worry too, explaining. Ochako, well, I already forced you once. I won't do it again, he said with a smile. Izuku's mind, he just admitted that he forced me with a drop of sweat. Izuku, okay, I'm getting closer to the door. Ochako, I'll wait, I'll accompany you to approach Izuku. Izuku, I thought you were so embarrassed that you couldn't even move, making fun of me. Ochako, it was embarrassing for you to see those photos, but I still want to accompany you, smiling. Ochako's mind, my little girl is growing up watching the couple. Ochako, okay Mom, I'll be back soon, saying goodbye. Ochako, have a good day, saying goodbye. After saying goodbye, the couple began a quiet walk. Izuku, it's nice to walk from time to time, especially if it's with Taigo holding his hand. Ochako, me too. I say flying is great, but this is special, strengthening the grip. Izuku, you know there are still 2 days left before returning to UA, and I would like to go to a place you would like to go with me, asking. Ochako, I left the earth with you, why wouldn't I go now? Izuku, I'm glad to hear that, smiling. Ochako, just to clarify if it is on this planet, asking. Izuku, if not, worry about confirming. Izuku, it's already quite late and it's about to get dark, and I don't want you to come back in the dark, so here we say goodbye, letting go of his hand. See you tomorrow, saying goodbye. Ochako, wait, stopping him. Izuku, turning around, it does happen. Ochako, you'll just leave like that, she says nervously. Izuku, I won't fly. If I go high, I don't think they'll see me. Ochako, no, I mean you don't forget anything. You're getting more and more nervous. Izuku, phone, wallet, I don't have everything, by checking his pockets. Ochako, talk about saying goodbye well by playing with her fingers. Izuku, say goodbye. Very confused. That's what you meant, putting on a playful smile. Ochako, is it wrong to look away? Izuku, of course not, by approaching Ochako, but next time be more direct. Izuku gently lifted Ochako's head to stand face to face. Although Ochako was nervous, she didn't move away or resist, she just let herself go, culminating in a kiss full of feeling for the other that both had been waiting for a long time, which ended only because of the lack of air. Izuku, this is what you wanted, he says without separating. Ochako, what did you expect? The teacher or Angel were always nearby, so it was a whole month that I couldn't do it by hugging him. Izuku, imagine, it was a year in the chamber plus a month on the planet. I wanted to do this for a long time, but I didn't want to force it by hugging her. Ochako, then, I guess one is not enough just to raise one's head to look at him with a smile. Izuku, damn, why are you so cute, bringing his face closer again. Our couple was in their world where nothing mattered but them, their little personal paradise. But as all good things don't last forever, they were interrupted not by the lack of air but by the impact of something falling. The couple turned in the direction of the sound. When they saw who it was, feelings of nervousness, fear and shame took over them. Izuku/Ochako, Hyla Sir Uraraka/Hola Papa, sweating from nerves. P.Ochako, you looking furiously at Izuku. Izuku, what did I do by raising my hands? Ochako's father ran as fast as he could and grabbed Izuku's shirt. P.Ochako, you took my daughter, to who knows where, and when I see her again I see you kissing her and screaming at her. Izuku, in my defense, I didn't know what I was watching, making a calm down gesture with my hands. Ochako, stop it, Dad, separating them. P.Ochako, not only do you take her, you also turn her against me. I will destroy you by throwing a strong blow to Izuku's face. When Ochako's father hit him, only a crack was heard and then Ochako's father fell to his knees. P.Ochako, it hurt, she repeated while holding her hand. Ochako, you're really worried. P.Ochako's mind, you see, brat, you can never beat your father. She always worries about my proud self. Ochako, you're okay, Izuku. He didn't hurt you. Worried. These words alone killed the father, who was stunned. Izuku, yes, I'm fine, nothing happened, carefree. Izuku's mind, the blow was quite weak. I almost didn't feel anything. Izuku, on the other hand, I think the one who needs help is someone else, pointing at the father. Ochako, she reaps what she sows. That's what happens when she hits you when she's mad at her father. P.Ochako, you brat, don't think that this small wound is going to stop me from getting up from the ground. P.Ochako, as long as she's still breathing, I'll always protect her by hitting her with her other hand, having the same result. P.Ochako, you've had enough. Why can I continue, she says with both hands hanging down. Ochako, enough, you're only hurting yourself just by stopping your father. P.Ochako, I'm not going to stop him trying to get away from us. Looking at his daughter. Ochako, look, I went with him because I wanted to. Izuku's a good person, he's kind and gentle. I'm not a little girl anymore, so you can try to protect me, she said to her father. Ochako, making that clear, activating her quirk in her father, let's go home to take him like a balloon. Ochako, I apologize for my father's attitude, apologizing to Izuku. P.Ochako, I won't apologize. He should do it for leaving me with his hands showing his wrists. Izuku, no problem. I must admit that it was not as I had planned, but that does not change things, walking towards the floating father. Izuku, let's start again. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm years old. I'm Ochako's classmate and current boyfriend. I want to tell her that I'm deeply in love with her daughter and that I'll do everything I can to make her happy, and I would like her to approve it, he says politely. P.Ochako, well, I don't approve of it, turning around. Izuku, it doesn't matter, I'll make him do it, because giving up is something I don't know how to do, he says determinedly. Ochako, okay, now we're going to sleep with her father. Bye, Izuku. Izuku, goodbye, Ochako, goodbye, father-in-law, he says mockingly. P.Ochako, don't call me father-in-law, was heard in the distance. Izuku, it was fun, but it's time to go back, putting his fingers on his forehead and then disappearing. With father and daughter. P.Ochako, I can't believe you're dating someone like that. I don't approve of talking to Ochako. But the latter didn't listen to anything he said. She was caught up in her own thoughts. Ochako's mind. How is it possible that she said all these things with such a serious face? It makes me happy, but it's also embarrassing. P.Ochako, hey, are you listening to me? Calling your attention. Ochako, what's happening? A little upset? P.Ochako, why are you upset? I just did what any parent would do. hiding behind. Ochako. No father hits his daughter's boyfriend as soon as he meets him. But I won't tell you anything, someone else will tell you when they enter their house. P. Ochako. Another person who entered behind. Ochako, Mom, Dad hit Izuku accusing. The father suddenly became nervous. M. Ochako. Oh, not only did you butt into their relationship, but you also hit a good guy, she says seriously. P. Ochako. In my defense, I hurt my hands when I did it nervously. M. Ochako. And you think that's better than annoying? The next day, Izuku. He seriously scolded him for half an hour, smiling. Ochako, my mother liked you, so she hit you, annoying her, smiling. Ochako, by the way, I didn't ask, but where are we going? I'm curious. Izuku. I told you I didn't get any offers for the internship. Ochako. That's why you went to the teacher. Izuku. Well, yes, I received one, and Almight gave it to me. I didn't accept it because I had already made plans with you, but I got curious. That's why we came here, pointing at an old building. Ochako. An offer I give you, Almight, certainly makes you curious and intrigued. Izuku. Right, how about we go in? Excuse me, were UA students opening the door? When they opened it, they could see an unusual scene. They could see a beaten-up blonde and a small old man stepping on the brat. You're late. I was waiting for you, smiling defiantly. Attack on Hosu. We found ourselves in a fairly old building where something quite unusual was happening inside. I was waiting for you, brat. You're quite late, with a defiant smile. Izuku. Yes, I was waiting for you. It means that you sent the internship application. Gran Torino. That's right, brat. I'm a retired hero known as Gran Torino. Looking at Izuku's side, it seems you didn't come alone. Ochako. Nice to meet you. I'm Izuku and Melissa's classmate. I'm Ochako Uraraka, introducing myself. Gran Torino. I remember you were the girl who fought the explosive boy. You put up a good fight, be proud of that. Give yourself motivation. Ochako. Thank you, sir. Smiling and then thanking. Izuku just looked at this scene with a smile. He knew how that defeat had affected him, and seeing another person recognize it made him happy. Izuku. By the way, Gran Torino, what happened to her, pointing at Melissa on the ground? Gran Torino. Her looking at her is just taking a break from our training. Ochako. It may sound disrespectful, but what kind of training are they doing? Nervous about the answer. Gran Torino. It was just practical combat training, with little importance attached. Izuku's mind. That explains All Might's trauma, and I think Melissa has it too, with a drop of sweat. Gran Torino. Okay, enough with the talk. You want to start by letting go of your stick to stretch. Izuku. I knew you wouldn't call me just to talk. Ochako, could you please take Melissa out, taking off her backpack? Ochako. You can't go somewhere without fighting with someone. Resigned, and then touched Melissa with her quirk. Come on, Melissa. With the floating motion, Melissa was waking up. Melissa. Hey, what happened? Confused. Ochako. Hello, Melissa, waving happily. Melissa. Uraraka-san, what are you doing here? Wait, I'm floating, getting scared. Ochako. Wait a second, I'll put you down by deactivating her quirk. Melissa. Thanks. But what's going on? Confused. Ochako. Just watch, pointing in one direction. When Melissa turned around, she saw Izuku and Gran Torino standing face to face, clearly eager to start the fight. Melissa. I don't know what's going on, but it will be interesting. Intrigued. In the fight. Gran Torino. It seems you won't attack, so I will do it by activating his quirk. Gran Torino began to jump on the walls at great speed, boosted by his quirk. Izuku. I see. So his quirk is speed analyzing. Gran Torino. I hope you're not scared, brat, mocking while jumping. Izuku. On the contrary, that makes it more exciting, smiling. With the women. Ochako. Wow, his power makes him super fast, seeing how he jumps. Melissa. Yes, his jetpack power allows him to go at great speed. I have faced Gran Torino on several occasions, but I can't keep up with his speed. I don't think Izuku can beat him by commenting. Ochako. I wouldn't be so sure, trusting Izuku. Back in the fight. Gran Torino. Okay, here I go, jumping to hit Izuku's head, but he just moved it to the side to avoid it. Izuku. He's fast, but it's a speed I can control by looking at him with a smile. Gran Torino. I knew you were someone unusual, and you didn't disappoint me. Well, the warm-up is over. I'm going to test how much this senile body can give by activating its quirk again. Gran Torino's speed increased considerably, so much so that Ochako and Melissa only saw a trail. Izuku. He became faster and his movements are random, moving his pupils from one side to the other, but it is not enough to dodge another attack. Izuku, I can clearly see all your movements smiling. So a speed fight began, Gran Torino attacking and Izuku dodging each attack he received, all seen by the two girls. Ochako. I knew I could be happy for Izuku. Melissa, she was holding back the whole time, watching the fight in amazement, and yet I couldn't win, not even once, falling to my knees. Midoriya makes it harder each time, seeing how he dodged. Gran Torino. A fight is not won by dodging. Izuku. I just wanted to see all his power stopping his blow. By stopping the blow, all of Gran Torino's speed was reduced, giving Izuku the victory. Gran Torino, you're stronger than I expected, smiling and then picking up his cane. Melissa, hey, how can it end? No one hit themselves or gave up in confusion. Gran Torino. It's over because there's no way I can beat him. Not only did he keep up with my speed, he also surpassed it, and his strength is far superior to mine. If he had been years younger, maybe he would have had a chance. Smiling. Ochako, you did great. Izuku. You were moving so fast that you barely looked excited approaching Izuku. Izuku, thanks, it was fun and helped me test my reflexes. Gran Torino. If you thought that was funny, how about a field test looking at the couple? Izuku, a field test, he refers intrigued. Melissa. Before they showed up, Gran Torino said he was going to take me to fight real villains. Explaining. Ochako, real villains, and that's for sure. Gran Torino. Girl, fighting villains is never safe. But as future heroes the experience is good, plus now that he's targeting Izuku I doubt we'll have any problems. Ochako. If so, I think it would be good to go. What do you think about looking at Izuku? Izuku, of course. But you have to tell your parents, we don't want what happened yesterday to happen again, remembering how he was forced and beaten. Ochako. You're right. Taking out her phone. I'll be back in a second. Walking away a little. On the train, we can see Gran Torino and Izuku enjoying seats sleeping, while Ochako and Melissa were chatting. Melissa, I'm surprised your parents gave you permission to face villains. Ochako. I actually omitted that part, scratching her head. Melissa, so what did you tell them when you asked? Ochako. I told them I was at Izuku's house. When I said that, my mother immediately accepted and answered without further ado. Melissa, oh, can I ask you a question? Uraraka-san asking. Ochako, sure, why not? Melissa, you're dating Midoriya says it would be. Ochako, hey, I, getting nervous and blushing, then seeing Melissa's face and knowing that she can't lie that much, she looks embarrassed. Melissa, I knew it, they are terrible at hiding something, she says with her arms crossed, congratulations with a smile. Ochako, who betrayed me? Melissa, the fact that you call him by his name, that you know your parents, the trust you put in him, how clingy they are, and the love-struck face you have every time you see him, listing everything that gave her away. Ochako, yeah, that's enough. She's so blushing that steam comes out of her head. Melissa, even the dumbest person would realize it. Someone else knows. Ochako, you, Mina and Momo, counting. Melissa, there aren't many people. Now my question is why they keep it a secret, intrigued. Ochako, why would it be embarrassing if they knew by looking away? Melissa's mind, she's embarrassed to let them know but doesn't want to be cloying in front of everyone. Melissa, well, I won't tell you what to do in your relationship. My advice is that you say it because Midoriya is becoming quite popular, especially with women watching Izuku. Ochako imitates the action of observing him. Ochako, that doesn't worry me, it's not like everyone's smiling. After that little chat the train ride was calm, and without warning that calm was interrupted. Izuku, waking up suddenly, careful, taking Gran Torino and his companions to get out of where they were. Just before everything in that same area exploded, revealing the cause of the explosion, a thin mutant with his brain exposed. Izuku, a Noma looking at it seriously. The Noma with its long arms tried to grab one of the people on the train. Seeing this, Izuku in a quick movement put himself between the Nomu and the person, landing a direct blow to the Noma's face that expelled him with great force from the train. Izuku, everyone is fine. Civilian, why yes, thank you. Scared. Izuku, and you guys are fine heading to your group. Melissa, a little dazed but getting up fine. Ochako, yes, I'm fine. Gran Torino, getting out of a pile of suitcases is no way to wake up an old man. Izuku, I'm sorry, it was necessary to help Gran Torino. Ochako, what crashed on the train was, a little nervous about her memories. Izuku, yes, it was a Nomu. It seems that the League of Villains is attacking Hosa, looking through the hole and seeing a strong fire. Melissa, we must go help by trying to jump. Gran Torino, wait there brat, stop her, don't forget that you are a student. If you rush to face villains without being a professional heroine, the villains will be the least of your problems. Explaining. Melissa stopped because she knew what he meant. Gran Torino, as long as you're with me, nothing should happen. Targeting Melissa. But you guys, I can't help you, your internships aren't with me. Izuku and Ochako didn't say anything, they wanted to help. But Gran Torino was telling the truth. Melissa, and if they wear a costume, I'll comment. Although the comment left everyone present confused. Melissa, it's not strange that new heroes appear out of nowhere, and they always wear their hero suits. Also, with the panic and chaos that there will be, I don't think they noticed them. Explaining their plan. Izuku, not a bad idea. Gran Torino, okay, we'll do that. A few blocks away, pointing in one direction, there's a store that could help you. Go there, get the disguise, and we'll see you at the attack. Giving instructions. Izuku/Ochako, understood, and then jumps off the train. Gran Torino, we too are pushing ourselves off the train. Melissa's mind, why she's attacking the League, she thinks while following Gran Torino. A few hours before, this city is plagued with false heroes, and I will take charge of purging them by pointing my sword at you. Random hero, please leave me. I'll give you everything you want, he says on the ground, begging for his life. I want a world without trash like you, and to achieve this you must be eliminated by stabbing the hero in the chest with your katana, causing his death. Kurogiri, wow, you're hard to find coming out of the shadows. Who are you? Pointing with his bloody katana. Kurogiri, Hero Killer Stain, I've come to give you an invitation, he says politely. Stain, I'm not interested in lowering your sword. Kurogiri, I beg you to give it a chance, it won't be long. Stain, you are part of that circus that attacked the USJ a few weeks ago. Kurogiri, as you said, I am part of the League of Villains, and now I am inviting you to join. Stain, I work alone, under my own ideals. Turning around. Kurogiri, perhaps you will discover those same ideals in our leader. This caught Stain's attention, and he stopped walking. Stain, well, Shadow, you have my attention. Where is this leader of yours? Looking at him seriously. Kurogiri, if you followed me around here, opening a portal, then entering it. Stain hesitated a little to enter. In the end he crossed it, and found himself in a fairly clean bar, and in front of him a hairy guy. Shigaraki, welcome, Hero Killer says from the bar. Stain, you should be the leader, isn't it? Shigaraki, you're right, I'm the leader of the League of Villains, raising a glass, and we want you to join us. Stain, first tell me what your goal is, then I'll decide with a frown. Shigaraki, it's simple, I want to destroy everything that bothers me, stupid heroes and annoying brats. Showing Izuku's picture. Stain, sigh, I feel stupid for being interested in taking the knives from his side. Don't think I'll be part of your childish tantrum. People like you are the ones I hate the most, drawing their knives. Kurogiri, master, I should interfere out of concern. Monitor, do not interfere, it would be useless if we helped him, he must find the answer himself. That is what educating while laughing is all about. Shigaraki, come on, don't be like that, you would be a great help to us, Senpai said in a mocking tone. Stain, enough of games, going on the attack. Kurogiri, seeing that the hero killer had started his attack, tried to stop him but only got a cut on his arm followed by a paralysis that left him out of combat. In the blink of an eye, Stain had knocked out Kurogiri and subdued Shigaraki by stabbing him in the shoulder with his knife. Shigaraki, ah, that hurts. Complaining. Kurogiri, take this guy out of here, ordered. Kurogiri, I would like to, but I can't move. Sweating, it must be his quirk. Stain, false heroes and villains like you who use their power in vain must be purged by bringing your free knife close to Shigaraki's mask. Shigaraki, wait, don't touch this hand, disintegrate the knife or I'll kill you. Stain was amazed and dropped the knife. Shigaraki, you say I have no conviction. Of course not. If I had to say something, it would be that I want to destroy this society that praises trash like Almight, showing a grim smile under the mask. Just after saying that, he tried to grab Stain's face, which he jumped back to avoid. Shigaraki, with that clear, you can leave here. Standing up. Stain, our ideals seem different, but we have the same goal, so I'll help you by keeping his knife. Shigaraki, I'm not supposed to be the person you hate the most. That's why you changed by looking at him. Stain, when people are on the verge of death, that's when they show their true nature. I could see a bit of conviction in you pointing it out. Stain, But I still have business in Hosu. Fog, take me back by talking to Kurogyri. Kurogyri. I can move again by opening a portal behind Stain. Stain didn't wait and went through it immediately. Kurogyri, you did it, Tamura. The hero killer will be a great addition to our ranks. Congratulations. Shigaraki. I don't like scratching my neck. Kurogyri. What does it refer to? Shigaraki. Who does he think he is, to come and lecture me and hurt me in my own house? I don't like it. I don't like it. Scratching harder. Shigaraki, master, how many nomas do you have? Addressing the monitor? Before Shigaraki's words, the monitor turned on. Monitor. There are only nomas available. Responding. Shigaraki. Well, I want you to give them to me. Monitor. Normally I would, but due to lack of resources I must ask you, what will you use them for? Asking. Shigaraki. You said you could destroy everything that bothers me, and right now what bothers me is that hero killer. Explaining. The person behind the monitor just put on a smile. Monitor. Okay, but as I told you, we are short on resources, so I'll only give you 3. They are not as strong as the previous one, but I'm sure they will be useful, he says, still smiling. Shigaraki. Thank you, master. Turning in Kurogyri's direction, he transports the nomas to the center of Hosu, ordering. Kurogyri. As ordered, disappearing. Shigaraki. You'll regret making me angry, hero killer. In the present, we can see how Gran Torino arrives at the exploration site, seeing a great disaster. Fire everywhere and debris from the buildings, all this caused by a noma. Author's note. When I saw the series I didn't pay much attention to these heroes, so I don't remember their names. Gran Torino. This is a real mess watching the scene. Gran Torino. Brat helps civilians evacuate. I'll help the heroes. Melissa. Yes sir. Activating one for all. Gran Torino. This is bad. That monster isn't the one that attacked the train, which means they're dodging a noma's claw. Gran Torino. More than one preparing for battle with the group of heroes. Hero X. What kind of show is this? Scared and nervous. Hero Z. We're against and we're losing. Scared. Hero and do not back down. If this monster escapes, it will destroy the entire city by activating its strength. Quick, I will stop it. The hero launched himself at the Noma, and a forcing began between the two, which the Noma won easily, letting go and then grabbing him by the head and smashing him against the ground repeatedly. Hero X. We have to do something. If he continues like this, he will kill him. Scared. Seeing the scene. Hero Z. We can't do anything. The city is doomed, collapsing to the ground. The Noma had finished whipping him and was ready to finish him off, hanging him up to give him the final blow, while the hero was stabbed with his own blood. Nomu, Ararg roars as he throws the blow. The Noma's blow was so strong that it created a gust of wind that forced the heroes to look away, many of them afraid to look again at the lifeless body of their companion, but those who did were amazed by what they saw. Hero X. This is seriously amazing. Hero Z. We couldn't stop him. All of us amazed, but hearing this, everyone turned around and said in unison, all the heroes, stopped him with one hand in amazement. Your fun ends here, and then throw a punch to the chin. The blows sent the Noma flying straight up, releasing the wounded hero, lifting the wounded man and taking him to the rest. Take care of him. I'll finish with him, pointing upwards. The mysterious hero prepared himself and made a strong jump. In seconds he reached the Nomu to give a strong hammer blow to the Nomu that accelerated his fall. The hero put his fingers on his forehead, disappearing, to appear on the ground and raise his arm. Just so the Nomu fell, piercing his stomach, and the Nomu let out a loud cry of pain. You're not even half as strong as the previous one, throwing him to the ground. The heroes who were present were amazed by what they saw. Hero X. Hey stranger. Who are you talking to? The stranger. Excuse my lack of manners, I am... being interrupted by a roar. The Noma that was on the ground had regenerated and wanted to attack the mysterious young man, which he failed to do because he was crushed. You mustn't let your guard down. That's not what you told me when you appeared behind the young man. I knew you were behind me. Smiling. Hero X. Seriously, who are you watching them? G-Saemon. True, I am the masked vigilante, a powerful hero. The great Saemon number introducing himself. G-Saemon, and his faithful companion, the fabulous and great Saemon number introducing himself. Great Saemon, and prepare for all the problems by doing a pose together. All the heroes didn't know what to say, they just stared. Izuku's mind. We must have overdone the embarrassing presentation. Ochako's mind. I've never done anything so embarrassing. Hero X. That was the best presentation I've ever seen. Clapping. Hero Z. Great Saemon, you're pretty strong, I appreciate it. I thought I wouldn't get out of this bowing. Great Saiyaman, no need to thank him. This is normal for a hero. Saying this aside, he still hasn't finished turning around to see what a winged Nomu was approaching. Hero X, it seems that this nightmare is not over yet. Getting into a combat pose, but now I am not afraid, decided. The hero's action and the stance of the great Saiyamans gave hope back to the civilians present, and also to the heroes. Great Saiyaman Oka. I mean Great Saiyaman, you can derive it by pointing to the Nomu. Great Saiyaman, leave it to me, stating it should just get a little closer. When the Nomu was in range of Ochako, he snapped the fingers of his left hand so that the Nomu fell hard to the ground. Great Saiyaman, okay, it's my turn. When the Nomu fell, Izuku was supposed to attack him, but instead he grabbed Ochako and pulled her out of the way of a strong beam of fire. When he did this, the increase in gravity disappeared, making the Nomu dodge the beam of fire without problems. You were lucky, villain appearance among the smoke. Hero X, hey, isn't it? Surprised? Hero X, if the top, the fire hero, amazed. Great Saiyaman, Endeavor said angrily. Endeavor, I won't fail next time, preparing another attack. The Nomu, seeing itself outnumbered, followed its instincts and escaped. Endeavor, TCH damn coward, turning off his attack. Endeavor looked around and with a dominant voice began to say, Endeavor, listen everyone, my agency will take care of this matter. You put out the fire and rescue the civilians, he said, ordering them. The heroes present, out of fear or respect, obeyed his orders without objection, all except one. Great Saiyaman, Endeavor screamed to get his attention. The hero just turned around unimportantly towards the scream, seeing Izuku approaching him until he was in front of him. Endeavor, you need something, he says with a superior tone. A tone that would freeze anyone just by listening to it. Anyone except the person in front of them. Great Saiyaman, you deliberately attack knowing that my partner is in the middle facing it. Endeavor, it was an emergency situation. I had to make a decision. I saw the opportunity and took advantage of it. In this job you must be ready to make difficult decisions. Turning around. With those words they only made Izuku more furious, to the point of making the ground shake and raise small stones. Great Saiyaman, that hypocritical attitude is what keeps you in second place, isn't it? Endeavor causing it. Those words were enough to unleash his anger, which made him raise the volume and heat of his flames. Endeavor, you have the nerve to talk to me like that, rookie, staring at him. Neither of them took their eyes off each other as they grew in power, a bomb about to explode at the slightest spark. The audience present was scared of what could happen. They knew the strength of Endeavor, but they were also aware that the great Saiyaman was also strong. A fight between them would cause more destruction than the Nomus. Everyone knew this but dared to say anything until Great Saiyaman, no one got hurt. Touching Izuku's shoulder, let's focus on what's important, he says to calm him down. Ochako's words were enough for Izuku to calm down and come to his senses. Great Saiyaman, you're right, calming his ki. We have work to do, turning our backs on Endeavor. Endeavor, although annoyed, repeated the gesture and went in the opposite direction. The heroes and civilians present only breathed a sigh of relief and mentally thanked Ochako for stopping the fight. Great Saiyaman, you are very worried. Great Saiyaman, I already told you, when I'm with you I feel like nothing can hurt me, cheering him on. Great Saiyaman, ha ha ha, I just laughed silently, thanks for stopping me, holding his hand. Great Saiyaman, how you're always looking out for me. It was my turn to do so by strengthening the grip. The moment between Izuku and Ochako was interrupted by a familiar voice. Melissa, guys, are you approaching from behind? Great Saiyaman, oh Melissa, it's you, turning around. Great Saiyaman, how did you recognize us? Costumes not working? Worried. Melissa, no, it wasn't because of that. The costumes are fine. But only Izuku has the guts to go head to head against Endeavor, explaining. Great Saiyaman, well, you're right about that, laughing. Melissa, well, that's not the point. We have a problem, she says anxiously. Great Saiyaman, what's happening when you ask? Melissa, when Gran Torino and I arrived, one of those Nomus attacked him, and now he is fighting against it. Also, while he is helping the civilians, I heard from one of the heroes that a UA student is missing, counting. Great Saiyaman, that must be cute. Great Saiyaman, wait a second, closing your eyes so you can feel the key well. I have it well. Melissa, you go with Ida, she is blocks north. It seems that she is fighting a very strong villain, but between the two of them you can defeat him. I also felt Todoroki's power. Try to contact him by ordering him. Melissa, understood, activating One for All, to start running. Great Saiyaman Ochako, you will help the civilians. Use your tracker to search for the people who are trapped. With your power, it will be easy to free them. If they ask, explain what telekinesis is. Great Saiyaman, of course. And what are you going to do by asking? Great Saiyaman, I'll go help Gran Torino with the Nomu, then I'll go for the snake's head looking up. Great Saiyaman, it's okay, but take care by hugging him. Great Saiyaman, you too returning the hug. Saiyan vs. Assassin of Heroes. Stain, what a disaster. Seeing the smoke caused by the explosions, I knew it was a child's tantrum. After finishing here, I'll go for him, so I won't make you wait anymore, he said to a hero who was lying on the ground with a scared expression. Native, why do you do ths with difficulty when speaking? Stain, for no reason in particular. I'm just cleaning this city of false heroes like you, taking out your katana to finish them off. Goodbye, false hero. The hero looked away and closed his eyes, awaiting his inevitable fate, if not for a scream that caught the assassin's attention and made him desist from his attack. Stain screamed with everything he had. The killer turned unimportantly in the direction of the scream, being able to observe a person with full body armor and a clear sign of tiredness. Lita, I finally found you, Stain hero killer. Prepare to be defeated by activating your booster and running straight towards the killer. The assassin effortlessly dodges the attack and in a quick movement counterattacks with a sweep, causing Lita to fall. Lita tried to recover but Stain, in a quick movement with his sword, manages to snatch the helmet, seeing the face of his opponent. Stain, a boy in armor pointing his sword at who you are. Lita, I am the brother of one of the heroes you attacked, standing up with clear anger, and I have come to take revenge in his place, launching an upward kick. Stain jumped back to dodge the attack and seeing his opponent's vulnerability, he kicked Ida straight to the chest, knocking him down again. Stain, I'll tell you because you're still a child, you can't beat me by putting on a serious face, you better go before I change my mind. Lita, who would do that? Slowly getting up in pain because of you, my brother can no longer be a hero, that's why he decides that he would take revenge on you in the name of Ingenium, returning to the attack. Stain, already tired of the annoyance, decides to jump to evade the attack and then activate the spikes on his boots and kick Lita in the right shoulder, which knocked him down again. But this time to make sure he doesn't get up, he stabs his katana in his left arm. Lita, screams in pain. Stain, you and your brother are weak, pulling your sword from Ida's arm. That's why I let him live to remind him in life how weak he is, tasting Ida's blood. This made it so that Lita couldn't move any part of her body except her mouth. Stain, answer me this, brat. You want to be a hero, right? Looking at him on the ground but letting yourself be dominated by anger and wanting revenge is the furthest thing from someone laughing creepily. Stain, goodbye, pointing his katana at Lita's head. You will be an offering for a better world, he says before receiving a blow from Melissa who had just arrived. Melissa, phew, looks like I'm just in time, standing in front of Lita. Lita, Shield-san, what are you doing here? Seeing her in front of him. Author's note: I haven't followed this story for so long that I forgot if I was calling it Shield-san or Melissa. Can you tell me so I can correct it in the next chapters? Melissa, what does it look like? I'm helping you by getting into a fighting stance. Stain, rising from where these brats appear, taking his jaw. Melissa's mind, this is bad, I hit him with everything I had and it doesn't seem to affect him, and if that weren't enough, behind him there's a wounded hero, and it seems that Ida can't move. I'm in nervous trouble. Lita, Shuriel-san, don't interfere. This is a fight that I'm only trying to stop. Melissa, a good person once told me that a good hero goes where he is not called, determined. Stain, you new words, too bad they don't work in a battle, starting to run to attack. The distance between Stain and Melissa was quickly shortened. Stain, in a quick movement, attempted to cut Melissa's stomach, to which she stepped back to avoid. Stain, pretty impressive, smiling, let's see how much longer you can last. Stain attacked with great speed against Melissa, who dodged as best she could, but the difference in combat experience was clear, with only a small, rough throwing knife to unbalance her and receive a straight kick in the stomach. Stain, I have to admit you are one of the few who have been able to maintain a face-to-face fight with me. Approaching Melissa, that's why you have my respect, licking her sword. During the course of the fight, Stain had made a small cut on her arm. Melissa felt her body stop responding and fell inert to the ground. Melissa, what did you do to me trying to get up? Stain, Nothing important, just activate my quirk. Melissa, it is a paralyzer that is activated with the shorts trying to get up. Stain, very clever, but not entirely accurate. But where you're going you don't need to know more. Preparing his swords. Melissa, helpless and afraid of her end, just closed her eyes, then felt a heat on her back and saw that she was saved by a ray of fire. Stain was forced to dodge it. Todoroki, Shield-san, the next time you ask for help send your location by appearing behind. Stain, this is already annoying, he says angrily. Where do these brats keep appearing from? Todoroki looked around seeing two of his companions on the ground and an unconscious hero behind him. So he froze the ground below his companions and created an ice ramp that would slide them down to the Melissa, thanks Todoroki. Todoroki, of course, if I left them there I could hurt you, he says without taking his eyes off the murderer. Melissa's mind, I'm glad you're not like your father. Stain, well brat, at least you have the foundations of a hero, congratulating you on prioritizing the rescue. Stain, but that doesn't mean I'm going to let you get into an attack position. Melissa, don't let it cut you or it will paralyze you, I warn you. Todoroki, don't run. He stops to dodge a throwing knife that cuts his cheek a little. Stain, no te distragas. Todoroki, faced with this, only began to throw bursts of fire at Stain, who dodged them by jumping between the walls of the alley. Lita, enough, stop interfering, this is a battle all of mine, she says trying to get up. Todoroki, if you want us to stop, then get up and finish it, he says, continuing to throw fire. Both Lita and Melissa tried to get up, but Melissa was the one who managed to do so. Melissa, I can move again by standing up. Meant to Stain, tches de tipo. Todoroki, any idea how to beat him by asking? Melissa, you surpass us in experience and skill, if it weren't for you we would be nervously dead already. Melissa, we just have to wait. Todoroki, who confused. It seems I'm the last one to arrive walking slowly. It's a little humiliating, considering my speed at appearance. Melissa smiled at him. Let's go back a little. Seiya, well, the key of Gran Torino of being here crossing at a corner. Izuku could see that Gran Torino was battling with a quadruped Nomu. Without thinking he hit him away from the battle. Seiya, okay Gran Torino. Gran Torino, you're a confused brat. Seiya, yes, I am. Izuku confirmed. Gran Torino, ha, and there wasn't a clown costume making fun of it. Seiya, he was the only one with a full body decline. Gran Torino, well, it will serve to prevent you from being recognized. What should I call you? Asking. Seiya, I am the great Seiya no. Taking a hit from the Nomu. The impact was so strong that it caused him to crash into some rubble. Gran Torino, brat, you're very worried. Seiya, ahe, getting up without problems that hurt me, but I guess it was my mistake looking ahead. Mind of Gran Torino, incredible, these beasts have the power to kill with one blow, but this kid doesn't have a scratch. Amazed. Seiya, Gran Torino, do you want me to replace you by getting ready? Gran Torino, now all yours, moving away. The Nomu knew that his opponent was superior, and instinctively tried to flee. Seiya, if I let you go you will cause more damage, so by raising his ki I will have to defeat you. Gran Torino, brat, this creature is not human, aren't you happy? He says seriously. Seiya, I wasn't thinking of doing it by speeding up. At great speed, Izuku reaches the Nomu and gives him an upward kick, elevating him to the sky, while preparing a yellow attack on his arm. Seiya, I must prevent you from causing more damage by launching the attack. When he launched the attack, a yellow pillar was observed, divisible for kilometers, which impacted against the Nomu. The attack was so powerful that it disintegrated it. Mind of Gran Torino, I knew he had more strength than he showed, but this is seeing the pillar too worried. The attack did not last long, but it did stand out quite a bit. Gran Torino, hey kid, I know it might be hard that you killed a villain but sometimes it's necessary, he says in consolation mode. Seiya, I don't know if it's weird or not, but when I killed him, I didn't feel anything, he says without worrying. Seiya, I'm actually a little disappointed that he was so weak turning around. Izuku's words shocked Gran Torino. How can a simple student say something like that? Gran Torino, hey, what did you say? Being interrupted. Seiya, wait, shaking your head, it seems Melissa and the others need help. Gran Torino resigned himself to saying something about what Izuku said. Gran Torino, just sigh. I don't know how you know that, but if they need help don't keep them waiting. With the power you have I doubt you need help now, go cheer him up. Seiya, of course, running towards his friends. Gran Torino, it's lucky he's on our side, because otherwise, no one could stop him by getting serious. In the present, Stain, another hero sighing on this day the annoyances keep appearing. Just as he said that, he launched himself at high speed against Izuku, intending to cut off his head. Stain, disappear false hero attacking the neck. The result of the attack was not expected by any of those present. Izuku had stopped the sword by trapping it with 2 fingers. G-Saiyaman, although I would like to face you immediately, I must first save that hero, he says without letting go of the sword. Stain, and why you're going to leave you trying to free his sword? G-Saiyaman, just watch smiling. Izuku brought the fingers of his free hand to his forehead, and from everyone's sight he disappeared, appearing at the hero's side. G-Saiyaman, it seems that he is still alive and breathing, that's lucky. Stain, you, how did you do that? Angry, Izuku just ignored him and carried the wounded hero's body. Stain, if you don't want to respond well, he'll pull out his second sword, but now it will be harder for you to dodge. Stain launched himself again into the confident attack that he was aiming for. Stain's mind, no one can move fast while carrying a smiling body. When Stain's sword hit Hiba, it just pierced him. Again and Izuku had disappeared. G-Saiyaman, can you give her first aid by appearing behind Melissa? The students quickly turned around in amazement. Todoroki's mind, how he stood behind us. I didn't even feel him nervous. Melissa's mind, Izuku, that wasn't speed. What kind of power do you have? Nervous? G-Saiyaman, they may or may not ask again. Melissa, yeah, sorry, I was just amazed at your skills and making a nervous laugh. G-Saiyaman, okay, now I'll take care of him by looking at the killer. Izuku was slowly approaching his next fight, if it weren't for a hand on the ground that stopped him. Lita, wait, getting up, this is my battle stopping completely. G-Saiyaman, can I ask why seriously? Lita, the hero killer ended the careers of many heroes including my brothers. So as the family of one of those affected, it is my duty to bring justice by explaining. G-Saiyaman, you don't want justice, you want revenge by correcting. Lita, maybe it is, but getting hit in the stomach. The blow was so strong that it made him crash into the wall, and then fall to his knees. Lita, because he says he has trouble breathing. G-Saiyaman, stop pissing off other people's pride by taking the armor and lifting it up. G-Saiyaman, nobody forced your brother to fight, but he did it even knowing the consequences. They were aiming at Melissa and Todoroki. Nobody told them that they would help you, but they do it of their own free will, and when you say that it is your fight, you are only trampling on their determination. Lita just lowered her head. Izuku was right, but she didn't want to admit it. G-Saiyaman, your brother fought to keep you and the people alive, your companions fight to keep you alive, and you thank them by throwing yourself into certain death by letting him go. Lita stayed in the same position without saying anything but with tears in her eyes. G-Saiyaman, if what you want is justice, I will take it for you. Looking at Stain. G-Saiyaman, sorry for the wait. Hero killer apologizing. Stain, I got to see the attitudes of a true hero, so it was worth waiting and preparing. G-Saiyaman, thanks for the compliment, but may I ask why you didn't run away? Stain, it was no coincidence that you found us, which means you have a way to track me. And with your speed it would be useless to escape by explaining. G-Saiyaman, I hope you don't get cold feet. Stain, I know I can't win, but it's a joy to fight with a real hero. Smiling, Stain launched an attack with his only sword, to which Izuku only infused one of his fingers with ki to counter it. Stain tried to cut him everywhere but could not overcome Izuku's strength and speed. Elissa, we could barely face him, watching in amazement. Todoroki, that can't be considered a battle scene. Lita, look at their faces. I'll tell the others. Melissa, they are. MTL, smiling looking at them. Izuku at one point in the fight turned his head to the side. Stain, don't get distracted by attacking with his sword, which was caught without problems by Izuku's hand. G-Saiyaman, sorry hero killer, but I have to end this game by breaking the sword like it was glass. Then he hits him hard in the stomach and then jumps to kick the back of his head, knocking him unconscious. G-Saiyaman, find something to tie it with, pointing at Stain. The students, by inertia, looked down to see Stain unconscious, and when they looked up, Izuku was no longer there. Lita, who was asking? Melissa, only a hero says nothing. The students tied up Stain and took away his weapons, all of this seen by Izuku from a roof. Izuku, I must have been very rude to him by taking off his helmet. Ochako, I guess that's how a Saiyan solves problems, by taking off his helmet. Izuku laughed a little at Ochako's teasing before becoming serious again. Izuku, I just didn't want my friend to make the same mistake as me. He wasn't going to be as lucky as me looking at him. Ochako, I think she's watching Lita apologize to her classmates. Ochako, now there's another problem to solve. Looking at Izuku and then looking down, it seems like he's going to explode. Izuku, I know, it's been hurting me for a while now. Ochako, you want me to help you by smiling at you. Izuku, I would be more than grateful if you smiled back. Ochako slowly approached Izuku and then bent down, stretched her hands out like this and broke a part of the suit and freed Izuku's tail. Ochako, it's better getting up that way. Izuku, sigh of relief is taking off a belt that you occupied all day comparing. Ochako, I told you the suit was tight. Izuku, well, we had no other options and we had to hurry, shielding ourselves. Izuku, well, now that I feel better, it's time to go for the last villain. Looking at a water tower. Ochako, and what happened to the confused winged Nomo? Izuku, Endeavor took care of him by putting his fingers on his forehead. You come and stretch out your hand. Ochako, if I don't go, you'll be crazy not to take her hand. In the water tower. Shigaraki, it wasn't enough to scratch his neck. The Nomus and that assassin were defeated. Who is that hero? Kurojiri, young Tamura, we must leave before they find us, I warn. Shigaraki, they cheated again by scratching their necks. Who was the hero with the cape? Izuku, oh, you're talking about me. I didn't think you saw me from so far away making fun of me. Shigaraki and Kurojiri turned towards the voice, one in astonishment and the other in fury. Shigaraki, you say it again angrily. Kurojiri's mind, how he found us. He will have a tracking quirk. Even if it was like that, he arrived very quickly. He can also teleport. This is bad. Nervous. Shigaraki, I'm going to kill you by launching an attack. Izuku prepared to counter it, but was amazed by what he saw. Kurojiri had enveloped Shigaraki with his mist, and then they disappeared. Izuku, they took the bait well. Enthusiasm. Ochako, what did you want to achieve? Confused. Izuku, he wanted them to flee to his base, to follow them by putting his fingers on his forehead. Ochako, it seems you're not just muscle. Putting a hand on her shoulder. Enter your name. Shigaraki, I'm in the forest. Confused. Shigaraki, why did you bring me here? Annoying. Looking at Kurojiri. Kurojiri, I need to check something, he says calmly. Shigaraki, and what should? He didn't have time to ask, when Izuku and Ochako appeared behind him. Kurojiri, that's going back to taking Tamura and teleporting. Ochako, this doesn't look like a base. Looking around. Izuku suddenly became nervous. Izuku, what it means by closing your eyes to feel the key. Ochako, what's going on? You're hesitating a lot. Worried. Izuku, it seems they realized my plan by opening their eyes. Why can't I feel their key? With the villains, Kurojiri teleported to the Nomus Creation Laboratory, where there were several capsules containing them. All for one. Kurojiri says in a deep voice, what is the reason for this visit? Kurojiri, I'm sorry for the intrusion, Master. Bowing. Kurojiri, but I have information that may be useful. All for one, that's true. Tamura asking. Shigaraki, I don't know, Master. Kurojiri is acting on his own, kneeling. All for one, well, what do you want to report? By turning his chair. Kurojiri, in the attack on Hosu, several UA students showed up explaining. All for one, I know. I was watching everything, pointing at their cameras. Kurojiri, that wouldn't be a problem, but one of them stood out for having immense power. His name is Izuku Midoriya, the same one who defeated us in the USJ. Explaining. Tamura, hearing this, only got more enraged, but he didn't move. All for one, I remember him smiling. It was very interesting to read his report. He says that with something called ki he can do various movements, fly, have super strength, and so on. Kurojiri, that's right, Master, but now he has two others, which are teleportation and detection. Explaining. All for one, then I'm not surprised you came here. Shigaraki, Master, can I ask for an explanation? By raising your head. All for one, it's not a big deal. It's just that when you've been chased for years, you learned some tricks to hide. Smiling. This place is proof of technology and detection quirk, all thanks to the help of the doctor. Resting his head on his fist. Doctor, thank you again, Master. Appearing from the shadows. All for one, oh, just in time, Doctor. You have them asking. Doctor, I heard everything and immediately prepared it by taking out a bracelet. This device fulfills the same function as this one, but in a more personal way, giving the bracelet to Shigaraki. All for one, Shigaraki, from now on you'll have to be more careful. Getting serious. Shigaraki, yes, master, putting on the bracelet. All for one. One more thing getting your attention, you need a team. I'll guide to bring more people. You can't have a league with just 2 people making fun of each other. Shigaraki didn't like this idea, but he couldn't contradict his teacher. Shigaraki, okay, getting up. Kurojiri, then with your permission, creating a portal. Shigaraki was ready to cross the portal when, all for one, Tamura called him. I want that girl from my collection, showing a picture of Izuku. Shigaraki, he just smiled maniacally. It will be a pleasure, he says, and then crosses the portal. With Izuku. These are in their normal clothes returning to their homes, with a very worried and nervous Izuku. Izuku, how could I be so stupid to complain? Ochako, come on, don't feel so guilty comforting. Izuku, of course, I killed the Nomu and I didn't feel guilty. I hit a friend to make him see reason, and I warned the villains of my abilities by listing them. Ochako, you also saved several citizens, you saved Lita, and you put a dangerous villain in jail, thus explaining that stop thinking about the negative. Today was your hero debut, smiling at him. Izuku, you're wrong, grabbing her by the waist. It was our debut. I heard that you rescued several injured people from the rubble, congratulating her. Ochako, yes, but how bad that they remember us with those suits and names. It was very embarrassing and ashamed. Izuku, seriously, I'd say it looked good on you standing in front. Ochako, not as much as you putting your arms around his neck. The moment was perfect. A starry sky, the sound of the wind and the look of the other. The shame they had for each other was lost long ago, so every time they were alone they showed each other the affection they had for each other, which was expressed in a kiss under the night sky. Only this time they weren't alone. Inko, how cute they looked together taking a photo. The couple separated immediately. Although they did not feel embarrassed between them, they were still embarrassed to be seen, especially by an acquaintance. Izuku, MMA, what are you doing here? Blushing? Inko, she was buying things for dinner, showing her bag. Inko, but that doesn't matter. Approaching Ochako, tell me what your name is, how long you've been dating, what you like about him, who declared himself first, pestering her with questions. Ochako, me, the nervous one, not knowing what to say. Izuku, mom, there are too many questions, distancing him a little. Inko, oh sorry dear, walking away. First I'll introduce myself, clearing her throat. I'm Inko Midoriya and I'm Izuku's mother, introducing herself. Ochako, I take a deep breath to calm down. I am Ochako Uraraka and I am your son's girlfriend. It is a pleasure to meet you, bowing. Inko, that's not necessary, dear, smiling at her. Inko, I have many things to say, but I will just say this. I want you to take care of my son. The 2 women looked at each other and smiled. Izuku, I feel like I missed something, confused. Inko, it is not necessary for you to understand. Well, I will go to the house. Make sure you take her to her house, Izuku ordering her. Izuku, I was thinking of doing it without you telling me. Inko, okay, see you later. Ochako and Izuku saying goodbye. Ochako, your mother is very kind, smiling. Izuku, yes it is, but I'm kind of jealous, looking up. Ochako, jealous, that intrigued. Izuku, the meeting with my mother was more peaceful than mine with your father mocking me. Ochako, like that, sorry about that. Izuku, don't apologize, it was something that had to happen when we got to Ochako's house. Izuku, I guess we say goodbye here. See you tomorrow, saying goodbye. Ochako quickly looked in all directions to see if there was anyone, confirming that there was no. Ochako, kissing him, see you tomorrow, running to his house. Izuku after that couldn't stop smiling all the way back.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.